argue with it.
True.
I try my best though.
True.
But
yeah, my whole family's nerdy though, so we would all get Big Bang clips from Minerva, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she's just trying to share funny moments with you. So
Yeah.
we love the
Yeah.
sharing is caring mentality.
You know what, Minerva, you can send me Big Bang clips if you want, since Mark's just, you know.
We have a $5 donation from Rygalon.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure which way this one would go, but here it is. Rygalon says, I'm kind of busy right now, but I just wanted to say that Valoris likes anime.
There we go.
True.
I'm kind of busy right now.
Kind of busy right now killing the Raiders over and over
Where is
again.
the catering menu? Oh, yeah, because there's no morning show. They don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
Well, for breakfast, it was like sausage patties and hash brown, like a hash brown cake thing. And then it was like this egg scramble. I think they called it like a Southwest egg scramble or something, but it was like spicy scrambled eggs, which is pretty good.
Yep.
And then I think that was it.
Yeah, it was like hash browns. There was like a normal scramble. There was a spicy scramble.
Yeah.
And sausage.
Yeah.
Sausage patties as well.
And then they always make like a big thing of coffee, and it's actually pretty good. I feel like coffee sometimes in those big things is like not a vibe, but they do a good job. It's tasty.
Yeah, it can definitely be hit or miss some days.
The
Can
coffee?
sometimes be a little. Yeah, I'm not saying
Oh.
like here. I'm saying like just in general.
Oh, yeah.
Like sometimes you get like a little acidic coffee, or
Yeah,
like
it's
maybe
kinda
it's
burnt.
maybe it's like a little watered down.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
Gotta
tasty.
have good
Tasty
coffee in the morning though.
Yeah.
Do enjoy a good cup of Joe.
They make really good. This catering company makes really good baklava. Have you had it?
I've been seeing
Their
that.
baklava is so good.
Okay, I'm trying not to eat sugar here,
Okay.
so I'm like struggling a little bit.
I mean,
Especially with all the boba. I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest though. I've been breaking the rules for the boba. What's funny about the
Baklava's
boba too is it's
honey.
like yeah,
What
it's
about
like
the
honey.
What about the boba? Sorry.
Oh, it's like you know how they say like 50% sugar?
Yeah. Is
Like
it-
it's like 5,000% sugar. I'm
Really?
pretty sure. Yeah,
Oh.
it's like so sweet.
yeah.
Hard to find like a good happy medium on that.
yeah. Kung Fu Tea and Gong Cha are the best boba. That or like those little independent shops that you just randomly find. But those two chains are mint.
Yeah, we have some good ones in Austin.
Really?
Yeah. I don't have any to like shout out off the top of my head, but
Oh, okay.
but do enjoy getting some boba in Austin.
There's not a lot in Columbus, but there are a few that are good. There's this chain there that's like the worst boba I've ever had, and I don't know why there's so many of them in Ohio. It's awful.
Dang.
It's called
unlucky.
Bubbles, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just
You
waiting
hate
for
to see
an
it.
Ohioan to pop in and be like, yes,
Yeah, just
that
wait for them to
place
show up in chat
sucks.
and be like, "How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you?" Yeah. Well, so far it's been pretty good here though.
Yeah.
Been enjoying it.
Yeah. Ben, one of the individuals on the One Up crew who has been filming stuff for Team Liquid, he brought boba from like Chinatown in Boston, like all the way from over there because they went downtown, and it was like, it's like the best milk tea I've ever had.
Oh, I
Someone
bet,
from
yeah.
Ohio, I is correct. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Bubbles is absolute garbage. Like, don't eat there. Like, okay, so boba originated from Taiwan, right? And I think traditionally it's like milk, like black milk tea with just boba, like just normal, the black boba. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm right. But like black milk tea is the base. Like that's like classic bubble tea. And this place doesn't even have it. Doesn't even have
They don't have the
black
original.
milk tea. Yeah, they don't have it.
Wow.
But instead they have like smoothies or like taro, which is just pure syrup, and then they have like popping boba. It's just awful. Ugh.
Is this like
I could rant about this place for so long. Trust me.
yeah? Is this like what happens when you gingerify boba?
Yes. Yeah. No, literally. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And I used to
Hate to
work
see it.
at this. I used to work at a place that was next to the headquarters for Bubbles, and I literally told one of their employees, I was like, "Your milk tea is trash." And he
Damn.
like gave me his business card, and he was like, "Oh, please like tell me more about it. Like I'd love to have your opinion." And I sent.
Well, at
like,
least it seems like they're trying to improve.
No.
if that's the case.
no, it's still bad. I went back.
Still bad.
Yeah,
Oh man.
it's so bad. I tried. I gave it another shot. Terrible.
Yeah. Well, can't win them all. Some places definitely have hit or miss boba, but
Yeah.
I do enjoy good caffeine in the morning, especially in the form of a milk tea.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a great.
Thai tea as well, and like
Thai tea is
espresso.
good.
I love like
Yeah.
the coffee flavors. Yeah, those are
Did you
really
say
good.
espresso?
Yeah, espresso. No, espresso.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got that out of the
I
way.
might have said it wrong.
Or a grape monster.
Yeah,
No, these are good. These are my favorite flavors.
the purple one is very good.
Mhm.
I quite like it. It's fantastic having energy drinks here too for the morning shift because we've been here for a while.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
What day is
feel like
it?
I've lost track. It's like
I've
14 days
paid
in. I
rent
think.
twice almost since being here.
Yeah.
Like that hurts. You know?
Find the pink one. Those are unreal. Yes, that's right. That's like the rose flavor one. We actually
the
had some of
rose-
those.
Aren't
Yeah.
there a few pink ones?
I've seen them. Yeah.
Like there was
I've
a
nabbed a
passion
couple.
fruit one. Oh, are they good? 'Cause
Mhm.
there's watermelon ones too.
Watermelon. Yep. Love watermelon.
Oh, I have to find the
And the watermelon song. Shout out to that. Yeah.
water down by the calms.
Down
I
by
have the
the
video of
calms.
you. I should send it to production and we can play it of you
Yeah.
recording that.
Oh.
I had no idea what was happening. I just walked over towards like the sound booth
Yeah.
and you were just like singing.
Yeah,
like-
I was just
and
vibing with the mic. Yeah, I
and
remember that.
Salil and Kai were like trying to keep you on beat. And they were like,
Yeah, they kept pointing at the screen like,
Yeah.
go, 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 go. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry.
so good.
I'm trying my best.
It's a good.
Yeah,
it's a
both
great-
of them were standing over me and like they're like pointing at the screen like, here, here, here.
I had a hard time with that one too,
Yeah,
especially since I don't know. I've never heard that song before.
I
So
think. Well, I knew the harmony for that one. Like I recognized it instantly.
knew the
from, like,
harmony for
from
that
like
one?
kindergarten. It's like a nursery rhyme.
Do you mean the melody?
Down or yeah,
Oh,
or
okay. I
just
was
like
like,
the
what are you
words,
harmonizing with
everything
the-
for it. Well, no, I have harmony on the mind because Salil actually, whenever he recorded his, he also,
did
I think our voices like harmonized a little bit too much,
Oh,
and it,
wow.
it ended up making me sound very prominent in that song.
Yeah, yeah,
but no, the
everybody
melody and-
recognizes your voice in that one for some. It's like very
It's signal
it's
boosted,
like
yeah.
they upped your volume a little bit or something, and then the rest of us are just like your,
Nope,
your
we just
choir.
we just harmonized really well, and that's what that's the lore behind that. But yeah, down by the bay where the watermelons grow.
Just I know of the song, but I don't know. I didn't know the beat, so I had to like listen to it real quick. And mine's probably the worst one.
It's got a good beat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a vibe. Yeah,
No, I mean, no, I think it came out really well. I love how scuffed it is too, with like
So
everyone
scuffed.
kind of saying the words at the different times there.
I thought they would maybe like edit it so that people are more on where you're supposed to actually sing it, but no, they just like let it rip. You
Yeah.
can hear me being like, wait, where am I? Like I'm so late on so many of them.
It's good. It adds like a little flavor to it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
for people that don't know what we're talking about, the guild. I don't know where it originated from. Maybe you do, but like whenever they want to have a meeting that they don't want broadcasted, their code word is watermelon.
Right.
So production just made like the world's biggest meme about it and made a song. And there's graphics and there's like a did they make a bowling graphic for it or is that only for Split Raid?
Yeah, there's actually a alternate version of the split bowling. You know how like bowling alleys have like the crazy bad animations for
Yeah.
everything? It's like insanely bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made one for the watermelon song. Yeah, watermelon's kind of like their safe word or whatever. Whenever they want to mute the comms, and it's always fun whenever we're in a Jersey mic to listen in.
Yep.
Because we're getting our little break as casters, and then you just see the watermelons, and you're like, oh no,
Oh no.
oh no, I have to rush back up. Oh, I thought we were going to a watermelon, but we're back
That
in
would
the
have been
raid.
funny. No, I think they got a little break, walked around, stretched their legs out. And then we get to pull in on the boss again. I wonder how many, I should have been counting. Do you know how many we have today?
How many watermelons?
No, pulls.
Oh, how many pulls? Yeah, I can tell you in just a second. Let me get this pulled
I
up
think
here.
like 4 or
So
5,
far,
right?
we've done, I think, 9.
9.
No, 10. We've done 10.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 pulls. This is our 11th pull so far, at least according to this log. I think there might be another log with maybe 2 or 3 pulls on it, though, so I might be off by a couple. Yeah, it could either be 10 or 13, one
Okay.
of those two.
Speaking of songs, at 35K donated to Girls Who Code, we will be releasing the full version of Sandwich Love on Spotify.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, we're running out of time, guys.
Yeah, get those in. We are like super overtime on the race, but just in time
Yeah.
for donations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe we could even get to 25K today.
I feel like that's kind of how it goes, though. Like, the sense of urgency really helps get people.
Yeah, it's true. true.
Get people involved.
Sandwich love.
But if you want to get a donation in, we have Tiltify open right now.
Yep. We
Yeah,
do.
we would love for you to get those in, and we'll read your message. We've had some fun ones this morning. Shout out to a couple people. Austin says relax for one. Warrior F13 for donating. Repeat offenders.
I like the questions.
Yeah,
I like the
questions are great.
caster questions. It gives us something to talk about because obviously, there's only 2 of us this morning, but even with 3, you're kind of filling for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
So it's good to have something to talk about that we know people want to hear.
At least
about.
this morning, though, I feel like it's been kind of action packed because the
It
boss has been getting wrecked
Yeah, for sure.
all morning.
Yeah,
So it's like it's great. Yeah, like I love to see the boss just every single poll getting there super low. Obviously, that hasn't been the case for the last couple polls, but we're going to get back there soon. I
would
believe.
love to see some initial polls of the jailer on our shift. That would be cool. Do you think that's what they go and do immediately? Like, there's nothing really left for them to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, so what you're going to want to do, there's a huge gain to getting some time on the jailer today.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we're on like the last day of the reset, right? So this is it.
Yeah.
Like basically, tomorrow we're getting double legendary. Tomorrow it's full clearing the raid again, getting back there. So what would be really useful here for Liquid Guild is to get in and actually see the jailer, get those weak ores tested, right? Because you can like plan as much as you can, but until you see the fight, like some of that planning won't necessarily be 100% fully baked, right? Like it takes a little bit extra to make sure that everything is in line. So the analysts will be able to look over some data. We'll have some fresh data to look over. We'll have our weak ores tested if we get there. Be able to see the fight. Maybe look at some of the mechanics that we've just been seeing from data mining from the Dungeon Journal and all that good stuff.
Oh no.
There isn't, but I also want to say too, like, if we don't end up killing this boss by some miracle today, it's really not that bad either. It's not like a huge deal.
Not a huge setback.
Because next week they're going to have so much more damage.
That's true, but also I feel like
assuming that Jailer is like a boss that takes a while to down,
yes,
which I think is what most people are probably assuming, right? Being the end boss, we've had an absolutely grueling tier. So many wipes on so many bosses. Just like one that's going down the books is one of the most wipes ever in the raid tier. Yeah, so I mean, like, all things considered, if Jailer is a hard fight, it's not like you're super behind if you don't kill Rygalon this week, but it's definitely something we want to get done since we're so close, right? Like 0.5%.
Yeah, and also to me, like, I feel like it's not a good sign if Echo can kill Rygalon before the reset and we can't. Like, just the principle of that.
I think probably fans care about that maybe more than the
then
players.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, I mean, like, so just in the grand scheme of things, you have to plan for, like,
Yeah.
You have to plan for stuff like this. So I think we're going to kill it here. I am not saying that I don't think we can kill it. I think we're killing it literally this poll. Or if not this poll, maybe next poll.
I have some funny news.
But I just want to say that, like, it's not... Oh, what's your funny news?
No. I totally interrupted you. You go ahead, but I have something funny to share. Kind of. It's
yeah,
kind
I
of
was just
funny.
going to say that, like, in the big picture, I don't think it's like it doesn't like end the race by any means, right?
No,
like,
it doesn't end the race for
we're
sure.
Still in
but
it. Yeah. But they're gonna kill it like right here, so it doesn't matter.
Someone needs to go save Makes at the coffee shop. She said her credit card borked.
Wait.
I don't know if she's like stranded there trying to pay for her coffee.
So Mix
or...
is German, and I think that she has like a weird situation with paying for things because, like, I think her card
Do they just not have credit cards there or debit cards?
Well, I think it's like the company is. It's like weird with it being a foreign transaction. Like
How
they may have flagged it or something.
The whole time then. And
I think
it
it's been
decides to
probably
break.
fine until now.
Weird.
Yeah.
Huh.
It could be like maybe that she planned for like 2 weeks and then now because we're at like the 2 week mark. So maybe it's like something got disabled on it because we're at 2 weeks. That could be it.
Yeah, that would make sense.
The coffee. Okay.
What's up?
Can I just quickly
Oh my God.
What is with the coffee people?
I don't know. And like chat knows about this because we've brought it up before.
Dude, it is crazy.
They're the meanest ladies I've ever met.
Isn't that insane? Like, every single time I go there, it's like people are arguing with each other, like as I enter the room, and then people are like, "What do you want?"
Yeah, they're really grumpy.
It actually cracks me up. I feel like it's is this like the Boston experience? It's just
No,
is
because
this what's
all
like?
the other employees in this like mall, I feel like have been really sweet. Like I've been going to the smoothie place a lot just for like a breakfast smoothie, and the guy that's in there is really sweet. Like he's really nice. So I don't think it's like, I think they're just grumpy.
Is this just what life is like in New England?
I don't know.
I'm just
It's
a
like-
Texan boy. I
it's
don't know what's going on here.
It's to the point where I'm like uncomfortable going in there and getting coffee. And like for the person in chat saying try working retail, you get it. I have
worked
worked
retail as well. Yeah.
for like 5 or 6 years. And it didn't matter what kind of day I was having. Like I was never like straight up rude to customers. Like maybe I was a little shorter on some days than others, but these women, like I don't know how to explain it. Like they're awful.
Oh, Brittany was telling me about this too.
Yeah.
Brittany, do you want to maybe type something in chat? Your experience. Let's get a story corroborating what we're saying here. Yeah. No, I've also worked retail.
Yeah.
I worked at the Pottery Barn Outlets.
Oh.
Pottery
Oh,
Barn.
wow.
Yes, that's where they sell. They don't sell pottery there.
Yeah, they sell like
Furniture and stuff.
yeah, really expensive. Yeah, I worked at Hollister Abercrombie for like 5 years, and I worked at a ski shop for a little bit, and then I was a waiter or waitress for like a year.
Oh,
So I've
yeah.
had my fair share of like really mean customers.
And service. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also waited tables for a bit too.
Yeah,
I feel like there's actually like so many skills that maybe just with my patience I've gained from working like customer
Jobs like
service,
that.
retail,
yeah,
and like food service.
hmm
Yeah.
I think so too. I think everyone. I mean, obviously, okay. I don't think this is a requirement, but I feel like it's good for a person to work a job like that, so you know how to like treat people that are working jobs like that. Like
Yeah.
obviously there are people that haven't worked a job like that are still good humans, but I don't know. I think it's a good.
I can't believe we're not talking about the boss right now.
I know we're not talking about the boss. We're just talking
Yeah.
about our past
218
jobs.
polls.
Yeah.
Maybe
know.
I should re-explain the boss chat. Yeah. So I'll give you all a quick rundown.
Yeah, give us
Just
a
for
little
everyone who just
TLDR.
came in, so that everyone's up to speed. We'll do another Raglan info dump, okay? And we're gonna do it badly explained too, just for fun. Okay, so there's like banana peels you have to soak on the ground. Those, if you take over 6 stacks, you're gonna die. So you have to make sure that you immune. You can actually, so like very ideal scenario, right? Good RNG is 2 of them spawn really close to each other. And then you can have some with immunity soak the very end of it. You don't really want to have a mage do that, though, because they have to ice block, and they can't really damage while they're in ice block. So it's kind of like a last
Oh, look at that.
second thing. Oh, here we
Look at
go.
a little graphic.
Beautiful.
And music.
Yes. Okay. Well, actually, never mind. I'm just gonna do it normal then, since we have this on the screen. Yeah. So first off, boss was never tested.
Okay.
This
Yep.
boss never hit heroic testing. Of course, it was tested internally, right? But yeah, pretty good for a boss that wasn't really tested by players. But yeah, so it's all star themed, right? You've got quasars, you've got stellar shroud, you've got cosmic irregularity. The cosmic cores have a new ability, cosmic irregularity. The cores also shoot this debuff at the closest target. This is the thing that people just like run away from.
Yeah.
And if you get hit with that, like and you already
The
have it,
swirlies.
yeah, it instantly kills players who get to 6 stacks there.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we also the collapsing quasars. Whenever a collapsing quasar is defeated, it moves to the singularity and becomes unstable. If a player comes close to it, it will explode, dealing damage to nearby players after a short time. Stellar Shroud, the new ability, deals minor AoE damage, puts a large absorbed shield on the entire raid that needs to be healed off. So there's a little bit more healing that happens on this fight, right? Like obviously we have a lot of damage going out. But we also have absorbs that healers need to take off. But back to the badly explained. So in this poll here, what's going to happen first here? We're going to have these quasars spawned, and basically you don't want those to touch the boss. What's really good though is if you're a Death Knight, just pop your slappy hands.
Slappy hands.
Yeah, and just stay on the boss.
Yeah.
That's a really good way to help the raid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah, because it'll pull them into the boss, which is great.
You're talking
for
about the
raid.
Necrolord ability, right?
Yes, yeah. The raid loves that when you use that ability on this fight. There's actually a lot of a lot of bosses this tier where those slappy hands will get you into trouble.
Really?
Yeah, because there's just like a lot of bosses where you don't want stuff hitting the boss, like Anduin, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't want the ads coming in there. So
My DK is a night fae, so I don't have slappy hands.
no slappy hands.
Yeah, I just don't want to switch.
That's probably good. Keeps you out of trouble.
Yeah.
But here are the those glowing balls. Those are the banana peels I was saying that you have to make sure you don't slip on if you're someone who isn't assigned to soak them. And then, of course, we have the matter. That's that little glowing orb there. There's a lot of orbs on this fight. Basically, everything is a ball, an orb, or a circle. You know what? Actually, now I'm thinking about it, that's kind of this whole tier in a nutshell.
It's so true.
Yeah, Halandras,
a lot of those.
Anduin. Everything is circular. And it really feels like time is a flat circle this tier, too, because I feel like we've been here for... since I was born. My whole life
so
I've been
true.
here. Yeah.
Did she really just say her DK was Night Fae? Oh my god. Just
Wow.
like as like a PSA, there are some people that
Preach.
go for fun. Now I see the reason she isn't a world first raider. Oh my god.
Dude, chat, calm down. Oh my
I
gosh.
know, you're right. That is the only thing separating me from world first rating is the fact that I
is your
chose
Covenant choice?
Night Fae over
Yeah.
Necrolord. Otherwise, it'd be over for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I can't
have
believe-
something to say. I have something to say.
Yes,
for you.
yes,
It
say
might
it.
blow your mind. It
Okay.
might blow your mind. There are some people that play World of Warcraft, I have heard, that do it for fun.
No.
And not because it sims better. I know.
I've never met someone who actually enjoys World of Warcraft,
I know.
so that blows my mind.
I know.
Actually.
I know. It's crazy. I know. It's crazy. No, so the story with that, I will say, I love Night Fae, first of all. Ardenweald is a beautiful zone. Like, I love the little creatures that you can be. It's really cute. Back when I first started, when Shadowlands was first released, I was a Frost DK, and I was really stubborn to switch to Unholy, which was the better spec at the time. And Night Fae was generally simming as the best Covenant for Frost DK. So I went Night Fae. I leveled as Night Fae. I started doing, like, the Lore Master and everything
Night
like
Fae's
that.
great. It's super fun.
And then I was like, you know what? I probably should switch Unholy as a better spec. So I switched Unholy, and I didn't switch to Necrolord. And honestly, like,
Good for you.
I was still parsing pretty decently. Like, it wasn't like that small percentage wouldn't have made enough of a difference for me to bother switching, because no, I'm not a world first raider, and it probably doesn't matter for you either, person in chat, because you're also not a world first raider.
Imagine having fun. That's pretty cringe. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah, you should only suffer while you play this game. That's how I approach it.
Necrolord is like such an ugly, like that's literally the ugliest Covenant in the game. Like, it's like the least fun one.
Wow, that's a very Blood Elf take of you.
Probably, yeah. Also, the phone is a weak aura. No one's phone is ringing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so the phone weak aura usually means like some sort of interrupt, but raiders have their own conventions. Aya, do you play with like sounds on? Are you a sound enjoyer?
Yeah, I play with no music, and then I have the ambiance like just a little bit, and then everything else is.
Yeah, I'm a big sound enjoyer. I
Yeah, me
like
too.
having sounds as weak auras, especially.
Yeah, I don't know
And-
how people don't play with sound weak auras.
Yeah, it's great. Like, you can even like make conventions, right? So like anytime I have an interrupt, I make it a phone ringing. If it's a instant kill, like have to stand somewhere or else I die, I make
Yeah.
it an air horn.
Yeah.
There's like a cat meow I do for certain ones. There's also like a clown honk. Oh, do you remember the bin clip?
Yes.
SLG. Oh man. There's also other ones as well, but just like the clown honk noise. I think
Yeah.
also on Fate Scribe.
I play with
Very good.
GTFO because I need things to yell at me when I'm standing. Because I'm just
I used to
I'm
use
not a world first
GTFO.
raider, so
Yeah,
I need things to tell me when I'm standing in bad.
There's definitely cases where like GTFO will have like a false positive,
Yeah.
and it's like so loud and annoying in those cases
I know,
that
but I need that.
I'm just like, nope, can't do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, having the ability to put like sounds on all your bigwigs, DBM, whatever you use, weak auras, it's huge, right? Just having those audio cues. I don't know if this is made up, but I'm just going to repeat it, even if it is fake. Apparently, you can respond faster to sound than you can to visual stimulus.
Oh, huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's true,
Do you ever
but I'm just going to say anyways.
like if you're at a red light and let's say you need to get like you're in the left lane and you need to get into the right lane because you need to turn right soon or something like that.
Mhm.
So you want to be the first off the line when the light turns green. Do
Yeah.
you ever stare at it like you're a race car driver and you're
Yeah,
like,
eyes fully-
I'm gonna be the fastest person that gets off this.
I keep my foot moving. Like, I don't
Oh.
press the pedal, but like I kind of
like,
like
wiggle it?
Yeah, because if you're like playing right and you want to like always be on top of fast reactions, you want to kind of keep moving. If you notice, like whenever pros play like Super Smash Bros. And stuff, like they're constantly like dashing
Oh
back and forth
yeah.
and
Well,
stuff.
it's like
There's other reasons for that too, but just like having constant movement helps you to react soon. It's like
makes
harder
sense.
to like go from not moving to moving as opposed to like you're
Yeah.
already moving, you change directions.
Did you grow up doing any sports?
Yeah, I played soccer and
Yeah.
I did a bunch of like random other things, but
Did your coaches ever tell you to like stay on your toes?
yeah, I'm sure that I was told to do that. I probably didn't know what it meant.
It's
like
the same
literally,
thing,
like
though.
you want me to
It's
tiptoe
like,
around. Like, what are you saying?
No, it just means like
I
bouncing,
know.
kind of. Okay, okay.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Like in an athletic stance.
Yeah, it's like you're in an RPG and you're like a character that's about to do an action, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's a battle stance,
Yeah.
right?
If I was a coach, I would say that instead of battle stance. That sounds way cooler than being on your toes.
Yeah, into your battle stance. Which POV is Tags watching? We're not sure. He's probably watching Dryny though.
Few, right?
I'm pretty
over
sure.
there?
Yeah, so all of the guys have like a thing where they can flip through POVs.
Yeah.
Using basically the software.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Tags mostly watches Dryny just because he's used to Holy Paladin. So
That makes sense.
Yep.
I would probably do that.
yeah, I can't confirm that, but probably like 99% chance.
Sometimes he's in chat. Maybe somebody at him and ask. He might answer. He doesn't listen to the stream, but I'm pretty sure he's got both chats open on his second
Someone's
monitor.
chatter says odd this boss is taking longer than Anduin. No, I mean it's not necessarily taking longer. This boss just has very quick pulls.
Yeah.
It's a quick fight, right? So I mean it's not a very long fight. Also you die. I mean you're pretty much all gonna die if something goes wrong, right? And early on I think we were ripping like really fast swipes.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, at best, this fight is like 7 minutes, 5 seconds. I think we've actually had polls where it like went out to 7 minutes, 10 seconds. But it seems like there's like maybe some variance somewhere in there. Yeah, one of these wipes says 7 minutes, 11 seconds. But yeah, for the most part, 7 minutes, 5 seconds is going to be where this fight ends. We've had a couple really close calls too so far today. Really, really close. As you can see, our best poll, 0.38%. I mean, that is that's within
it looked
sneezing
dead
distance.
to me. Like I thought that last one he was already dead.
Oh, me
That's
too.
how
Yeah,
small that
we were
health bar
actually.
was.
I felt like the damage was like actually really on pace, and until like the very end there, on that massive bang. It's so hard to
Did it
gauge
slow
it
down?
though.
Maybe people were using defensives or something. Like
yeah,
they freaked out a
I
little.
don't know. There's.
I'd be curious to
I would
see.
I'd definitely be interested to see. I can. Oh, let me actually pull it up. So what I can do here in the Warcraft logs is I can just look at the last 30 seconds of the fight.
Yeah, let's see it.
And of course, it's going to be a little bit impacted by like people's cooldowns and such, because like not every cooldown is going to line up, so it just ends in the last portion here. Actually, I'll pull it out to like a minute away, and we'll look at the ending damage here. Because remember, this is when the boss doesn't execute.
Yeah.
It's like do or die at this point. Yeah, so looking at that, it looks like Fire Mage just absolutely cooking the boss. Tons of damage there, followed by Warlocks. Boomkin also doing very well. Shadow Priest, too. Surprisingly well in the Shadow Priest. Rogue. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised by this. The Warriors are kind of towards the bottom here for the last minute of the fight.
Yeah, that is surprising with their because they have a lot of
'Cause they have
execute
execute.
abilities. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they are being sucked away from the boss, too, during the
that's
start of
true.
the Massive Bang. So it could also be that maybe like some melees get missed just because you're like at the very start there, you're getting pulled away.
Is the Shadow Priest playing Touch of Death?
Let's see. Shadow
Would that be
Priest.
good for that last like damage burn?
I see Shadow Word death damage, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm not super familiar with how Shadow Priest works.
How bad does it smell in there? Dude, no one smells.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of them smell really good. I've been really creepy and asking everyone their like what cologne they're wearing. Like Impec had a really good smelling cologne the other day, and I asked them what it was. And Max too, he's got a good one. It's Joe Malone, if anyone was curious.
Yeah.
What
nice.
Max smells like.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we always have pretty good smelling events.
Yeah. No, everyone's very clean. Or I'll tell you what Impex is because he told me what it is.
Could you imagine
it is
if
bougie, by the way.
Could
Creed
you imagine how bad that would
Aventus.
be though if that wasn't the case?
Oh yeah, it would be rough. It would be rough. Well,
Like
I
2
remember.
weeks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say like 2 weeks in this, sniffing that would be no. Everyone here has good hygiene.
Yeah,
you
for
you
sure.
kind of have to take care of yourself if you're gonna be playing this game for like 16 hours a day for 2 weeks every single day. You have to have some form of hygiene, or else you're just gonna probably fall over dead. So, yep.
Walking around smelling people. Dude, I wasn't I walked by Impact and I was like, hey, that's some nice smelling cologne.
Yeah, believe
What
it or
is
not,
it?
believe it or not, we actually do give the Raiders enough time to shower.
Yeah.
I know this might come as a surprise.
I'm just a big fan of good smelling things. It just makes me really happy. Like I have so many candles and perfumes and like good smelling lotions at home. It's just like it's just like so comfy and happy.
Yeah.
I love it.
I love the smell of a good Monster
Oh
energy
yeah,
drink.
this one too.
Yeah.
Chad's calling me creepy. It's not creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, back to what we were saying though about the execute kind of range on the boss.
Yeah.
I am a bit surprised by the warrior damage, but also not familiar enough to really weigh in too much. It looks like melee in general is kind of lower. Like if we look enhancement shaman, a little bit lower there. Looks like on that one pull, oh my goodness, Blue Man Good had very hot hands. Trill not so much, and then Demon Hunter. But obviously Demon Hunter is boosting the damage of all the ranged, so.
Yeah.
Donkey Gary doing the Lord's work as well, flying around, taking care of mechanics, debuffing the boss, the orbs, all that good stuff. I'm not sure if they debuff like every single one of the Quasars too, but yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a quick wipe. Just wipe it up real quick.
Yeah.
Were they still wiping? Well, this is actually a hard fight.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why they're wiping here is because the boss is killing them. Yeah.
Apt.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
that's actually what happens usually.
Yeah.
No, but for a real reason, yeah. So basically, what we're running into here for the most part is just that we're coming up a little bit short on the damage, and that's just about optimizing the fight, just kind of doing the boss over and over and over again, getting that consistency.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of what's going to be happening here is just like that massive bang at the end, right? Like if you don't have enough damage to kill the boss in time, it's just going to be wiped no matter what. There's a very hard cutoff to this fight. It isn't one you can limp past the enrage with.
Nope.
When the enrage happens at the end of the fight, that's it. It's GG. Everyone dies. Other stuff that happens too. So we're gonna have, there's a lot of mechanics to this fight that you have to take care of. Whenever you have those little swirly marks over your head, it kind of looks like the marks from or the spots that you have to run to on Fate Scribe. It's like a shadowy swirl above your head. What you have to do is run into the downstairs with those. The way that you run downstairs is by killing the quasars. Those are the little stars that come in towards the boss. They drop a pool on the ground. You step in that pool, and it sends you downstairs. And that way you don't kill your friends. And, of course, the massive bangs go off throughout the fight. We have 4 of those that happen throughout. The last one is unavoidable. The way that you avoid those is by hitting those unstable matter fields. And once you damage those enough, then you get little orbs on the ground that you can stand in to go downstairs. What else? Oh, there's orbs downstairs that you have to soak. They do damage to players. All the damage they do, though, is also reflected back to themselves, so they do explode after a little bit. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much everything. There's a couple things I'm kind of glossing over, but for the most part, the biggest contributor to wipes is going to be those quasars. Either quasar hitting the boss, or quasar not being killed fast enough, or quasar despawning before someone can stand in it. A lot of wipes, especially early on, have been due to those.
Liquid getting enough damage with 5 heals blows my mind. Same.
Yeah, they're squeaking. They're squeaking by.
That's like the major differences that we're seeing between Echo and Liquid is Liquid still has 5 healers. A lot of priests, though. And Echo did it with 4. Which are their advantages and disadvantages of both.
Yeah, so if you do it with 4, you definitely have to have some boomkin helping.
Yeah.
Right? They got to have those off heals.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can do it with 5, then, I mean, that's probably preferred, right? Because I think that we expect Jailer to be a 5 heal fight. Mm-hmm. And another thing you have to consider is that you want to bring the players as much as you can that are going to be on the last boss to every boss, like, on your way up. Obviously, it gets a little different, like, as you get to the harder bosses, like the 200 plus pull bosses. You may not want them, as much. You may want to optimize the comp a little bit more. But any gear that you get from this boss is geared towards people who are hopefully in on Jailer.
Yeah.
You want to have those people be geared as geared as they can be. It makes a huge difference, too.
Gear?
Yeah, I mean, just like, not even damage-wise.
Especially
just
this,
like HP.
this tier.
Like, literally just like health.
Yeah.
Imagine if everyone in the raid had like 5% more health.
Oh my god. Maybe even like 1%.
way easier for healers.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so yeah, there's multiple reasons, and also we have Vantis Rune this boss as well. That's another important note. So we do have a little bit more versatility, which means, of course, we're taking less damage, we're dealing more damage.
How convenient too, because you're on the desk. They can just ask you.
Yeah.
If they can use that.
Yeah, that's my official job still, is to be the Vantis approver. I approve that.
I'm Preheat, and I approve this message.
Yes.
And I approve this Vantis.
You are allowed to Vantis. I gave them the go-ahead, like, as soon as they got to this boss. But I think they decided to kind of wait a little bit and see how they were before they wanted to do the Vantis. Yeah.
For those that don't know, do you want to briefly give an overview of what that is?
A Vantis Rune? Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, and also to my mom, because I'm sure you don't know what I'm talking about here. So Vantis Runes are basically an item that you can use. And for the rest of the week, which ends tomorrow, because there's basically like a hard reset for everyone in North America, you have increased stats. So basically you do more damage, you take less damage, but you can only choose one boss for it. So you have to be very careful which boss you decide to Vantis. Usually you Vantis the last boss that you think you're going to kill for that week.
Yeah.
Now, there are some exceptions. Like, sometimes bosses may not be as good to Vantis as other bosses. Like, there's definitely bosses where a Vantis Rune isn't going to help you as much. But there's also bosses where, like, a Vantis Rune will be huge. And this one right here, this boss, is probably one of the best bosses to Vantis that's ever been in a Race to World First.
You think?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Because of the damage requirements in this fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just, like, you need literally every crumb of damage that you can get, every drop.
Would you say it's
squeeze them out?
The closest damage check ever? Or
Ever?
Or close to, at least in modern rating?
It's definitely one of them. I don't know if it's the closest ever because, well, okay, that's a good question. So one thing to note is that the boss has other things you have to kill on the fight. I don't know if it's the closest ever, but it's definitely up there. There's been other really good bosses that were like extremely tight. I think Sludgefish definitely, yeah, Chatter's saying Sludgefish. That's definitely one of them. Not just Sludgefish, though. There's other bosses as well that have been very, very close DPS checks. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say it. Like, even though these bosses are possible, Lords of Dread, Raglan, absolutely, you can kill them this week. They are overtuned. Like, there's no doubt about it. For the amount of gear that we have right now and the fact that we don't have double legendaries, like, this is an overtuned boss. You shouldn't have to stack the comp as much as you do for these fights.
Yeah.
And a lot of what they're doing here is, like, optimizing literally every little bit of DPS that you possibly can. So, yeah, it's tight. Very tight boss. Another really tight DPS check. I guess not quite as tight, more of a mechanics check, but Paintsmith last tier was pretty tight. Especially, not really in the first phase, because you kind of like stop damage in the first phase to get a better push timing, but like mostly second phase milk into third phase.
Yeah.
Very, very tight. Also, second phase a little tight as well. But yeah, it's hard to like say that one boss is like the most tight ever because it's like there's always like circumstances, right? Like, but in this case, it's definitely it's definitely a contender.
Yeah.
Because we have had to do comp things this tier that are absolutely unholy.
It's fun to watch. It kind of if it was condensed in a week rather than 2, then it would be, but
yeah. I think everyone's kind of feeling it. Yeah, the boss is here in execute range, 28%. So from here on out, this is where we need to really open our eyes wide and hope and pray that we can get as much damage as possible. All the range taking the gateway there after the unstable core has reflected enough damage that it has killed itself. The tank takes the hit there, the final hit, so that it doesn't wipe the raid. And of course, the melee walks the boss over, which means that we have a little bit slower on the final unstable core there. Right, but we still make it in time. As long as we in that transition with the unstable core fully cashed out, then it's not a wipe, right? So trying to squeak out as much damage as possible. Obviously, you don't want to kite the melee. That'd be really bad on the pull like this, especially in execute for those warriors. What I'm curious about is, now I know that you can't put the boss just anywhere you want because of those quasars there, but I'd be interested to see like if there's any way possible to make the boss run further or maybe like get them more central for that last massive bang. Because one way that historically you've been able to milk bosses a little bit is by running them away from where they go to complete their final action, right? So like think about
so that they have to run back?
Right, yeah. So think about like Soul Render, right? if you run Soul Render like all the way to the back of the room, he runs to the front to like start his
Yeah.
dance phase. And what you can do in Sanctum is you can actually like run him all the way to where the entrance is, and then he'll actually skip one of the dances at the end because he runs out of time.
Oh my god.
But this is looking like a really good pull. So we're entering. We have 35 seconds left. The Massive Bang's going to be in 5 seconds here. The boss is at 10% HP. So we're coming in. This is exactly what we've seen on the pulls where we're like 0.3%. So we are right on pace for a kill or a very close wipe. So let's just hope for a kill here. Everyone doing as much damage as possible here. This is the end of the fight. The boss just stands there, channels the Massive Bang. Once this Massive Bang goes off, that is it. It's GG's. Everyone dies. So if we can do this 5% in 16 seconds, we are so good on the damage here. Absolutely insane damage. 3% at 13 seconds. What do you think?
I think,
you think we have it?
I really hope so. Oh, I don't know though. I don't know.
I think we're a little off, but I'm
I
really
think
hoping
so
that we
too.
make it.
Oh my god. Wait.
0.5?
Wait.
0.4?
Oh.
New best though.
New best
0.2.
by 10.10%.
So
Oh man.
my heart is like racing.
Same. Oh gosh, they're right there. They're right there, and they had a res too. Not like that was really. I mean, not that would have helped them there, but I feel like it was good. Good. It's a good sign that there was still even one res left. That's like
Yeah.
one less death that happened to get to that point, which is
It
also
is-
a good thing.
It is so nerve-wracking. The end of this fight is so nerve-wracking because literally it's like a race to kill the boss before you're completely annihilated. And wow, my heart, every time we get to that phase at like 10%, I know that we're in range for a kill.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what to say because it's not like
You
mechanics
can't
are
say
even
anything.
happening.
Yeah,
There's no
no,
mechanics
it's literally
happening.
just a
It's
burn
just like the
phase.
boss is just channeling like a giant spirit bomb.
Yeah.
And if you don't kill the boss in time, then you're toast. And it's just a matter of like, can we get those procs? We need those procs. Come on, get those hot hands.
What is this?
What do we have here?
The jailer was feeling really bad about how bad we were feeling, so he sent us some flowers.
Oh wow.
Wow. Oh,
It says
look at
heart.
that.
It says Heart, the jailer on
Heart
there.
the jailer. Oh, how sweet. Thank you so much.
The jailer is such a sweetheart.
He really is. He
Yeah.
means well, doesn't he? So nice.
This is
so
beautiful.
Lovely.
It smells really good too.
Oh yeah,
I love
these
it.
are
It
real
smells good.
flowers. Wow, this is so nice. Wait, it matches my shirt.
Chat, do you want us to,
Look at-
to describe
look at
the smell? Yeah, it does
this
match
is
you. You're so
really like
matching.
the same color
Oh
as
my
these
goodness.
flowers. That's really funny.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
How sweet. I want to read this. It's a little heart. That's so cute. so cute.
Yeah, the jailer knew that we've been really going through some stuff on this boss, but we're right there. We're right there.
We're really going
new
through
best
it.
at pull.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
barely a new best, but still new
That,
best.
that
We
was
take
like
those.
half a second that we needed.
Yeah. If only there was like a way to extend this fight by just like literally 0.1 seconds.
I know. Do you think moving the boss would help if they can?
I don't think it has any effect, as far as I can tell. I'm like trying to figure out what the variance is in the logs, like if it's maybe just a combat log thing or if it truly is like just a little bit of randomness to it. But yeah, so looking at the wipes so far, that wipe was our shortest wipe in Rage
What do you mean shortest wipe?
because it was 7 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah.
We have had pulls that went the same way that were 7 minutes and 11 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Think about if we had 3 more seconds.
Yeah.
Just think about that. Now, I don't know if that's
It would've
just
been
the
dead.
combat log.
So dead.
I don't know if it's like a combat log thing. I don't know if it's like a spell queuing thing. I don't have a like a good answer. But what I do know is that we're right there. Yeah, if I had to guess, I would probably say it might be spell queuing related, but it could also be a combat log thing.
Also, I want to address this comment that was a little bit earlier in chat. Somebody said the morale must be super low with these really close wipes.
No.
Literally is not. It's the
That's the
exact
opposite.
Their spirits are super high. I think when they know that they're this close, the morale is actually higher.
Yeah, so speaking from experience here, yeah, this is like a common misconception. People feel like a very low wipe is like soul crushing, and it absolutely can be if like you're at the end of your day, right?
Yeah.
But we're not. We're at the start of our day. If you start your day bright and early with a Monster Energy drink and a 0.3% wipe, that's a really good way to get going. And what would actually be tilting though, like unironically, is if the boss was just like not getting anywhere near the enrage.
Yep.
Like if you're just wiping like at 50% over and
Yeah.
over again, that would actually be tilting. But no, we are close. Everyone is oiled up, ready to kill this boss.
Especially since Echo only killed Regalan like an hour ago or something. So it's not like they're super behind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting to have the boss get that low. You get a lot of adrenaline as well. Yeah, I think people are very ready to kill this boss, and I think it's going to happen very soon here as well. They're super revved up as well, like just like listening to people in the background, hyper focused.
Yep.
Everyone is hyper focused.
Woo! They're doing the woo.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I just hear noises behind me.
Yeah, I think whenever people have like good procs at the start, like usually that's a good sign, right?
Oh.
Because you can like tell at certain parts of the fight like where you're at,
Who's
right?
pumping?
So yeah, you can, well, just like looking at the boss's percentage, you can kind of figure out like where you're at. So I'm gonna try and maybe give us some indications of like where we're at, like what is ahead and what is behind, very quickly here by just like digging through some Warcraft logs. But I'm fairly certain that if you enter that massive bang sub 10%, that it's basically guaranteed to be a kill, because every massive bang we've had so far has been around 10%, about 7 million HP left on the boss on that massive bang as we enter it, and then we're coming up short by like 0.2 to 0.5, somewhere in that range. If we can enter that massive bang, that last one at 9%, I'm just going to yeet that it's a kill. I'm just going to yeet it. Yeah.
I think that's a good indicator.
Yeah.
Somebody said how relevant healing damage is on this fight. Very much so.
Yeah, all damage is
We
relevant on
need
this
any
fight.
little squeak of damage that they can get.
Yeah, every bit of damage is relevant on this fight, but one thing to note, though, is that there is a distinction between healer damage and, like, healer-induced damage, I would say, like, with Power Infusion and, like, Benevolent Fairy. If we had a Death Priest, which I don't think we do, we have all Holy Priests now. But, yeah, Power Infusion. It may not go towards the Priest, but they're giving you that damage.
Yeah.
I think it should... It's, like, impossible to do this, but in a perfect world, I wish there was a way to, like, give that damage to the Priest in the meters, you know?
I think so. Yeah, I'm the same.
I don't know if anyone's smart enough to figure that one out. I don't know if it's even possible, but...
I wish we could see more of the logs, the damage. I wish we could see where the healers are in the details.
Yeah, multiple less than 10%. Yeah, we have. I'm just looking at logs here, and I've looked
Multiple
at all
less
the
than
massive banks.
2%.
9%. We've had massive banks start at like 9% as well, but I think if we're like sub 9, I think that's GG's. Hopefully, as long as we have everyone up to.
All right. Well, while they discuss these fights, we're going to go to a Jersey mic to listen in.
I mean, I have the giant arrow in the middle of my screen.
Yeah, same.
Dancing leprechaun.
Yeah, I need to see your PV. What does your weak ore look like?
I have it there, and it's spamming left too. I'm pretty sure I just drowned it out.
Yeah, I mean, I did the same shit when there's like 30 different things being said about healing cooldowns. That's why I added the second sound to it and made TS quieter.
Okay, so what do we want to change with that then? Do you want me to call the names of people? I can't.
Not when they get it, but like, you know, when it dies.
I just mean we're doubling up calls, Max. I'm just a fucking robot calling these things.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Way longer timer.
5, 4.
Nate,
Mm.
please
I'm out, man.
give you 3.
Sweetheart, thank you.
Can you send it?
5.
One more?
5.
Thank you.
And you thought warlocks were bad, Ben.
You
I
thought
was looking
rogues
at
were bad.
something.
They can all be bad at the same time.
4, 3,
No, there's a hierarchy.
1.
Yeah, and hunters are at the top. Hey man, they're not here.
That boss right there was 1.5% lower than our 0.2% wipe.
I crit.
I crit too. Yeah, he was empty.
Like going into the last phase, by the way. Not even at the beginning of the fight.
He was fucking empty.
This one didn't get knocked.
Just whatever. Just make sure it gets soaked. All right. I am only going to call people when they're soaking.
Can you short personals?
Melee bait.
Okay, Baboomba Bam and Rivens, get these two. And Kevin and JPC.
Nori him. Now all personals.
Okay, Ben and Donkey grab these two. The one got
On Sam.
extra slowed, so it's weird. You got it.
They're
Donkey.
just a little high.
Johnny Ashen.
That's yours in the front goop, and then Esther, you're right here.
Sevi Roar.
It wasn't extra slow, it was me for getting secondary slow. At the soak across the room.
Donkey Dark. Ranged personal. We're natty healing here, and then Nick's symbol.
Get the Quasars in position for Nox here.
He's Han South. You can personal this first set. Pop them now, they die early.
Riven's last soak.
And maybe symbol when you can.
You humming THD?
Yep. Humming to the in-game music.
Personal this set
Okay.
again now.
This is range soaks, YMPZ and Kingflight.
Peter's second symbol. I think we did.
Okay, this
We
is
did.
Blue Mango and JPC get these.
GS maybe, sorry.
She hit
We
the
have a
matter.
Salve here.
Hit the
Yeah,
matter melee. We have a cell right
Nori
here.
symbol. James can't soak. Journey's got it.
Watch Kingfly and THD
Ben
in a few
rally.
seconds. Yep, this is going to
And more
be
personals.
Trill and Donkey soaking.
Personal now.
And to THD and Baboom Babam.
Or natty healing. One more. Alright, natty healing and then goop roar. We have Nick's him and maybe Salve here.
Definitely missed the symbol though.
Trying to AM. If we did, we got it later, so should be fine.
You
Okay, ranged you can Hellstone in this phase if necessary.
Or just natty healing this orb. Watch
Yep.
your health. We're good.
Okay, if you did not Hellstone there, send one with personals after you take damage from these first things here. Get in position for Nox. It's Trill, JBC, Goop, Rivens.
Personal this first set with Hellstones. Hellstone. We're getting Hans him.
Hellstone now. Yep. Okay, Nick and Nori are soaking here. Next debuffs are coming in. Baboom Babam, Kingfly, these are your two Quasars.
Nori
down.
when you're back.
Sack me, Johnny.
Do it now. We have
Okay.
a Salve.
But Kevin and Ben, these are yours.
And we're getting Hans symbol.
Matter slow.
So freak up.
Good. Last couple coming in. Watch Warlocks here.
Journey wall.
Okay. Esta and YMPZ, Donkey, Gary, Blue Mango.
Rally and personals. Then we're natty healing. Two more.
Watch me.
Whoa. They die too slow? That seemed like really, really tight.
No, you just died with the debuff.
died.
Die with the debuff.
It took so much damage.
Was he coming back from
think my
soaking?
health- Yeah. I think my health pot was up. My second one.
Run it back. It was killable, but not even our best pushes.
Twisted, is touch base up your max health or your current health?
Current.
Oh, it's max.
Do you need to be full HP?
You don't have to be top.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure Cryptics had like
thought you
4 or
just
5
meant, like,
stacks.
buffs.
Oh, someone's telling me I should heal you, but I didn't
pretty
know
sure
if that was a
that's
thing or
3.
not.
3 is like
10.6k is not 3.
8 or 9, I thought. Maybe,
thought
maybe
the
it is.
healing absorb. It's
Seems like it's a lot more.
Yeah, I thought
Really
6 is
annoying.
20k.
Because the dot lingers on you, Cryptics, if you do have to back up soak there, you want to wall later, so it's up for the explosions, you know? Same even in the earlier phase. Like that's
Yeah.
what the personal's for, is not like it's the end of the soak and then the eclipses that come later. So don't just wall as soon as you start soaking. Wall like later.
One extendo.
No, it's just
35k healing, 1.5
it's
seconds.
It's just what I said there. Like that's all he needs to change, and it'll be good. You don't need to wall like the first couple hits. Eclipses later hit way harder. His wall had just fallen off.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2,
I crit.
1.
That's a good one.
Flamingo, Donkey Gary, Boom Boom Bam, THD.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can short personal.
These are ranged coming in. This is Goop and Estus. Ben and Kevin, you're getting these two.
Nori him. Han symbol. Then big personals on this one. Do it now.
Yep.
Han's him.
Okay, these two are Kingfly
Johnny
and
Ash.
YMPZ. Kingfly will be in the most danger.
Sevi roar.
I was getting opened up.
Jesus.
Split him in half.
Yep, this is our biggest push ever.
I can't feel my hands.
Jesus
Holy
Christ.
Look at him up there.
Jesus
What's he
Christ,
doing?
Squirt.
I'm keeping looking at my screen.
Range
Range personal this next one. Yep. It'll die. Get out of it. Watch circles.
Next symbol.
Good.
Next symbol.
You ready for Nox here? This is Ben, Donkey, Boom Bam Goop.
Can personal this set. Do it now.
Personal now. Yep.
Maybe symbol.
Nick and Nori are soaking. Everyone's going to personal when these debuffs go out as well. These two ranged soaks are Riven and THD.
Do it now.
Just Nori.
And then Kevin and JPC.
Hans just maybe.
Nori symbol.
No, not yet.
It's not yet.
Can do it now.
Do it now. Yep. THD and Kingfly will be the
This is
soakers.
James soak.
Downstairs and downstairs.
Johnny's got
Riven's getting it. It's okay. Just watch Riven's here.
personal again.
Personal and Rally. And YMPZ and Kingfly, you're the ranged ones. Blue Mango soak. Yeah. Watch Riven's. Watch Riven's. Good.
Now. Natty healing.
We're
here.
natty. We're natty. We're natty.
Kill matter. Easy.
Got it. Just be very conservative with your health. We're actually like ahead.
Yeah. This is the range can Hellstone in this if they haven't, right?
Yep.
You asked me now.
Ranger personally in the back one. Personal now ranged.
Circles go away from the boss.
Yep. If you're gonna die, just get out of this thing, but like only if you're like guaranteed gonna die. It's over in 3, 2, 1 now.
We're natty healing here.
Just focus here, guys. Get in position for Nox.
Can personal this first set.
And you're gonna Healthstone or Health Pot the damage off after it. Okay, knocking. This is Atrocity, JPC, Goop, and Rivens.
Personal now.
Personal
Watch
now.
your health.
And Healthstone. Nick and Nori are
Icons him.
soaking.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay, these two are ranged
Bait.
soaks. Kingfly and THD, those are yours.
Nori him. And we have Nick's salve coming.
Sack Johnny.
Good. Watch maybe and Hans now. And Donkey Gary soaked.
Watch me, watch me, watch me. Hold on the matter.
Yeah, matter slow.
Yeah,
I have
matters.
no
slow.
wall for this.
It's okay. Just watch YMPZ then.
I got it, maybe.
These two in melee are Blue Mango is next, and then Esta and Boom Bam are the last two.
Personal.
Rally
Symbol,
Kevin.
symbol.
Personal, he has off. Fine.
Personals. And I'm getting Sevi or just
Good.
natty healing. We're
Blast the
damage is
boss.
done.
We
Don't
buff
matter.
blue man.
Matter.
Gonna be late for.
It's like 1 HP.
Kill the matter.
Hold
Got
on.
it. I got it.
It's up.
We're doing melee personals early and then ranged later.
Good. Ashen's like already good.
Donkey dark when you can.
Yeah, well in a sec.
Make sure you're in the
Melee
action.
personal.
Make sure you're in the Ashen. Yep.
Dodge away from the boss wherever he's gone.
In
And
the
range
action.
personal now. Just watch your health, guys. Get out of that.
Or Gucci. Maybe symbol when you can. Okay, we can personal the first set.
So sack up range check and
This is Blue Mango, Ben, Rivens, and Baboomba Bam. Everyone personal the first set.
Getting Nori's salve insta. When it's up. Get ready to
Yeah.
tonic.
Yep.
Do it.
Any health potions remaining, you do it now.
Getting the back.
Then
Let
Nori's
Ryan get
symbol.
both in the back.
I'll
Let
get the
Ryan
back,
get
I'll
both
get
in
the
the back. Let Ryan get both. Let Ryan
He's
get
far
both.
back. He's far back.
Okay.
He's not
Fifty.
not
Can't
both.
get both.
Good. Okay. This
Bait, melee bait.
Esta and THD soak here.
Personals now
Esta
again.
THD.
Nori.
Ben rally.
Yep, you're
Trill,
piercing.
Trill JBC.
I need help maybe.
I'm helping you.
We have a
I
him
need
here.
help.
Watch you.
My orb didn't die.
Your orb died. It's up front.
I was
Left.
left.
1.5.
Yeah,
The first two were ranged, right?
Yours was out.
That's melee.
Welcome
Those
back,
are
everyone.
melee.
That was a Jersey mic'd listen in. That was looking like a good poll until it wasn't.
Yeah, happens.
Happens.
Yeah, sometimes these things happen. But yeah, so I did a little research while we were away.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
look
someone
at
in the
you.
chat was talking about like the massive bang and the amount of HP. So I've calculated. I've run the numbers.
Quick math.
And I'm happy to share with you what I found. So every push,
Yeah.
okay, every massive bang that we've had so far, we've been a little bit off. We haven't had quite enough damage. The closest one,
Yeah.
I believe we had like 198k left on the boss whenever the wipe occurred there.
Okay.
So what I was looking at is like what percentage we need to enter the massive bang with in order to have enough damage, assuming that everyone, presses their buttons right, which they will. There's no other mechanics going off, and assuming that everyone's alive. And basically what I've seen here is for the last couple polls, we had 7.28 million, 7.41 million, 7.15 million, 7.33 million. We were off by 0.98 there. So
Yeah.
basically, if we enter the massive bang sub 7 million, especially if we were maybe like 6.8 maybe going
Okay.
in, I think that's like assuming nothing crazy happens. I think that's pretty much a kill.
Oh.
Yeah, so we're going to be paying really close attention to the boss health as we enter that massive bang. But yeah, there you go. Did the math for you, so you don't have to.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I feel so informed now.
Oh yeah. That way we can like make a better prediction too as we enter the massive bang, like whether or not it's a kill. I mean,
Have we-
obviously, someone could just pop off too.
Yeah. You never know.
Never know. Maybe get some hot hands at the very last second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is a matter of just having the damage. And sometimes that comes down to RNG. Sometimes it can. But it isn't just at the end of the fight. It's like throughout the whole fight, right? Because all your damage obviously contributes to the boss being lower later on. Sounds like She Keeps phone is ringing. So hopefully... I wonder if they're
Hello?
trying to reach him about like his car's extended warranty or something.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Yes. Hello? Hello, yes, this is Donkey Gary. Oh, we're trying to reach the bucket. Oh, nope.
Nope.
He's not
nope.
here.
Nope. That's
this
a really
is,
good
this is Donkey
PhD
Gory.
or Shakib impression.
Yeah, thank you. I've been working on my Donkey Gary impression. Is Pop Knock there? Nope. Nope, this is Donkey Gary. But yeah, what else can we say? I mean, okay, so other ways that you can optimize damage in this fight, right? Let's go through them all. So obviously, just be luckier, do more damage, get more procs.
Proc
That's
harder.
like the the obvious meme answer that people like to go with. But there are actually ways to optimize your damage a bit. So first off, we have the collapsing quasars. Those are the little orbs that come out. You want to basically kill those things without doing any direct damage to them. Because if you're dealing direct damage to them, you're, like, depending on the skill, right, you might not be damaging the boss as well. So you definitely want to make sure that you're optimizing your boss damage as much as you can. Now, there are other things, too. Those little matters that are around the room, the way that we go downstairs, those things can be hit while you're downstairs after you have gone stairs once. But on the first one, you have to hit them whenever you go down using the circle, the pool on the ground that comes from the collapsing quasars. So you have to go into that pool, and then sometimes you're sent there on your own. Sometimes it's like out of your hands. You just have a debuff you need to clear. Other times, though, there's like wiggle room, right? There's about 2 each set, I think, where you can send down whoever you want. Usually melee is a pretty good one to send down there. But yeah, any damage that you're doing to those, obviously, if you're not targeting the boss, doing damage to the boss, then you're not doing as much as you can to Rygolon. So there is a bit of RNG.
Just kidding.
Well, think about it this way, right? There is a bit of RNG to that, right? Because, like, what if you keep sending down classes that are just, like, not good at swapping, that lose damage from swapping, versus sending down players who are maybe better at swapping? So, you know, obviously it equals out. Like, the RNG equals out over time, but it is something to note. It seems like there's a little bit of variance, too, when they spawn. It's a little spell queuing. It seems like plus or minus 5 seconds, basically, on the collapsing quasars. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think at this point we all know what we need to do. The raid has the fight pretty much figured out. We have hard committed to having 5 healers, right? You're not going to change that at this point. Unless it's like you're stuck the whole day, you're not going to change that. And I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean,
so.
0.25, that's like...
Yeah,
that's like one extra auto attack, yeah. I mean, probably not that small, but
yeah, well,
you get the point.
it is 198k damage, which is not
it's like a
lot.
good proc.
Yeah, like considering how much HP the boss has, just like in general, 198k is a very small amount of damage. I mean, that's like, for Twisted, that's like 2 touch of deaths.
Yeah.
Because he's got like 1 million HP.
Yeah.
Speaking of, if he actually did have 1 million HP, he would just be able to touch it at the boss at that range. Yeah. So maybe we should just do that. Maybe we should just get Twisted more HP. That's the secret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give him his own...
Yeah, but other things too. So we changed the comp, right? Like we're running this comp today. No, not just now. But I just want to talk about it since like since yesterday we've changed some things. Most of the things that changed happened yesterday, like throughout the day. But we have less Boomkin now. We also have like a little bit more Warlock representation here, and they also are no longer playing Destro. They're playing Demonology now. All of these changes were made to try and optimize the boss damage to a T. Another reason why we have a Shadow Priest too. Because Shadow Priest actually gains a bit of damage by killing mobs. So like all those quasars, basically they can they can get those. I believe it's auspicious spirits, something like that. They do get a gain though from killing mobs. So yeah, definitely little optimizations that you make, squeezing every little bit that you can out. And the last thing I heard last night before everyone went to bed was Tag saying, dream of weird conduits that you can use to maybe squeeze out just a little bit more damage.
Do you think that when 2 people have already died this early on in the fight, they're continuing the fight anyways, but like I wonder if it's almost worth it for them to just start over? Because like what if, it's going to be another one of those 0.25% wipes, then those 2 people dying, that's the 0.25. Is that not wasting their time?
It is bordering a wipe, but there's a downside to that. So, like, okay, you're right. Like, if humans were like machines and we could all just operate under, like, machine logic and not have any emotions, then you'd be absolutely right. Yeah. The reason why you want to keep a pull going, even if it looks like it's not going too hot, like if you have 2, you've already used up both reses, right? And everyone's alive, but you don't have any reses, no wiggle room for failure. You want to keep it going because you want to keep the momentum and the rhythm up.
Okay.
So, like, if you break that rhythm, what ends up happening, right? Like, if you have a bunch of, like, really fast wipes very early on, like, just, feeding occurring, what can end up happening is people kind of get a little bit demoralized. And then you kind of, like, slouch a little bit. You kind of feel less like you maybe are able to kill the boss. And you have to... Just like martial arts with, like, whenever they have, like, the people, like, punch through the wooden boards, like, you have to visualize yourself just, like, punching through the boss. You gotta see it in your head. Like, no matter how much you are committed to killing the boss, like, until you can visualize it, it's gonna affect your play subconsciously. So
that makes sense.
So yeah, there's reasons for it, probably. I don't know. Also, this is all, like, Feely craft. right? This is just like
Feelycraft?
Yeah, Feelycraft. It's like it's not Theorycraft. It's the opposite.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I love
Feelycraft.
that. Wait,
Yeah.
I've never heard that. That's
really?
so good. No, I mean I've heard Theorycraft obviously, but Feelycraft, that's a new one, and it makes total sense.
Yeah, you got to feel it
They
out.
do a lot of that.
There's a vibe. Like
Yeah.
the vibe is very important.
Yeah.
And a lot of where the vibe comes from is like how people communicate during the poll and how the boss HP is looking in every poll. Even if things aren't going quite well because you have like 2 deaths early on, still if you wipe like sub 10%, that's still, you're going to feel good because you're going to be like, wow, we were sub 10% and we had 0 reses.
Yes.
What if we go back in there with all our reses? Then it's guaranteed to die, right? So,
That's a good point.
So yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, early wipes are not a vibe.
Yeah, early wipes
And
are
feeling
not
it
a
out
vibe
are
at
a
all.
vibe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. They are the mind killer. You don't want to be wiping early, especially on a boss like this.
Look at the chat. Noted. Feelycraft.
Yes, everyone is learning so much today. Chat, there will be a quiz after the boss dies,
Yeah.
so make sure you're studying.
Didn't Lula quiz you a lot?
Yeah, I had all sorts of quizzes in
How'd
the
you
morning
do?
show. Well, I had chat help me out a lot,
Okay.
so I have to really give chat credit.
Yeah.
But I did well on. I think I passed all my quizzes.
Oh, good. Good. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
She's a good teacher.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, definitely set me up for success with those quizzes too.
Yeah.
There was one I got a little overzealous, and I asked a question that I knew wasn't covered in what
Okay.
she went over, just to see if I could get it. And that one I
Oh.
wasn't able to answer. But aside from that, I got all the questions correct.
Yeah, she was going into like book lore, right?
Yeah. Oh, so I want to talk about this. You know, we've been saying this whole poll, how we don't have any reses. This is still pretty decent poll so far. We're gonna have to wait and see where we're at in about 50 seconds, 45 seconds at this point. But looking pretty decent. Boss is decent. I mean, like
I think they've used 3 reses, right? Because they used 2 early on, and then they just used 1. Like a minute ago.
She doesn't have the death meters up, but yeah, I know we've had at least 2. I know for sure. Boss entering. So basically in 20 seconds from here, chat, we're going to have the massive bang. This is kind of the end of the fight. The mechanics actually kind of wind down on this fight because the boss at the very end just sits there and channels like a big move. This is going to be the last set of, probably the last set of Quasars, last soaks, last big damage events happening right now. So as long as everyone can survive this, we'll probably have everyone alive for the very end. And that's what we need, right? Because we don't have any reses available. Basically, if anyone dies here, it's over, right? Because you won't have the damage. So entering in and, oh my god. So right here, massive bang
Okay.
starting. How much boss HP? We are definitely sub 7 million. This could
there
actually
it
be the
is.
kill here. So obviously we need to squeak out as much damage as we can, but we are
That's good.
very much on pace. 5% at 18 seconds left. This is a very good looking pull.
Really solid.
Sub 3% to 10%. I think we might be a little off, but I'm really going to hope that
no,
we have
they got
enough.
it, they got it, they got it, they got
we
it,
have
they got
enough.
it.
We have enough. This is it.
Come on.
Come on, just squeak out just a little
3.
bit.
Oh my god. No. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's.
Oh
I knew we
gosh,
were
that was
just a little
so
off.
close. That was
I knew
so
we were just
close.
a little off whenever we get to the last 10 seconds there.
Oh,
but-
it just looks like they're
So
gonna
the
get
last-
it. And they, oh.
Yeah, so the boss enters into the massive bang, and it's sub 10%,
Yeah.
right? So that means that basically every 10 seconds you need to do about 3%
Right.
of the boss's HP, right? So if we enter in the last 10 seconds of the boss's HP there, and we're above 3%, usually that's after people have kind of burned their cooldowns. People are not trying to hold their cooldowns for the very end, right? Like they're using them as they come up, obviously, but everyone's kind of just blasting their cooldowns, and there aren't many that line up for the last 10 seconds. It wouldn't make sense too. Like most cooldowns last longer than 10 seconds anyway. So what we really need to see is the boss sub 3% for that last 10 seconds.
It's funny how that last bit is like it's like the easiest part of the fight, in the sense that you can just stand there, but
Yeah.
like the hardest part because the damage check is so close.
Yeah, you gotta understand. I'm gonna be hyped up, even if I like. You gotta listen to what I say early on as I enter.
Yeah.
My assessment there is gonna be whether or not we have it. After that, I'm gonna try and hope and pray and manifest that we have the damage by just saying that we do. But going into that massive bang, we really need to see the boss sub 7 million HP. We really do.
So I heard a rumor, Brigade,
What's that?
That if you got on the desk this morning, you'd get a free Crunchyroll subscription.
Ooh.
And so on that note, we have a new member joining us.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Hey.
Hello.
Our resident anime enjoyer, Valoris, has joined us on the desk.
I don't
Hello,
like
good
anime.
morning. Yeah, thank you.
We don't talk about that. Come on, guys. Can you just?
It's too early in the morning. We're already bullying them, and
Yeah.
it's just.
You're right.
We gotta start the morning off right.
I'm
I love
sorry.
anime. I had such a good morning this morning. I was like Mix was like, "Hey, how's your morning?" And I'm like, "You know what? Really good."
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, like I only slept I was up until 5 or whatever, but it's like one of those days where it's like you don't sleep that much, and then you wake up, but you're like, let's do it."
Yeah.
I've had a large hot chocolate with mint, dude. It was great.
Where'd you get that? The coffee shop?
Were
they nice to you?
Yeah, I'm from Connecticut. She can just smell the Colorado on
sense
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I think they sense my fear in there.
She's no, exactly. No. She well also it has to do with oh my gosh, my favorite. So my wife has a dairy allergy, and if you don't know this, a sausage, egg and cheese, bacon, egg, and cheese, up north, like there's a specific cadence to saying that. That is a sandwich. It's like saying a BLT, right?
Yeah.
So if you want a BLT with no tomato, you don't say a BL, you say a BLT with no tomato, right?
Right.
And when we were there, my wife has a dairy allergy, and it was the lady you're exactly thinking of. And my wife was like, "Okay, I have a dairy allergy. Can I have a sausage, egg, and cheese with no, or just a sausage and egg croissant?" And the lady looks at her and is like, "A sausage, egg, and cheese with no cheese," right? And correct it. It was amazing. I don't know.
It was amazing.
I love the culture of the Northeast. I'm a Northeast enjoyer for sure. I'm glad that you guys fear it. She can smell it.
Yeah, I feel like they know that I don't belong here, and they sense it, and they just
sense it.
Yeah, it's like how horses know when you're scared.
Yeah,
They're
I think that's a good way to put it. They
Horses
can
are
smell
very
our
emotionally
fear.
intelligent.
Oh, I know.
creatures.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I am a very stiff horse rider. I'm like, I'm about to die the whole time.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think those two mean baristas are intelligent creatures, emotionally intelligent creatures. They're just mean.
Horses?
They're mean, grumpy. No, the baristas that verbally abuse me every time I try and get coffee.
Yeah,
she's not a barista.
Oh.
She works at Dunkin'. A barista is
wow.
No. I'm not saying there's not an art to what she does. I'm just saying a barista is a very no. So, and some people at Dunkin' are baristas, but she just works at Dunkin'.
Okay.
There is
Okay.
a barista is a profession, and then I don't know how to be. I think you get what I'm saying. She's just angry.
Yeah,
and I
I'm
love
with
it.
you.
I'm here
with
for
you.
it.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I have a
completely.
friend who's terrified of horses. He's
blame him.
he has a horse phobia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, sorry to steal your laptop. The only reason I scooted it away right away because of the goop laptop.
That is literally your laptop.
I mean, yeah, but you're up here. You've got a note. Preheat has notes up, he's doing stuff, and then I'm just like.
Are you opening World of Warcraft?
I am
Dolores?
opening World of Warcraft
just
because I forgot to. I have to. 1 second. Sorry, I just need to.
Playing WoW with a trackpad is actually awful.
Trill Shaman. Sorry, I have a Haze Mastery key for him.
Ooh. Gonna mail. So we're getting a DPS upgrade? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a huge DPS upgrade.
Really?
Wait,
massive.
Valoris, run the math real quick. Is it over 198k damage increase? Over.
I mean, I hit 5 9 times on my keyboard, and that's more than 198. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go. I think we have the damage then.
We've run the numbers. I think that's the damage increase we needed. Yeah, it's. I've heard you guys have had a heart-wrenching morning. Heart-wrenching is the wrong word. We'll call it just high heart rate morning.
I think it's been a high intensity morning.
Mm-hmm.
We've been thinking a kill's happening a couple times, so it's really hard to gauge it because we know how much damage we need. We did the math, right? we ran the numbers, but the thing about it is, obviously you need the luck to be consistent, and you need just I don't know what else you need. It seems like really when the massive bang is going off, we've got 10 seconds left on that. The boss HP just starts going so slow.
I know.
That last 3% is really slow.
It is, and it's so heartbreaking because it looks like you're on track, and then
does,
you start to run out of cooldowns.
At the very start, it's like the boss is sub 7 mil, so okay, we have this, right? Easy kill. And then the boss HP really starts moving. Right? In that 10%, you get down to 6%. The boss is still moving 5%. And as soon as you hit 3%, that's when it's a hard stop to it. And that's when you start feeling maybe we don't have it. But at that point, it's too close. You don't want to be calling it like sub 10 seconds and be wrong, right? Obviously. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a bit challenging to gauge it, but I think if we can be sub 3% in that last 10 seconds, it's a GG. Hopefully.
Yeah, no, it's
fingers crossed.
It's absolutely tight, and I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that at this point we're in the zone where you're kind of relying on like a slightly above average pull in terms of DPS. So I don't know. We'll see exactly how this plays out as when they get their kill. Sorry, we're watching some real tech shenanigans. Thank you.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Yeah, we got some brightness on the screen there, so we can read what chat's saying.
I just came from outside, and so my eyes are fully dilated for the sun.
It's a lovely day outside. May I say?
It is beautiful.
It is a sunny day.
Makes was like, I don't know if my card works. Can somebody go to Duncan with me? And I was like,
you
sure.
saved her?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I'm
Good.
glad.
We were actually talking about that.
And I was walking over with her, and she was like, I thought it was a nice day out.
What?
It wasn't. And I was like, what? It's like mid 60s and breezy and pretty.
Yeah,
and she's no, this is terrible.
Hot take. I'm with Mix on this.
Okay.
If it's below 70,
Oh my
not nice
gosh.
day. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Have
Well,
to hard disagree.
Okay.
I think it's a nice sunny day, and I walked over here with no hoodie or anything. Got some vitamin D in. It was fantastic.
All right, 1 minute 30. Sorry to kind of change topic here, but 1 minute 30 seconds on the poll here. Boss sub 23%.
I'm opening up a prediction.
Where can we get it?
Yes, no.
Yes, do it. Yes.
Wait, can I participate in mobile?
Can we predict?
You can.
Slam yes for us, please.
I can't. You can't participate in a prediction that you're participating in.
Do it on your phone. Do it on your phone.
No. You can't do it on the account. I'm still logged in on mine.
No, I meant.
Oh,
so if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can do it on my phone.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Good call.
I'm gonna go with.
Last couple set of mechanics here though for the fight, like straight up last ones. Everyone lives this set of quasars. These bombs get soaked adequately, then it's all just massive bang from there.
Wow.
Obviously, want to save some of those quasars for the end if we have a little queue in with the marks. But yeah, here we go. Let's get it. 42 seconds left. That means we've got 10 seconds until the massive bang.
Oh, that quasar is getting so close.
Yes, and also THC is soaking. He's gonna have to run into there. Oh, the soul shape. Love to see it. Okay. Everyone's still alive here. What's the boss percentage? We have 7.8, 7.6. We're still have a massive bang.
We're all
6.7. Yeah, we lost everyone.
I'll take my
That was
points.
actually that was looking really good too.
Okay. Well, this is my first low percentage wipe on the desk, so that's how this feels.
You cursed us.
Exactly.
This boss would be dead.
So the boss entered the massive bang at 6.7 million HP. That is within kill range.
This is so.
That's kill range.
That is like with that many. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's within kill range right there.
That's Yeah. Oh, I did it.
Well, welcome to that.
Yay.
Yeah, that would have definitely. If we didn't lose players there, we were absolutely on pace. As you can see on your screen, I've mapped out the times that massive bang happened.
Okay.
And then that last number there, 0.98.
Do you have the timestamp for that one?
I don't know which one this one is, but yeah. Also, that was 7 minutes, 11 seconds. We've been seeing a little variance here. I don't know if it's a combat log thing or if it's just a spoke queuing thing, but we've been seeing anywhere from 7 minutes, 8 seconds to 7 minutes, 11 second pulls.
Yeah.
And that extra 3 seconds is kind of a big deal.
No, it's fine.
On a fight like this.
Yeah, it
kind of a big deal.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
So, yeah, just got to get back there.
Yeah. No, well, if there's one thing that they have managed to do pretty well this fight so far today is get back there. I mean, they have been down there in those, like sub 1% pulls many times. I was looking at their log, and it's like I think one of the new things that they added to the log was at some point, and I think it was like in BFA, that you get like the pink bars, when it gets low enough. Yeah, and it's like they started off the day with 2 sub 1% pulls, and that was not that pull, but the pull before was their 5th sub 1% pull of the day. So
yes.
Woof.
Regardless, okay, if you get a bunch of pink bars on your Warcraft logs, that means you're literally you're right there.
Yeah.
Edge and kill. Like it could literally happen any pull now. We're just waiting for our good RNG. We're looking for our good spell queuing.
Prig.
And we're looking for our no mistakes. If we can get all 3 of those Venn diagrammed in the center, that's the kill.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what
Easy
we're looking
enough.
for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just that easy, like you said. I mean, I honestly might want to pass that on to Bubba. Just let him know. It's like,
yeah, just go let him know.
Don't mess up mechanics and do enough damage and enough healing.
I'm actually
Bang.
really curious what he would say.
One
if
weird trick.
someone messaged him that.
Yeah.
Honestly,
well, chat's been telling us stuff like this too. They've been really good tips from chat.
Well,
on
part of the
this.
reason why I don't like to pass it off. Oh, thank you for finishing the prediction. I kind of forgot. Part of the reason why I like to not pass that stuff on to our analysts is just because chat obviously 13 out of 11 world first.
Yeah, of course.
And I don't really want to ruin the race for these guys by just feeding them tips.
It'd be too easy, honestly.
It would.
If
I don't know if
like
it's
the
too...
skill that we see there in chat was here, it would be honestly too easy for us. So it's good that we have a little challenge.
I mean, it's not even too easy. It's just like it kind of ruins the magic. Like one of the most there's like the Final Fantasy thing, right? You want to go and you want to progress through with no info, right? And it's like, as soon as you start feeding people tips and giving information. Oh, 14 out of 11. Sorry, I didn't realize I had not checked Raider.io last night. But yeah, congratulations on that, chat.
Love you, chat.
Love you, chat.
Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone who just lost points or gained points too.
I know. How many points? I don't know how to
it
tell
looks
on
like
mobile how many points I got.
404,000 versus 200,000 ish. So it's like a 2-to-1.
Yeah, 404 were believers. 404 believers not found.
I love it.
Blown out.
I love how many people were voting yes on that, but we were doing pretty good there until we weren't. So
I think my personal favorite prediction though is the topping DPS boomkin / other or a warlock on this boss. Although I don't know how that's evolved.
Mage is going to be the top, I think.
Has it historically been for all of these? Because I know
the super low pulls, Mage has been up there. Yeah, on this one, JPC's kind of popping off.
It's good. I think boomkin / warlock or boomkin / other versus warlock is generally a good one. I'm putting that up. I like the DPS topping one because the thing is that like I hate just doing like the is this it over and over because like then the believers just end up. This is really pretty flowers. Sorry, what's the story with these?
It's from the jailer.
Yeah, the jailer gave us these flowers.
Yeah, because we were down bad.
Feeling bad about how long we've been here. I feel like it's been eons.
Nice.
But, jailer, such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Give us these flowers.
Really just misunderstood.
Trying to make everyone come together, trying to, let us have these beautiful flowers.
Yeah.
Smell really good, too.
And I match.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You've got like a nice little floral print on.
Yeah.
All mine are
I don't have any floral, but...
Yeah.
I'm floral adjacent. I've got like spores.
Floral adjacent.
That's kind of a spacey shirt,
Okay.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Floral adjacent. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
We'll go with that.
that might be a new phrase. I don't know.
Floral adjacent.
I don't know that I've heard that.
You can just add adjacent to anything, and it really takes on new meaning. So
yeah, it makes you sound like an intellectual when you add on adjacent.
Yeah, it's ambiguous enough that
It's I think my personal favorite like word is like juxtaposition, where it's just like needlessly like. Could just say like in comparison, but like the juxtaposition of the floral and the floral adjacent pattern.
The dichotomy of the
exactly.
of the
really complement.
I mean,
the tertiary.
Yes.
Perfect.
Throwing a bunch of big words.
This is like like corporate jargon. It's like that, but for art students, basically.
Love that.
Juxtaposition.
That's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, this conversation is intellectually adjacent, guys.
You have to at least be able to understand Rick and Morty to partake in this conversation.
Exactly, yeah.
Ooh. There's a little Preheat's wife in chat saying you're so smart, Preheat.
This conversation is intellectual adjacent? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Not quite intellectual,
Indubitably.
but adjacent.
It is close, for sure. How has the cast been this morning, just in general? You guys have been this is the first
energy.
Really?
Yeah.
First duo cast, right?
Yeah.
I think of the race.
First
Yeah,
official
it's
duo
true,
cast.
yeah.
There actually was an unofficial duo cast, but I saw them and I hopped in.
Yesterday,
I believe that was,
you were
the other
covering
day.
for me. Sorry.
And then, it's all good. I had already just done the morning shift, so I was already warmed up. But yeah.
Heard that. Sorry, I don't mean to have my hands right over the screen, but making you miss all the content.
I think they're
No,
going
it's
to be
fine.
a few
I don't even
too.
care until the boss gets to like 30%, and that's when I wake up.
Why are they talking about the fight, Chad?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wait. What is it? I can't remember if it's chat cast or cast chat. Chatcast?
casting.
That's the one. RY about not the casters talking to fight.
Can someone ooh that, please?
Yeah, uwufy it.
Uwufy it.
I love Shakib's
Oh,
sound
why
effect
about
right there,
not the
perfectly lined
Castor
up
talking about the
with the
fight?
uwu.
It's good. It's good.
I think the boss is. We are successful adjacent on this boss so far, but I think we'll be there very soon. Very close.
I like the idea of using only corporate jargon to cast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, let's circle back and have a huddle.
Yeah,
about,
All right.
what
so
we need to execute.
It looks like
on
we've
this.
hit our first phase goals for this fight, but let's
Yes.
circle back and huddle and take a look at the key performance metrics
it's
for
not
exactly.
phase 2.
Yes.
We'll assume that in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, in the next quarter, and it's not that we're wiping on this boss. It's that we're just, it's a very challenging boss. We're facing many challenges here, and we have to ramp up our efforts.
Per my last email, I sent you guys some stats in those decks on the
Yeah, make sure
breakdown
to check
of
the decks. I need you to come in on Sunday.
Yeah, the jailers had me working like 3 weekends in a row. This is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities for an agile, personally motivated high achiever to really excel.
You have to be really self-motivated, though.
Agreed. Yes.
Yeah, self-starter.
Well, big self-starter. It's not about self-motivation. It's about being a self-starter.
Yeah.
There are some headwinds in this fight for sure.
This is so good.
Yeah. Corporate jargon casting
Guys,
is actually something I wish I was fluent in.
This is really fun. Chat, we gotta. Chat is participating, and it's making me so happy. It's so fun.
I can't believe production would be so silly. Ooh.
Wait.
Friday
will
is
you, if I
Hawaiian
scroll up to that,
shirt
will you?
No, that's all you get. You have to donate if you want the whole thing.
Okay, yeah.
That's just a teaser. If we get $50 in the next 10 minutes, we'll do the full ooh.
Yeah. If you put it in the comment. Put the ooified any copy pasta and preheat, or I will read it.
You gotta send us that memo.
Who are we raising money for, though?
Oh my gosh, Preheat, we're raising money for Girls Who Code. It's our charity partner of
how
the
could I
Race World
forget?
First. I know. We are trying
so
to
silly.
get more women in the programming
Jason.
field. Only 1 in 5 people that graduate with a computer science degree are women, and Girls Who Code aim to change what a programmer looks like. So we have raised a ton of money already, and we are still going. And you can see that link in chat, tl.gg/rwf-donate. And we have a laptop up here, and we're reading off messages. Oh, that was Kalamazoo.
Yeah, no, I was about to. I'm just going through. So like when I get up here, occasionally I'll go through and I'll just kind of purge out the old tabs.
Yeah,
and usually, sometimes you'll run into some funny stuff. Like currently, I'm looking at the Wizarding World fan club house quiz.
So who's Slytherin? Because someone just
It
took
was
the quiz.
Kalamazoo.
Yeah,
Biggs and I wanted to know what house she was. What house he was
talking
in.
about
so.
which house you belong in is the most millennial thing you can possibly do.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's
That's
wild.
okay.
Okay. I don't actually know which of these. This was already set to live, but I still. Do you guys do that where even though it's like set to live, you still refresh the page
Yes,
because you're
yeah.
like, I want to be sure.
So hold on. The fight is officially below 30%.
Okay.
So I
you're
think
awake.
we have to stop being silly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very important that we focus up here. Oh,
we have to
just
circle
lost
back,
our.
guys.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We're circling back on the fight. So what we're looking at here is obviously the last bit of mechanics on the fight. We've said this a whole lot on the stream, but that 4th massive bang coming up here in a minute, that is the end of the fight. Yep, there is no more fight after that. After that goes on, the boss, even if you were somehow to survive, from what I understand, the boss is immune, so need to have the damage by then. We aren't quite sure if we're on pace yet, but it's looking pretty good. We're going to have to make a call there once we get maybe to sub 30 seconds on the enrage here. But we do have 1 minute left in the fight. We're going to be seeing the last couple mechanics here coming down. Obviously, this means that, this is kind of where like the last bit of damage happens in the fight. Because the very end is just DPS the target. It's a very Final Fantasy boss. I've said this before, but and Zyronk is the one who first mentioned this, at least to me, but having the boss just like cast a giant spell that kills you in 1 hit that takes 30 seconds to cast is like, oh, well, there it goes.
We are on pace.
There it goes. Yeah, so...
Preheat, you're so silly.
Unfortunately, we had an explosion.
You cursed us.
No curses here. Not quite. You can't blame me yet.
Oh,
I
man.
will admit I've cursed it many times
Who
today.
topped, though?
But not today. Fire Mage.
There's a Boomkin or other.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I told you, Fire Mage.
Okay, but on the poll I looked at immediately after, it wasn't a Fire Mage.
You just gotta believe me, man.
Preheat Fire Mage simp, dude. You can't believe
Listen,
this.
I am just a realist. I've been looking at the data. I've crunched the numbers. Yeah. Fire Mage pre-go.
Did you get that memo? You
Yes,
guys seen that movie?
per the last email.
More gambling.
Fire Mage best DPS.
Yes, sir. Love gambling. TBH. Wait.
Oh, do we actually have donations though? So we were saying that if we have $50 or more in the next 10
That
minutes,
is a
we would
great
do
question.
the ooh.
So I don't know where you guys last ended.
Hold on, let me see this. I'm kind of busy right now. Okay, the last one we did was the Rygalon one. This one right here, the $5 Rygalon.
Oh,
So these two are new.
So there's a $10 donation from Rygalon with the memo as, so you're going by Liquid now. What's up, nerd? It's Rygalon from high school. Remember me? Me, Halandras, and Anduin used to give you such a hard time in school. Sorry you were just an easy target, lol. I can see not much has changed. Remember Sarah, the girl you had a crush on? Yeah, we're married now.
Wow.
Should have been Jaina, right?
Yeah, it should have been Jaina. But
Should have been Jaina.
Rygalon is just such a
Chad.
Giga Chad. Yep, that's a Sigma mindset right there, I think. Oh, you're going by Liquid now? I love that. That's such a good copy pasta.
It is a very, very powerful copy pasta.
So you're going by Wickwood now? Haha, what's up, nerd? It's Wagwan from high school.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I love that. Oh, we also have more. Was this Legend? You want to read that?
Yeah.
Chris, yeah.
So Zuzu with $20 hitting us with the Go Liquid, and that's not just Go Liquid. It's Go Liquid, all caps, 3 exclamation points.
Whoa.
True enthusiasm
Whoa.
there. Thank you, Zuzu. And Legend Tater. Honestly, big fan of Legend Taters, man. Big ups on the Taters. With $20. No memo though.
Okay,
I can appreciate that.
That's okay.
And Prevention for $50. Oh, that's why you asked me to read
Wow.
these.
Yeah, they came in with the dono.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is on me to read?
Well, you can if you want. I said I would read it, but
Do it.
if you want to do it,
Give it to Preheat. You reap what you sow,
Let me,
Preheat. Here we go.
let me
Oh, it's too
put this
short.
thing in here. I can't believe production would be acting so silly. Ooh, this is esports, and not just esports. It's the most important esports of the event of the year. Message limit is too short for the whole thing. Sorry, chat.
That's fantastic. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Preheat. Excellent read.
Yeah, I think that was worth $50
Now, could we do
for
another
a
take?
good cause.
Maybe slightly more enthusiasm?
Gonna need another donor, I think. for that.
Another 50?
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah,
like
this-
Adam Sandler.
Listen, if you're good at something, don't do it for free.
Dude,
True.
do another one and I'll do it
Okay.
in like a
Oh, I think-
super
yeah,
uwu
yeah.
voice.
Let's get it. I love it.
It'll be really cringe.
I hope somebody's clipping these. I'm not at my computer to clip
No, no,
these.
no.
Probably.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Oh, it's already
Mm-mm.
clipped.
It's already
I bet.
clipped.
Nope.
Yep.
It's already clipped, guy.
Nope.
Downloaded it.
I'm deleting the VOD.
It's uploaded to the mainframe. It's too
Don't
late.
think I won't.
Don't think I won't.
Don't think I will.
Yes.
Just delete the VOD with the kill. Yeah. Sorry, production. I had to do it to you.
Ooh, I got an email from the CEO with $5 attached.
Okay.
Saying, at Liquid, we have come to know how to benchmark intra-interactively. We have proven we know that it is better to engineer vertically than to enable compellingly.
Is this a corporate?
We apply the proverb, all that glitters is not gold, not only to our ROI metrics, but our power to deliver. We will intensify our power. Love
Wow,
that.
that sounds like a AI-generated corporate email.
It actually does.
That's fantastic.
I think it's funny that the last sentence is "we will intensify our power," which I'll be honest, I don't know if that's a terribly like corporate speaky thing. That feels like I don't know.
We
Like
will leverage our power.
yeah. It feels like you should be like we will.
We will leverage our craftsmanship.
We'll
Champion
leverage our
strengths.
core competencies to
Yes.
ensure a heightened presence in the marketplace.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Love that. Love corporate.
We need to
speak.
make that like a corporate commercial, like with some inspiring music. Here at Liquid, we leverage our core competencies, or whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the person who wrote that puts like how-to threads on Twitter every week, and has someone in the bio like, we're looking to change how blank is blanked.
CEO at self-employed.
Yeah, work in finance, law, or big tech, something like that.
Preheat your wife. Stop mocking my culture. Won't anyone think of the CEOs?
I know. Won't anyone think of them?
We'll use our
Gosh.
core competency with power infusion to ensure that our mages are top performers in
Yes.
all quadrants of metrics. Love that.
Yeah, including but not limited to ignite, execute, and just burst damage in general. It's very important to have all three. You know, I made a video that was like basically begging the community for more power infusions. Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. It's a very important topic to me personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
know, there's mages out there who just don't get power infusion.
Are you gonna? Is that gonna be our charity sponsor next time? Is gonna be
I think so, yeah.
preheats.
Every single day, there are mages out there who are crying out for help, and they just don't get power infusion. I mean, it's like they could be doing orange parses, but they can't quite get there.
You know what I really want to do? Like a medication ad for copium.
Oh yeah, side effects may include.
Side effects may include.
Vomiting,
just do
nausea.
it really fast. Vomiting, nausea. Talk to your doctor before taking
Upset
copium.
stomach, diarrhea.
Yay, copium.
I don't get PI, and it makes me sad. Well, you just lack the political capital
or the clout
to make it happen.
Yeah, just get more clout. That's usually how you get PIs. Everyone knows that you give PI to whoever has the most clout.
Who gets PI in your raids?
Not me. It's like Death Knights sometimes, or
What?
Hunters, or like, dude, I don't know, man.
Is it
My guild's weird.
Is PI really good on Death Knights?
Dude, who knows? I mean, listen. I think whoever gets PI in my guild is just whoever argues for it most. And
Yeah.
I'm not interested in entering that whole discussion.
No, I know. Well, I mean, I played Holy Priest last year, and like past a certain point, I was just like, I don't even know. I would just PI whoever I was feeling like on the poll. I would stop giving PI to people if they were dying.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you can't dodge the swirls on Sylvanas? Get out of here, bucko. You're not getting this PI. No shot. You're not getting this in your opener. You actually don't deserve it.
Benevolent Fairy too. I mean, there's just like so many ways to buff people.
Yeah, as Holy Priest too. Like you've got Benevolent Fairy and PI.
I think they play. I think for Disc, it's the Benevolent Fairy. I'm not sure. Does Holy play Night Fae as well?
Yeah, Holy.
Oh,
well,
really?
yeah. Well, actually, I don't know if that's changed. But last patch you played Night Fae, just for the mana. Because you just have like infinity mana as a Holy Priest.
The mana.
The mana.
Yeah, we have access to the logs. We can just look it up real quick. But I'm pretty sure I know. It's Leviosa.
It's Leviosa.
Yeah,
Screw you.
I know that Disc plays Night Fae. I know that they were fluffing out those fairies. But
Yeah,
just
I
wanna
don't
double-check that.
I don't think Disc does play Night Fae.
Oh, maybe I have it backwards. Maybe it's the Holy that does Night Fae, and the other one does.
All of the
something else.
Disc priests
Okay, yeah, it's Night Fae.
were Night
So I'm
Fae,
just
except
backwards.
for Nick was Venthyr,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, Venthyr. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
I think Disc is Venthyr or Kyrian because you get the huge ramps, and then Holy goes Night Fae.
Holy.
Yeah, Holy goes Night Fae.
They were all Night Fae. Okay, yeah.
Do we know
I don't know
who's?
if I said
Can you
Disc,
look
but
up
I meant
on the slug
Holy.
here who's getting the Benevolent Fairy buffs? I'd be interested to see. that.
Yeah, totally. That's a very. We'll
I'm
call that
sure-
a key performance
Did you make
metric.
Yeah. Thank you for the corporate jargon once again.
It's demo locks, and then, well, it's basically just demo locks are getting it consistently.
Wow, so a mage is beating the demo locks and he isn't even getting Benevolent Fairy?
My name is Preheat.
Wow.
Give me
That's-
attention. I want my
That's
cooldowns reduced.
crazy, man.
Man, what is it with fire mages? Can't you just let somebody else be the main character for a little bit?
Well, you know what? It actually lines up better, I think, for like all the other cooldowns for Venthyr to just have like everything be on the 2 minutes. So it makes sense. It checks out.
I don't want to alarm you, Preheat, actually, but I don't know if you noticed, but the boss is actually just now reaching below 30% as I say this. So,
Ooh,
yeah,
I am
wake
alarmed.
up.
Yes, I am fully awake. We have 2 minutes left in the fight too. So 2 minutes left and the whole raid is dead. So,
whoops,
never mind.
Got him.
Yep. I think they have it this poll. This one right here that we haven't done yet. We're about to do.
Yep. Looks good. Looks good.
We got it, I believe.
Can you make a prediction so I can get some points, please?
Yes. Okay.
I mean, so like statistically speaking, no is the correct answer on all these, but like I would never do that. I would never vote no. I think you have to vote yes.
I've been voting no. Sorry, trying to get points.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
How many
it's just
channel?
harvesting
Do we have
the
any
chat
channel
right
point
now.
flexers in chat? Like I'm sitting here. These are hard-earned, hard-farmed channel points, mind you. Like these aren't prediction robbery. I have 90.3K.
Oh my goodness. Wait, so you've been what you're saying is you've been stealing points.
No, I've been working on the railroad, dude. I've been
Oh, really?
I've been just been up here.
Just grinding. Oh, yeah. Well,
just
your laptop
hard
is like always on
grinding.
the stream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
I mean, you're kind of account sharing, though, if you think about it. It's kind of messed up.
I would never account share, personally.
Well, I mean, on Twitch. Yeah, your Twitch account has been logged in this whole time.
No, I would never account share. I've never account shared in my whole life.
I would not.
Well, okay, no, that's a lie. I've account shared.
I mean, been there, right?
Been there. Well, I mean, the thing is about WoW is like, I don't know.
I mean, it
Who's
happens, but
counting?
like we've been already we've been punished for that, right? Like we
Yeah, we've
already
already
did our
been
time.
punished for that. Who's
Yeah.
counting?
Yeah, you can't. It's like double jeopardy, right?
Oh yeah, that's what that is.
Yeah.
For sure. Officer, I've already gotten banned for account sharing once. Now I can just do it for free. Come on.
No, we don't account share here anymore. Actually, you can't get away with that at all. A funny story. I had 2 accounts that I played World of Warcraft on for years and years and years. They were under a name that was not my name because back in high school we would all just trade characters, right? That was like the meta. And whenever I was doing MDI, I had to have my name on my account be my actual name. Like it was a requirement for the MDI.
Yeah.
So I reached out to a GM, and super helpful GM. They actually helped me get my character name on the account swapped to my real name, so I was able to participate in the MDI. But I told them, I said, hey, so I have a second account that's under a different name now. Is that going to be a problem? Will that be a problem? Because I've got 2 different names of accounts I'm playing like every single day. And they said, oh, no, it's fine. We don't really do any sort of actions for that sort of thing, so you're good. Yeah, I got banned for account sharing. 2 accounts I've been playing for like 6 years.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You should have. Oh, I guess you couldn't screenshot that, huh?
Oh, I have the conversation saved
Wow.
on the PDF on my desktop, yeah.
Wow.
But, yeah, so I guess
preheat second account.
Well, I think what happened is they they changed their policies after he told me that, because that's kind of when they start cracking down on the account sharing.
Right.
It was,
Yeah.
like, right after
Yeah.
that. And so I just can't play that account anymore.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yes, Paradox. I am still here. The rumors of my road trip back home were greatly exaggerated. Like I had a really bad migraine yesterday. Like I was just like in my hotel room all day, and like I walked in at like 6, and everybody's like, "Oh, I thought you left." I'm like, "No, my computer's back there. All my laptop's on the
People
stage."
thought you
Like,
left?
Yeah. Like,
Oh my God.
Everybody in the guild thought that I was like road tripping home or something, and I was just gone. Like, dude, no, what? Az is riding home with me. I can't just leave.
Max, I'm pretty sure, has like a playlist link on his channel, but sadly, I don't think that's something I'd want to interrupt him with. Like,
Yeah, I think
hey, I know
now
you're
is
really busy
not
right
a good
now.
time. Yeah, maybe after the kill though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got like at least a exclamation playlist command that links to his Spotify.
I love this copy pasta.
Yeah.
I will not jinx. I have no fear. This ain't it, Chief. I was not here.
That's
Can
so
we
good.
can you
Yes.
copy
Yeah.
paste that? Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a +1 on this. Pronto.
They are still 5 healing. Yes.
Yeah, still 5 healing. They have the damage too. They have it. They just got to get back there.
Yep.
What we need is a really low pull where everyone does good damage and no one dies, and
Yeah.
the healing is good and the damage is good,
There you go.
and the spell queuing is allows it to be like a 7-minute, 11-second
Wait,
fight.
did you make that a command?
Plus 3 seconds.
Yes.
That's amazing. I
Yes,
can't.
th-
I wish
let's
you can't
go.
copy and paste it on mobile. I don't think that's really annoying.
That's why you can now just put exclamation point jinx, dude. Have Nightbot spam for you.
I
I
know, but
will
I
not
wanna
jinx. I
spam.
have no fear. This ain't it, Chief. I was not here.
That just flows really good.
It really does.
Yeah, that's a very good. Is
Very
that-
a high tier copy pasta. Like if I was like if we had
Yeah.
a copy pasta tier list right now that we could do.
That's up there.
Yeah, S tier is where I rate that one. Where do you put it? Oh yeah.
S tier for
S tier?
sure.
Dolores?
I want to make a. That's a good.
Where would
that's
I
a good
put this
video
one?
idea now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On
I'll
the
put it
copy
S tier.
pasta
I'll put it S tier. Yeah, it's
Okay.
S tier for sure. This is very good.
What would be like a D tier copy pasta? Have we seen any of those yet? Maybe
Maybe the
maybe
uwu
like some of the
ones?
probably the uwu ones. The anime ones are kind of low tier.
Low
Little bit,
tier.
yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Slash
Yeah.
ad permitted turn bang ass. All right.
It's because apparently one of Max's playlists is what called songs to bang ass to.
What does he mean by that?
I don't know. I don't. Well, we can move on.
Yeah.
No, we're not here, guys.
I'm not here.
Exclamation jinx
I was not here.
in the chat. Exclamation.
You want D tier
jinx.
copy pasta? Come look at some of the code these contractors are doing at my work. That's a good one. That's a programming joke right there.
I don't
like
get
that
it.
one.
Oh, this is a great copy pasta. I don't know if they're serious or not, but if you scroll up just a little bit, yeah, just scroll up right there. Yes, this one. This is a good one.
Gamer linked the playlist name.
Let's go ahead and copy that one.
Yes,
and post
sir.
It into the chat real quick. There we go. Beautiful. Yes, this is why esports will never hit the general public. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I love that people who are posting this are making sure that they people know that they're being sarcastic. Thank you for that. that wasn't coming across already.
Okay, I found the playlist that we were talking about earlier, and look at the profile picture. It's a little potato thing in
it's Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I forget what they're
What's
called.
its name?
I don't
What's
know.
that thing's name?
Isn't that his character?
I don't
Uggo
know,
Baby.
but-
I think that's his character in Final Fantasy. Uggo Baby.
Oi.
That's so
Which is accurate.
stupid.
It is an Uggo Baby. Also, just not to do
yeah,
anybody in, but
I see 40%.
yeah,
on the
we are
boss.
at 40%. The prediction was sub 30% pull. Believers dangerously close to collecting their 488 channel points from these deniers.
Oh wait,
Did you not get in on that?
no, am I too late?
You're too late.
Yeah, you're way too late.
You fool.
I even asked you to do it, and I didn't do it because I got distracted.
Twisted, man. I just saw him health gate there.
Ooh.
Yeah,
hate
dude,
that.
this boss hurts the tanks like a lot.
Yeah, her jailer hurts tanks a lot too.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Strong
Did you see the
arm.
gif of
Yes.
the echo tank just
Getting wall
slapped?
banged. Yep.
Yep.
Yes,
bang,
sir.
Bang. Get ready.
Can't wait for that.
All right.
Entering the last downstairs. Boss
Oh, dude,
is at
that
31%.
Venthyr teleport that fired up just did scared me.
Yeah, he's been doing that.
You just can't
Oh,
watch Fired Up if you have a lot
Yeah,
of anxiety.
exactly. Yes.
All
do
right.
it.
Yeah, he moves
Sub
around
30% pull.
too freely.
Yes. Is this it though? Is this it? That's the prediction going up now.
Why can't I get? Where's?
Are you a believer?
It's not working.
No, I haven't put it up yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now it's open. Now it's open.
I think this is it.
I'm
I'm
ready
a
for it.
believer. Hard believer. We've
Hard
got
believer.
2 reses available. We've got 1:30 left on the fight. Boss is 25%. Looking good.
To be clear, my policy on this is that if they wipe before this prediction closes, I will delete and refund.
And sometimes the Twitch. I don't know why my chat keeps disconnecting. Help.
I think it's just the app. Quasar's just getting so close there.
Imitating
But
me?
that's just how you have to do it. I think he's just making noises.
Yeah, mostly. You made the noise, and I was like, dang, that sounds like a fun noise to make, so I made the noise too.
You know what's a fun noise to make? To sound like the Grudge Girl.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It's kind of nice.
Does it feel good too?
I
Sounds
Yeah.
like
what
it
that's
probably feels
called.
good on your drive.
Yeah.
Can
You
we
guys
just
can
start
talk about
throat
this
singing
though,
while
if
we
you want.
while we
Been
watch the
throat
boss?
singing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So talking about whether or not to kill. 40 seconds left. Boss. Keep an eye on the boss's HP, and we want to see that boss sub 7 million whenever they go into the massive.
That was the
bank.
final set right there, right? So we are just in the burn?
Yeah, we're in the burn. Everyone's HP is vibing. There's very little that's going to
I
happen.
got your
from now
notepad
on.
open here, Doc.
Yeah.
Professor Doctor.
So we had the boss. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief, but we'll see. How you feeling about this one, Flores?
Well, I see 5%, 15 seconds. I'm like, heck yeah, but you said I don't know, and you've been doing the graphs here, so
it's close. It's really
close. You think it's close?
probably going to be like a
Alright,
0.2
2 seconds.
but I really hope it's
man,
not.
this is so close. But you're right; it just starts creeping along so much. Oh no!
Yeah, it really starts slowing down.
Jeez,
0.4. They're on 0.2, but yeah.
14K there. Oh.
It was a little bit behind entering into the massive.
Oh, I hate to see it. Believers in shambles. That's actually so close. Okay, so we had 375 voters for yes, 244 for no, but it was
It's like a 50-50
But it was almost exactly the same amount of channel points, like 878K versus 880K.
Oh, so-
that's wild. That was not it.
Dude,
I almost scammed by
I
accident.
can't.
Yeah, I saw that. Almost slammed the yes.
I'm still just trying to get back in the chat. I want my points.
Points with a Y, mind you, because
I'm
we are, of
so
course,
upset.
in the Team Liquid chat. All right, who tops
Points.
this poll?
Shout out to Liquid Plus.
Oh, I was gonna say. Speaking of points.
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 Oh, we didn't have a points giveaway this morning because we didn't have the morning show.
Why live?
You guys do
What
points
was your
giveaways in
points
the morning
giveaway?
show?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we,
like,
did,
what
we
was
gave
that?
away like 100,000 points.
Oh my gosh. Liquid
Yeah.
Plus points?
That's right.
Wow.
Yeah, we did. But you can always earn your own, right?
You
Like if
can.
if you download the app, if you go and connect your socials to it,
Yeah.
and like you would actually be earning points right now.
You
Because
could.
you'd be in our chat. I mean, so if you're chatting right now and you aren't doing this, then you're pretty much just leaving points on the table. Just saying.
You literally are. Also, if you want to participate in a giveaway that we have on Liquid Plus, you can type in POYNTS in chat and you will be entered. And there's like a lot of good stuff. There's some signed jerseys.
Yeah.
There's some carries. There's some mounts. There's I don't have the list because all of our cue cards got thrown away. But I wonder if somebody left it here. I can find it.
There's been
I'll
so
find
many
it in
cue
a
cards
second.
just kind of floating around.
I know,
You
and
just
they were
gotta,
so
like,
helpful. Hold
you
on.
gotta see if
I'm
you
gonna
high
look it
roll
up
one.
for you
Just kind
guys.
of look around. Yeah, we got some.
Oh,
right
is there
here.
is there a giveaway
Pick
to
a
enter
card.
in chat?
Pick a
Yeah.
card, any card.
Oh my gosh. Wait, is it in here? Hold on.
It could be.
It could be.
I don't know. But yeah, so while you look through that, though, just a quick introduction, quick crash course, if you will, to Liquid Plus. Basically, you sign into the app, and then you tell it what you're interested in. And if you connect your socials, you'll get points for the stuff that you normally do anyways, like, chatting.
Like, be here.
Like
Listen
being
to
here,
us.
listening to us, interacting with players or people from Liquid on Twitter, any other social media. I mean, there's ways you can definitely farm those points.
Okay.
I think if you're going out your way for it, and you can get real prizes too with it. Yeah, go ahead.
We're giving away a Mythic Carry, a signed jersey, 50,000 Liquid Plus spending points, a Heroic Carry, a signed jersey, also 25,000 Liquid Plus points. That's the second prize. The third prize is $20 BattleNet balance, 10,000 Liquid Plus spending points. And you can go to tl.gg/MMO for more information on that, and also make sure you're typing in points.
Yeah,
in
also,
chat.
the chatter said that they didn't see WoW as an option. I believe the option is MMO if it's
Yeah.
been added.
Yes.
I remember like day one it wasn't there, but I think he may have it added now, so look out for that.
Also, other things relevant to plug. We have some donations that came in.
Ooh, let's hear it.
Yeah. So, we have a $5 donation from the ELAC CEO. Clinical research has shown that excessive intake of copium can cause constipation. If you are high-end competitive gamers suffering from such symptoms, our product can help. Contact our local rep, Nagura, for more information.
You may be entitled to financial compensation.
Unrelated exclamation point Nagura going in chat. I don't know. That's an interesting clip.
If your loved one suffers from ELACs.
And then we also got an email from this, just not even the CIO, but just CIO. $5. We here at Rigelon Industries believe that we know it is better to engineer virally than to brand strategically. We will regenerate our capacity to leverage without deprecating our capacity to reinvent. Think cutting edge, think big bang, think orbs. We constantly enable subscriber-defined success.
Massive banger.
Wow.
Massive banger. Very good. Very good.
Amazing.
This is going straight in chat, actually.
That's fantastic.
Rip it.
So
Bang.
good.
It's a good one. Thank you. Thank you for the donations. Of course, if you'd like to contribute to our lexicon of corporate speak, you may do so at tl.gg/rwf-donate.
Nailed it.
What are we at right now? What's the total?
We are currently at, great question.
Can you slam the refresh on that too, just in case?
21,550 out of $25,000 for our goal. No donations in yet, but
we're
soon,
live.
I'm sure. We're live checked. Let's go.
Yeah. So the stream is live, but the chat's pre-recorded.
Yes.
Or so I've heard.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, every time we think it's better for the brand to pre-record chat, including all moderation actions, just to kind of make it feel very alive.
Yeah. Worked.
Congratulations on being robots, chat. I'm very proud of you.
Good robots. You're doing great.
I think I just.
Do you know
typed
when
the
they figure out who the winner of the giveaway is?
I have no idea. Do you have that? Do you have that on your card of answers over there, Aya?
No, it's funny. I was just thinking that actually because I was given all the information for I just have these graphics up for all of the things that we're giving away and how to do it, but I'm actually not sure how that's determined. Let me just see if I can.
We're also kind
find out.
of winding down in terms of the race itself. Like we're about to be on the last boss, so now would be a really good time if you want to help us reach that 25,000 incentive. To donate to Girls Who Code. And also, we actually added additional incentive there.
A Warlock barely slipped ahead of Trill right there. It was almost other, but the Warlock camp gets it, dude. Oh, man. guarantee you there was like a tyrant bolt that just did you guys in. Oh man. That was like
wrecked.
Yeah, well, I mean it's like 3763, so they're paying out like mad, dude. 1 to 3. Warlock big brain, huge. Love
I feel like it's so dependent on the kill time.
It is. That's why I like it, because it's like it's actually so flippy.
Like the question's more of it's more like what percentage do you think they're going to wipe at? Really, is kind of the real question. Oh, but I was going to say though, yeah, we're coming up to the final boss, right? Now's a good time to get those donations in. We've actually added an incentive for 25,000. I'm just bringing this up again, just in case anyone is unaware. We have a previously unreleased exploited Socratar kill.
What?
Yeah, Zyronic. He has his privated. We actually used Dark Simulacrum to reflect a dot onto that boss.
Oh, Dark Simulacrum, dude. What a spell.
Yes. And we never released the kill video because we actually exploited to get the kill. Way back, a million years ago. Yeah.
You guys are looking for that
Long time
retroactive
ago.
ban, huh?
No, I don't think we're going to get hit with that. I think the statute of limitations is up on that one. But hopefully. But yeah, no, we will release that video, the kill vid, if we reach 25,000.
Also, at 25,000, we get a behind-the-scenes documentary of like this whole event.
Oh, really?
That's a thing that they've been doing. Yeah.
Oh, that's
it's like
cool.
I don't think it's like a documentary, but I think it's just like a bunch of behind-the-scenes footage and all of that.
I'm producing
that we've had.
that, but I didn't know it was part of a giveaway.
I don't
or
know. That's what production told me at some
Oh,
point. I have no
good-
idea.
good-
Maybe
oh.
I love when the angels
maybe
all die.
production has something unrelated to what you're doing.
Maybe that's what it is. Okay.
Sorry, we just missed it, but I love when the angels all come up at the same time and then they all finish at the same time because you get to see 4 goblins just fall over.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Sandwich love.
Keep your eyes out for that.
Well, and of course, at 35,000, we do get Sandwich Love, a full radio edit length cut of Sandwich
Spotify.
Love on Spotify.
Yep.
which is a
I
big
need
one.
that.
Sobis, Kungan's not 11 out of 11, actually. You might want to recheck Radar.io. He's 13 out of 11. Or I think the chat was saying they just got 14 down. So just, you might be a little out of date there.
Where did that meme originate from? I feel like that's been a
Which
meme
one?
for so many tiers. The Kungan meme about him being like already further progressed.
I don't know.
I mean, it just comes from like after
What's the
Insidia.
lore?
After Insidia fell apart in Cataclysm, it was like kind of just always a joke where like because Insidia was like like Kungan was in SK and then later Insidia, who's like a world Kungan was in Nihilum. Yeah, Nihilum, who was like world first for like 7 tiers in a row through the end of Vanilla through basically the very last tier through Sunwell, or not through Sunwell, up to Sunwell, and then also in world first through or in some world first through Wrath, and then when the guild fell apart and he kind of just like suddenly left the world race, people always just made the joke that like he was dual wielding Thunder Furies and still in the race, and
Like legends say he's
just
still out
kind of
there.
one of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, legends say he's still out there killing bosses. Just kind of that bit. I don't know.
I like it.
Interesting.
Is this a sub 30% pull? That's the prediction going up.
Why can't I see? Oh, there it is. Wait, I'm gonna participate. Okay.
Okay,
I don't have that many points at all.
He's not 22 out of 11 warrior. Come on, don't be ridiculous. There's not 22 bosses in this instance. There's only 17.
Feels like there's 17.
Oh wow, I went with.
See, this live button was checked and this donation wasn't popped up.
Yeah, I don't trust.
And
the
then I
live button at
refreshed
all.
it. Thing showed up.
I do not trust that live button.
I do not trust the
It
live
doesn't
button.
do
Read us-
anything.
I feel like I sound like a grandpa though when I say that. Where I'm like, I don't trust that
there's
live.
proof
You're
right there,
absolutely
though.
right.
Yeah.
The proof is literally in the pudding.
Anyway, we got a $20 donation from AMF.
All
That's
right,
it.
and then
No.
Okay,
That's it.
Okay.
Love
Big
it.
baller. I
Yes,
like
sir.
That's
Yes,
an
sir.
alpha move right there.
It kind of
That an alpha
is.
move. Oh, well, I am canceling this prediction because they are on a 30-minute long pull timer.
Oh man.
Just as Aya remembers to get in there.
The one time that I got my thing in there. So yeah, no, it looks like they are going to be going to a Jersey mic'd lunch break, but a little unfortunate we didn't get it down this morning, but a lot of really good polls, a lot of sub 1% polls. We're getting there consistently. Something that Makes was saying last night that's what it's going to take to be able to get this down.
Yeah.
Like 5 5 1% poll, and then we're within kill range, and I feel like we definitely are. And historically, this guild has a history of going
Killing
and getting
bosses.
their killing
They are known
but killing
for
their
killing
bosses
bosses,
directly
yes.
after a food break.
Yes, that
Yes,
is
absolutely.
exceedingly true.
And I mean, any day that you have a morning start off with a bunch of pink bars on Warcraft logs, usually that's a good sign that you're going to get a kill. Yeah, just a matter of when.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to see it soon.
I would agree with
maybe
that.
after this break. Yeah.
I would say pretty soon after this break, and then of course we're going to be on to the Jailer, and crazy enough, tomorrow we'll be starting the third reset, which is
oh god, that's just weird.
What a world we exist in that we are entering the third reset. I mean, it was funny because last night I was commenting, I was like, man, a week ago I remember asking Zyro, man, do you think we're going to see the Jailer before reset? Like, it was like Sunday night, and here I am, and like, I mean, obviously I think we've seen the Jailer before reset, but only barely before the third reset. This is... What a race!
What a race indeed!
It's one for the history books.
It will definitely go down as a race to remember, and I think everyone doing a Race to World First event, especially when they're talking about money, will mention this race probably in their discussion.
I was saying that like I feel bad for Team Liquid as an org. Like obviously they're like we're stoked to be here and we're stoked to be under the Team Liquid banner, but I just feel bad for like the people behind the scenes like who are like, oh yeah, we're investing in the Race World First. We've got this new guild, and then it takes like this long. They're probably like, what?
Yeah, it's
did
like
we
a
get
grip.
ourselves into?
Hey, can I just like crash on your couch for like a week? I just need a little bit, and it's just like 21 days later. No, I'm struggling to find a job. Don't worry though.
We're close though. We're close.
We're close. We're so close. We're so close.
Just need like one more day. Come on, just like one more day. We're so close.
So if there's any Team Liquid executives, watching right now, we appreciate you.
Like this.
It's not usually like this.
Yeah.
We promise. We swear. It's a good event.
Yeah, please, everyone who is enjoying this as their first ever Race to World First, just know that it isn't normally like this. And
that's what I was saying to production though.
Yeah,
they're like, man, this has been so miserable. It's gone on so long, and I'm like, yeah, but that's the funny thing is that everybody here is very tired, and this has gone on so long. I'm like, but this is the best viewer Race to World First that has ever occurred.
And also, it's like a super close one as well.
Yeah.
Very close Race to World First.
Yeah.
There is not, I mean, Echo's in the lead now, but like it's been kind of a back and forth thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this is going to be the one where like in the future, people are just going to be like, oh man, I wish that this race went on longer, like Sepulcher. And we're all like, no. Just like, yeah, but yeah, people have loved this one as viewers, which is great.
That makes my skin crawl as like, like playing, especially like in Eternal Palace. I remember that just being like so crushingly long, and like now we're well beyond that.
Yeah.
We haven't even seen the last boss too.
I mean, Ashara died last night.
Yeah.
Like,
and I remember how that felt. Like it felt not great, and now we're well into it.
Yeah, actually, Ashara died 18 hours ago. Relative in the race, which is...
I will say, what was I going to say? Oh my god. Oh, no, this is what I was going to say. So with Nyalotha, you weren't casting that, you were playing, but like that casting schedule was so much more brutal because I think we had less people on the desk overall, and we would have like multiple shifts.
I think Valoris knows all about that.
Why are you looking at me like you don't remember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay, well, I'll explain it. He was there, so I don't know why you're so confused. We had shifts where it was only 2 casters, and then we would have multiple of those a day. And then they would be, and it's nobody's fault. We just didn't have enough people, And it would be like you'd be casting till 1 a.m, and then you would have another shift at 9 a.m, and that was for like 9 days in a row. Did you just like?
I think he forgot.
Get rid of this in your memory.
This didn't feel that like so. This was coming after EP though.
Okay.
Where like so my casting schedule in EP
was even worse.
12 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Jeez.
And the first like 4 hours of that it was so it was like I was on with Kairos from like 12 to 4, and then Rich was supposed to get in at 4 and be with me until 10, and then like there was a couple of days where Rich just like
didn't show
maybe
up.
didn't and so I was like solo on the desk for like 4 hours.
I love Rich.
And then I don't know, I like casting.
Not that much though.
Yeah, I mean everything with moderation, right? Just like everything in life.
I'm not really a moderation person, to be
That's
honest.
true. I mean, that's fair. I feel like none of us are here. If you play World of Warcraft at this level, or if you participate in the race to world first, I think you have to have a certain gene in you that tells you that enough is not enough. Got to keep going. Yep.
Yeah, enough is never enough.
Yeah, that was a really fun race, though. Definitely didn't enjoy Queen Ashara's fight a lot, especially towards the end whenever we were stuck in that second intermission for like 3 days. But still, very fun raid and fun experience, too. Definitely one for the books, just like this one will be.
Just like this one will be, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Fun for the for the books.
We're making history.
Yeah. I'm sure, like, obviously we're all very tired now, and supplies are dwindling as we lose casters and production by the day. But yeah, I think like when we're home and life has gone back to normal, like we're gonna look back and be like, yeah, that was a fun time. That was a lot of work, but it was good.
I miss my cats more than anything. Much. I wonder what they're doing. Actually, I know what they're doing. They're just sleeping.
Yeah, I keep getting pictures of the cats, and I'm just like, man, I just want to bury my face in there and snuggle them.
You got some pets that you're missing?
I do miss my cat, but I still like the thing is like, so I could have gone home this weekend because like I technically was like, maybe I just have to leave Sunday, but I was like, dude, there's no shot. Like I am excited to go home, but I'm more excited for this race.
We did have the option, but like I mean, come on, you gotta like stick in for the long haul
I was
at this point, unless you have like some obligations.
Yeah, Az was like, no, if you need to go, like I'll leave this weekend. I'm like, dude, no, there's no shot, shot that I'm leaving this weekend and making you leave. Like, oh, this is a nice liquid tattoo. I know.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Very nice.
Who's the artist?
There too.
Oh, it's
it's
an original K&K.
Oh my
Cams and Kalamazi.
Yeah. Wow, that is amazing. To add to that, how some people are, kind of going back to their lives, like we're losing Makes. It's her last day. Unfortunately, she has to go do, some obligations. We've lost Crazy Puck. Also, Jet, he lives in Boston, so he's going to work in the city and then Ubering back here at night and casting and then going back to work in the morning. No, he doesn't have a car.
What?
He doesn't have a car because he lives in the city, so there's no point. So I'm sure he's Ubering.
Jet's hard.
Yeah, he's hardcore. Yeah.
That's really hardcore.
Yeah, and rating still on instant dollars. Like, I don't know how he's functioning. He's probably the most tired person
Hopefully
here.
he's not in the raid. Because, if you're like in the raid for all the polls and doing that too, that's that's some grind set.
I know because Zyra's also in instant dollars, and I think like Zyra's definitely in.
Yeah, he's
I
the
think
mage,
Jet's like he had a few characters that were like bricked.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure where he is, but I know that he's been in he's been playing WoW most nights. So
do we have time for a
definitely working
poll?
on something? A poll?
Poll.
Just knock it out real quick.
Okay, so I ran. I'm gonna do a 3-minute poll. So we did. Last night I did a poll, and I did biggest chat and liquid, right? But I didn't put Jet in there. So I'm going to put Jet in there this time.
I think you should have...
Because
it's like Jet, JPC, Atrocity, Atlas...
Okay, you guys work on getting that poll set up. In the meantime, I'm going to give... What?
Fired up?
Oh, I thought you were looking at me like, what are you talking about?
In
All
there.
right, they're going to work on that. I'm going to talk about Girls Who Code. TL.gg/RWF-donate if you would like to donate to this charity that we are partnering up with. Girls Who Code, they're an amazing organization trying to change the way programmers look in the industry and help support just women in programming in general. So $20,000 we hit the other day. The Hot Wings Challenge was super funny. I think some of their stomachs are still recovering this morning. And that next mark we're trying to hit is the $25,000 egg roulette. Also, want to give a shout out to the limited edition metal wall art giveaway that we're doing, presented by Coinbase Wallet, of course. We've got a lot of cool stuff. They're right there. They're over. I don't know if you guys have seen them. They're in the lobby. They're like hanging out. They're really cool looking. TL.gg/MMO if you want more information on that. But yeah, shout out to Coinbase Wallet for that. And then finally, of course, we have to talk about the official Race World First limited edition tee. 7 days after the jailer dies, we'll be selling it. And also 10% rebate when you use your wallet, your Coinbase wallet, for the purchase of this shirt. So really cool, created by Egg Dishes on Twitter. And we've got one up here at the desk as well. They're very comfy, highly recommend, and they're limited edition. So
yeah, and also I think you can only get it within 7 days of the jailer dying. So you have 7 days. Here's the shirt.
Make sure you get that.
There's the back. Here's the front. Very tasteful logo on this side right over here. And just a great shirt you can wear even if you aren't at BlizzCon.
Did you send the poll?
You can just wear out in the wild.
Yeah,
JPC
exactly.
is crushing. I'm surprised Jet's not doing better. Last one we did, Atrocity won. And now JPC is just smashing, dude. JPC representing. Donkey Gary, I'm surprised, is doing better than Jet, but like, I feel like
I am too.
Jet is a turbo, Chad. Jet
he
is
is.
literally a turbo.
Well, also, like, if you're a turbo Chad, you don't need people to tell you that you're a turbo Chad. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
true.
He knows. Like, he knows.
Okay. Well,
We don't
make
need to
sure
tell
you
him.
guys are getting in your votes on that poll, and we're gonna have to sign off. We're gonna let them get a lunch break. We're gonna let production and ourselves get a lunch break as well. But shout out to our sponsors before we head off: Coinbase Wallet, Jersey Mike, Secret Lab, Honda, Twitch, Alienware, and of course Liquid Plus. Make sure you're getting those points. We will see you soon.
Points.
Sandwich love, legally ambiguous sandwich love. Liquid gold, sandwich love. World of Warcraft racing, sandwich love. Sandwiches, I'm eating sandwiches.
outside this studio area. And Grim goes, yeah, so I guess we have to 4 heal it, and it's going to cost us an additional 100 pulls. And Just Wait goes, yeah, well, that's just
what
the
we're going to do.
Cost of doing business.
Yep, that is it. And these guys are so seasoned at this. It's like, yeah, that's what we got to do. It's nothing more, nothing less. If that's what needs doing, that's what's got to do. And
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I was just talking to the players on the dinner there, and they're all in agreement. It's like they have to play like they can possibly kill this tomorrow. Obviously, we've never seen past phase 1, but they have to play that way because that US reset is imminent.
Yes.
A massive power spike is coming in for the US guilds.
Okay, so coming into the raid, and we talked about this in the pre-show, almost 14 days ago at this point.
Yeah.
We talked about how there was almost like a hard out on the Race to World First due to the double legendaries, because that's what we assumed that was going to be. Jailer's going to be a big damage roadblock or something like that. As it turns out, I don't even think the double legendary is a hard out.
At this point, I mean, the situation has changed so much over the course of this race that I tend to agree with you, is that this is all going to be about learning. And one thing we have come away from this race being is like, gear is helpful, but so much of what it's come down to has actually been individual personal play to the extreme. You look at Holondrus, it's all about individual personal play. If you know, gear makes life easier. It reduces the chance for mistakes to happen. But you're absolutely correct, is that we could be looking at a scenario like the double legendaries come in, but they still have a mountain to climb in terms of how to do the boss.
I mean, I think Rygolon was the first boss the whole entire tier where Scripe was actually able to just be like, kind of helping raid lead the entire fight, because a lot of the fights this tier have been a lot of tank responsibility or individual responsibility. It's just like when to kick, drop your bomb, that kind of stuff. Like those have been major individual responsibility things. Rygolon, I mean, I think Scripe was able to help a lot on that fight. And,
he was, yeah. If you watch Scripe's stream on yesterday morning, I had it on Sunday morning. If you watch Scripe's stream, he did keep most of his comms on. All he was doing was making lists and spreadsheets of all the different pattern variations that Rygolon could do. And to the point where when we actually saw them progging it, today especially when they went to the 4 heal, it almost seems second nature, and all the jank that can kind of happen with the spells there no longer played a factor.
Yep.
They managed to work it in such a way that even though there's so much variance in what that boss can do, they actually managed to manipulate it and do it so like everybody was super comfortable with it.
Personals became infinitely more important too.
Well, certainly, like the amount of work Just Wait and I believe Potter and Grim did as well to literally go through every second of that fight and say, well, how do we cope with this? So it was like, how do we cope with the healing absorb? Okay, that's fine, but they take a burst of damage before that. So how do we heal the raid before we then deal with this healing absorb to then deal with this again?
And the answer is Symbols of Hope, right? Where
Symbols of Hope
like reduces the cooldown on like your defensive ability. It depends on what class you are. Some of them are like really good for like the Moonkins. They would get like 60 seconds off Barkskin, which is a 60-second cooldown. So they're able to slam Barkskin into Barkskin, broken. And so it's like, for some classes, they're getting a lot of value out of the Symbols of Hope, and that helps alleviate the drop from a 5th healer to a 4th healer. Some guilds, Liquid being in this case, were 6 healing the fight at the beginning of progression and still having issues with like cooldown management, which is crazy because the guild had enough, like, Echo had always had enough like throughput HPS, but they were lacking healing CDs. So when I saw them 4 healing, I was like, what the hell is this?
Especially after they 5 healed it and the healing looked shoddy all day.
Yes!
It was my biggest critique. It's like the healing just feels off. And it's like, you just not got enough defensive capability. It's like you could put out ludicrous amounts of output, but your defensive capability seems really low. And we saw people just spiking from, if they weren't at 100%, if they were even at 95, we saw people get pummeled into the ground. So what the guys did is they went down with a fine-tooth comb and they went through every second of the fight and they looked at the videos, looked at the logs, they looked at the replays. And they're like, right, if we make a weak aura that goes at 1 minute and 12, everybody Hellstone. At 1 minute 14, you pop Heart of the Wild, you do Wild Growth, you do 2 Regrowths, you do a Rejuve and a Swift Mend. Then at 1 minute 15, then we use Salvation.
Yeah.
At 1 minute 18, then we do this. And that's how they did it. They sat down and they just went through it meticulously.
And Ryson told me during break, he was like, and ultimately we just kind of had to pray that some people didn't get the Dark Eclipse buff at certain points.
Correct.
Because otherwise they just die.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do about it. Like, there's just no way of healing that up. But the great play of bringing in the 3rd Moonkin to provide a 3rd source of Heart of the Wild raid healing. Those 3 Moonkins. And I was talking to Logok on his dinner. I was like, sometimes, like, knowing that you had that 0.3% wipe is like stop casting regrowth. And then he's like, yeah, but I have to. I was like, I know, but I don't want you to. And he's like, yeah, but I've got to. Like, that's the situation.
That's the job.
That's the job. That's what I'm here for.
Welcome to team play.
Yeah, welcome to pure team play. He's like, you know me, I want to blast, I want to blast, I want to blast. But I absolutely have to heal the raid here. Otherwise, we can't get through it, right? There's just no way they survive if I don't top the raid. So it's like, all right, yep, got to get it done. It's got to happen. As we're getting back into a pull, no comp changes so far that I've noticed, unless I was being ignorant. I don't think it has. No, looks exactly the same. So what we're going to be watching for here is how they do the Blood of Azeroth. So what we're going to see is, I'm going to talk you through it. See that World Crusher in the middle? Now you can see the whole raid is debuffed with a plus 700%. You can see up and to the right of Roger's unit frame there. That's an arcane debuff. Now they got these explosions. So you can see they have to spread out. They have to manage the explosion that's coming out there. And now they can't do the Blood of Azeroth until that debuff's run out. So as soon as that time's out, watch Roger now. You see the whole raids make a bundle, and watch this chain lightning that'll travel through everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
So there's 3 charges per pool that chains through everybody within 12 yards. In order to provide them, if they do all 3, they get a 9% damage buff.
So, something they did change is they kind of changed their second group. So previously it was a 16-4 split, and now it's a 15-5 split because they added an additional person to their ranged group that is chaining that bounce, and that's going to help them be able to not accidentally collide with the other group sometimes.
Yeah, we have seen that as well, because not every player was in that. Now you can see the other source of damage here while they're playing around, but you can see that they're getting these bombs. They then jump into holes. You've seen this on Heroic and seen it on Normal, which will then cause these pillars to shoot up. Now, what you probably noticed there is you can see on the countdown Domination. This is mind control. They'll be using this as line of sight. Now, you can see Roger is putting the buff through everybody again to immediately get them the next time set. They're going much quicker now with this debuff.
Oh, they didn't. Okay, so the ranged group wasn't even in for that tank breaker.
The ranged group wasn't in for
the tank combo.
No. Now they're going to line of sight these bombs. That's what we
Okay.
talked about earlier with reducing the amount of movement and room they need to use and reducing the amount of pillars that are up.
But they've gone through 4 of the puddles right now. Ooh, and look at this. They're dropping a lock gate. This makes me think that they're going to do like a pretty big move here on the grip in.
Yeah, I would think so too. They're going to move to the in the center of the next 2 pools, I would imagine, is the next movement they're going to do. Because, of course, you have pulled chains coming. Here comes some more bombs. Then they need these pillars in order to be able to hide from the mind control effects, the domination that's coming. They also need to spread. As you can see, this room gets really cramped, and you obviously want to maintain DPS on the boss. Then he chains you in, as you can see here. He's going to pull them out. He's looking for the gateway, and it's not happened. He's jumping off.
Okay.
There's a lot happening here, Tettles.
I think that they looked... Okay, so their first 2 soaks on those blood puddles looked faster, and then they kind of started to stall out again, and they missed one potential set of soaking those.
Yeah, I think when people started dying, it got a little scrappy and messy, and they were like, okay. But the timing was really clean on the first ones.
I still think they need like a 140 to 150, like clear of the 3rd set of the blood puddles, and then somewhere between that 220 to 3-minute range, then they're able to clear the 4th.
Yes. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. They're looking for a super clean transition. I have to imagine they really want to be transitioning the boss at 70%.
Yes.
So that they're getting maximum DPS time out of this. They're obviously assuming this is going to be a tight DPS race. So any extra damage they can get out of the boss would be perfect, because the boss will transition regardless when he's used the floor at 3 minutes.
32 million. It's ours.
You want to drive or can I drive?
Lock everything down.
Get your helos out of here now! Come on, little brother. I didn't sign up for this.
Police are following these 2 suspects.
Oh, you want to play?
Everybody knows how dangerous you are.
Do you? We don't get to walk off into the sunset.
We're not the bad guys. We're just trying to get home.
Ambulance. Only in theaters. Rated R.
Hey, bud. Thanks for coming out to cheer me on.
Dad, I'm always here.
I'm always here for you, too.
Okay, go, Dad.
Thanks.
No, everyone's passing you.
You got it, Coach.
Switch to progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
If you thought my tiny tacos were tasty before, you're right. And now that they have nacho cheese flavor in every bite, you're even right. Get my nacho tiny tacos for $3.50 or try them bacon loaded for $4.50.
Coming up very low there on Frago. He's podded. We've seen that a few times. And here comes the mind control. So now they have to line of sight.
And now it's probably a big move here, if I had to guess.
Well, now we get the spread. So they can move and spreads at the same time, which is great. As they then moving to the next puddles, because that buff has just fallen off. So they'll be trying to do it after these bombs. They'll do the bombs, then they'll try and do the gather up, and then they'll be able to do the chain lightning as well.
And this is the pacing that I about expected. So this pacing is fast, but I think pretty normal. The question is, how fast do they need to go for the third set of these puddles? And I feel like they've been a bit slow. So they do get like a reset after 30 seconds. So around the 145 to 150 mark, they will get a reset. I think they need to be like almost jamming the third one around then, and that will allow them to be able to clear that fourth set of puddles. Because right now they are not on pace to get that fourth one cleared.
No, they're a minute 35 into the phase.
Maybe they don't need it though. Maybe Azeroth's health is fine to be at 50%.
You've no idea, because we get new pools when the phase changes. We do get new pools, so it entirely could be that this is fine. They're assuming, of course, it's not, because it is Mythic.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, these kind of mechanics are not fine to ignore whatsoever. But we are going to be gloriously joined by the one, the only Steakloins, who put out the most trolly tweet ever earlier.
Steakloins Twitter baiting? Never.
You literally driving people crazy immediately. Following the Rygalon kill. But you're right, Sals. There's more pace needed, and I think they'll find it in the next few pulls. That's looked better than any of the other pulls we've seen so far. How are you feeling on comp choices? What are you thinking they might bring in?
I think that the Triple Warrior looks good. I do think that there may be room for more melee, but it's ultimately going to come down to like phase 2 and phase 3 and how much uptime they're realistically going to have. Melee do the most DPS, so. But we've also seen a fight where it's like all ranged and Halandrus and all melee and Lords of Dread. So honestly, no clue. Hello.
How are we?
Doing all right. Just had some food.
What was for dinner?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just kind of ate it.
Red chicken and potatoes.
Red chicken.
Yeah, it was some sort of redness that was on it. I don't know what it is. Didn't really taste of anything. Chicken and potatoes is, that'll do. Chicken and potatoes is the way forward. Are we glad to see the jailer finally after 2 weeks?
Yeah, I keep missing the kill, and it kind of makes me sad, but, you know, I'd wake up, you know, start watching, see you guys talking about the boss, and I have seen that we have only gotten to phase, or seen a little bit of phase 1 so far. And yeah, looking at the comp as well, I'm definitely not the best person to ask for DPS, but what I did want to ask you guys, sorry if you've already talked about it, but, like, is this kind of a comp like, next week double legendary comp, or
no? This is science comp. This is all this is.
This is Rygalon comp that's just been fitted into this kind of thing.
This is the Rygalon comp that went and killed the trash and stood in front of the jail.
This is Rygalon comp plus 1 healer and plus Roger Brown, so he can help call out things.
Yes,
gotcha.
Yeah, he's doing the internal raid league. He's so good. He's one of the linchpins of the raid when it comes to actually just seeing and noticing stuff.
I have a feeling that this healing comp is about optimal though.
It's looking very similar to
something
every time.
Something about double Holy Paladin for 2 Aura Masteries and then a Disc Priest seems kind of good, I gotta say.
I think J-Dot was right. The Lords of Dread encounter really revealed the imposters that the meta was still in fact Disc Holy Paladin. So
as it always has been.
Yeah, that guy, he just knows.
Never resto druid for JB.
so messed up.
No matter how many buttons he undoes, they just won't let him in. They just won't let him in.
Has he thought about just maybe buttoning it up more?
I've asked him. He says no. He's never even considered it. Not once and never will, that lad. But they're getting better. This is nice. I love their positioning now. This feels doable. There's so much damage that's being spiked away. One of the consistent things they're seeing is not enough people soaking. After, you know, the tank hit, getting in and sneaking in and doing all that kind of stuff. Not seeing, they're regularly losing people to that. It's just not enough people in there.
That's why I think that more melee is going to make more sense later on, too, because it's just so much easier to get grouped back up for those tank hits, while at the same time, there is a minimum amount of range that you're going to need, in my mind, to clear out those blood pools.
Yeah, because Roger's doing a great job. This is why he's rocking the BM. He's able to get into those positions. He's able to just And along with the healers, like the healers have been the hard carry of this entire raid. Like I started to rise, and he was like, "Yeah, and,
Yeah, I am.
and,
I am a Giga Chad.
Yeah, and Liquid has more DPS than us, and that's annoying because we're healing our butts off, you know. And I totally see where he's coming from. It's like we had to 4 heal it because the DPS couldn't do it, and it looks like Liquid could do it 5 healers, right? It's like we've got 4 heal it because the DPS can't meet their requirements. Like what the hell, right? Are we supposed to be an item level ahead? What's going on, boys? Get it together.
To be fair, the healers weren't doing their job, so they had to have the boomkins help heal. So.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's slanderous.
That's factual.
We had to turn to Lorgok for the Resto Dream. That's what happened.
He is a king.
Yeah.
Can we cut to his POV? He's been bulking lately. Look at him. He's kind of jacked.
He's annoyed. He's lost 2 kilos of muscle since he's been here.
But
he's
look
actually
at,
pretty
dude,
annoyed.
his shoulders still bigger than my head.
Oh, true. But for him, they're not big enough. You know what I mean? It's just not good enough. And they went and bought him special dinner today. Did you see how happy he was?
Dude, he looked happier for that dinner than he looked for the Rygalon kill.
And I think it's just chicken and rice. I think that's all it was.
It was just not red chicken.
Yeah, they brought him special Lorgok dinner, and he went, "Is this for me?" Like, you give it like a full Oliver Twist. Really?
Yeah. Steak, have you had any lore about this fight from any of the people in that back room?
Oh, they're not telling you anything.
What do you?
Why are you looking at me like that? Okay, clearly she knows something.
What do you mean?
What do you know?
Wait, what do?
Do you know any secret information?
I don't know. Do you know any secret information?
No.
Do you?
No. I wish. I'm really dumb.
Why are you asking me if I know any secret information?
Why are you acting so sus now?
Why you could have asked him if he knew any secret information.
Well, he knows. I've been with him.
Yeah. Him and I have been hanging out. You just joined us. That's why I'm asking
you. Yeah, but what kind of?
I saw you talking to Nagi.
I don't know what he means.
What did
Nagi? He's prodding.
Did Nagi and Just Wait tell you anything?
No, I was just asking him how old he was, and he wasn't telling me. That's the last conversation we had by the food.
I think she knows something.
Then I was.
I don't.
She sounds sus, doesn't she?
I don't think so.
I think you're being too nice.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're telling us anything.
Okay.
I think those guys are in full lockdown now until they absolutely don't have to be. Those guys are like still streaming this, and we're thankful for it because it's always on the table is they don't have to, but it's definitely respectable that they're continuing the stream. They are hiding their comms from us, which is fully understandable. And I'm not even going to open the logs, actually. I don't want to check anything.
I doubt they're giving us the logs even.
We do have them now. But,
oh, really?
We do have
They
the
weren't
logs.
giving them for Rygalon pulls for some reason yesterday.
Only because Roger stepped out. We have the other logs.
Oh!
Yeah. The only
that's why we don't get the logs sometimes, is
Yes.
if Roger isn't in.
Well, we've got access to Roger's uploaded logs, but they had different logs. And they gave them us earlier for Rygalon. It was great. But from this point, not happening. As they get going again, and hopefully they can get this even quicker. This utterly ridiculous fight, and it's just complete... Every fight for the last 5 fights has been relentless.
I think that this circle should have quaking attached to it as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I was saying this the other day. We need more Mythic Plus mechanics in the raid. Some explosive on Halandris.
Quaking on the jailer?
Oh, yeah. You know what? Actually, I think Rygalon with Volcanic would have been awesome.
I'm really tired.
Hold on, write that down. Write that down.
Yeah, Rygalon needs Volcanic to really make it work. So they've got to make a nice little pattern. They make a nice pizza here. Was that too slow? Oh, he was good. He was good.
What if Rygalon had bolstering? and the Quasars bolster
the Quasars bolster? Yeah, I was just thinking. Oh, the Quasars just bolster each other, so the last one can't die pretty much. Oh, God, this is bad.
Wait, Anduin had bolstering with the ads.
Oh, that was really spicy. This is the problem with the shape of this room. Is one of the things I'm really going to have to get used to is you're funneled through these narrow pathways.
Yes.
And you all need to spread, so it's not going to be nice at all. They are adjusting now. They're getting in position. You can see this. They're getting in position to do the next channel, but they need to wait because it needs to jump to 12 yards. There you go.
Good stuff.
Yep, channeling it through. Full 3 stacks on the guys. That nice big 9% damage buff. That is very cool for the dudes.
And somebody's gone. Oh, Ryson has left the building.
Oh, Bombach left is annoying. I hate this one. He's not even going to go for it. Yeah, he's going to lose it.
I think he kind of just blew up all of his friends.
No, then he blew up his friends.
Oh,
Second
well.
bit. Yeah, so that did take down 2 players. I wonder if they'll even keep this lost mechanic. I get why they're doing it, but it doesnn't feel worth. They're trying to maybe extend the phase.
Losing the bomb, you mean?
Yeah. It's, oh God, they're all close to each other.
Well,
this fight is such a cluster so quick. Oh, man. This is all positioning, though. Every single aspect they can fix here is just positioning stuff.
Yeah.
That was something that I was going to ask, because I have been seeing a few polls. It is a bit hard to tell because it's early, but, like, right now, what is the issue?
A lot of it is positioning, because the boss is constantly forcing you to expand and contract the raid.
Yeah.
So it has, like, a full-on chains mechanic where it literally grips you in. But also it then has the tank mechanic, which needs to be soaked by several players. But then simultaneously, it makes a lot of mechanics that force you to spread far away while funneling you through these thin areas. And that just means you're overlapping all the time.
I think the overlaps are the biggest thing.
Yeah, so right now they have to get back in, you see. So as soon as they get the bomb, so later on we'll probably see them get bombed and knocked into the boss. Now that they're confident the position will be there and stuff like that. So it'll save them having to... They need to figure a way to reduce their movement massively on this fight to increase DPS while still making big movements. So a lot of global optimization is going to happen here.
I think the pacing is also kind of something that they're trying to get down. It's like when exactly is the optimal time to zap Azeroth with those chain lightnings?
What do you mean by optimal? Just to make sure it's done all of them within the 3?
How are they going to avoid terrible overlaps while healing the boss?
It looks to me like they've got it. I think they've got it figured so that every time there's a tank buster, do it then. Because that forces the raid to gather, which simultaneously means you can chain lightning through the raid while they're gathered.
Yeah.
As long as you can keep them relatively healthy, that's what they're doing on 1 and 2, and I think they're going to try and carry that through 3 and 4.
But the problem is that I think they're too slow for the 4th one.
Maybe, until we see it. Is there another World Smasher that comes, which delays them again by another 30 seconds? During the fate? I don't think so. I think it's at the 3 minutes he does the next one and produces more puddles.
Okay, there was a poll that Alex and I saw where he World Smashed the Azeroth again and then wiped them.
Was that at the 3 minute mark?
No, there was another one.
Okay, so I'll keep
so the health does matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure, because that then delays you being able to deal with the pools for an extra 30 seconds of the 3 minutes. Well, they might split it to doing 3 pools at once.
Maybe.
Yeah, they can do that. They can send that little squad off like we just saw.
There's no reason that they can't.
No, they can manage it however they want. I think they've probably mapped it out so this works.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be learning the strive. They were like, looking at the timings, no, we can't do that. And then they'll make it work out. So it's going to be interesting to see if they stick with this and just get it a little bit cleaner. And hopefully we'll see they're 6% off according to that, but that's not really what they're learning. So percentages are kind of... You can ignore them for now. You can kind of ignore them for now. They're just getting positioning a bit down. And, you see Gingy's in there? Is that also Wolf Disco? Is on his Warlock there?
They've been sitting in the group 5 for a while, so I'm not really sure if...
They're in group 8 even. I don't know why Clicks shows group 8.
Yeah, Gingy will just be watching the stream of his guys because unquestionably they'll be trying to get him in. We might see Noggy come in. We'll see. There's a lot of opportunity here because AMS would be very strong with some of these things. And also the physical damage. We'll see where they're going to come.
Yeah, I'm always really excited for nights like these because, you know, they're getting like their polls in on. And then overnight they always do like that, like analyst stuff.
Yeah,
where they're just trying to comb through. And then the next day it's like you see like a comp change. You'll see like a strat change. So it's like... Nights like these are pretty exciting because you can kind of see, like, you can actually get a lot of information on like what they're changing because it'll give an indication of what areas that they're struggling with. But especially when we go into the next morning, I'm really excited to see what they're doing.
It's a rough job that those guys have. The actual brain trust has a really rough job because they not only stay up all day to see what the guys are doing and be there on hand to make weak auras, adjust boss mods, you know, come up with new strats and timings.
Tell them that they got to 4-heal the boss.
That was Potter. I mean, I did hear the message come through, and it was literally that. I'm just saying, Scribe. We have the cooldowns. I'm just saying. I'm just leaving it out there, and Scribe's like,
I heard that being quoted in the Red Room. I think Grim came in, he's like, Potter was saying he's like, we have the numbers. He's saying it in like a joke.
It's amazing. He's talking about motorcycle insurance, and people love it. And of course, they love the savings they're going to get with Geico, but it goes beyond that.
You deserve to save.
Heard that before.
You deserve to save.
I know.
I need you to hear me. You deserve to save.
I deserve to save.
I mean, he has a way of making you feel seen.
Bundle car and motorcycle insurance and save at geico.com.
My pick'ems I think were ruined like at the very beginning of the...
Well, if they kill Jailer today, then I called it.
Mine's tomorrow. If they kill the Jailer tomorrow, I'm correct. That's Survival Hunter #1 DPS.
Yeah, what's Survival Hunter?
Yeah, I know.
Didn't we both pick Fury Warrior?
I think we're very wrong.
Oh, maybe not. There's a chance for the Fury Warrior to rise. It can happen.
Yeah, they got the enhanced shaman in there.
I mean, they're funneling the PI to the Demonology Warlocks, though. They're getting kind of assisted.
Well, yeah, they kind of need the help, though. You know what I mean?
Like,
not
isn't Wind Fury the same?
No.
Yeah.
They're melee.
So it's totally different.
It's okay. So here's the difference. Warlocks don't need help. Warriors, it's called a handicap. If you've ever been golfing, you would understand this.
I understand it without
Yeah.
golfing.
So it's called it's called a handicap.
I
Breach.
get it.
The Warlocks don't need a handicap. They already do the most damage without the PI.
I mean, apparently not. Like, you know, I'm seeing there's only one Warlock above one Warrior there.
Who do you think? Okay, well.
I'm just saying your lies are catching up with you, Tyson.
It's just the zero gap.
We haven't seen the execute phase yet, though. Once the Jailer starts to get to, the 20%, then the Warriors will start.
God, I hope he dies at 21.
I see.
Trolling.
It goes to 21, then goes up to 40, and then goes back down to 21 and dies.
And then just leaves.
Goes to 1%, heals 40% of his HP, and then dies.
Watch my cutscene as I flee.
Dude, you know what they need to do more of? Put automatic cutscenes in the middle of fights.
Oh, that's the best.
Oh, I love it. They
yeah.
should honestly really make sure that they're unskippable as well.
It was nice, though, on the Sylvanas one, that if everybody skipped it, it did end quickly. But when you were bringing alts, because nobody needed any gear, every week it was like, who's not done it? Oh, my God.
I've seen it. I've seen that they have cutscenes in Lost Ark that are unskippable, so thus they should have them in World of Warcraft as well.
Fact, because if one game's done it, you must copy it immediately.
Yes. Oh, wait, wasn't there something on Jaina, by the way? Because I played Alliance at the time, where there was like a different duration on the boat or something, like the roleplay.
I don't remember that.
The roleplay time was different or something.
Oh, I don't.
They had that in ICC. The Southang one for the Horde was ridiculous. It was like 1 minute and 45 seconds. It was so stupid.
I do remember Siege of Borealis had a different RP whether or not you were a Horde or Alliance. That sucked.
Yeah. Anytime you get that. I mean, nothing beats Trial of the Crusader. That was so obnoxious. It was like 6 minutes before you could even start the fight. Like, when they released that in that state, I was like, dude, are you for real? Like, the first time, sure, the pageantry's great. The next time?
Were you talking about before when you had to battle the other faction? I think that was like a super long.
Not in the raid, in the 5-man.
What is this?
Where you know where you had the lance thing? You had to remember the first boss took place on the horses, and you had to run around and do the lance thing. But when it first released, I think it only lasted 2 weeks. They had 6 minutes of introduction before you could start the boss fight, because they had to introduce the individual heroes, and they had their own intro. And like the first time, I was like, "Oh, this is sick." The second time, I was like, "Are you for real? You can't skip this? This is crazy. This is actually mad." And it took 2 weeks before they actually allowed it to automatically be skipped. That was bad.
What is this salt about?
I don't know. What are you salty about?
I don't know. Nothing yet.
Maybe that's your girlfriend.
Wait, what salt?
Okay.
Same.
Yeah. What are you talking about?
I don't
know.
Who? No salt there going on. No, it's good. But yeah, that's no more cutscenes in the end boss, please. Unless we've got a mythic only phase, and it's awesome.
How did you feel about the cutscene on N'Zoth? Where you clicked the gate?
I didn't care because I could literally. It wasn't that long. You could take your hands off the keyboard, and then of course it got min-maxed. Duh. So it was like everybody hit auto run because you're still playing.
I remember that.
Oh my god! It was like I can't even take my hands off. This fight is like 15 minutes, bro.
If you didn't auto run into the boss as well, you would like miss the soak on the ads or something, or like you wouldn't spawn them in the correct spot. Something really.
Somebody
really
had to spoil it. I can't even watch a little cutscene after getting through this hentai movie for 10 minutes. Really? I can't just chill for 2 seconds. I've got to go and, now I've got to go and click a little ball. If there is a mythic only phase in this, it better be good.
I'm down.
I'm down, and it better be good. I don't think there is one. There's nothing in the Dungeon Journal indicating one. Nothing's been data mined at all that there is one. But if there is, it better be awesome.
All right, I've been wrong about everything this whole entire raid, but I think that there will be a cutscene on this, or a mythic phase on this fight.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it. You feeling it, Steak? I don't think so.
You got to pick a side now.
I want to say no, just because like I can't speak for like race to world first raids, but generally I don't think they really like them, just because it's like they like the idea of planning, and I know last time a lot it seemed like there was a pretty negative perception about like that 45 instead of it being 50 kind of thing. I don't know. I want to say no, just because I don't. Like, from a viewer perspective, I love seeing them. But, like, from a player perspective, I don't know. I don't think so. I want to say I don't think so.
It would be kind of hype, though, as casters.
I think the players like it if it's fun. If it's not like, I mean, Nazoth is a terrible example because it was just garbage. Like you flew all the way over there, you got in a tiny little room, which is the same room you've been in for the last 9 months anyway, and clicked a ball. Like it's just rubbish. You know, it just wasn't. It was. It was just absolute trash because we were waiting for it for so long, and then when it finally happened, it was like, oh god. They're getting better with this position actually. I know they're still looking a bit ropey, but baby steps, which is what this fight is going to demand of them, has been pretty cool. You can see the uptime on the buff is really good as well. Now they've got to hide again. Oh my god, I'm getting Ashara flashbacks. It's killing me.
Is it that bad?
Not yet, but I am getting Ashara flashbacks of like you just get out of doing a mechanic, so he just has to line of sight the bomb.
Yeah.
And then you pop out for 2 seconds, you do 2 globals, and it's like you got to hide again, and you're like, oh my god, dude, I just want a DPS.
What's the resident healer think?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I'm kind of getting Ashara flashbacks as well. That was like I think the one boss since like beginning of WoD that I hadn't progged on because I was like moving, so I couldn't. And I'm kind of glad I did. Like, line of sight stuff is the worst. Like, luckily it's only a temporary thing, and everyone seems to kind of go back out in the open. But Ashara was just like the worst part was they're in range of you.
Can't hit the boss
as well.
Yeah. No, 100%. Exactly what you're saying there. It was just very frustrating. And so min-maxed, which this fight might end up being.
Yes, I love it when I get LOS'd on my PI. That is so epic. Very poggers.
Imagine just wanting to DPS the boss. I mean, I'm not against the boss so far. We've just seen some early pulls. It's just giving me a little... This fight is a combination of a number of things. It's like Agramar. He's got very similar styles to Agramar and very similar to Ashara so far. You can see the hide coming in now as the raid is bleeding out, but they're practicing position here, so it's fine if people die.
Agramar in just the sense of the tank combo, or...?
Yeah, where you just have to bob in, bob out, and get this, you know, you kind of gather and expand and retract. It's that kind of stuff happening.
Okay. Oh, the style
and the
of
tank
movement.
combos, where you had those big, sweepy tank combos that have also involved raid soaks. A few of them have got them now, like Ancient Guardian had it in that raid. I forget the name of it now. The Sylvanas raid.
Yeah, that one.
What's the Sylvanas raid called?
Oh, you're talking about Guardian.
Sanctum.
Yeah, you're talking about Guardian of the first one.
Yeah, Guardian of the first ones, yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. I was like, I'm actually not remembering the raid names either.
I forget. I mean, I know Sepulcher of the first ones is this one, but it'll definitely drift from my mind at some point.
Oh, goodbye, Deep Shades.
Bye-bye.
GN.
That was looking better again. Small improvements is what this is going to take. Everybody needs to be in the exact same position all the time throughout this. Because when you've got such little space, it's like you have to be in that hexagon over there. And you have to be in that one. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Simple as
Ooh, we're in phase 2 right now, though.
Yep.
They did survive one of the boss, or one of the
the boss
Azeroth getting
Azeroth.
comboed. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Jimmy's just seeing if he does anything weird that they weren't expecting.
They were starting to get another massive blast tank cast that they used to break these pillars.
Mm-hmm.
Where's he going?
There's still players alive. They're just seeing his timers.
Yeah.
This is always clever if you can do this. You'll see the players try and drag these phases out because they just want to see what the next timers are. Even if they're going to work on this, the add-on team alpha can go and start working on stuff and checking if their stuff is correct.
Yeah, you saw them do the same thing on Halantris for anyone that missed that kill. Like, the first time they got into phase 3, like, Zalia was just being, like, a live lord. And just with him staying alive, like, just from a combination of, like, the pods and everything, that's when you could see, like, there was just that the 3 divided sections
no
with
bombs.
the sky beams.
Right.
Yeah, that's when, like, they...
Praise be.
Because, like, that is a lot of information. And, oh, yeah, that's when they could also tell right away as well. You could just run around the outside, which is information which helped them determine we're going to just have all of our range take care of the bombs. So, yeah, exactly what you said, like...
Everything matters, because now that those guys can... I know that they had... I could probably reveal this now. Narcles has been on Heroic Jailer all day testing weak auras.
Oh.
All day. If you wanted to hear any more Chad stories about Narcles, even though he was benched, even though he carried the raid to victory on Lords of Dread, he's been in Heroic Jailer all day.
I was wondering if you could help me find my way out. I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
I regret to inform you that this next test is impossible.
Righto. So first, let's try something easier. Like saving money by switching to Geico.
Oh, you want it easy? You're in the wrong place.
Okay, robotic overlord lady. It was fun and all, but I'm out of here.
Well, this is awkward. Well, yeah?
Put your insurance on easy mode. Switch and save with Geico.
Time. Ledge.
Giga Chad.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I'm starting to think that he doesn't actually want to be a Ret Paladin. He just chooses to be ones because he knows he'll be sat so that he can do weak auras.
I think he chooses it so he knows he's benched so he doesn't make the raid look stupid.
True, actually.
Yeah, he
Possible
constantly picks the underpowered class.
How long until he makes his own raid team with just himself?
That was risky.
20 Ret Paladins.
Very true.
20
Very possible.
Write that down.
When Alex takes over as raid leader. Yeah. Oh, they're keeping alive here. This is good. This is much, much better. This is nice. They've usually had a few deaths by now, but this is working out okay. There's the 3 buffs that he wanted to get for his DPS. They did lose Turbo
Oh god,
there.
this is scary.
Yeah, then they have to soak. So you're going to have to bob in for the very last second, get the soak, get back out again. And then there'll be spread mechanics coming in. You can see it's the bombs now. So these are the ones they line of sight. They always kind of lose people here while they do it because they get the bombs and they get everybody spreading out at the same time. It's
healing in early prog here when they had, I believe, 4 boomkins in, but they've trimmed down to 2, and I'm not really sure what they're playing at this point. But I'm sure they've taken it into account if it's something that they could gain a bit of an advantage from. So I am a little surprised to see Shadow Priest in, though. Honestly. Zyro, Diva, I mean, we haven't really seen Shadow all tier. Yeah, the Vamp Embrace is solid, but is that really the only reason why they're in, or is there...
It's a solid single target class. It's going to get better next week as well with the double legendaries, and also it has full Twisted Fate uptime on this fight, which I'm assuming he's playing. It would seem silly if you weren't playing that on this fight.
See, that's what I was wondering too, and I forgot to check yesterday. But I mean, because you have so many Quasars you're killing upstairs, right?
You get Twisted Fate refreshes every single set of
downstairs.
Quasars. You get it downstairs when you're soaking those bombs because you can dot those, and they'll go below 35% for Twisted Fate uptime. So, yeah, you have that damage increase essentially the entire fight. Problem is, it's kind of very RNG with 2-set procs. We've got a resident memer on site, Franck, who also happens to be a Shadow Priest player, and I trust him implicitly about anything Shadow Priest related. And he said, yeah, well, you know, if he gets 2-set procs, he's going to pop off, and if he doesn't, it's going to be kind of eh.
I used to trust Franck. Now he's become angry in his old age.
Well, he's become the new analyst now that Misery has gone back to his homeland.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah, no, he's taken up that spot in the back.
Okay.
He is now our analyst, Franck. Sorry, Mitch Misery is his name now.
He keeps saying to 3 heal, and they won't listen to him.
Oh, no.
Well, they could swap 2 Shadow Priests in for 2 healers and
he's trying to get his weasel his way in there.
Dude, I tell you, man, he's got some hot takes, but in the end, maybe it works out, right?
Yeah, maybe 3 healing could work out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there definitely have been strats that have been used in previous World First races that were changed during farm. I mean, I don't think you could even call Echo's strat completely changed. I mean, it's the same thing, essentially. Like, you're still in the same position. It is 4 healers versus 5, but you've definitely seen swaps like that made in Prague, I'd assume. Did anything come to mind for you, Zyro? Like, relatively large comp changes in a race, even before, like, you know, it was popular and streamed to this extent?
I mean, there was kind of a big one last raid, right? In Sanctum of Domination, everyone stacked boomkins in order to get through Kel'Thuzad phases. But, you know, once people got more gear and damage profiles changed, and they also changed the fight entirely, you didn't really have to rely on that anymore.
There was Fate Scribe, too, right? With just the one directional rune turning that Liquid had? And
I mean, that was just... Well, see, the change in strategy from progression to farm is that instead of doing the one-directional turning on Fate Scribe, you just never pulled the boss in farm.
It's so good, dude.
You walked towards the boss room, and then you did a 360 and walked away.
I actually didn't kill that boss during Prague. I think it was during the race, and I just wasn't in. I don't remember, but I killed it one time on farm, and we killed it one time after that, like 3 months later. And it was funny because when sales communities were a thing and, you know, still allowed, not against TOS, like there were so many full carries that I remember just sitting there just rotting because no guild wanted to full clear. They didn't want to do it. They're like, nah, no face scrap, it's fine.
Il'gynoth would be a pretty okay suggestion, but I think there's a little bit of lore on Il'gynoth as well because we did get the world first on Il'gynoth, if I remember correctly, in Limit back in the day.
I believe so. I think so.
I think it was either Limit or Echo. I don't remember who got it.
Okay.
My brain is getting fatigued from being here for 3 weeks, as I'm sure the players are. But during progression, the normal strat for both Limit and Echo was to just dispel. Just get rid of the debuffs.
Yes.
And we were aware of the no dispel strat, but we opted not to not do it because we thought that they would just not let us do it because it was essentially removing a mechanic from the fight,
right?
Which is usually kind of that bar set for exploits.
Yeah,
if you're removing a mechanic from the fight,
use.
Blizzard typically doesn't like that. So But I believe the world third kill used a Notice Spell strat.
I forgot who it was. Was it a Chinese kill that did it, or was it?
I don't remember specifically. Chat will have to update us on the history here, but there was a kill in the top 5 that used that strat, and then a lot of guilds just said, "Oh, that looks easy. Let's do that instead."
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it was. Like, if one person died, it was over. But for the most part, like, as long as you paid attention on that fight, it wasn't that bad. Like, I mean, just don't get meleeed by a slime, don't be stupid, and you really just sort of make it through. So I think we actually employed that strategy as well.
Yeah. So Zara, you brought up how long this has been going on. Yeah. How would, and we both used to do this kind of rating. How would your head be right now if you'd been in there grinding away?
I would be
heading to week
exhausted,
3.
man. I would be so mentally spent at this point. You have to understand that doing something like this for 14 to 16 hours a day is, I mean, even if you are just sitting at a computer playing video games, the mental strain of having to focus completely on what you're doing, it really, really builds on you after a while. And I can't imagine doing this for 14 days. I mean, I think the longest I ever did it was for 11 or 12 days. You did that as well. That was a Shara.
Yeah.
And that was just almost complete mental boom.
Yeah.
I mean, now, they're not done yet at 14 days, which is the scary thing.
It's going to be 18 or something like that, probably. And, like, the crazy thing is that we talked about it earlier. I mean, the players have been here since week 1 of Heroic. Like, they've been here an extra week, which, I mean, yes, they weren't raiding to this extent, but they were doing 1 million splits and even just being away from home, right? Some players are in different time zones, which sort of allowed them to get, you know, in unison sleep-wise. But, you know, they're coming up on 22, 23 days of staying in a hotel and raiding every day. Like, it's exhausting, right?
Not being in your own bed, not being able to see your pets. I'm sure Fired Up misses Lucy and Zeus.
No, I miss my dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like, I think of all the things that started to make me feel like I'm too old for this, it's just how, like, exhausted I would be, especially on a Shara.
Dude, I was exhausted at the raid last night. You saw me in the back.
Oh, yeah. I think that was the wings.
Yeah, a little bit too. We didn't kill that, by the way. Zyra last night. We did.
You didn't kill it? How close did you get?
That was the best pull you saw last night.
Really? So for those of you who don't know, Kalamazi's guild, Temerity, is currently progressing on Prototype Pantheon, and that boss, even though the Liquid guys got it down on day 1, for most guilds, that boss is...
It's nasty.
Pretty annoying.
It's just, it was so good on PTR. I felt it was really good. And it's just like a conglomeration of just mechanics and garbage. Like, it just feels really bad.
Well, let's reel it back into the poll here. Not trying to cast a curse, but we do have to focus on this. The boss is sub 30 going into that second intermission phase. Remember, a kill poll mark to be here is 22% coming out of this phase. They can probably kill it at 23, but that's going to be very close. Let's see how low they get it here. It's going to be very, very close. They still do have the 1 battle res, but I feel like that's pretty unimportant because at this point, anything that's going to kill your raid is going to kill multiple people. It's going to be one of those debuffs not coming back, or not going downstairs at the correct time. So let's see where they are coming out of this Shatter Sphere, going back into the top phase. They're going to be just sub 24%. I don't know if it's enough, but this is going to be very, very close.
It's going to be really close here.
The next mark to look at is when he starts casting Massive Bang.
9%?
If the boss is in the low 9%, it is within kill range.
Okay.
Let's see how low it is here.
Yeah, we have about the timer. We have about a minute until the massive bang. No, about 50-ish seconds to the massive bang cast, right? 6:30 is what we're looking for? I think 6:30, 7:05 in rage.
7:06 in rage is
okay.
Kind of the hard in rage.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, we have that 1 battle res available, but if someone dies up here, I mean, for the most part, if someone misses a bomb, the whole raid is dead here. This is the final phase. Don't make any mistakes. The whole room has area of denial around it. The Quasars are spawning right next to the boss. You can't drag the boss any further than this because there is nowhere else to go.
This is the final set of Quasars. Everyone's downstairs, so...
Yep. Have to kill these last 4.
Oh, there might be one final set.
We have to
here.
clear these last 4, and then we're good. JPC, THE, and YMP need to clear this. This is actually close. They have 2 seconds. Can they clear this fast enough? They can't. Did they get the clear? They did. Okay. Okay.
They did.
All right. 12%. Shroud coming
Final
out.
2 Quasars are down. Get in the buff. Okay, they did. They're downstairs. Here we go.
Yep.
Let's see how low the boss is. Massive Bang is starting to cast at 10.4%.
I mean, look at him dropping, though. 9, 8. This is melting.
Ooh,
7.
This is going to be close.
They can beat this. As long as nobody... What else can even kill them here? 6.
If they have a
this
rally.
Is dead. This is it, right?
You think
5.
so?
Sub 5. 4. This is going to be
As long as
so
the
close.
pace
This is going to be so
up,
close.
3.
So close.
2. I'm waiting for the screams. I'm waiting.
We
1.
just need to get the rally for Twisted Touch of Death. Get the rally for Twisted Touch of Death.
Push.
Come on. Touch of Death.
Oh, dude.
That is like 100,000 health off from being Touch of Death by Twisted.
That's so close.
The damage just isn't quite there. And again, that was such a bad push for them.
It was like 10.5.
That was 10.3, 10.4% of the massive
Oh my gosh, dude.
If it was 0.5% lower, it's a kill.
Yeah. They've had sub 10% pulls coming out at that point, right? They just have to find a way to get that last 0.4%, and it's literally over. It looks so good, too. Everybody popping CDs just blasting, and it just dropped off in the end by a tiny bit. I was waiting for that TOD to come in, too, at the end. Like, please, dude, let this boss drop. So close.
Well, see, the thing that's kind of crazy about this is if the boss is low enough going into the massive bang, there's nothing else that can kill you.
No.
You know it's dead unless somebody just kind of AFKs at their keyboard. So...
Yeah, it's literally a hard just burn.
Yeah, that's... Oh, man. I mean, again, for those of you who have not been following along, their lowest push on a massive bang cast, they've had that boss at like 8.2% when it starts casting massive bang before.
Yeah, we said it was high coming out of the final singularity phase at like 10.3, 10.4. And if that's 8, it's easy kill, too. Super easy. It's so close. It's so close.
Yeah, I mean... You can try to look at saying 5 healing is incorrect, but it's not. The boss is 100% killable with 5 healers. In order to reconstitute your entire strategy around 4 healers, you not only have to get people to get used to using their healing off CDs, but you'd have to completely rework your entire raid cooldowns. That'd probably take another 50 pulls. It's not a good idea to completely change your strat when the boss is in kill range. That is something only armchair analysts from home would think of doing at this point. That's why you're not here getting paid the big bucks to analyze this raid.
Yeah, the boss is literally dead. I believe somebody mentioned that they had a demo lock go down at 30% momentarily. I mean, that I didn't catch it, but that could very well have just been the damage they needed right there. You know, and like you said, once they hit that final massive bang cast, there's nothing going on. There's no more quasars, no more beams on the floor. You have half a minute to kill the boss, or the boss just kills you. Man. Goodness.
This raid's been full of just a lot of bosses that make me go, like, I can't remember the last time I've seen something like this. Like Halandris, a mid-tier boss being, like, that many pulls, and this, like, how many sub 1% wipes have there been? Like, that almost never happens.
Max was looking at logs. Spell Q says Massive Bang went 5 seconds earlier than usual.
I wasn't paying attention, but if he says it, I believe it.
Yeah.
Let's. I mean, but they. I mean,
you gotta run
the thing
it
is,
back.
they could still kill it as is.
Yeah,
So.
nothing you can do about it. It's unfortunate. Just stupid spell queuing. Got to run it back.
Go again. Run it back.
I mean, you're right there. And we've seen them have like these low pulls and run it back and kill it the pull after. They've had multiple, 0.2, 0.4, 0.45 pulls. Right, they're literally right there. You know. Even comparatively to yesterday, like it's so much quieter behind us too. There's not as much like. Well, it's a lot quieter now. There's not a bunch of banter going on. The guys want this kill. They know they need this kill soon here, too.
Yeah, and at this point, there's nothing more they need to learn. It's just keep hammering away at it, hoping you get that lucky pull. I mean, I don't want to say lucky as in they don't earn it or anything like that. It's just, I mean, you're seeing how close they're wiping. Like, just something extra needs to happen that is not happening on other pulls. Like, if you've raided long enough, you'll know that there's just some pulls where the damage just starts like flowing out of everybody, and there's not like really a reason for it. It just happens. Like
the flow state.
Yeah, everyone's just like on it.
But that was the Lord of Dread kill. I was looking at logs with them afterwards, and they were like, "Yeah, this person just did like 2K more than they usually do every pull, and the boss just fell over. It was one of the easiest kills they had on almost compared to any boss in here. We just need that pull on this boss, but they are literally back in pulling right now. There's nothing else to talk about. Let's just get back in, pull it, let's go. We want to get this boss dead. We want to see Jailer tonight at an early time."
Yeah, and someone is asking why they're so calm. I didn't know if they're talking about us or the Raiders, but like they've seen so many of those 0.5% wipes. It's like they can't get excited till it's actually dead at this point.
Yeah,
it's feeling like Halandris, where you like.
I mean, I'm
don't
telling
celebrate,
you right now.
Just kill it.
I'm telling you right now, if this boss is sub 9% at the start of the massive bang cast, you're going to see some very excited people for those last 30 seconds. There's not going to be a single calm face in the building because they know at that point the boss is dead.
What do you die to?
You don't
nothing.
die anything.
You just don't die.
You got to somebody deciding they want to auto run into the pool instead of doing damage.
Jump off the edge. Like, you don't die. Right? So, and like, I mean, this boss just gets infinitely easier with double legendaries tomorrow, but obviously we want this boss dead tonight. I mean, assuming before dinner so we can get as much pulls in on the Jailer as possible. Any pullman.
I mean, every single pull you take to kill the boss now is one less pull that you get to see information on the Jailer.
Yep,
So.
exactly. We're at pull 241 currently, with the best being 0.25%. Do you think this dies before 250, Cams?
4 250?
You have 9
Yes.
pulls. Yeah, all right. Well,
Oh,
you just
wait,
lost
no.
one right
It was
there.
a wipe.
So.
Two people died, so he decided to backflip off for fun.
There's no point, right?
Below 251. Below.
I mean, there's no point in burning like 19 men in that there. You want the whole raid alive. You've seen everything. There's no point in having one person down and burning up out of res later on. You need the DPS too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, over or under 250 Zyro.
I'm gonna go with the under. I've undersold the guild on almost every single boss, and they've outperformed my expectations. I'm taking the under on this one.
Okay. All right. Cam's curse. I mean, possibly.
What?
Did someone chat say Cam's curse?
Dude, I think I put like 80 pulls on this guy. Is that the curse?
Oh, you mean in our caster predictions?
On the
I
predictions,
mean,
yeah.
I'm actually curious who. I don't know if we want to see them right now because we're in the middle of polls here and they're polling. But I think somebody had like 220 or something on their actual predictions for this boss. It might have been Aya redeeming herself from her 8 pull count on Halandra.
Do you think she got this buffed?
I mean, maybe.
After embarrassing 8 Halandras, she's like, okay, here are my numbers. She
Blizzard
pass
saw
it on to somebody. Yeah.
Blizz saw it.
Match this. Thank you.
Aya curse is noted. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm getting all this blame.
Yeah, I mean, you are the host today, so gotta deflect on somebody. He taps his cue cards menacingly. Aya was 250. Yeah, there we go. Can you imagine if she pegs 250 exactly? That'd be insane.
Jeez.
I mean, pretty accurate guess.
She would never let us forget about that.
Nope. Well, she's never forgetting about the Halandra thing either. Trust me. So, so it's a wash.
Yeah, it feels like another tier. Thinking back to the crab right now. It was a while ago.
Was it? I thought it feels like a couple days ago. Also a few years ago.
Yeah, we're in that space where it was like that. Was that today or last year?
It's
I'm
all
not
one
sure.
big week at this point. Everything runs together.
Yeah, definitely a strange experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
Indeed.
hotel to center to hotel. At least we've got some free time, unlike these poor raiders grinding away.
And some free food.
Yes.
Not a lot, though.
Yeah.
Not a lot of free time.
I will say I've been here past the Raiders leaving every night, but
it's only because your weird guild raids until 3 a.m.
Dude, it actually kills me at this point. I love my guild, man, but holy cow, I am so dead at the end of raid every night. But yeah, they've been going. I mean, they've been leaving at like 1:30 at times 2 in the morning, and they've been going for 13, 14, 15 hours a day, right? Like we talked about, it's mentally just exhausting.
It was actually funny. A couple nights ago, I was hanging out in the back with the analysts, talking to like Tags and a couple of the other analysts. I think Frank was back there as well. A few other people, and I was trying to find a way out of the conversation because I wanted to get some sleep because I had morning shift yesterday. And I'm like, all right, guys, well, I got to get some sleep. I got morning shift tomorrow. And Tags looked at me and he's like, me too. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Sorry about that, bud.
Feels bad. Feels bad. Yeah, I was saying, like, previous races, I've arrived really early in the morning and stayed all day. Like, and I realized this race, I'm getting here, if I'm on the evening shift, I'm getting here at like 5, I'll start at 7. If I'm in the afternoon shift, I'm getting here at like 12:31, start at 2. I felt infinitely better. I'm not pulling the 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. grind like they're doing, but the analysts have to be here every day. The players are getting here early. THG gets here and does quests before before starting his day up too.
Yeah,
I mean,
he is made for this.
THG is prime gamer material.
Yeah, him and Sang's over there just like questing and
they were in the middle of
vibing
Prague
out.
yesterday. I walked by. What is Sang doing? He's fighting Mythic Sepulcher.
Yeah.
He's.
I walked by when he was on Orgazoa too. I was like, all right.
Hey, man.
Get some transmog that he surprisingly doesn't have or something.
Yeah, props to people who can find enjoyment in older content of the game.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
I wish content was more evergreen in WoW. Like, but it's hard to find like a permanent place for time walking or like old raids, right? Because the gear's not as relevant, and I feel like comparatively to Final Fantasy or other games, like where it's more like, I guess like lore kind of, you know what I mean? Based. This game's more like progression and gearing. I feel like it's hard to find that middle ground there. But I agree. I wish I enjoyed older content a bit more than I do. Just don't even bother with it anymore.
Yeah. Is Valoris starting these predictions here?
He is. That's it. Yeah, and that's me. I'm Valoris.
I am Valoris.
No, me.
I am Valoris.
I heard Valoris loves anime. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean.
There it is. I love anime.
I love anime. See, there it
he has
is.
to keep saying it.
There it is.
When you love
Boss.
something so much, you can't say it once.
I mean,
how do you feel about anime?
I was waiting for him to play it again. I haven't watched any of it. I told
you haven't watched any of it.
I was
it being anime.
Yeah. Well, I told Makes that I ended up
put those away. Put those predictions away. We don't need to see those. We don't need to see those. Put them back. Get them off screen.
Let's get some headshots, commas.
We're missing a one or a two in front of those.
Cams.
We're just like at dinner or something.
Oh, you mean you and me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at dinner. It looks like you were in your living room.
Yeah. They said we need a picture, and I said, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
I see. There's a cameraman here. Maybe there's a couple good ones I can use.
During COVID, like a couple years ago, I had to renew my license. I think it was my license, and they wanted like a picture of me, like an updated one, because I hadn't done it like 15 years ago. I was a little kid. I'm old, chat, for those who don't know. And they were like, it needs to be a white background. I woke up and I forgot to do it. I had to take it like within a couple hours. I just rolled out of bed, closed my door, and took it against my door. It looks like a mugshot. That's exactly what yours looks like. I'm sorry.
I look like a mugshot. There's some nice plants in there.
What were there? I didn't see it.
Smiling. Yeah.
Oh, I'm smiling too.
Man, I'm getting flamed for my prediction in chat. I want you guys in chat to know that was a spur of the moment thing that they said before the race even started. It was like the Monday before Mythic Tuesday. They were like, "Yeah, can we just get your predictions in chat?" It's like, "Oh yeah, why not? I'll put some numbers down. These make sense."
I prolonged mine as long as possible to see how it went, but they were like, "Kalamazoo, we need your predictions now." Like, all right, well, sure, okay. So
yeah, and also given how the raid was looking, it was like, okay, Anduin will be like really hard. And then they'll probably give you a nice little break after that.
Yeah, I think that's what we all thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turns out.
I feel like Anduin was probably planned to be like the penultimate boss, and, you know, the ultimate boss being obviously Halandris here. But, yeah, I mean, Lords of Dread, I feel like almost Blizzard is probably not very happy with how Lords of Dread went, like, damage-wise. I mean, they didn't nerf it, but, like, I feel like they probably wanted it to be a little easier. Maybe, like, 40, 50-ish pulls, and then this boss, I don't think they want this boss being 250 either.
No,
but just double legendary gearing. Let's be honest, it's tuned for double legendaries, right? I would assume that they're not very happy with how it ended, but just sort of the way that it is, and they have managed to kill it. So now they're like, well, do we tune things? The answer is probably just no, right? Which they didn't do, barring the 6% Ragolon nerf, which needed to happen. There's no chance this boss dies with 85 million health instead of 79. There's no chance. That nerf was needed 100%. But it was really good too. It wasn't like 8-10, it was 6, which is like totally on point. Look how close they are to killing this boss.
Yeah, actually right on point.
Yeah.
I think something that Blizzard doesn't get enough credit for is once they have the information about damage values for the raid, they're very good at actually determining what a good enrage is.
Yeah.
I feel like they just didn't do it in Sanctum, because they've done this kind of thing in the past where they tune bosses based off of what early damage looks like in pulls, and it's not something that you typically see. It's not so public, but the prime example that I have of this is if you go back to Nyalotha. When I was in the guild and we were killing those first 3 bosses, the second the third boss dies and the raid opens up and you can kind of target whatever boss you want in the raid, we had people doing that. You'd /target Rodden, /target Vexiona or whatever it was, and you could see the health values for the boss. And they were tuning those bosses live with the damage values of our first 3 bosses. So what would happen was we would pull the boss one time. The first time we pulled it has like 105 million health. And then the boss would respawn with like 116 million health. And we'd be like, wait, what?
Yeah.
But that was Blizzard tuning the bosses based off the damage values they saw to make sure that the fight in Rage made sense.
Yeah.
And that's something that they've been progressively better and better at dealing with throughout the years.
Yeah, it's weird because, like, I mean, looking at the banger Sludge Fist in Nathriet, which is like, you know, a champion off the bat. That fight was just incredible off the bat. Tuning-wise, they nailed it to a T, and a lot of fights in SOD were a bit of a miss. I mean, like, damage-wise, which could be a bit of a domination shard thing, maybe, but that was just, you know, something odd in itself. This raid has probably been the best tune raid they've put out probably in a very, very long time. A very long time.
Depends on how you define good tuned. Because I don't know if a middle boss being 350 is good.
Well, it could have been 3.
What?
Halandris could have been 3.
Well, Halandris' HP could have been pretty much anything. It doesn't really matter as long as the Reclaim Shield was easier to deal with and the bombs weren't a one-shot mechanic. Like, for instance, if the bombs on Halandris were designed to only explode when the timer ran out instead of exploding when they get hit by literally any mechanic in the fight, that boss could have had double the HP and it still would have died at some point that week. Maybe not double, but it could have had a lot of HP and it still would have died.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think but what you are saying is they're good tuned if you want to make a boss real hard.
Yeah.
And like barely killable, basically.
They were tuned well for the race.
Yeah.
I think. Halandris is a bit of an anomaly because that fight hadn't been tested in that form on PTR. They tested the old one with the pylons and the cleave, and like I was a bit worried about some bosses not being tested, but like it was more Lords of Dread in Ragolon, not Halandris, because the fight was reworked. But I assumed they had some values to go off of, but apparently they just didn't necessarily as much. That 10% nerf to his health was big. Because it was like raw damage or raw health nerfs. Phase 3 is easier, and also the reclaim shields in Phase 2. Like they were trying to beat that shield, but they just, I mean, with like lust being allocated there and things, they just totally crushed it once the nerf came in. But I mean, that 10% nerf still made the fight really close. If it was 15, might have been a bit excessive. If it was 5, probably wouldn't have been enough. So Blizzard did dial that in pretty well, almost to an actual T. I feel like on that fight. We'll see what happens next week with Reset, and not tomorrow. I think like in 8 days from now, when the race is hopefully over. For other guilds, they're going to get to that boss. Zyros had some good pulls in that boss, haven't you?
Oh yeah, we have Halandris sub 5%.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, nice.
Yep. The funny thing about Halandris is the entire difficulty in that fight is getting to P3 consistently. Once you get to P3, it's extremely cozy for ranged. You just kind of sit in the back behind the mode spawners, and you're chilling, and you just hope your melee don't mess up.
And then we pay for our sins on Lords of Dread.
Yeah.
By being ranged, but...
Well, we just don't go in. That's the bit.
Oh, sure. I mean, my guild doesn't have 5 Sarva Hunters and 3 Frosty Ks and 8 Warriors. But I'm pretty sure we'll be fighting a different fight than what Liquid and Echo and other top guilds have fought on Lords of Dread whenever we get there in a few weeks. So, we are indeed gearing a Frosty K up, though.
Okay.
Which we haven't had a DKing guild in probably since like Castle Nathria, I think. After somebody got the AMZ nerfed.
Yeah.
Somebody being someone I'm not going to mention because we're not for sure who actually had that, who got that nerfed. But I don't know. Maybe Chad can clarify. But
what are you talking about?
Big,
Sorry?
big streamer.
The AMZ nerf. Yeah, exactly.
I think it was Preach.
Zyro just throws it out. All right, sure. You said what we were thinking.
Can't believe Preach got DK's nerf.
Sorry, I'm not scouring at you. I'm just going through labor right now in my insides. A wave is passing through me.
If you need to take a quick breather.
No, I'm good. I just need to. Just needs to.
Just reel it in.
Move along.
Do you know about the secret bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Secret bathroom.
Yeah. The sink doesn't work, but you can have some peace.
Yeah.
It's open if you want camps, I would assume. You gotta slide out, let us know.
Question for me, and I'm assuming you guys can also roll in on this one as well, because it makes sense for you guys to respond to. Would you prefer future tiers to be difficult like this one, or like one of the easier ones that are quicker to complete? Is the tier too hard? Well, as a caster who's up here making day rate, bring on the long tiers. I love the difficult tiers, but also as a player, like. These types of tiers are probably only something that I'd ever want to see at the end of an expansion.
Right.
Something that you can really sink your teeth into that feels like a good thing to cap off the expansion. I wouldn't want to see one of these at the start of an expansion for sure.
No, I wouldn't either. Which I feel like they, over the past few expansions, have gotten progressively a bit more difficult over the expansion, right? I mean, Azoth was, 300-ish wipes or so around there. I'd much rather have a tier be harder than easier and be tuned like it's been over the course of this race, because an easy tier feels bad. Like you walk into SOD expecting, Kel'Thuzad and Fate Scribe to be really cool bosses, and they were for the whole 8 pulls you pulled them. Well, honestly, okay, KT just sucked in the first place. KT was a meme, undertuned, just mechanically they didn't catch on what you could do with that fight. Just it became a meme, right? And I guess Sylvanas was okay tuning wise, but the fight wasn't very fun. That's something in itself. But I'd prefer tiers that are easy or harder that are tuned within a short period of time, like this race has been done, than easier ones. But I think there's a middle ground of like probably 12-ish days where it's like optimal. I feel like for players and probably everybody involved.
12 days is actually still a long tier, by the way.
It is. That's how like Nilotha was. I believe 11-ish, right around there. Nilotha ended on like a Saturday, I think, right? Let's think.
Yeah, I like 10 to 12 days is good. I think the 6 is way too short. 7 makes it weird with the reset. So just get like a little deeper into week 2. I think that's like a perfect spot.
I feel like that Nilotha was like Saturday, like day 10 or like day 11, I think.
Yeah.
Roughly. Yeah. That's solid, you know. So yeah, I prefer a harder tier that's tuned within a short period of time, and not like a tier like this that has a 3.5 day Feta Devour wall where you can't do anything. So, which albeit was sort of Halandrous, but that wasn't 3 days. That was like a day and a half. And yeah. So I don't know, Cams. You agree? Like you said, for the most part.
Yeah.
Is there a 13 days? Is that too much? Or 12, 13? Is that a good middle ground for you?
I mean, if it was over, that's fine. But coming into this when they're not even on the last boss is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's it'd be funny if there was just like a supercut of all the casters and like everybody talking about like how long the tier is going to go, and then you could just see like day 5 they've extended 2 more days.
I mean,
we did do that on day 1. I think it was me, Aya, and Preheat were on desk, and we all gave our predictions for days. And I said 12.
Okay.
Which I thought
was a good prediction.
I thought that was actually underselling it at the time, but I figured that they wouldn't want the tier to go on too long. But here we are on day 14.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of 14, actually, there's no transition here, but the boss is at 25%.
The transition isn't over. The transition isn't over yet.
Exactly.
Let's see how low this boss is. Remember, on that 0.2% wipe, the boss is at 23.8% coming out of the phase.
Boss
it is a
already
full
low.
percentage lower than that.
More than that. 22.6.
I don't want to risk it.
No, so this is like the final upstairs phase. A lot of area of denial.
3 sets of Quasars in your end.
Yeah,
the raid
deal with the
damage here is
Quasars,
just
and this
insane.
boss can die this pull. We have 1 res available as well.
Chat, hold.
Noted, hold.
First set of Quasars. Kill that 4th one.
It's super... Oh, dude. Okay.
He's down.
We should have 1 more set coming in here. It should be it. 2 coming in.
Hold.
We
Here
have
are the
half
Quasars.
a minute on Massive Bang Cast.
You kill them now.
Yeah, I'm just
2
staring
down.
at the health frames.
Burn the close Quasars as quickly as possible.
Yep, left, right is hard. Burn hard. If we make it through this wave of Quasars, this boss could very well be dead. 15%.
Good.
Yep, the last 4 here. Just burn them down. Min-maxing boss DPS here as well. Final soaks coming in. Kill Quasars. And, yep, we're good. Those are both clear. Boss at 13% with half a minute left before the actual hard rage.
All 4 downstairs.
Watch for spell queuing here. We'll see a Shroud coming in. There's the Shroud.
Everyone's done.
This could be it.
Sub 10.
Yeah, the boss is
Still
so
hasn't
low.
casted it.
He's so
no,
low.
this is it.
Sub 9.
He spell queued like he's
This
super
boss is
late.
dead.
This
This boss is dead.
is
This boss
beyond
is dead.
dead.
It's just
He
dead.
pushed the bang back so
just dead.
far. He shrouded and then did 2 casts and then bang. 6, 5. I'm waiting for the cheers. There's no way to die here. This boss is actually said it's 5. Sub
It's already
5%.
dead on my screen.
It's literally at
It's already dead
4%.
on my screen.
3, 3.5. This might be close.
No, it's already dead on my screen.
Please,
It's not even
just kill
close.
this. It's not okay.
This
it's
is
not
the
even
fastest
close. Come on,
kill
let's hear it.
of our
Kill
lives.
It. Come
The
on.
rumbles from
Kill
the
it.
from the
The
crew
rumbles
starting.
behind us. The
Get
boss
this
is
dead.
dead. The
Let's
boss is
go.
dead. Liquid claims world second. Mythic Raglan. We are on to the jailer. That was good. That was a fast, easy kill.
I could hear the rumbles from the group starting at like 10 seconds on the massive
There it is.
broadcast.
There it is. There it is. Good job, boys. All right.
There it is.
All right.
Oh,
Now,
the relief they probably are all feeling. Like, exciting to get a world second, but just they don't have to think about that boss anymore. No confusion on, like, are we going to see Jailer?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's just over with.
we knew we were
No
going to see
doubt.
Jailer at some point today.
Yeah.
We just didn't know from who.
Okay, you know,
But-
it's cool to see the players and all, but where's the loot?
Yeah. Yeah. Did we get any
Yeah, who got
daggers?
that tier?
Who got tier? That was good.
I'm logging in. Let's see what the loot is.
245 pulls we can see below on our Honda Raid Progress Tracker. Does indeed move Liquid to 10 out of 11. Now we have a 2-dog race. 2 guilds, 10 out of 11.
Oh, and also the under 250.
There it is.
There it is.
Dude, the believers got it, man. I love it. I love it, dude. Awesome. I'm so happy, man. I'm happier for the believers than the kill, honestly. I hate when the doubters win, man. I hate it. Look at that. Look
Yeah.
at that, dude.
I don't want to like.
The haters
I don't
and
want to say
losers.
it's me that did this, but
it's you.
For all 3 of the most recent kills, I've been on desk, so maybe I
that's
just need to
good.
cast the entire
Well,
time.
I will say I have cast every final boss kill.
Really?
Sylvanas, Denathrius, and Nazoth. I called Nazoth to an actual T, the exact pull count they killed it on in Nilotha as well.
All right, so loot for that boss. Maviepie and Atrocity were the ones who received tier pieces. And
Any Entumbras or anything?
The other pieces were a ring on Trill Shaman and
There's so many conduits to loot.
a trinket for Fire It Up. That trinket is not that good.
It's
unfortunate.
It's not the Grim Eclipse trinket, right? Yeah. Okay. It's not, but apparently that trinket, for those who are sim fans, the actual haste wasn't even being simmed until like 2 days ago. So, but it's still apparently terrible.
The thing is,
it's still apparently pretty terrible. Yeah. But I mean, you okay, Sarah? My bad. Our bad.
Yeah. All right. So I mean, we'll have to see more.
Whoa. I was just stealing all our cue cards or something.
We'll have to see more of the jailer before we can make accurate predictions. But what are you guys thinking? Thank you.
What is this?
What am I thinking? I think this race is tightening
poll
up.
counts.
So, okay. So here's the thing. Echo hit the jailer, I believe. How long did they kill the boss? Like 4 hours ago, give or take?
About that.
Yeah, so they hit the jailer like 4 hours ago. But at the same time, their raid night ends, I believe, in like 3-ish hours. I could be a bit off, but Liquid will have more raw time today, or a similar time frame today, on the jailer that they will actually have as well. It's sort of an even playing field, but now we're getting into tomorrow's Tuesday. There is no chance you extend this boss. There's no chance. You re-clear.
Yeah.
Double legendaries come in tomorrow. So now what we talked about, what we sort of feared, this actual race is really going to heat up here because 78%, I believe, is Echo's best pull. But now Liquid has a chance to see what they've been doing because they got there first and replicate what they've been doing. So
yeah,
yep,
we'll see. This is
Do you
going to
think
be
of the same thing, Zyro, before we go to a replay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yep.
All right, let's go see them kill that dumb thing again.
With team comms this time.
Yes.
Yeah, was it you, mate?
It might have been one pull. I
Oh.
don't think I re-ruined when I died with that one time. But I was also gigged out because I died mid cooldowns, so I was like sad.
That's no care.
Kevin, Donkey, Goop, and Baboomba Bam.
20 a.m. Small personal.
Right.
Range Soaks there. YMPC THD. And Ben and JPC are next.
Hans symbol. Big personals here.
Yep.
Hans him.
And this is Esta and Rivens.
Trani Ashen. And Sevi's Roar.
I will need a grip Nori.
Ranged personal. And next symbol coming out. This is Hans Salve. Personal this first set. Not yet. I think you're Mac. You're muted, Max.
Oh shit, my bad.
Maybe symbol.
Nick and Nori are next. And everyone personal now. These are Range Soaks, THD King Flight.
Bait mainly. Good.
Cheers. Geek.
Good, and then Kevin and Blue Mango in a couple seconds.
Hans just maybe. Nori Salve. And then symbol. James Soak.
Good, last debuffs are coming now. You can personal again. Make
Ben
sure the
Rally.
slows are there. This is Ben, Trill,
Ben
Baboomba
Rally.
Bam, Riven.
And then Goop's Roar, Natty Healing. This is next him.
Johnny AM.
Yep, good. And we have the salve. Perfect.
Nick GS.
Okay. And ranged, you can Hellstone on this one if you're scared.
Natty healing this.
Good. Watch tanks. Nice. Focus here. We're getting knocked soon.
This is personals Healthstones on first.
Yep. Everyone personal now. Hellstone as soon as you take damage. Press goop. Okay, these ones are ranged here. This is King Fight HD. King Fight HD.
Nori him.
20 sec.
I'll buff you after my Musku.
Okay, Kevin and JPC get these.
Make sure Yagi.
Yep. Last set of Quasars coming in.
I didn't.
This is personals and
He's
Kevin's
gonna buff
rally.
you after CDs. Watch THD and Kingfly here. Estem, Baboom Bam are soaking after Ben and Blumengo. Ben and Blumengo soak.
Personals.
And Estem,
we're Natty
Baboom Bam. These ones need to be cleaved ranged. Good.
It's gonna be Sevi's roar. Just Natty healing.
Light roar.
Just get to your spot.
Getting Johnny's Ash and Insta. It's gonna be melee personals and Donkey Dark.
It's a little far fired up. Just watch it.
Melee personals, Donkey
Yeah,
Dark. Again, this phase, if you have any health stones or health pots and you're ever going to die, you do it. Make sure you're in the Ashen. Make sure the melee core gets soaked.
Now it's ranged personals.
Yeah, ranged personal now. Goodness, watch the range dealers now.
Watch me.
Watch Twisted. Soak the sphere.
Natty healing.
It's gonna
and
die.
we're getting
Nice, get out of
maybe
it.
Symbol.
Get out of it. Watch tanks. Watch tanks.
Maybe symbol. You can personal the first set and fucking empty your bags.
Yep. Just relax here, boys. JPC, Kevin, Est up Ribbons first. Get ready for the knocks.
Watch Ribbon.
Good.
Nori salve, insta, and
Everyone
Perfect.
personal.
Just empty your bag here. Nori symbol.
Got the range.
Don't knock anyone.
Double Driny, double Driny.
Okay. And Nick and Nori.
Melee
are-
bait.
We're good. Melee bait
Personals
here.
now.
This is a range soak. King Flying Goop. King Flying Goop soak.
GS Nori.
Him
Good.
and
And then
Nick.
Trill and Ben. Trill and Ben.
Fuck these.
Kill the Quasars.
And salve.
It's fine.
insta
Just kill them
maybe.
melee and soak them. All good. All personals here. And Driny, you're going to aim in 5 seconds.
Johnny son.
Melee, get
Yeah,
ready to
let's
soak
just
these
do it
two.
if you can.
Melee, they're already down. They're already down melee. JPC and Blue Mango. And Baboom and THD get the last
We
two.
have a salve here. We're good.
Sack Scott.
We're chilling.
So watch me on
Just keep them up. Keep King Fly up.
Yep. Healer's down.
Send this boss to the fucking grave.
He's
Come on.
turbo dead.
Don't
we need
stand in the
everything.
fucking black
It's not
shit.
over yet.
What a call from me.
Let's see that, Todd.
Personals?
Good call, Donk.
Mate, it's a global.
That's not for me.
Healers, everything. Come on.
I've never pressed my keys so fucking hard,
Come
man.
on.
Yo,
Come
T, you better
on.
get it, man.
Maybe a touch.
Let's go.
Come on.
Let's fucking go.
Nice, good job.
Yes. Woo.
Good shit.
Kev, I didn't get it. You didn't get it?
Mavetti.
No, I didn't My get turn? it.
My turn. Let's go.
Hey, welcome back. Oh, you can see here we've got the boss web. Finally, you can see this guy shake and get some swords on him.
Pulsating.
Come on. Give Reglon
Let's
the
go.
sword.
Come on, come on, come on.
Bang!
Yes, sir.
No double bang yet. Gotta save that for Jailer.
Just watch. It's a massive bang. Right.
True.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, but you could tell by the team comms that they knew the boss was dead. I mean,
Yeah.
8% on a massive bang push, the boss was turbo dead unless somebody decided to literally jump into the black holes on the edge
It
of
just
the
actually
room.
troll. Right. There's no way to die there. You know?
Also, I love how they can keep the comms a little bit like lighthearted and clean.
Yeah.
Personals call from domes while they're burning. Personals for what? There's no damage coming out.
He also called out, "Do not stand in the black puddles."
Yeah.
Like they're just gonna walk into him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was good, man. I mean, it's like we said, you didn't need to 5-heal that boss. They had the damage, right? And we also mentioned on break, taking a look at our actual leaderboard here as well. Echo Liquid being 10 out of 11. SK Pieces at 8 out of 11 with Skyline and Method. Pieces having a 3% wipe on Lords of Dread. Then BDGG, Aster, JTH, Sonic's Imperative, and Aversion coming up quickly at 7 out of 11 here as well. So
it's kind of wild to me that even though SK Pieces and Skyline have definitely stepped it up over the past couple of tiers, that the gap between Echo and Liquid and the other guilds is just this big.
Yeah.
The resources, the player's skill, the ability to class stack, it's so hard to match.
Yeah.
When you're one of those other guilds. The same thing happened in Castle Nathria, if you remember back then.
Yeah, it did.
Liquid, Limit, and Echo back then were the only guilds to have Sardonathrius down when no other guild in the world had even killed Stone Age in generals yet.
Or just about killed SLG, like low wipes. They hadn't even pulled Sire, though.
They hadn't even pulled Sire yet.
Yeah, they were super
I remember
close.
the leaderboard was Echo, was Limit, Echo, then no Stone Legion Generals kills, and then a bunch of Sludge Fist kills. And that's still the case today. Now, that's going to change a lot when we get to the reset tomorrow
for sure.
and Wednesday. A lot of guilds are going to acquire the DPS to easily deal with both Lords of Dread and Rygalon. They'll still have to figure out the mechanics of the fights, obviously. Those aren't going to be easy at all.
Yeah.
But the DPS check will be comparatively non-existent.
So you just 5-heal then?
You probably just 5-heal, yeah.
I feel like it's on the other spectrum of a fight like Halandris, where it was like, gear helps every fight, but that one, it's still, you just, bomb goes off, over, Mo hits the boss, over. And these ones, they're way more of a gear check. I mean, Rygalon, you have to be, like, you have to control, kill the Quasars and get people into them and everything like that, but just the real difficulty on both of those fights comes to just, can you just smash your buttons?
Yeah,
and,
can you play...
outdo the damage coming in and the damage required.
Can you play perfectly for 6.5 minutes, basically? Because, I mean, like, you need max damage. I guess max mechanics is sort of a word, a reference point, right? Like, you need to play perfectly, and, they did. They had a few polls at 0.25, 0.4, and that poll wasn't even close. That looked like the Lords of Dread poll. There was like, everything, they just played well, and everything lined up, and we just killed it. I believe they had a Boomkin die. We saw on the replay, like mid-poll, but right up, and still no real problems, So... The stars aligned and the boss died. Look at that.
I want to point something out. Just a little bit funny to me is one of the common themes across all of these races is Ben's never-ending hatred of Hunter players. And as I passed by him and was talking to him about, Ben, you got Mythic Tier from every other boss. Why didn't you get it from this one? And he's like, I don't know, man, but check this out. And then he pulled up his ERT, and he showed me the first blood leader from each boss. And for those of you who don't know, the first blood counter is just a tracker of who died first across all your polls on every single boss. 8 of the 10 bosses were Hunter players.
Karma.
So sad.
Just karma.
But they got Lords of Dread. Apparently, they were basically unkillable in that fight. So
I mean, they were melee. They were, even if they weren't, like, you just wanted them in for the raw damage they could bring. So
they got like a leech in their cooldown. So every swarm they just like self-healed themselves, like the whole thing.
Yeah, leech is wild in that fight. Same with like Anduin for the huge damage amp. Swarm phase is essentially the same. Like big damage amp, a lot of leech, you can keep yourself up. It's super solid.
So we're going to be pulling Zaval here pretty soon. The jailer himself, who sent us these nice flowers, by the way.
That's true.
He knew we would see him today.
He knew we would.
Don't touch.
What just happened?
They're mine.
Oh, they're Kalamazis. Okay, sorry. Do they smell good? They're too far away from me.
Would you like to smell them?
No. It's okay. I can actually smell them from here.
They're good.
They're pretty nice.
Sorry, Cam.
But what do we know about the jailer? What changes from heroic to mythic?
So one of the big things is there's like Azerite pools. He has like an ability called World Breaker in Phase 1, World Cracker in Phase 2, and World Shatterer in Phase 3.
He has this big fetish for breaking the world, huh?
Yeah. And whenever he does, like these Azerite pools spawn on the ground, they have to be soaked. So whenever he shatters Azeroth with his hammer, there's a huge arcane vulnerability buff put out that makes the raid take, I believe, 700% more arcane damage. And the Azerite pools, I believe, arcane damage when you soak them, the surrounding players. But they give you a stacking damage increase as well. And if they're not all soaked within 3 minutes, you die. So there's a lot of like min-maxing here. Yep, the encounter also was not tested on PTR. There is a potential to have hidden mythic mechanics for a final phase, because it is the Jailer, is the final expansion. But yeah, the Blood of Azeroth right here.
Pools that you soak to do increased damage. I'm getting big vibes from Emerald Nightmare here. Remember that end boss? Soak a pool, get a damage buff.
Oh, Xavius.
Xavius, that was his name.
Yeah. And Shadow Priest could double dip on it with Surrender, right? I think they could? Yeah. I feel that.
But let's check it out. Let's see what our homie the Jailer looks like.
Yeah, Raider's getting ready. Let's look at this man.
If the jailer has breached the sepulchre, then he is but a breath away from enacting his plan.
The sepulchre's secrets will be mine. Every event set in motion, every pawn put into play.
Wow. Those videos, yeah.
They
chills.
is standing up on my arms.
Yeah, it's giving me. It's reminding me of BlizzCon. when
It
they
actually
go.
does, yeah.
Yeah. Very
Oh, a bit of
exciting.
Lore behind the jailer here too. Do you want to follow up and talk about the lore here of Zyronic?
Absolutely not.
I was trying to throw it to you.
No shot.
Cam, you're the host. Take it up.
Yeah,
You got
so this guy, he runs the jail. And
He's like the warden,
he's kept everybody in there, for a couple weeks now. And
let me out, please.
once he is dead, people can go home. So that will be exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, normally when we get to the end boss is kind of like, okay, this is like it is kind of the only boss that matters, but just this whole race has been like such a grind with so many crazy bosses that it's weird to think that but this is actually the real boss.
It actually is. The jailer is a character that's been a bit odd to me over the expansion. Like, I feel like I haven't connected with him being the ultimate bad guy, like anywhere near as much as I have like in previous expansions with like one big bad dude, like the jailer like Anduin, not Anduin. What's his name? Arthas. Duh, good lord. Like Arthas, like Illidan. Have you felt the same like general disconnect, or just like another random dude to you? Or
So I feel the same disconnect with every boss because the lore largely doesn't matter to me. I just want to press my buttons and make boss die. Put angry boss in front of me. I don't need to know why they're there. I just kind of want to kill them and get their loot so that I can be cool and do big deeps.
Yeah. Bosses to me are mechanics. Is this a good mechanic fight? Then it's awesome. But lore-wise,
you know what was funny is I was hearing you explain this on desk the other day, where you're like, we could have a complete empty, no texture raid encounter with just mechanics coming at me, and I'd be happy. Did you ever get to play the Alliance raids in the last expansion of Final Fantasy? The Nier Automata?
No, I didn't.
Those are exactly that. You should try them.
They are? Okay.
They're literally like almost empty space with just mechanics coming at you, and they're
Awesome.
still so cool. You should try those out.
I love the Nier music, so I'll listen to that anytime I can. But yeah, so
back to Zoval. Back to World of Warcraft.
I guess his name is Zoval.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went over some of the mechanics, but you see phase 1, getting hit by 2 stacks of tyranny will mind control the player. Do you know what tyranny is?
Tyranny are these dark, these orbs that come out of the pylons. You have the LOS, I believe. So getting hit by them twice. Domination is basically what the mind control effect is called, which increases your damage and your health. And I believe the players have to kill you, and if they don't, you're thrown off the edge. It's similar to the Valkyrie on Arthas, way back in the day on Lich King, right? At the start of phase 2, the jailer consumes the remaining blood of Azeroth, which are the pools on the ground, right? The ones you have to soak, which he shields for 6 million damage
6
per
million?
stack.
Okay, so one stack is
maybe like one or two.
Maybe one or two you can.
But I mean, 6 million health is a lot. That's how much Raglan was nerfed by.
That's 5% of his HP.
Yeah, exactly. It might even be.
He has 130 million HP.
Okay, got it. And phase 3 has Defile, which is also an Arthas throwback, Lich King throwback, which just grows. And if you've seen it on Heroic, initially it wasn't doing much damage, but they buffed it, and it hurts now. You can't at least stand in that thing. And on Mythic, I'm sure it's gonna pack a serious punch. This fight looks wild.
Yeah, and it said there it slowly grows over time. So now, regardless of people in it, it's just going to be growing.
It's just going to keep going, and that's what I would assume is your heart and rage in this fight is beating the Defile before it beats you, or the jailer beats you.
Is there just one
with his
Defile?
hammer? What's that?
Is there just one Defile, or are they going to need to
I'm not
I think
sure.
it's one of the time on heroic. I mean, maybe there'll be
Yeah.
multiple on Mythic. We don't know.
Okay.
There is some
That's the
area of
thing.
denial, regardless with the pylon spawning. So if there's multiples, hey, that's cool. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm excited. From what I've seen, it's going to be a lot of people getting knocked into holes, off the ledge, knocking each other around. It's a lot of knocks.
Yeah, the room's pretty cool because if you get one of the debuffs, you literally jump into one of the pylon holes to like not explode on the raid. Like, there's a lot going on in the room, like shattering pylons that are overpowered, I believe, with the tank mechanic, jumping in them to clear your debuff. It's cool. The room visually is really awesome.
Yeah,
I just think
it's a stunning room.
Yeah, I think over the course of time it might become a little old to me, maybe. But we'll see. I don't know. The fight looks like it could be a real banger. Like one that goes down as one of the best end fights. But, I mean, we'll see here pretty soon.
Be careful, because the last time somebody tweeted about a fight being the best fight of all time, we got Sylvanas. So,
but that was the best fight of all time.
No,
right?
no, it wasn't.
I think
it was not.
She looked cool, like when
she did look cool.
Dashing around and smoky and firing arrows. She looked awesome.
But she was doing what?
She was like dashes around. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't hear the word you said. Okay, yeah,
She's very agile and shooting arrows and jumping up. It looked cool.
It was not cool on PTR when you first tested her because she jumped all over the place. It was a nightmare. But they changed that, and that was good. Yeah, we'll see.
Sometimes the visuals go a long way on a fight, but
they do.
I mean, not to be like bring it back to the empty room with no mechanic or no visuals and stuff. I do like the art and everything in WoW. To be clear, it's just the story and the characters not too connected. But
just give me a good boss, dude.
Yeah, and the room on this one is unlike any fight I've ever seen.
Yeah,
like
it's super cool because they have Azeroth in the middle of the room, which is like your main save Azeroth kind of mechanic on the fight. If Azeroth dies, I mean, we all die, right? So
the only room that I can think of in scope to this one that was like, wow, I looked up and I was like, this room is really cool, was Fallen Avatar's room.
Okay,
that was very similar to me. As you looked up and you like saw the chains holding the avatar down, and you're like, oh, that's sick.
Yeah,
this room has that same feel to me. Azeroth in the center, you look up and you see the pillars of creation.
Oh, I haven't even looked up.
Yeah,
okay.
They go up for however many miles.
That's cool.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah,
That's
like
cool.
Elegon was cool. Like I loved the star
Elegon was sick
bosses.
too. Yeah, Elegon was really cool with the big like center well and stuff.
But I can't think of one that's had so many. Like I mean, it's just covered in holes. Like they're normally either there's an edge or a hole in the middle, but
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, if you have tryptophobia, you might not want to watch this. You might just want to listen to this because this room is literally a platform filled with holes.
Yeah, and
so
like you brought up, you're jumping bombs into the holes. It makes a big pillar come out, and then I think there's like people have to go line of sight behind each pillar.
There is some LOS on this fight, which I mean, the last boss we've had mechanically that had LOS on it was Ashara. So I mean, and as a warlock, I hated that fight, but I think it's a player in general. I hated that fight.
I have already tilted off the face of the earth on Jailer, on heroic. So I play Fire Mage, Sun King's Blessing Fire Mage. I had a sequence of events where I started hard channeling a Pyro Blast, only to get interrupted by put the suck in mechanic at 0.3 seconds on the cast, and then I blinked out, and then I started hard casting it, and then I got LOS, and then I just AFK'd.
That's great. I've seen clips of tyrants like being summoned and just like running around the pillar slowly trying to get to the boss. Like, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm very skeptical of LOS being a part of this fight, but I mean, hey, listen, if they want to take their chance on it. Let's see. But Blizz, if it doesn't work out, please just write it off as something that failed twice.
Just put a big X over line of sight on a chalkboard.
I feel like random points in a fight where you're not able to do damage like that, like it just feels bad.
Yeah.
And, like, it makes like min-maxing a bit of a pain as well. And
yeah, I don't mind the occasional like dip behind and pop back out for like a big raid AoE thing. But I mean, I guess we'll just have to see. We're not in there doing it right now, so you.
Yeah, we just have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I don't have to like hide behind the desk or anything, right? Like we're chilling.
I mean,
just talk.
I don't want to start that trend here. No, the Wicked Stars lasted longer than I thought. Though.
I hate you.
The Wicked Stars are plugged actually.
No,
you know
Stop. They got a little wimpy star near the end, but
the wimpy stars, yeah. But it worked out though.
I thought we were done. I thought that boss was like 5 days ago.
We re-clear tomorrow. There's even more.
Man,
okay. Back. Here's the thing. So in tomorrow's re-clear, are the stars going to be fixed? I would assume yes. But
I would assume they would be, but typically the way that they do those sort of things is they nerf the fight in a way to make it just as doable. I don't know if they need to do that this time around.
The legendaries,
considering the legendaries are coming in.
Yeah,
everyone's going to be like 5 to 10% stronger. Even if your legendary isn't good for you, it's still a 291 statted piece.
Yeah, instead of 18%, you're coming out at 10 or 11 on Anduin. The fight's just much easier, right?
Yeah,
and we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And while we wait for these raiders to get ready to pull, probably doing some comp swap stuffs, be sure to check out the charity we have partnered with, Girls Who Code.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
TL.gg/RWF-donate.
I haven't checked our Tiltify page in a while here. Let's see if we have any fresh memes.
Yeah, for those of you who missed yesterday's Hot Wing Challenge, I believe it's probably up in the VOD yesterday somewhere. That's something you don't want to miss. That was... Cams and I are still feeling that today.
Yeah, I don't even remember what happened.
Nope,
Yeah,
I don't
these
remember the last 48
2
hours.
on desk, Kalamazoo and Cams, put their bodies and souls on the line. All in the name of Girls Who Code.
For the girls.
Yeah, sacrifice the body right now.
Yeah.
We are currently at $21,600, and the next goal we have is $25,000 for the egg roulette, which I have also signed up for. That's going to be a wild ride in itself. I hope that I get lucky on that one, and I don't have much clothes left. So,
also, you guys weren't on desk for this, but I did also promise that at $25,000 I would release a previously unreleased kill video of Mythic Socrathar, one of Limit's first in tiers together, and we kind of exploited that boss. So if you want to see,
have that.
I just checked it yesterday. I still have it. It's uploaded
good.
on my YouTube account. It's just private.
I got a few of those videos.
Yeah, same. I got a lot of them.
Yeah, did you see Nagura's and Aya's like April Fool's videos?
I didn't know.
Nagura's was
her Elax.
Yeah.
That was
I mean,
good.
we could use a little bit of that now.
I feel like I have enough in me already. I don't need any more Elax. But yeah, where can we donate, Cams, if chat feels so inclined?
Yeah, TL.gg/RWF-donate, ! Charity in the chat.
Yeah.
And since we're putting things into the chat, do points. Mark points. That's a little easier to say.
Yeah.
For Liquid Plus.
Liquid Plus. There we go.
Yeah. It is an app on the App Store, Google Play Store. You can earn points by watching the Raiders, which you're already doing right now.
How many points do you have right now, Cams?
Check. Probably getting up to 60K.
60K.
I'm an elite member.
I don't have
I'm
much as
chosen.
you.
I'm not elite.
I need to step it up, man.
53K.
I'm at 6,200.
Yeah, I've been a little busy.
I thought I had a lot more, but I am chosen.
I don't know what I am. I haven't checked in a while.
Yeah, but he's just back there harvesting in multiple chats, just harvesting points. But if you guys are in chat, which I would assume everybody is, it's hearing my voice right now, you might as well grab Liquid Plus because you get points just from being in chat and watching the race, among also doing other things like signing up for it, linking your Coinbase wallet if you have that.
Coinbase wallet. You get a lot of points for that. Linking your Twitch and your Twitter and those kind of things.
Yeah.
And then these
of
points
Coinbase wallet,
give you like real life. You can buy apparel and stuff with that, like this shirt.
There it is.
You can buy.
This is, So we should also mention this is the back of the shirt. Here's the front, the sick liquid logo in the corner there. This shirt is available for pre-order 7 days after the race ends, so the jailer dies. So if you guys haven't pre-ordered yours and would like to grab one, now is the time to do it. And like we said, if you would like a 10% rebate at checkout, use your Coinbase wallet.
Every time I watch someone that's on desk unfold this shirt, I feel bad for the person at production that has to come back up here and refold it.
I know how to fold shirts. You kidding me?
Yeah, but nobody ever folds it right. Nobody ever folds it perfectly to show off the logo.
We're watching. Well, it's up here on the screen. They can see it. Yeah.
Well, if you like this art as well, if you like this art as well, it's not the only thing you can get this art on as well.
It is not. No, it is not.
We also have a display giveaway we're doing with the exact same artwork. All you have to do to sign up for that is sign up with your Coinbase wallet and link that to your TL.gg account, your Liquid Plus account, and we're doing a giveaway for those as well.
Yeah,
so,
I believe we have about 100, give or take.
a ton of them. Yeah.
60 uncommon. I don't know the exact number. 60 uncommon. I know we have
30 rare, 10 epic,
and 1 legendary.
Yes.
And the legendary print is really cool. This is like a multi-piece display that's actually signed by the Raiders. Yep. TL.gg/MMO if you want to enter your Coinbase wallet there to enter that actual giveaway. It's really sick. I've seen all of them. I wanted to secretly snag one before I left, but I don't think I can do that.
Oh, they're all here.
Well, the legendary one's here because we all had to sign it.
Yeah.
But I don't think the other ones are here.
Are we signing that?
I don't think so.
You said we. Did I mess up again? Yeah, super cool though. So if you guys haven't
really
entered,
nice. It's
limited time.
Like on metal, it's not just like a poster or something.
Oh yeah,
they're
displays. Yeah,
good quality.
It's a display.
Yeah, they're super sick. It's a big one too, like multiple pieces for the actual legendary one.
Yeah,
really cool. I'm jealous.
Very nice. I know. We've got our shirt to remember. We can look at it. We can wrap it around some metal or something like that.
I've got a lot of memories from this event.
That
some that I don't actually want, like yesterday's wing challenge. But
You'll
okay.
look back on that one day.
You mean in 3
with
months
your
from now when
family.
I'm still in
Yeah.
pain? Yeah, dude. My stomach has been messed up for.
Yeah, with your lawyer.
My lawyer.
Oh no!
Wait, what am I? Wait, what?
Guys, Slefner missed the kill.
Oh, feels
They've been
bad,
here.
dude.
They've been in chat like 16 hours a day.
He has been. I know.
Man,
maybe he's
unfortunate.
a little cursed.
Yeah, he could be going back to work. This race has run a long time. I believe Jet had to go back to work today.
Jet,
actually.
yeah, he's gonna, and I think he's gonna come back for the evening shift.
Yeah,
today.
true champion. He's casting the evening shows while going to work.
Yeah, because he
yeah.
actually lives here in Boston, so.
Well, I
he
think
gets
somewhere
to-
around here, right? He said it's like a 45-hour drive, something like that.
45-minute drive, not an hour drive.
It's the same thing. I don't know. Like, come on.
Sure
it's
it is.
not the same
Once
thing
you're
at all.
past
Colin
5
Mozzie.
minutes, you just commit to it. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know.
Well, do we have anything else we need to cover before we get back into the jailer?
No, I don't think so. But they're just,
still
I guess,
talking.
about the comp.
There's a lot
probably
to talk about
watching
for the first polls here.
a good poll of echoes or something to kind of get some bearings on what they want to try.
Well, also you have to take into account that the initial polls, especially of an end boss, are going to be extremely formative, right? You're going to bring probably 1 or 2 of every class just to see what's good on the fight, what feels good on the fight, and then you'll start sculpting further attempts around what seems to be good for that phase.
Yeah.
If something else pops up and seems to be good for your new progression phase, you might swap a couple out for the new class and keep going and keep going and keep going and iterating until you get to a pretty happy medium that lets you deal with all the phases relatively equally. You don't start fully optimizing your comp until you get to the last phase of the fight. Now, the thing about the jailer, it's an end boss, and usually every expansion will have an end boss with a secret phase. We haven't really had a secret phase this expansion. I mean, Denathrius kind of had his mirror phase. That wasn't really a secret phase.
That was cool, but yeah, it wasn't like an actual like in the Zoth with the gateway.
Yeah.
Albeit that was
Sylvanas
underwhelming,
just
but
had a longer last phase. It wasn't really a secret phase either.
it was worse.
Do you guys think the jailer has a secret phase?
I hope so. I want a big twist here. Like, this has been such a grind in this raid. I want like some big flashy like.
I actually
we did
know
not
what
expect
happens
this.
when the jailer dies.
What happens?
It's like the cutscene plays, something happens, and there's a faint sound in the background of Halandris. And then slowly in the distance, you see him climbing over the mountain and hitting back on Halandris' feet, too.
And the jailer's like, oh, yes, my mount, my steed. Help me deal with these adventures.
My trusty crab dog. Let's go.
That would be the most epic setup of all time.
Then
Like,
3
that's
bombs,
why it was so hard.
10 bombs appear on the ground. Everyone has to deal with it.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah,
Halandris.
maybe his feet would just get stuck in the holes.
Oh, that's true, actually. That's sad.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
Jailed him.
Well, I mean, you could just plant over the top of Azeroth and, like, reclaim it, right? There's your hidden face right there.
Sure, if he has those powers.
Reclaim Shield 3 right there. Mhm.
So does he like live under ICC or like? Do you know jailer lore? Is anyone up here any jailer?
No.
I don't. We probably should have read the actual slide they had up, actually. But I mean,
It went
it's
right.
okay.
That stuff just goes right through me. You know.
I do know a couple cool
It's
things.
like reading
I
Lord
mean,
of the Rings.
Okay, if you're watching the race, there's been plenty of spoilers multiple times here. I mean, the end cutscene's been out for 3 weeks now, give or take, and obviously, just like usual WoW history or WoW lore, there is always some bigger bad dude, which the jailer references whenever he goes into his little potato form. Cool enough, the actual skybox over Icecrown, which broke in pre-patch, is actually fixed now when you kill the jailer. Similar to how Argus was.
the star.
Yeah, it all went away. It's super cool. I haven't seen it in game because I haven't killed the jailer because my guild doesn't care because the loot's bad. But we'll get there at some point.
So what does the jailer's life have to do with the Lich King helm getting broken? Why is that linked together?
Because that's how Sylvanas entered the Shadowlands, if you remember.
Yeah, I know that's how she got in, but she got in by breaking the helm, and then it goes away by killing the jailer. I just don't know how that's
Isn't
connected.
like the helm like the control of the undead or something?
Of the Scourge, yeah. But, I mean, no one's been to Azeroth for...
And then breaking the helm releases the man. Who knows, man?
But that's the
I
thing.
Don't know.
Like, I don't know much about it either, but I know in an early interview they mentioned that time moves slower in the Shadowlands compared to everywhere else. So, I mean,
the jailer made the helm. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But he didn't break the sky. That's what I'm... It just seems
when
like
she
they
ripped
just
the
fixed the
helm, it broke
sky because he died, because why not?
It shattered the realities or something. I don't know. I live in Florida.
I hate
don't
this
know.
conversation. Let's stop talking about it.
All I'm saying is, dude, the Scourge has been apparently running around rampant for probably, I would say, a few years. How long have you been in Shadowlands for, IRL? Like 5-6 years at this point? The Scourge has probably ravaged Azeroth. So, I mean, hey, could be Dragon Isles, could be a Scourge expansion out of left field.
All
I
right.
don't know.
So here's the lore.
Is this chat lore or is this actual?
Jailer bet.
Yeah. But not as bad
Kill
as the bad
jailer.
guy above him.
Exactly.
I'll see you in 10.0.
Actually, no. The lore is Jailer ambiguously good / bad.
It's always like that. I'm a badass,
Wait,
but there's somebody badder than me.
Have you seen the picture on Reddit that was just all of the expansion end bosses with like?
It just follows like
it just follows up.
It's so good. It's so good.
Like the Jailer was controlling Sylvanas, who was controlling the next guy, who's controlling the next guy, and someone's of course controlling the Jailer.
It all goes back like Illidan, like in TPC. It's so good. Yeah. I mean, it's true though. Like,
so who's badder than the Jailers?
Probably
Sargeras?
the Void.
I'm sure we'll
Isn't
find
that
out.
the big man, the Void.
What's the date right now?
I think the Void's bigger than Sargeras. I think
We'll find out
The
in
Void
exactly.
Well, then they got to do
28
Sargeras
days.
first.
Well, we already did Sargeras. He's like in the cage, right? With Illidan?
Yeah, that was Argus.
Yeah, it was Argus.
But like an official him.
That was the official him.
That was?
I think the Void Lords like made Sargeras or something to keep different parts. I don't know lore, man,
Who
but the
made
Void
the
Lords
Void
are cool.
Lords?
I got a Void Lord that I carry around. His name's Calcath. He's my little Void Walker dude. I'm down for that.
That's not a Void Lord though. It's just a Void Walker.
Well, you can get a glyph of Void Lord.
Yeah, but it just makes him look like a Void Lord.
He's got
It's
a
not
big
Void.
chest. He's armored, dude. I don't know, like. I have Do you know your Warlock pet names?
I knew my original ones. I don't know my current ones.
I have Calcath, Judehoon, Gorker, Guzzlin, my imp.
But you have the glyph that changes them all to like the Observer and stuff, so that changes the name scheme.
Gobkin is the regular imp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My Felguard is Skelpharan.
That's a spicy name. I like that. It's aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
On Ashara, we had Guzzlin, Carrot, the other imp, and I forgot the third one, but it was really good too. It was like the trio of just clowns.
Back when we could have Infernals and Doomguards as pets, my Infernal was Raze.
That's cool. I don't remember mine. That's a good name though.
Like R-A-Z-E.
Yeah. I think I remember that actually. That's cool.
What was my Doom? My Doomguard was really dumb. I changed it as many times. I just spam refreshed it until I got a really stupid name.
That's good.
I forget what it was.
And I'm blanking.
Oh, my imp. My imp was Pipple. P-I-P-L-E.
That's good.
My Fel imp was Pipple.
I feel like I've heard Help Hog before.
Help Hog is THD's
with cheese is too.
Void Walker.
Okay. That's cool. Oh, my succubus's name is Drysanthia.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Like that.
It's like a suiting kind of name. It's like I don't know, just like that fits. It's cool.
It might be what these are called too.
Oh,
This could be a Drysanthia.
My Fel Hunter is Gzaroon.
I like that.
It's not a good name.
I like that.
Smells good.
They do. Zyra, I think you should take a smell.
I can smell from here. You're good.
Well, you can smell from here too.
Well, I can't read the chat if you put it there.
Just smell it one time.
I can smell it already.
Get close to it.
Are we going to have these on desk the whole time for the Jailer and they just slowly are
Zyra doesn't want
wilting?
to have any fun today.
Oh, Valoris is trying to get a hold of us on desk here. Do you guys want anything from a certain coffee shop close by?
A number 17 with actually, no, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm personally fine.
I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. I got some
Also,
juice up here.
Valoris loves anime, in case you forgot.
I heard
He loves
that.
anime.
Yeah.
He watches all the coffee animes.
Yeah.
The food in anime looks good. We went over this last night in the After Dark show, which is sadly over.
Yeah, so the After Dark show was concluded last night. I believe the morning show is concluded now
Yes.
as well. Yeah, we are indeed running a bit lower on production staff due to the race going to week 3 here. But we
And
will indeed have a
ideas.
cast for you guys every day.
You know what show or what specific producer makes food look insane? All of the Miyazaki films.
Yes.
The food looks so good.
We were talking about those. Valoris
This is
knows
an
none of
anime,
them,
right?
apparently, and he loves
There's
anime.
no shot he hasn't watched any of the Miyazaki films. They're so, like,
I was trying to
ageless.
explain
This is why I
Spirited
check
Away
out
to
chat.
him last night, and he did not understand what I was saying.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. He loves anime. I think he's just got...
I was talking to Makes about it. I've seen one anime. It's the Cat Bus. Which one is that?
My Neighbor Totoro.
Yeah, that's the one. Like 20 years ago in like elementary school, I saw the Cat Bus.
Uh-huh.
And I remember like in middle school, I found a stuffed cat bus somewhere, and I had it for a while, and then my dog shredded it when they got a hold of it one day.
Oh.
But I mean, it's just Florida things. But that's the one I know. That's the one I
Spirited
know.
Away, Hell's Moving Castle.
Spirited Away sounds. I know that
Kiki's
name.
Delivery Service.
I know some of these words. Yeah.
These are all great movies.
Is Spirited Away the cat bus?
No, Spirited Away is different. But that's the one that everyone knows.
The cat bus
But it's
is
the
good.
same people.
Cat Bus is My Neighbor Totoro.
Is it good or bad? Is it like?
Yeah, they're all
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
All of them are good.
All right, that works.
They're all nice and sweet.
Princess Mononoke is another one, yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Pokemon-ish, little spirits and things like that. It's
Cool.
cute, but, kind of... Anime is kind of like the story of WoW now, I think. Getting
That's
a bit
Final Fantasy.
anime-ish. That too, but Yeah, they're still looking at the jailer here.
Just don't watch Grave of the Fireflies. That one's a little depressing.
My whole life is depressing.
Florida man.
I'm a 31-year-old single Florida man. Like, what do you mean? There's no redeeming qualities there.
He's a little depressed because of the chicken wings. Give him a day or two to get out of that slump. He'll be back to normal.
I am just glad. I'm actually happy the race is going longer because the main reason now I don't have to fly back with my stomach being in this state.
Oh yeah, you got a few days to recover.
Yeah, getting on a plane like this is not the play. I might just actually buy a hotel for a few days if we're going back today, just to chill, because it's not worth the flight back. It's not worth it.
How long is the flight back?
It's like 3.5 hours for me.
Dang.
But I'm flying back.
Country long. Country's tall.
I know. I'm flying back like mid-afternoon, so I get back at like I think 8, 9 p.m. my time, which is like lunch.
Well, you think you're flying back at that time, but really you're gonna have to reschedule again.
Dude, I literally that too. I was getting out of the shower to get on my flight to come here. My father was bringing me to the airport, and I heard my phone go off. I thought it was him coming over. Your flight has been delayed 4 hours.
I love flying.
I
feel
was
like
so mad.
Every other flight that I have, something goes wrong.
Yeah, I've never been delayed until now. Until that flight, but I feel like now I'm just cursed. And they were like, it's delayed 4 hours, but just in case, get here on time in case it gets bumped back up, which it actually did by an hour.
Yeah.
But I was there in time. Like it's ridiculous. I don't know. I don't
For
like
those of
flying.
you who are curious as to what's going on, the Raiders are kind of going over strategy talks right now about the jailer, talking about what they want to do in Phase 1, so they actually have an idea of what to do. They're not just, flying by the wheel. So,
and this is sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is the first time this race that they've actually been playing from behind in a sense. They can watch Echo
sort
make
of
these pulls, but they have made some pulls on Ragolon before Echo had gotten there.
They
so
had pulled
sort of
Ragolon a little bit. They split their pulls between Lords and Ragolon.
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see.
Yeah, they're kind of doing some initial thoughts about the fight, so we're giving them a little bit of leeway while they talk. So we're pretty much just killing time on desk right now until they get in there.
Yeah, we're entertaining, I hope. Do you think they'll keep these flowers up here the whole time on Jailer and you can just watch them slowly die over the next 3 weeks?
I'm surprised the Jailer just sent us already dead flowers, to be honest with you.
I think he probably does want us to watch them die.
Bad. It's like mine. He put a heart on there. Maybe he actually is a good guy in disguise.
Could be.
Huh.
That's probably why he made that helm, I believe.
Dude, okay, actually, never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Never mind. I have multiple drinking glasses that look like this at home. Is that
You're just about to... Why would you mess with your stomach like that right now in this time of need?
It's a southern thing. You don't drink out of mason... You live in Texas. You don't drink out of mason jars?
No, I don't live in Austin.
Is that the only southern part of Texas?
But this is not a mason jar. It's a flower vase.
Anything can be a mason jar, right? If you
like, it's a very Austin thing to drink out of mason jars. Preheat lives in Austin. They drink out of mason jars.
He's in chat. Do you actually drink out of mason jars?
They do. I've visited his apartment multiple times.
There you go. All right.
And I went to go to drink a water, and they only had mason jars, and I'm like, where are the glasses? Like, no,
I mean,
those are the glasses.
You get them for free when you eat pasta sauces, right? So it's like 2 birds, 1 stone. You can save the jar, and there you go.
Yeah, but also just buy glasses.
I have glasses, but I mean, I get more when I eat pasta. Or like, I don't know.
Whatever, man.
That's why I didn't want to bring it up. That's why I said nothing, and you guys looked at me like I was an idiot, so I had to bring it up. All right?
Yeah, I'm just trying my best to not think about my stomach right now. I'm sorry.
You're literally drinking caffeine right now. That doesn't help with your stomach issues, Cams.
It can help move things along.
Yeah.
Like
which is
we
not
should
what
do
you want
with
right
this
now.
conversation.
My stomach's great, by the way. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, it's doing well.
Feeling really good.
Yeah,
I can't tell if it's the
dinner.
spoiled milk that I drank or the wings that hit me harder. But I mean, so.
Yeah, Bo. I am feeling better now that Ragolon is dead. Oh, hopefully they're pulling soon. We at least get to see this cool room.
Look at all the holes.
And look how cool Azeroth looks in the middle there. Is that the actual planet?
I think
or is
like
it like a voodoo doll version?
I think it actually is the actual. Well, okay, it's like a I don't know. They're in like the place of the creators, right? The Sepulcher are the first ones. I assume it's some kind of like voodoo doll kind of thing.
Dude,
but
someone just Vantised. I saw that.
Hey,
Who
yeah.
was it?
I mean, is there a survival hunter in?
Nori, probably. Oh, yeah, Eric.
Possibly. Eric.
Who wasn't on that
assume,
last boss?
Eric. So we have 2 boomkins currently, which both were in for the actual Raglan kill. Eric is in. Trill was on a shaman, I believe, correct, for that kill previously?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
We have 4 healers, 1 holy pally. I would 3 holy priests, I would assume, and 1 resto druid as well, which was not in for that kill. So it might have been a Nori Vantis rune as well as a Eric Vantis rune.
Yeah, this is just looking like they're kind of just doing exactly what we talked about. We're having a good representation of every class in just to see what could be useful for the fight, except for warriors. Warriors just seems like they're always going to be useful because not only are they already good now, they bring rallying cry. They're going to be insanely good with double legendaries tomorrow. So it just makes sense to have a bunch of your ultra geared characters in, especially on reliable players like Ben, Atrocity, and Lip. So
is that less health than we thought, or the same?
What's that?
128 million. Is that what we expected, or was that?
That's a little bit lower than we expected. I think the first time they saw him, it was 140 million HP. But here we are. Let's start gathering some information about the fight. Initial pulls on the boss. Torment comes out. You can see that very first pool of Azeroth on the ground there. Nobody's soaking it just yet. Now, does it grow bigger over time?
It does not. It has 3 minutes. So if you can leave it down for 180 seconds so you have to soak it. But when you do, it arcs damage amongst the raid.
Okay, so it's just raid damage when you soak it, but it also gives you a damage buff.
It does,
right, when you soak
3%,
it.
and I believe it stacks as well.
So you do want to eventually start soaking it. Let's see if they do have anybody soak them yet. And you can see there's several of them littered around the room. They're all over the place. It looks like there are at least 2 in each quadrant. We can see 2 on the right there by the diamond marker, or
There's
one by the
behind
diamond marker.
Fire Up here as well.
1 behind the boss. There's 1 right behind
Here come the
Fire
pylons
Up
as well.
here.
This is the LOS pylons, right? So here's your first LOS shift. You have to LOS there. If you don't, it basically, I believe, mind controls you and it raises to kill you. There's a torment spread, multiple pods coming out here as well, and you can see as well. Stage 2 is in 2 minutes. This is not a fight that's like percentage based pushes. This is like just duration based.
Okay.
You can get a lot of extra damage out on this boss. I mean, depending on how much milk you can get in, right? It's not
All right, but this is really exciting because this is our new personal best.
It is.
I was
91.3.
Let's
Look at
go.
that. There we go.
Dude, I cannot believe we're on the last boss.
14 days into
Just breath of fresh air.
It's been an interesting ride, but yeah, I'm here for it. Were the puddles only on one half of the room? It kind of
They
looked
were
like
all
that.
around the room. They were all around the room.
whole
It seemed like
360.
they were like in between like the second and third like pillar sets, if you can sort of figure that out orientation wise. And there was at least 3 we saw, 1 behind Fired Up there. So that you have 3 minutes to soak them though. So it's not like you have to go send somebody across the room and soak one, right? But if you stand in them, it gives you a stacking debuff or a buff, which increases your damage, but also does damage to the raid. So I would assume they're just going to try and min-max around that. Maybe just like throw the whole raid in one at a certain point and try and see how much they can take soak-wise. Because
boys, the number 1 has appeared on the jailer. Our pull counter has started for the jailer. There it is. We're on the end boss. It feels good to be here. Feels good now. I'll see you guys in about a week when we're still pulling this boss.
I mean,
and that pull count is at 491, just like Valorous predicted.
Yeah, I mean,
Speaking of predictions,
no, dude.
Can we see our predictions for this boss?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I said like 1.
I remember my exact number.
I'm not sure.
And
what was it?
It was 269.
Nice.
Let's see. And Valorous had some astronomically high number, like 465.
It was 490 something. I'm pretty sure.
Please, I'll be
Dude,
here
he
for 3
might
weeks.
be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think being on the last boss is probably helping with their mental bit too, just because like
yeah, for sure.
This is it. There's no more surprises. There's no more like, oh, how hard are these bosses going to be? Yeah. But you just know, just get through this guy. This is over.
We can definitely hear them in a bit, I would say, higher spirits behind us here. It was pretty quiet on Rygalon earlier, but they seem like they're in a pretty solid mood here. Kala is 150, Zeronic is 269, Cam's is 170, Valorous was 491.
Oh, dude, that Shakib picture that's on stream, that reload picture, that is one of the funniest things I think I've ever seen live in person. So this is from the Complexity Center. This was during Nyalotha, and we were all sitting in that main... We were sitting in the beanbags, watching the big television they had there at the Complexity Center.
That's good.
And we were watching Imperative pull Il'gynoth.
I remember
and
that.
And Shakib was sitting in the front, and he was like explaining to the TV how to do the fight, as if the Raiders could hear him. And we're like, Shakib, what are you doing? And then he turned around, and that's where that picture's from.
That's good.
That's exact, dude. It was so funny. I think we have a GIF or a video of it somewhere.
That's so good.
Shakib is he's a treasure. That's for
Shakib
sure.
and Fired Up, like the dynamic duo. Like those two walking around is like just pure comedy gold. Like
they really are.
And they're so wholesome.
They are. It's so good. They have like the most out of left field reactions to random things. It's great.
Dude, dude, today during lunch, I'm sitting up there eating lunch, talking to a couple other people up there, and Shakib and Fired Up walk into that main room, and they're having a conversation, and I hear Shakib say, Yeah, well, I can only stay until May, so we really need to get going here. It's like,
He came up to Az when I was talking to her when I came in. He's like, Az, we have a problem. She's like, what is it? He's like, I can only be here until May. And Fired Up goes, I'm okay till June, but I got a birthday then or something like that.
What? What are you guys talking about?
I will take that into account. It's just like I wish I could spend a couple hours in both their minds just to see what it's like. Like, it has to be an adventure. It's so good.
I want to know how much of it is to make people laugh or how much of it is just
to make people cry.
None of it is to make people laugh. That is just how they are.
That's just the words that come out naturally.
When the streams are off and those two are by themselves and nobody else is around, they are still the same way. That is just how they are. I remember one of my favorite moments of just breaking Fired Up was someone was in his chat once, right? And they asked a very simple question. It was, hey, Fired Up. So when you think, do you think with the same voice that you speak with? And you could see, like, the gears grind to a halt. And he was like, I don't think I hear anything when I think. Do you guys hear something when you think? It was the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen. What about you?
I've been stumped when you said it. I felt like Shakib.
Did he just lock your brain up too?
Yeah, I think I do. I think so, because I was doing it when he was saying it. It sounded like me. I think it's me in my head.
Yeah, no.
I think it's me.
I think in the same voice. But not everybody, that's the thing, not everybody is like that. Not everybody else hears something when they think.
It feels like it's you, but it's an illusion, so don't worry about it.
And I'm not saying actually hear it. I mean, in your brain you think you hear it.
Cams, do you hear your voice when you think? Do you hear voices
I hear
in general,
a voice.
Cam? Do you hear voices?
Yeah, a voice. I think it's a singular voice, but who knows if it's me? What is me? Who am I?
This is deep. I don't know.
Yeah, some people just don't have an internal monologue. Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Some people don't have one.
Impossible. I don't believe it. What are they doing? Just like
going through life without
going
thinking, I
zen?
guess.
That's got to be so nice.
That's wild. I'm still stumped by this. I feel like the answer is yes. Yeah, I think it is. Why am I?
Yeah, that's a way too
Who is
dang
me?
moment for sure.
Yeah, my inner voice died during the wings. I think it was Atlas. He went a bit. He ascended to Nirvana.
On that first wing, that I sucked down my wind tube. I felt my soul leave my body.
Did you guys know, by the way? I didn't want to tell you guys this because you would have just been mad at the time, but maybe it's been long enough for you guys to remember this.
Oh no! He fell in the hole.
At least the boss wasn't pulled yet. So when those wings were delivered here, only the two hottest wings were labeled. The two lower heat wings were not labeled, so they could have just very easily mixed those on stage for you guys.
I'm pretty sure the first wing we got was the hottest, barring the three little just Satan's
the death wings,
toenail flamers over there. Yeah,
yeah, that first one was something.
They zoomed in on my wing. I took the one that had twice the amount of sauce than any other wing, and I bit into the pile of sauce, and then proceeded to die on camera.
Yeah, we did this at the last race to World
That was a free
First. And yeah, they were not that bad. I even had some of the sauce just on its own. It was like, oh, that's hot, but it's not crazy.
The wings were good. They were solid both times. But I feel like it's cheating if you just put salt a salsa on them. It wasn't like hot sauce, a vinegar pepper based sauce. It was thick, like salsa. I didn't want salsa on my wings. I want an actual like a watery, like a vinegar based hot sauce. You know what I mean? It's hard to put into words.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
If you're chopping up peppers and putting salsa on wings, anybody can do that. I don't want to eat those wings. I want an actual hot sauce, right? So I don't want salsa wings. They were hot, but it's cheating, right?
I did feel like they just put a crazy hot pepper into a blender and then just
exactly.
This is a great conversation, but let's get back to the fight here because we are about to pull. Let's revisit this talk in a little bit, but let's try to break down exactly what's happening on this fight because this is a lot of new information, especially if you haven't been watching the Echo stream where they've been pulling it already. So here we go, lusting on the pull. Let's try to get a good gauge of how many of those pulls there are around the room. We see three right here, one on the bottom right, one on the right side. There's one behind the boss. Is there one on the left side there? I don't quite see if there is. So we know of three for sure right now. We aren't really looking around to see if there are any more right now. Oh, there's 3 more.
Yep, so there's 6.
So there's 6 total that we can see. Nope, there's a 7th one in the back left.
Okay,
there
so
too.
you have to rotate around the room.
So they're all around the room. So the idea is you're going to want to soak these progressively over the next 3 minutes before getting into phase 2.
Yep, we do see half the rate going down here. I'm curious what the actual debuff duration is by soaking these pools too, and how much damage they do with the stacking actual damage effect. 'Cause, like, I mean, you have 3 minutes to kill them or to soak them, which seems like a lot of time. But if there's 7 and you're moving around the room with LOS mechanics coming in and the chains and the torment overlaps, it could actually be a pretty tight timer.
So Twisted just soaked one of the pools. Let's take a look at his debuffs. You can see he has a 3 stack of that debuff that lasted 30 seconds.
Okay.
So
chained to like 5 people or like 4 others, I think.
So you could theoretically do like 6 if you're super close, because they last 180 seconds. But I mean, realistically, you're probably going to have to stack them like 2 stack drop, 2 stack drop, and the final one maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
It depends, because the longer you can chain them, the higher stack count, the more damage you do. It's like 3%, 6%, 9% per stack. So I think it's how it works. I mean, they need to find the middle ground of where they can like balance the max amount of stacks while also having enough time to soak them all, because they're not spawning on pull either, and you're not going to be standing in when it spawns, right? So that's going to be the biggest thing in phase 1 is getting the soak rotation down properly.
Yeah, and I think from watching streams earlier, it looked like some of the holes get like permanently closed.
Yes.
So they will be rotating to like deal with the pillars, and so they're going to have to find like the balance of like consuming the holes, but also moving around enough to like be near pillars when they have to soak.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where your mage is at, there's one in. Fire Dip's in right now. They have double enhanced shaman in, I believe, right? So we know, Blue Man and Trill are both in. And this fight does seem predominantly to be single target based, which, I mean, the melee meat gangs are pretty good at. Also having, I believe, 3 demo locks in here as well. I believe on Heroic there are like a set of ads that spawn out of later torments, I think, in like phase 2 or 3, but this is going to be a hard funnel boss. He has 130 million health, which is a lot more than we've seen on any boss. There is a bit of stacking damage, but once again, the more you stack that debuff, the more damage the raid takes. So you have to find that sweet spot of micromanaging the debuff without the raid dying.
Yeah, I wonder what the max stack you can live is.
I don't
I'm
know.
sure we will find out probably by the end of the day. I'll assume they'll get the first like 70 to 80% on lock.
I'd assume so.
Today.
I mean, both Echo and Liquid are pulling this boss. I think Echo has about like 3 hours in their day, I believe, left raiding. But I mean, Echo...
But it's kind of surprising that they've been on the boss for this long and they've only gotten it to 76%. This first phase must be a very difficult check to get through.
It's one of those things that where if you can see the timers, if you live long enough, you'll hit phase 2. This is not percentage based; it's just duration based. But 2 minutes in this fight does seem like a lot.
Well, also it's a very hard mechanics check, and you're not going to see past phase 1 because if one of those pools of Azeroth is still alive going into phase 2, remember he gains a 6 million shield for each pool that's still up. So you're not really going to make any percentage progression on the fight.
Let's see if we can see the actual duration timer for phase 2 here, because the pools last 3 minutes.
It should be 3 minutes exactly.
But the pool, okay, so you can carry a pool into phase 2, it seems like. Unless he absorbs them?
Maybe. Well, you see there's just a timer for stage 2.
Okay, yeah, so it is currently at 3 minutes, we believe, for stage 2. We should have torments coming out here. Now, there's this big suck that comes out after these torments. So you have to spread here a bit, and it pulls you in the middle of the room. This is just chains. Basically, he pulls you in, you run away. Very similar to the actual grip on Denathrius, essentially. He pulls you in, run away, and we should indeed see the actual Azeroth pool spawning. Here we go, in the back right there. And now here's the question. How do they handle these pools? There's nobody soaking right now. Rally is expiring. So we see a tank. Is that... Yeah, so Nori was in there.
Oh, and the buff goes on everyone in the raid.
Oh, it's a radius-based kind of effect. Okay.
I think I've
Is it
seen
on
it do
everybody
like
or
a
only to
chain,
who it
but
arcs
maybe...
to?
It's who it arcs to. It's like a lightning kind of effect. So we do indeed see JPC with a 3 stack here for 12 seconds remaining. And that actual jump in the... You saw him jump into the actual like hole in the ground there briefly. That was to like, avoid the debuff as well. If you get it, you have to jump into the pool.
So I'm assuming you'll want to start soaking another pool right now to refresh that debuff, but they didn't quite get it off. Now they're still just learning the fight right now.
I would assume so. It's going to be tough if you chain that buff the entire phase. It's going to be a lot of healing. Like, just a lot of raw throughput needed if you're at a 6 stack for most of this phase.
Is that buff only damage increase, or is it also a heal increase?
Just from what I've seen, just damage.
Okay.
I can verify, but from what I've seen, it's I believe a 3% damage increase per stack. But I can verify.
Question. Does Disc Priest healing still scale off damage dealt?
Oh no, the bombs.
It is healing. Damage and healing done.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So the actual dungeon journal says 35 seconds and not 30 as well. But that might have been a change that wasn't updated. I'm not sure.
New best pull.
There it
Progress.
is.
I
yeah.
was here.
86.6. Yeah. Shaving a raw 5% off just
So
from
what's
last
going on
pull.
with
Here we go.
THD here? Stuck in a pillar.
Interesting. They are still up there. Oh, fall damage? Didn't take fall damage. Boss reset.
Hey, he found it. Look how excited he is.
Turn the stream off. There it is, dude. There's the kill right there.
Yeah, he jumped into
Stream's
the
off.
hole with like another partner in the
Delete the
bombs,
VOD.
and for some reason, he just got stuck in the pillar.
Untested fights. Here we are.
That's something that happens.
It's going to happen. It's a big deal. Yeah, I'm curious to see comp-wise, though, how they want to change this fight and how they want to approach things. We do indeed have the one Rogan, the one Hunter. I feel like we've seen a lot of Survival Hunters this tier, but this is probably not a very good survival fight. Similar to, like, Frosty K, it seems pretty subpar for them, with it just being predominantly a single-target profile for most of the fight, right?
Yeah, I assume he's BM on this fight.
Yeah, I couldn't actually see him in the meters here, Hunter Life, but I would assume BM or MM. One of the two. We've seen a lot of Marks play this tier as well, so I am curious to see what spec he ends up landing on. So I believe he's soul-shaped in place and glitched into the pillar. That could be a thing, possibly. It's also important to try and look at the actual duration of the soak debuff coming in this fight. If it's 35 seconds, it actually makes a bit of a difference, because that means it's much harder to let the buff fall and chain before all 7 pools need to be soaked going into phase 2. So the flowers were a good luck charm. Yeah, I guess you can call it that.
Yeah,
Cam's is my good luck charm, but
I think the flowers came out and the polls got better, and it was Jailer's like a formal invitation. Like, it's okay. You can kill Ragallon now.
Oh, we have some insane angel picks going up in the screenshots channel.
From this fight or
yeah,
Ragallon?
check out this. Check out this angel.
Oh,
there's some good
angel.
picks. I'm gonna have to send that one to production.
That
That's
angel in the roof. I like
the
it.
picture of the dead angels meme is alive and well. Of course, it's
These
only
poor
a one angel
priests.
pick, but it's a pretty good one.
We've got a Disc Priest.
Yeah, so we
coming
have
back.
1 Disc, 2 Holy, 1 Resto, and 1 Holy Paladin.
Yep.
Interesting. I mean, I guess, like, I'm trying to think of certain points in this fight where Disc could be really strong. I guess we just haven't seen enough of it, but, I mean, the Triple Holy Priest comp was, I think, pretty, I guess, relatively niche. They have been solid and just, like, raw throughput this tier, but, I mean, Disc still is Disc. And what it does very well.
That's not my prediction. I was 269.
I think it's a good prediction, though. Even if they're
I'm mad.
censoring you.
Don't censor me.
I believe that is a good one.
That's the official prediction. So if you get this wrong and it's 269, sorry, you're taking your L.
There's probably footage we can go back through. Maybe it was 269 at one day, and someone just couldn't take looking at that
I
number
think
anymore.
Zyro's just playing in for the memes. I don't
I'm
think
mad.
he's-
No, I actually wrote 269 on this.
I'm
spreadsheet.
mad.
He's regretting he didn't.
As mad as the whipped cream pie, or like
I wasn't mad though.
You were just disappointed.
I was just disappointed.
Okay, the difference.
He was
there.
just worried about the laptop and the headset.
Oh right, sure.
What what's the enrage on this guy in heroic? Do you happen to know?
I
offhand?
don't think there is.
none?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, this fight's going to, I would assume, be the Defile pool. Or
Okay, yeah,
pools,
yeah.
plural, depending how large they are, right? But I'm not actually sure.
How long is a average heroic kill?
I think they're like, Zyra would know better. I think they're like
I have no
9,
idea.
10-ish. I mean, you killed it.
It's a pretty long fight.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm interested if we'll see. I mean, Sylvanas was like 12, something like that. Or was she 14?
She was like I think she was 12 on heroic and like 14-ish on
Okay.
mythic because of the extended intermission and things.
Mhm.
But I'm not really sure. It's hard to say. If there's a mythic phase, then we won't really know. So, all right, chat. We can put the extension thing to rest. There is no chance they extend tomorrow. They just got to the boss.
Yeah.
The only, I mean, yes, there is double legendaries coming in tomorrow, but like the only way you extend this boss is if like you had gotten here a couple days ago, or the boss is like 3%, and you just don't have the raw throughput, like how Ragallon was today,
Yeah.
and you extend. But there's no chance that they have 3 pulls in the boss.
Yeah, if
There-
they're
there's no
wiping
chance.
like they were on Ragallon, they'd for sure extend, but
Yeah.
there's no shot they can get like enough data and through this fight like within the hours of one day.
Yeah, today
This is
Today is more so a gathering data, gathering information kind of day, and like fleshing out your strategy, what you want to do, looking at what comp you want, which might influence your mythic rekills for what items you want on certain people. I don't really believe there'd be many heroic splits left to do at this point, though.
You know what, by the way? I'm a little salty about people memeing the Gahoon incident, as they call it. Because you know what? I don't think we'd have the world first race as we have it today if we didn't do that.
Why is that?
Because if we killed that boss world first, I guarantee you Method would have thought long and hard about whether or not streaming Battle of Desarlo was really worth it.
That's
and
true,
they might
actually.
not have done it, and that would have killed the scene that we have today. So, you know what? You can meme us all you want, but thank us too.
Well, so... Okay.
Thank you.
I want to clarify. The lore behind that is you guys decided to extend with Vanthus runes being 3%, and they were nerfed after you extended. Is that true?
They were. Well, we
What
knew
was
the
the
nerf.
order of events there?
knew the nerf was coming ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
So there were a few factors in play. We knew the nerf was coming to that. We knew there was a slight nerf to Warlocks. But we also knew that we had a bunch of sandbaggers in Raid that weren't using the right things on their Azerite pieces. So there was like this bleed trait on Azerite gear. I don't remember the name of it.
Oh, I know
but
it.
it procced more under 20%.
Gut Ripper.
That was it. We had like 8 people who just weren't using Gut Ripper that could. And that would have easily killed the boss. We thought that the extra loot that we got from the weekly bosses would be enough to kill the boss.
Yeah.
Now, part of the reason for that decision was Fetid Devourer was an extremely difficult boss to rekill, even with the new reset of gear. And we didn't want to spend several hours reclearing it.
Right.
But after we had already extended, two hours after the reset went live, Blizzard announced that they were nerfing Fetid Devourer.
Great. Yeah. Okay.
So that meant that Method got to know that ahead of the reset, that it would be easier to reclear that, and the reclear went incredibly easily. We should, in hindsight, obviously extending was a terrible call, but
I mean,
you gotta learn.
hindsight's 2020.
Yeah,
I guess.
to learn, you got to make mistakes, and I think that's like made Liquid into the guild it is today. Was losing Uldir, Battle Desarlor, and Eternal Palace. Like each one of those had many lessons that you could only learn by learning the lessons of the previous tier, implementing them. Like, okay, there's still problems here. Fix that, and basically led to Nyalotha, where they just dominated.
You know the first time someone extends, it's going to be a meme, right?
Oh, yeah. So more or less, Limit actually won Uldir. No, we lost. We lost bad. We made a lot of poor decisions that led to us losing that tier. Another big one was we had a priest playing Holy instead of Disc. Disc was just better, but he wasn't comfortable on Disc, and then ended up swapping, and then we killed it 8 pulls later. You know, there were a lot of learning pains that tier that we went through as a guild, which led to the guild becoming what it is now.
So it was the first race too, right? I mean, that was a Method with streaming, but no comms or anything, right? It was
Sure.
Like it was the first race.
It was the first race, and I want to point out again that was a tier where we went into the tier having no plans to go for world first, and then the Monday night when we were doing our meeting before the race to do what we would normally do, we went into the tier planning to raid full day raids Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay.
And then we were sitting there thinking, well, we're doing Tuesday and Wednesday. Is there anybody here that has a job that also can't do Thursday, Friday? And the answer was no. Everybody could do it. So it's like, okay, well, screw it. Let's just do 6 straight days of day raiding. And then we got to Monday, and it's like, well, we could kill this boss today.
Yeah.
Can you guys stay today too? And then it ended up being like a really close race because of that.
That's cool.
Went into the tier not really planning on it, and played probably way better than any of us ever expected we would. And people thought we were like bragging, but no, that's just how it went.
Yeah. Interesting.
All right, so it looked like they did clear 2 of the polls. They had one go through like the entire raid, and then they had another group in the back. And I noticed something on the slide, and I watched them do it here.
Watch
is that
the
you
debuff here.
chain it to Azeroth there in the middle. You can see the health bar at the very top, and then the chain heals the middle part.
I believe it's 2%. I think the chain does indeed. So he had a full 3 stack there, let it drop, and now they're rotating somebody else back in, I believe, momentarily once these LOS pillars are done here. And you can see them actually in the back spreading way behind the pillars for LOS.
Oh, yeah,
here.
look at that.
Yeah, so it's sort of smart. You can LOS way behind it, soaking that pool. Eric grabs a 3 stack there, which chains to both THG and Kingfly as well as fire it up. And this is a pretty good pull. 87 points live. We're in almost best territory range here. You know, certainly
You know
made
what
it
this
further than
gives
before.
me huge vibes? What was the 4th boss in Dragon Soul? It's like Hell.
Oh, I don't know.
Hagara.
Yeah, the chain. Yeah,
the chains. It reminds me of that.
Did you get the lightning to all the conduits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In what raid was this?
Dragon Soul.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't do this raid. One of the few. It's not a cast or curse. It's Prague. What are you talking about? So we did see them essentially cycle through 2 sets of actual LOS there. Multiple bombs went out. It's super cool also getting that blue bomb and dropping it on the pillar. What a cool mechanic. That's super, super cool. And one thing they changed there, they're now, after the first tournament comes out with the actual chain pull-in, they're gatewaying out. So there's a bit of raid damage coming, but it seems pretty negligible, and that might be where that Disc Priest ramp is, potentially, just to negate those chains. He is indeed second on the healing meters here. Just the big gate, massive disc, like shield atonement healing, and you just go from there, right? Change your buff around, get some more damage in. 86.3 being that pull.
Yeah, Gateway's kind of... I mean, it's always been useful, but I feel like as these races get more competitive, the Gateway use is increased as well, where they're like, any chance you have to use one, they're getting dropped. And then I think the item, and like... First, it was learning the focusing the gateway trick. That was like a huge game changer. And then the item as well. Like, you don't have to worry about it being hidden under bodies and stuff like that.
What were you going to say, Zyra, about the...
The item has made it completely ridiculous. Because there were times before, like, if you had to use a gateway under the boss where all 20 people was before, good luck. That's not happening. But the item just makes it so ridiculously easy to do.
Even like fixating the gateway multiple times in Sylvanas, there were times I'd fixate a rock elemental or something. Oh, let me refixate this. Oh, no, I'm just veiling the raid. This is really cool. Sick, man. It's so easy. It's really cool. Yeah, it's a great change, and one that nobody really even brought up. But Blizzard saw it as like, hey, this could be a problem. You know, like it's not optimal on Painsmith, on Sylvanas, on I believe Kelp. There was another fight last year too, where the focus macro was being used for gateways, and multiple times in the past too. I mean, we haven't really seen a quad warlock fight gateway wise in a while. It's typically been like one. I mean,
like Gahoon was probably the last one.
Yeah, Gahoon. N'Zoth needed like 2 or 3. You didn't need them, but it made it much easier to gate around the room. I mean, you see one warlock needed on Zymox, one warlock needed on what's the other fight this tier?
Soul Render.
Well, Soul Render, yeah. I mean this tier. There's been random uses, but you can typically have one warlock doing it. But either way, the gateway thing. The gateway control chart has made it so much better. There's a couple clips on my stream of me dying to fixating an elemental and trying to pour off the elemental. It doesn't work very well. I got a first-hand experience.
That gateway, like on a KJ in the darkness phase, I hated that part. I just went goblin because I was like, I can't. I can't
that was
handle
the
this
first
anymore.
implementation of the focus macro, right?
Yeah,
it was.
Focus the gateway and then mouse over, use it. Yeah.
The darker times for sure.
Yeah.
But they are going to pull again. I wonder if they seem like they're kind of
darker times because it was the dark phase. Sorry, what were you saying, Kims?
It looked like they have somewhat of a strategy of what they want to do with these pools, like a cadence for the phase. We're like, okay, bring pillars up here, then we soak these, move to the next like quadrant, soak, like bring up more pillars there, soak them when the debuffs fall off. This seems just like they need to figure out the balance of like how many people need to soak, how many pools, like at what time in the fight, and like making sure you're never like putting a pillar somewhere you don't need it.
It's sort of how much you can handle, right? Because you want to get the max amount of damage out of those pools as possible, but you only have 3 minutes to do it. If you don't, the boss is going to shield for 6 million health per pool, and there's 7. So you really have to move around the room pretty quickly, and with not a whole lot of time, allowed for you to actually do it, right? But we will see, indeed, once again here, there are pulling. So we have the Torments coming up first in about 5 seconds here, which means the raid spreads, quickly followed by a pull chain, which we will see them employing the gateway usage out of that. And then once that is done, you will see them begin to soak the actual pools on the ground, the Azerite pools, which it's really cool. The Azerite throwback here as well. I like it a lot. A reference to maybe better times, give or take. So gateway coming in here. Here comes the actual Ashen coming down now. I believe we should have bombs coming in. Look for them to drop into the actual pylons here. And then once the bombs drop, the pylons themselves will spawn. And when those do, you LOS behind them. There's a tank combo actually initially there. And that tank combo, I'm not sure how they're doing it, but it requires a certain amount of people in each tank combo. Sort of how like Guardian the first ones is. Guardian or Agrimar from a long time ago. So I'm curious to see how that ends up going later on in this fight too, if it's like community soaks or not. Here's the big LOS, Torment 2 coming out, and we should indeed have bombs coming in 5 seconds after this, followed by a tank combo in about 20.
So, is there a reason they're not trying to extend the stacks on the Azeroth pool debuff?
I don't know. I would assume they can extend, but I don't know if they've messed with it yet, right?
That just might be an optimization thing for more damage later on, and right now they're just trying to get through the phase to see everything.
Yeah, I mean, we do indeed have about a minute and a half, I believe, until the next phase. We have, it's hard to see, I believe about a minute and a half right around there, and unfortunately they're going down here.
Did you see what happened there?
I didn't. Was it a bomb not
clearing?
clearing?
This far left guy here, he was trying to chain to Azeroth, but it went forward into the other group, and he just chained. They like crossed the streams and blew up.
There is an arcane vulnerability buff applied whenever the boss does his large like world shatterer ability in phase 1. It might have just chained them and done way too much damage.
So it must prioritize players in range over Azeroth, even because he was right next to the Azeroth thing, and it just picked a player in front of him.
That's interesting.
Yeah. What's do you know what you have to heal Azeroth for?
What do you mean, like percentage-wise, or
no? Like what happens if you don't get it to full health,
well,
or
over the
does
course
it die?
of the fight, the jailer assaults Azeroth. Like in phase 3, it's a large frontal. The Raidus is soaked to negate the damage going to Azeroth.
And this is on heroic.
It is, yeah. Okay. I'm mythic as well, but there's other abilities like World Cracker, World Shatterer, and World Destroyer, which he will assault Azeroth. It says so. Essentially, if Azeroth gets to 0 health, the fight ends. I mean, at that point, you're going to wipe, and there's a lot of interesting wipe mechanics in this fight. Azeroth getting to 0, missing a bomb, and also not soaking an Azerite pool means a 6 million shield, which is probably not going to be broken. So, but yeah, Azeroth hits 0, and the raid hits 0.
It's an interesting way to do it with the shield, because it's almost like because there's no push timings, so his health doesn't really matter until you're hitting enrage, basically. So it's like you could just ignore those, and they can do that mechanic later and just see further. But given that those are actually the difficult part of the fight, which it's not really clear that that's wholly the hardest thing that's wiping them. I wonder why they opted to go for shield rather than a damage buff or something that just kills you for messing up anyways.
What do you mean by the actual Azerite pools being soaked, or?
Yeah, if he just gets a shield, it's kind of so what? I mean, it's bad for the enrage.
For progression.
For progression, yeah.
It's possible. I mean, what honestly is possible, too, is that they just saw Echo employing a similar strat. Oh, this is working. Why not give it a shot? Because, I mean, they really haven't been playing from behind until you got to this boss. They pulled Raglan a bit off stream. So it's sort of like a what's Echo kind of doing thing, too, right?
Yeah.
Which is, we've seen that multiple times from both guilds in the race, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they break off and have their own strategies with all the analysts in the back. But as of right now, I mean, I don't see any reason if Echo's doing something to copy it and do similar and learn little things and timings and pushes, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering from a design perspective, why did the developers opt to make it a shield that's instead of something that wipes you? But I guess if you aren't dealing with the puddles, you're not going to heal Azeroth, and the next time he hits it, it's just over anyway. So
exactly, multiple ways of wiping this boss. A 6 million shield, you're not burning through that. It's just too excessive, right? All right, we will indeed see the chains coming out here now. The tanks wait a bit longer to gate out there. We should have actual tank combo coming up in about 5 or so seconds here. I want to see how many people actually soak the tank combo by the large, swirling gray circle on the ground here. I believe they have 2 groups assigned. So there's one. It looks like I can't actually see it. It's hard to see from that POV, but it does indeed remind me a lot of the split soak Agromar mechanics, and the Jailer does actually crush too. It is a large damage increase taken debuff if the tank doesn't taunt swap in time. Here comes the LOS mechanic behind the pillars, and once these drop, we should have bombs pretty shortly after this Torment here as well. Boss at 89.8% give or take, so we're getting close to the point where we could see past where we were.
And do you know what those lines are? It just shoots like a missile at everybody, it looked like.
Coming out of the pillars? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So I believe those are the Orbs of Torment, or whatever they're called. If you get hit by it twice over the course of the fight, you get mind controlled. Oh, okay. Lovely, interesting slow fall there. Yeah, actually hitting the Azerite pool, getting a stack there and chaining a bit. The raids seem to be okay. We lost Boom Boom and Lip Warrior, but we can go a little bit further here and see maybe a tiny bit. There came the actual Martyrdom cast there too as well. So
you got 4. You can see that you can get over 3 stacks now, so they know that you can stack up more now.
That's cool. Can, yeah. That's a good confirmation there. Really good catch. So we have Torments coming in here, I believe, and we don't actually have timers for this, do we? Besides here, do we? I can't really tell. We have bombs in 10. This is LOS.
Dude, that squeaky toy is gonna break my brain. And you can see that soaking a line thing is only like a 30-second debuff. So you can only get hit by yours. You can't get hit by anybody else's as well. That's all it is.
You mean the actual lines at the end of the phase there?
Those Torment lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Got it.
You saw you got a 1 stack when he got hit by his own line there. Yeah. So it's only getting hit by 2 will mind control you at once.
Yeah, I mean, that is indeed progression. I don't believe we've seen those Torment lines before. So, we're pulling in 10 seconds. Here we go. We're heading right back in. We're at that point. Any pull is a kill, give or take, right?
Any pull is progression.
I mean, that statement probably holds true for the next few hours, I would assume, mostly. So, I mean, Like, I don't know. How much... Okay, this might be a bit of a loaded question while we're in the middle of a wipe here, but how much do you guys think... This is going to come up at some point. How much do you guys think the actual, like, reclear in double legendaries a day early affects things? From, I guess, both guilds' perspectives.
So the advantage is going to come in the form of Liquid getting to progress one extra day with increased gear tomorrow. Because the assumption is that Jailer is going to die sometime this reset.
Right.
And both guilds are essentially on the same progression slate right now, even though Echo have gotten the boss 10% lower and probably seen more of Phase 1. I wouldn't say that's significant enough of an advantage to matter. So where the reset is going to come into play is how much extra progression can Liquid get with the one extra day of reset gear tomorrow. Because Echo's going to get theirs the day after, and then both guilds will be at essentially the same progress point.
Yeah. That was the interesting thing. I mean, with Echo gaining a bit of a lead today with their Rygolon kill earlier this morning, I mean, I feel like we were a bit up against the wall. Like, if we hadn't secured a Rygolon kill tonight, things would get very interesting. Because we have a reclear tomorrow, as mentioned. I mean, there hasn't been any confirmation of not extending, but there is like a 99.999 chance they are not doing it. There's always that 0.1, something weird happens, but I mean, honestly, that's almost eliminated now too. They're not going to extend tomorrow, right? So the question is, with that extension, if they hadn't killed Rygolon, how long does it take to reclear? And then how much prog, how much time can Echo, how do I word this? How relevant is the extra, or would have been the extra day or so on the boss with one less legendary, right? And I guess in the end, we won't really know because there's about a 3-hour time gap between both guilds, but now we're pretty much neck and neck again, with Echo having a 10% lead. But
and let's clarify on the heroic split front, there is not a lot of work to be done there for them next week. The only thing that they would be doing heroic splits for is potentially heroic jailer weapons for their warriors. Maybe heroic first one sigil trinkets if people still need those from Prototype Pantheon. And that's it. They already have full heroic tear on everyone that needs it.
Yeah, if they do
spent
it
that this week,
it would be to gear up something they didn't expect to be using, like maybe the other rogue, and maybe even he's got like everything he needs. But they'll kind of keep those if they run into a wall in the jailer.
Yeah, I fully expect tomorrow to be Mythic Reclear, minimal heroic splits just to get what you need. So weapons, trinkets, and then go back in and pull boss with double legendaries and see as far as you can see.
I'm a bit curious if it changes comp-wise anything at all, too. Because I mean, we know that like certain classes gain a lot more. Like, I believe Enhance gains a good bit, possibly. Preheat was talking about Mage gaining a decent bit as well. We know Boomkin does. Warlock, not as much. I believe they had 3 Demo locks, and have they swapped the 2 already? I can't tell.
They had 2 at the start.
Okay, I thought it was 3. Okay, it might have been Echo that was employing the
Hunters gain
Demo
a
lock
ton of
strat.
value.
Oh, they get antlers, right?
They get antlers.
Yeah, which is wild. Is that just survival, or is that like just the universal best one? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, interesting.
All right, well, enough theorizing from us. Let's hear what the players have to say, brought to you by Jersey Mike.
Also, high chance of us getting watermelon here.
Nori can't start the...
I'll start it.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
You're in a good
Personal.
spot, Asta.
Yeah, I'm loving
Group
this.
2.
Good, and then group 2 soak. Group 2. That one's barriered, Nick.
I'm ready to go for
Good,
the
new
bombs again.
bombs. New bombs. It's fine, the front is fucked. Just put the front one to the right, over to the right. Okay, and Hellstone, and then get ready to spread here, and then get ready to line... We're dead.
When I had to spread mid-air.
Our triangle's like a fucking hexagon, man. What's going on here?
Yeah, we definitely have some
Kill
people...
fired up, kill it!
The thing we need to kill is right.
Seventy. If you get that in that state, if you slow fall, it won't fuck you.
Flex weave is a good
I mean, it
investment.
did. Fuck me, I lived it. I just thought it was funny that it was exploding mid-air
Well,
spread.
Yeah, I was watching Johnny do the same thing where like the spread mechanic came while he was like 50 feet off the ground and he was gonna land right on top of some people, but the flex weave like made the timing good.
So I'm just gonna watch that poll real quick.
The port belt maybe good for that?
Or that, yeah.
Although it might seem to the bottom of the hole.
You can only use it while you're stationary.
To use it. Oh.
I guess it's nice to have... What is it that I could use? Is it an engineering item or what?
Yeah.
Can you also flap as a Boomkin?
Yeah. I don't know if I have it on this character, though.
Oh, we missed, so Lip, you went in the wrong one on the second one. JPC
What?
was
It said
correct.
left.
Yeah, left didn't get soaked. Look at the PV. Left is right here.
Isn't it a bit confusing because you're like you turn around and then?
Nope. You
I thought it said
face
middle, okay.
you face Azeroth. Yeah.
If you ever cross this blue line, that means you're going way too far.
Yeah. If there's a blue line on the left, that's the next triangle over. You just need to do the pyramid before the blue line on the left.
Gotcha. I think we need a rapid fire like 7 pulls. Everyone gets this, and everyone can.
Yep.
Or
you're right.
Practice
Right.
on that.
Just
Full
do like
timer.
dry fire
Good.
calls or something. I don't know.
I think calling out the mistakes is still good.
Yeah. It's good to just like point out who did the wrong thing. So
It
they know what they should've
actually
done,
is a triangle.
And then we just pull again real fast until everyone gets this mechanic.
Yeah.
I also just didn't get it that whole pull like in 4 sets. That was weird.
You think Jailer makes
First
good
spread?
honey?
Forgot my IQD.
Yo, his hitbox is nice.
Okay, getting yanked.
Can I try something for science? He's dead.
Okay, and
Yeah,
this
too
is
late
going to be 3, 2, 1, go.
Tank combo.
One of the groups chained weirdly, but that's fine. Okay. Bombs going here. And then we're lining in 5 seconds.
What are you doing over here, buddy?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Just line of sight. Everyone should line of sight on the same spot here so you get the roar. Range, fuck off. Go. And then plant for the lines right now. Good. Pull the boss into the correct spot. New bombs. Good. Look at your spots.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I didn't make it out to run around
It's okay.
there,
It's okay.
blood.
Ready to do Blood of Azerite. Blood of Azerite in 3, 2. Wait for fired up. 1. Go now. Go. And barrier for that soak. We're live. Hellstone, everything. Good. Go to the next spot. New bombs. New bombs. New bombs on orange. Look at the triangle. Okay, and spread out with. You guys are spreading right
No
after
shot
this.
on
Okay.
making it my fucking
Driny
full
AM.
shape.
Driny AM. Spread out. Spread out. Spread out.
Dude, that one is brutal.
We need a rally for that.
Yeah, that needs a rally.
This is a line of sight into another tank combo. Yo, get ready to do the next things.
We have a res.
Don't MC the tank.
Pull the boss to the next thing,
line.
and do the raid one there. Dude, we need to figure out how to do that raid one. But how many more Blood of Azerite pools do we even have left?
These are or 4 more. So it's these 2 and 2 more.
I
so think
would we do
one-
one? I think we
the range stay they stay like where I'm at right now.
That's the last set.
And the melee goes to the far one, right? Because that's like
the last set. Yeah.
That's what it says in the graphic, yeah.
Yep.
Why did the
For
boss
the last
melee
set, not
me
for this one.
mid-tank combo?
Do we have Gator for this guy? Yeah, we do, right?
Does he do that?
Yeah.
Apparently, I just told him to
We can gate that one.
Meleeed me. Yeah.
oh that's just seems so weird to do.
Alright, Kev.
Why? What was different about it?
What sound do you want on those group soak?
All the bloods are like for the melee are always to the right. Oh, or sorry, to
That's what I had
the
on
left of the blue line, but that was the right of the blue line.
I'll live.
It shouldn't be.
It is.
Oh,
it's like if
They're
you
not
look
symmetrical in the
yeah,
room.
if you look at my screen right now,
No way.
the blood is right here, which is to the right of the blue line.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna figure that out.
Almost
in a second.
all of them are always here.
Yeah, I get it.
Make it a panther.
Here, the.
We should have to mark a different spot for that one, right? We stop early.
Seriously, do a gate to moon, but put the ending like at star.
That
Might
one
not,
felt the
might
same
not
for
go
me.
all the
Am
way.
I crazy?
Just do a max range gate to star from moon.
What'd you say, Ben?
Like the bloods felt the same there on 3rd set for me. Like it was right behind the boss, like normal.
But the
Yeah,
boss should have
perfect.
moved slightly farther. The boss wasn't in the proper position.
Wasn't it like one behind the line?
Yeah.
Like
So,
here-ish?
so the first one is like.
It's right here.
This is even right quadrant.
Watch
Right
it.
here.
It's right here. Here we go.
And then the next one is. Is it here?
The first one's definitely right here on me. I think. So
No, it's here because I stand here. I'm second in line. I.
Okay.
And then the next one's like here, which then connects to here.
Yeah, it's just behind. You see it right there
Yeah,
on
the
his
third
screen?
one's just the same, yeah. But there's pillars, so like.
So it's more to the right. Yeah, I see it right now.
They still go to
Pause
the
it.
same spot though. You just have to. The people doing the chain have to go to a different spot. Because they're still tanking the
Yeah.
boss in the correct spot.
Yeah, so I just need to stand like here.
Yeah,
Is the diagram correct?
the diagram is correct. So for 3rd groups, it's the same. It's for 4th groups where we reverse it in the
Yeah,
great
it's just
far.
third groups you have
Far
to
much
like do it
different, though.
awkwardly.
Yeah.
Alright,
But,
this clip they haven't even done it yet, right?
Yeah,
No,
they
I think
just
they're
skipped
ignoring it. They're just ignoring the rest. Yeah.
You can ignore to see phase 2 if you want.
Yeah, I feel like it's fine.
I saw it, THD, yeah. I saw it when it was happening.
Dude, just look at him. What is he doing?
It's because he spawned on my left side.
Yeah, he always spawns on your left, so if you flip your
Yeah,
character
I don't know why
around...
he went that way, though. That doesn't make any sense.
I want to reload. I turned off that countdown
Tags
bar
that
too.
It was perfect, bro. It literally expired the second the thing went off.
Oh, yeah. Vanos.
Also, I rallied and it did hit someone through a pillar.
Oh yeah,
That's
my
nice. RAR does not hit people through pillars.
my rally is assigned to where Ben was initially doing it, so
That's
just
fine,
make
you take
sure.
it.
Yeah.
Alright, I moved it up 2 seconds, Nick. I believe.
You said the boss was moving too far.
I don't.
The very last one, I moved too far.
Full timer's up, by the way.
4,
Yeah.
3, 2,
Yep.
1.
Yep.
Yep.
Good call.
Yep.
I was just checking stuff, man.
Turbo banging.
Okay, Torment. Spreading.
I'm alphaing my spot.
Amen to that.
I can't stop the
Getting ganked in.
Okay, actually trying something this time. Sorry if I die.
Dude, the bars are back, man.
Blood mine aren't.
Okay, tank combo in a few seconds. Do the lines now. Go. And group 1. Okay, and look at your sides. Great googly moogly, we did it. All right, get ready to line, and move as a group. Okay, watch lines, do not get MC'd. Good, and move the boss into new positions, bombs now.
Oh, baby.
Good.
Yeah.
You just do it all.
You just go into any
baby.
hole, man. Yeah, and get ready to do tank combo, get ready to do the Blood of Azurite now. Blood of Azurite in 3, 2, 1, go.
Group 2.
Group 2. Good, and we have new bombs coming. Pull the boss, pull the boss. It's fine. Where the boss is now is the Orient. Okay, spread out. Oh, we're just dead. Did a bomb not go in?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of bombs didn't go in.
So I feel like before we even talk about the rest of the phase, people just need reps with these bombs, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
It would help if we had movements like assigned, like Windrush or Roar. Like I didn't have Roar, and it was.
Did you have back left there, James?
Yeah.
Can we check what the
what's that?
I think it was the second.
Johnny had left. He shouldn't be priority over damage, right?
Well,
it's still high priority.
Can
Do
we
we
see
want?
it?
Can't move.
So 1, 2, 3 are priority for melee, but I think 4 might be the next priority. We want 6 and like what do we want for the 4th prio? 5 or
the middle one.
Back
The middle one,
centers.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back middle.
Back middle should be 4th prio for sure for melee.
I think we should just try to CP2. Let's not do any more bloods past what we're doing right now. I think that's something you like think about over dinner.
Just do the first 2.
Amen.
Does it just wipe you when you CP2 and it does that?
When he gets bloods?
Yeah, like what happens if you just
He
never
gets a
start those
shield.
bloods?
Pretty sure.
Well, the ones from phase 1 despawn, and he spawns new ones in phase 2, and if any of those are still up when he does some mechanic, he then
So the
gets a
ones in
shield.
P1 don't actually hurt you.
Oh,
Potentially.
Yeah, I mean,
They give you a buff, right?
I know they give.
for-
I know they give you a buff. Yeah.
Well, actually, if you don't heal Azeroth at all, he'll kill at the start of P2. So
Yeah.
that would be it.
Yeah, you need to just do a little
need to
bit
do a
so
little
you have enough to survive the first world cracker in the second phase.
Okay.
It's called World Fucker, by the way.
I do.
Okay.
World fucker. Okay. I do want to assign a couple of cooldowns tags.
Yeah.
So for now, timings. Let me see if I can find it.
All I have is barrier and a couple rallies.
So we're like chaining rallies right now. So it just needs to be Ben's rally at the time. I think he's told in the. Are you getting notifications for it, Ben?
No,
Lip
his
is
is the
one.
unassigned one.
Yeah,
Lip and
mine's assigned
Kevin
to it.
got.
We would have gated that next tank mechanic too.
You mean the suck?
Okay, you see
I've
the
got
star over there?
Lip at about 115 and Kevin at about 130.
It would have been from the blood / group 2 soak.
For sure, just have Ben rally at 110. Have.
You can just have that's 6 seconds before Lips rally.
Why? We don't need Lips rally there. The Ben. Oh, did I have Lip rally it? And that's the one I. Oh, I might be swapping.
He's rallying the second soak rally.
The second.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And that also lasts for the tank
and for the
as well.
soak, yeah. And that's where Nick is burying
as well.
We have a rally
okay,
and a
yeah,
burying.
and then we need probably Ben's rally plus Dryny's AM on the bomb soaks into the spread.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that.
And that time is. Let's see.
Oh my god, BDG got it into win.
Let's fucking go.
Fog,
Dude, they had a 0.14% wipe earlier.
Yeesh.
Why didn't the tank just kill it?
Because it was slow and he died.
Oh.
Okay, it
Sounds
is.
like some subtle flame.
It is.
Nope.
It is Ben
Very
rally
subtle.
and Ben's rally and Dryny's AM at 130.
Okay, okay. Kevin, you've been yoinked.
Sure.
I've been darking the same spot Nick barriers. Do you want it differently? It's just it
just
covers
keep
all the
ripping it
blood
for
hits
now,
and
yeah,
the
fuck it.
pink hit.
Good work, Shaq.
Good, and I think the next rally can. Oh, you have a pull timer. It's fine. We'll figure it out after. We'll just have Kevin YOLO rally after that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can't wait till he melees me. First global.
Yeah.
You defense cap T?
Running?
Melee's big. He has a big
Yeah.
stick.
You
keep on my spot, no
The
matter where I
fuck,
go.
man, you're in a different spot every time.
Okay, this explosion here. Get ready for your Blood of Azurites, guys. Okay, go in 3, 2, 1, go. Also, it might not matter now, Eric, but on later ones, you might want to pop it closer to THD. It just gives you more room. We might also be able to remove a person from that group.
This is
Ready
pretty
for
correct,
bombs?
right?
Great job. And then we're gonna line here, line together on the other side of
That's
the
it.
diamond one. Okay, and range go. Ready to plant. Watch lines now. Do not get hit by 2. Good job. And then we're getting bombs here again. Look at the bombs.
Okay, this. I don't even have
Don't worry about it. It'll get fixed.
It's okay, man. You're good. Tank combo and tank. Ready for Blood of Azurite? Going in 3, 2. Do the other group too. Fired up. You're going to block, I think.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah. The other. Did you guys mean to go that early?
Oh.
Yep.
It's okay. Keep going. New bombs. Okay, and you guys are gonna line a spread here. Spread. This is the rally AM. Johnny.
That's right.
Okay, it's fine. In line of sight. Then we're just gonna keep moving and doing the phase. Ignore the bloods. Keep going.
Next
we're getting
fucking is gate.
We're getting a tank combo in 3 seconds. This is group 1 again. Spread for lines. Okay.
Didn't have Padres in there.
Yeah. I think people got MC'd that were
Yeah,
people got MC'd
there
in
were
there.
MCs there.
Next suck would have been the gate.
We had a roar there, right?
I don't think you want the range
That
group
was the
to
win
be doing the rune that I do there if we pop them that quick, because I'm probably like the most mobile person and I didn't even make it.
Is
Are the
it really that
MCs
Scott? Isn't it one of the groups for soaking?
Well, I'm a tank, so I'm always in.
Oh.
I'm in group 2. I'm just like not on the.
Oh, okay.
What
I was
what are we
wondering if you
doing?
weren't soaking for
Speed.
some
What's the speed order? I'll put that in. Do we
feel like-
are, both have Windrush?
Yeah.
Currently, let's see where we're roaring. Oh, I don't see roars on this POV. Fuck. Fired
I
up
don't know
your
if
stream?
you.
Who's roaring the first
look at my
runes?
vote for that. I feel like ranged group doing the back right thing is kind of cursed.
Yeah,
It's
range
pretty
group
bad,
should
yeah.
always. Yeah, range group. The range group people should be priority back left.
Just all on the close side.
Yeah, if there's a way to set up a prio for that, please.
Well,
we
we're
have
back
some
left.
prios, but
Would
Oh,
back
that's
right even be
no,
better for
they
melee?
don't
No,
left,
here's
but-
why it needs to happen, Bubba.
I made a country mile run.
Look, let me show you it. It literally happened last pull. Okay, so Fired Up has to do this Blood of Azurite at the bottom of the screen. He gets back right jump, as a mage, and then he's here, and he has to be ready to soak this shit over here in like basically 5 seconds. So we need to have the range group have priority on the left 3. So either front left or back left. Because look at the
front.
You think front?
Could also do the tank combo near
front
there
is
and
fine.
then have them
Front
get
is
knocked back.
front is closer than back mid right or back right? What if 3
Not
of you?
where I'm standing. Seems like
Yeah.
back mid, left, and back left are the best ones.
Huh? Right.
Okay,
you,
so-
you guys are right here pausing. Wouldn't
I mean, you're gonna get knocked to your spot. That's fine. So like one, or
you think black
front,
middle is closer
left,
to you than front?
and back left are the 3, right?
What do you say, Bubba?
It's just range prior are going to be front,
Should be these 3
left,
right here.
and back left.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, even put the fucking melee in the back right. That's fine. They're just following the boss.
Yeah, back right would be way better for me than back left because.
Yeah. Like soak group range for sure should prio be here.
I'm assigning a Windrush there where James was talking about.
Hey, back middle is fine too for ranged.
Yeah, it's just not back right is giga cursed.
Yeah.
Yo, Max.
What's up?
Can you show me on this replay the line things that do the MC? Right now
Yeah.
I have Azeroth shining a flashlight in my eyeballs, so I can't see.
Sure.
It's the little gray lines that flicker.
So I'll show you. It's right after this.
They come from.
Oh, it's right before this. Here's the best. The best way to see it is right here.
Pillars
So we
that go down.
By the way, can we all group here? So we get here for the roar. It's Lip, Nori, Teach D. You guys want to be over here. You don't want to be over there.
Well, I was back right, and there was no way I was making it over there. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, also that wasn't like a personal thing. I was just saying this is where you want to be. The reasoning doesn't matter.
I try. It's just back
Where'd
right.
you get knocked to?
Okay,
I got
right
knocked
here.
to the middle.
These lines.
These lines.
They're like attached to a player.
Yeah. So these circles go out, and then lines go out at the same time.
If you get hit by 2, you get MC'd.
Yeah, if you get hit by 2, you get MC'd. That's what it looks like.
Just do damage if you get hit by 1.
Also, is our spread good for that?
It puts a dot on you.
You guys should spread to the same spot every single fucking pull with these ranged. Like right here, it happens. You guys get roared. You need to have a spot you are at, and then you are planted.
Also important to note, not everyone gets targeted by a line.
Yeah, it's
Correct.
1 per pillar. Right?
Yeah.
Is it always going to be this lineup with the tank combo and the lines, or could we delay the tank combo by Scott being further out of range of the boss so that he's not in melee? Like that way you have time to, because like right there. I mean, I didn't see who got. Oh, okay.
Maybe you could taunt just.
Well, I was thinking
before,
because you're lining, right? You could maybe get further away and still be lined.
To have some priority for picking bombs. Oh no, it can pick up to 4 melee in 1 bomb set. Holy shit.
Yeah, I can do 4 of either.
Oh
yeah, I'm having him update everything based on that. Based on what we want.
The range left group is highest prior, right?
Is it picking 4 melee every time?
Yeah,
we've had 4 range.
It's random. It's
back left is the highest prio for ranged, or just left. Left.
anything
or
but
left?
back right.
Yeah, anything but the back right. No.
Back right or right.
Also, I don't know if some people might not know this, but you get knocked the way towards your back.
Correct.
Some people are getting knocked weird directions.
Also, for whatever it's worth, you can fully immune these soaks, but obviously that also means you do not get the damage buff. So, giga not good.
Also, wait, why?
I don't think that thing works to Azeroth if you do that. So.
Wait, yeah, can you, Max? Can you go back like 10 seconds now, to when the Azeroth was arcing?
Yeah.
Welcome back to the desk. It's still me, Cams, Kalamazi's ironic, as we could hear they're trying to figure out how to get the bombs into the hole. But if you would like to get bomb food into the hole of your mouth, check out Jersey Mike's.
I was curious how you were going, where you're going with that. I'm glad. Yeah, good job, Cam. That was good.
You know that was good when you could hear laughs from production.
Those are laughs of insanity.
Yeah, I think they are actually.
Sanders love indeed.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. We didn't bring up earlier for our charity, Girls Who Code, we didn't bring up the $35,000 goal.
Oh, yes.
I forgot to mention that, which is the full release of the Sandwich Love song on Spotify.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
and you can see here other goals. We still are working on Egg Roulette, almost there, and that's the final until the hidden phase, which is 35k Sandra stuff that has been data mined.
We data mined that one?
Yeah.
Oh, because
right here you can see, it's not not officially on the board.
Speaking of Tiltify, I have not been checking it all day today, so I do have a couple donations. $20 from Owen A. No message. Thank you, Owen.
Just throws it, dude. Those are the good ones.
And then $75 from Eldon _. Only thing they say is, woohoo!
That's right.
That works.
Maybe
That's
that
it.
came in after the kill.
Yeah, he's very excited about GLR stuff.
Thank you.
Cool. Again, if you want to help us out, donate to our charity, ! Charity in the chat, or tl.gg/rwf-donate. Get in there. Send us really dumb jokes while we try to figure out what exactly it is the players have to be doing in this fight. We heard them talking about it for a solid 15 minutes there. I mean, I feel like the most interesting time in progression to figure out the mindset of a world first raider is when you're trying to figure out one of these fights, especially the ones that haven't been tested, and the only thing you have to go off of is the data mining, because there's a lot of problem solving that comes into play here.
Yeah, it's really cool. And like guilds like Echo and Liquid have been in this spot in the past, right? They've been these bosses world first. They're somewhat used to like formulating their own strategy for based off this mechanic and that. That's one of the big things I think separates like a lot of the other guilds who are still incredible guilds, in the top 5, top 10, but they haven't always or necessarily been in that spot before where we are here first. What do we do? Some guilds are better at that than others, SKPs is also, by the way, having a 2.5% wipe, which we didn't point out there on Lords of Dread, getting closer and closer to that 9 out of 11.
Not bad.
Yeah, not too bad.
All right, I have a weak aura idea for this fight, because it seems hard to figure out who goes into what hole. Maybe they've got something that I'm not really seeing to make it easier. But what if the map was big, and you know how you can have it where it rotates the way you look? Because there are...
Right.
The map does have the holes on it. So it could just be like an overlay of the play space, and then you have a little hole light up where you're supposed to run.
I mean, it's possible, I guess.
Maybe the mechanic's not that difficult, but that's just an
there's
idea.
Like 6 bombs.
So there's 6 bombs, and it looks like the formation they're using is just a big old triangle formation. So probably melee getting the 3 close ones, range getting the 3 far ones.
They were saying that it can just pick all melee.
Oh, really?
That's interesting.
That sounds bad.
Almost as bad as his pull.
And it's not...
Excuse me? Is this not a new best?
It is, but right when you said it, they died. And
So we're just flaming prog pulls now.
Well, I mean, I got to flame something. My stomach's flaming, so I got to flame something, man. I got to take it out on something. I was here, 82.2, new best, yeah. So that's pretty interesting if it can choose all melee. I wonder if that like almost it probably wouldn't be enough to like force some kind of like big comp swap, but it's something to maybe keep in mind depending on how it all goes, right? Because I mean, like you can allocate certain parts of the room to like range, but yeah, if it's all 6 melee, like what do? You making that call on the fly can be a bit problematic if there's like multiple bombs way out and not much time, right? And there's 6, which it seems like a lot to micromanage. I don't know if a weak war like that would be possible, though. We saw some pretty nifty ones coming out, like on Lords of Dread with the super bugs and the like necrotic pools that gave the arrows whenever they spawned. I don't know. Like I feel like some of that functionality was broken back like in Archimon days. I could be wrong though.
Well, that one I think might have just been like on your character, and then as long as you like right clicked and you were facing like your character through it, because it always shot out your face, I believe.
Right.
So then it was like, okay, put the center of this arrow from your face, and then just however many degrees around you. I think that's how they did that one.
Interesting.
Yeah, the Raiders are taking a break. Maybe they heard that weak aura idea and they've run off to program it.
Yeah, I'll take credit for that.
Yeah.
I need something like positive from me from this race. I'll take credit for that. Yeah.
You've been nothing but positive. What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to look at the debuffs on this mechanic to see how consistent it is. And the thing is, it really isn't consistent. It looks like it almost always picks 2 range, 2 melee.
Oh.
And then the other 2 are just
random
something.
Okay, maybe
because I'm looking at this here, and I almost never see just 1 melee or 1 range pick. It's always 2 of each, and then 2 of something.
Okay, maybe they were talking about something. I heard someone say it could pick all melee, but they're probably talking about some mechanic that I wasn't paying attention.
It can, but I mean, it's one of those things with more polls you'll be able to figure it out more so.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a difficult convention to figure out, especially the way that they're configuring their bomb drops. Because you can see that they're definitely trying to go for that triangle formation. You'll be able to get 6 sets of bombs around the platform that way. you'll be able to fill actually every single one of the holes in 6 set of bombs, which I'm pretty sure is the timer to get into phase 2. So,
huh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. How many quadrants of the room are there? There's.
Well, it's not quadrants. 'Cause
Yeah,
there's 6 of them.
I know it's true. How many sections of there's 6?
It's 6. It's hexagonal. Yeah.
Okay.
But then how many holes in each section?
There should
6,
be
right?
there should be 36 holes total.
36. 6
Okay.
times 6 is 36. Yeah.
And so,
there we go.
job, Cal.
And then
There we
6
go.
bombs come out?
What's that?
And 6 bombs come out?
Yeah. So
Okay.
you should theoretically be able to like use one part of the room for a bomb set, then rotate and soak Azerite pool and do it over and over, unless they're like having people go to certain pools ahead of time just to maintain a higher debuff uptime.
Yeah.
For the damage increase, but it's sort of hard to tell. So
yeah. This is one of those, like,
yeah.
we don't even, I guess that phase is 3 minutes, right? So 30 seconds. And how many pools were there? 12?
7.
7 pools.
7 that we saw. There might be more, but I'm pretty sure it's 7 as of right
7, but there's 6 quadrants.
I mean, they might have to like overlap certain
All right.
Okay.
Hold on. 1 sec. We got to stop calling them quadrants. Quadrants implies 4.
Yeah. When I said it, I was
let's
like,
say
okay.
sections.
Yeah.
Just let's keep it to sections.
Sections.
Let's get our naming.
Sections.
Much like the players have to come up with their conventions for strategies, we as casters have to come up with our conventions for naming mechanics.
Yeah, I'm going to start drawing this one too.
As
We have some
as somebody
Anduin.
who is deeply rooted in math, it was going to be one of my majors.
Really?
We cannot do 6 quadrants. I'm going to lose my mind.
If you see here, we
Okay.
had.
Is that
those were our Anduin, how they could do stars. It ended up being this one here.
You can't leak
this
the
one
strats,
here.
Cams. You can't
But-
leak the strats.
Well, I know, but now I'm saying we'll need to draw the jailer one.
Okay. We'll go
'Cause
get to work.
This
Find
is a hard
anti-Q
thing to
card.
figure. Yeah, I need to like visualize it. I'm sure they've got like a big drawn out.
I'm sure they have plenty of resources
analysts.
in the fight already.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really curious about the debuff management and how they're going to handle that in like the first phase. Because if there are 7 pools, you can just sort of say, okay, these 4 go soak that pool. You can deal with them quickly if you separate the raid. But you're also like moving the raid around a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like ranging the boss at certain points. I'm curious if they want to like try and chain the buff or stack it to like 4, 5, 6 stacks, and how hard the raid healing actually is. Because it looks like they're taking a lot of damage later on in that fight with those chain torment overlaps and things, and the bombs hurt a lot too. I don't know. There's a lot going on in this first phase to get down.
Yeah, and it seems like there's not like the damage is pretty consistent, and then so is like the knocking and the sucking and the line of sighting. Like you just have to find these little windows where like, okay, now we do the thing, and you have like just enough time to do the chain heal to the Azeroth, and then like right back into the holes and the line of sights.
It's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Did you see the question in chat directed at Florida Man?
I did not.
What's
no.
22% of 1630?
22. What?
It's like. Wait, what is it? 22% of what?
1630.
It's like 352 or something like that, right?
That's pretty close.
What is it?
So it's.
But they asked me this already, right? Didn't.
Wait,
what is? It's 326 plus 32.6. So it's like 358.
Hey, I was close. Look at that.
Or something like that.
What is happening?
I think they asked me that.
They
like,
asked us to
2
do
days
math in
ago.
chat, so we had to do math.
Is that close to that? Yeah.
That's a crazy math thing.
It's not-
that
I
needs to
pegged
come
it.
down quite a bit for me.
Okay.
Of levels.
God, Caps.
What's 20% of 50?
What? 10.
10.
Nice.
It took me a second. Like, is this actually a question? 10. 10.
Yeah, that's the kind of level I'm talking about.
I hate math. I was as fast as the mathematician over here.
What's 25 times 444?
What? Wait.
It's like 24,000, something like that. What is it? I don't know.
It's 11,100.
Wait, what? What was it?
25 times 444. You know the trick there. Divide by 4 times 100.
Yeah, but what did you say it was?
11,100.
No shot.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
I'm just.
All right, whatever, dude. He's not a computer over here. He's cheating.
I'm not. The camera was on me the entire time.
Yeah, not until you led up to that. No, it wasn't.
Dude, check his arm. Has he written these answers down?
I'm actually missing a watch today too.
That's true. He is.
I left my watch charging in my hotel room.
How many flowers in his face?
Wait, what?
How many petals?
1, 2, 3.
The gerbil wheel is spinning between Cam's ears. That's what chat said.
Oh, it's not spinning.
It stopped yesterday after the wing challenge. It just froze.
No, it stopped many years ago. When did WoW come out? No, I'm
dude,
just
yeah, I can't pinpoint the exact time, but there was a time where I was sharper. Zyron, have you started to fall off a little bit in your mental, like, how do I word this? Fortitude?
There are some times when I know how to figure out an answer, but it'll take me a little longer than usual to get there because I have to remember the methods to get there. So I know what you're talking about.
How old are you now? You're 30, right?
I'm 29. My name still starts with a 2, or my age still starts with a 2, not my name.
Yeah, like right now.
There it goes.
There you go. I'm already gone.
The edge is getting duller.
That's why I'm up here and not down there.
The average age of this desk is like 31 and a half, right?
Holy.
Jeez. Got the boomer desk.
Why do they bring us here?
That's all we're good for.
What, looking pretty?
Yeah, we can just tell stories about the good old days.
I mean, dude, that's why they brought us here. This is more splits than actual Mythic rating, so why not rehash the old times, get Veloris up here, 4 monsters deep, and we're good to go.
I know. I need some monster bad.
I feel
but sugar-free.
I feel like Veloris on 3 monsters can just full-on solo cast a whole session by himself.
Yeah, he should actually just set up like a booth over there. And there's just like a side stream where it's just him.
You guys could totally see Veloris sitting in the host position talking to nobody and then swapping seats and responding.
Actually,
thanks, Veloris. Well, actually.
I could. Yeah, no shade being thrown there. Veloris is very passionate about what he does. But it's a good thing.
He is insanely good at this.
Anxious people always talking about age. We're not anxious, we're accepting. All right? It's a difference.
You'll
learn one day. All right? You'll learn one day. Is there anything else that statement came, or just?
No, you just hit ages and you're like, it just keeps happening.
And then one day it doesn't. Then one day it does stop.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's right, but not for you.
I actually celebrated my mom's 29th birthday about a month ago. She's been 29 for a while.
Okay, I was waiting for the second half of that to come in.
Jess, she just doesn't age apparently.
Well, I mean, hey, some people have all the luck, right? So, I heard Veloris is very passionate about his love of anime. Oh, I've heard that too. Yeah. I have heard that too, actually. I feel like we should get Veloris to make an anime tier list. I'm actually serious. I think he'd do it. I think so.
Quick, Zyronic's age plus his mom's age. Go.
What?
How old
58.
I don't even know what
you got it. It is very quick at that.
29 plus 29.
I don't even remember what he said.
His mom's 20. He's 29. His mom's 29.
How does that happen?
It's an anomaly.
It's ironic. It's an anomaly. That makes sense. All right, cool. Okay.
You ever see Interstellar?
Yeah.
I did. That's a sort of sad movie.
Yeah.
That's a sad movie. I did see that.
Merv.
I don't know who Merv is, but isn't that Top Gun?
Murph.
Isn't that Top Gun?
Murph. No. Murphy.
I saw the clips on YouTube of just 1 through 10. It's like a summary of the movie. I know it was sad.
You should watch it. It was good.
There's a lot of things
it's like
that
an anime.
I haven't watched. Yeah, so I'm not watching it then. I don't like anime.
Have you tried any?
The Cat Bus.
I thought you liked that.
Yeah, 20 years ago I was a kid. I'm an old man now.
That's an acceptable anime answer.
I can name a few shows. I can name Attack on Titan.
They can actually be really dark and gruesome.
Away.
Nothing. I'm just.
I don't know what you're saying, Ken.
I'm edgelording. Much like
is there any
this
rating
boss.
on this channel?
No, there's no rating in this channel. Actually, this is just a podcast for 14 days straight. So yeah. Sorry, man, you're out of luck here.
Why are they talking about the game? Well, the Raiders are on break right now. We're getting back into it in a bit, but we're having to do something as casters here that's called filling, which is just talking about random shit until the players start playing.
It's not totally random. I mean, I was going to try and transition back to WoW stuff a little bit and ask Cams about his poll predictions and he's seen the boss, but I mean, now I just keep going about random things because just to make Chad happy, right?
Yeah.
So, what do you think, Cams? Wasn't your prediction 150? I think.
Yeah. That was before we saw what was about to happen.
So 290 means that we're probably going to. Sorry, I'm distracted with something on the monitor here. We're probably going to what?
A weekend.
Is Friday part of the weekend to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is going to be a Saturday or Sunday kill.
No shot. Don't say that. No shot. Are you laughing? He's not even laughing.
So crazy.
No, I'm
dead serious.
Gosh. I mean, I'm having fun with it. It's enjoyable.
Production puts something on this monitor that...
the initial look at this fight with the way these pool soaking works, I can't even talk properly. That's how delirious I am right now. With the way the pool soaking works and the optimization of DPS, it seems that you can get out of soaking the pools properly. Let's say you can stack that up to a 21 stack if you're playing the first phase properly.
I mean... Yeah, okay.
The damage push, I think you're going to need to just milk out of that buff is going to be wild. I think.
I mean, possibly. It very well could be. They're not
And
even
this is
trying to
phase
optimize.
1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
it's phase 1.
He has 130 million health.
We have 2 other phases that we know of.
Yeah.
There could be more.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, this is going to be a hard fight.
Oh,
Copium.
yeah.
All right.
I know. Hopefully they don't run into a point where they realize, like, we have done phase 1 wrong this whole time, and we need to, like, stack this buff in a different way and, like, have to completely redo it.
I feel like if one of the 2 guilds does, they'll figure it out and adjust it pretty quickly on the fly, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. It very well could be they're not even trying to like min-max the actual Azerite mechanic a lot right now and just see through the phase and see timers, right? I mean, they still have about like 7 hours left in raid tonight, so a lot of time.
Yeah.
Right? I believe Echo should be ending in a couple of hours here, give or take. They're 6 hours ahead of us, I think, in Hamburg, right? It's around midnight, I think.
I think it's 5 hours. Well, no, is it 6 because of daylight savings? Or
I think
is it 5?
Meg said it was 6 because of daylight savings, I believe.
But we went forward an hour, so it should be 5.
Maybe she's wrong. I don't know. It's like 11, 12 p.m. there roughly right now. So, I mean, I would assume they might have an hour left or so. But,
well, speaking of things to talk about, let's talk about which healers healed which DPS during Rygalon pulls. Who are our lovebirds? Let's see. Nick was top healing on Babomba Man. Interesting. A little bit of love for the Boomkins.
Yeah, a little bit. You gotta show them some love sometimes.
Sometimes.
Maybe in Kingfly in the center. Look at that.
Not bad. Healing. I'm kind of surprised the Warlocks are on the top.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe the Warlocks natural soaked some of the orbs more than anyone else without immunities. That
All
makes a
3
little bit of
locks
sense.
actually here. I didn't even notice that. It has to be. And then JPC and Dryny.
Oh,
It's
JPC
first.
Dryny looking out for the PvPer.
I didn't know the rogues needed so much help.
For the Greenhorn, his first event. He needs all the help he can get. It's okay. He's done a great job.
So cute.
Yeah, I like it.
Ba-boom, ba-bam. Newer member to the guild.
What is
finding
Maybe's,
a
like,
nice
transmog?
partner?
What is that's like cursed?
Are you making fun of his mog?
It's great.
That's
I love cursed mogs. The worse you can make it, the better. Like if it
is he not a goblin?
I like it. It looks like he's an undead. Honestly, I don't know how much.
Wrong.
What it might be. I mean, I would assume he's probably the best race that's out there. I mean, undead's pretty bad across the board, right? I think for basically everybody. But it's supposed to be a goblin. But
he's just looking.
Well, right from that segment into the sailor himself, sailing the seas of Azeroth.
Yeah. 82.2 being their best percent coming out of that 15-minute break, right around there. We've seen a good bit of the first overlaps here. We already had the actual chains and torments coming out. We should see the tank bomb coming in here. Which
did they just stoke 2 pools at the same time?
I couldn't tell actually. He has a 3-stack here. THG does, right? Does he have the actual? Where's Azeroth? Okay, so he has Azeroth's health on the left top sort of part of the screen, that little green bar there. I couldn't actually tell. Can we see raid frames? The entire raid is a stack, though. A 3-stack.
Yeah, so I think when it goes into Azeroth, that ends the beam, right?
I think so. So like a grounding kind of effect, I believe, possibly?
Yeah.
Jump left.
5, jump left.
Okay. It's a little bit confusing.
Oh, so are they going like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or
they must
in
have
a circle, I guess.
Yeah, they must have had like a...
Okay. Interesting.
So let's see here. Okay. It looks like they're setting up for the double soak. Yeah, look at that. One on the top, one on the bottom.
Look at arcing into Azeroth. You see it? 1, 2, 3, it chains right in. Both of them chain right into Azeroth. Okay. Look at its health, about 45% on Azeroth too. So yeah, they've definitely got the soaking down. Now that is indeed still a 3-stack there. They're not doubling the stack, but that was 2 pools, 4 pools. So they have, unfortunately, I think a bomb went off there, but they have 2 pools, 4 pools. They have 3 left, and maybe have a chance to double up on a 7th pool if there is indeed 7 there, depending on the push. That's an 85.2% wipe. That's some decent prog made there.
Yeah, that looked like they knew what they were doing for that first 15%.
Yeah, a lot of that going on here.
Yeah.
We look like we know what we're doing, but
it wasn't too chaotic. It was clean, and they just went through the mechanics without running all over. So
yeah, not
finding a
too
strat.
bad.
Yeah, hammering it in.
Definitely being redefined a little bit here. Interestingly enough, So I sort of want to keep an eye on if there are 7 pools or 8 this pool. THD.
The boss respawning reopens up the holes, so even if you soulstone afterwards, you'll fall into the hole.
It's so good.
Oh no.
Rez, please. Just stoic. Not even a reaction from THD. There we go. Goodness.
Dude.
Whoops. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of great clips coming from that.
That's
guarantee.
Gonna happen a lot.
I guarantee.
I also guarantee. So something the guild likes to do on really difficult fights like this is they'll have like a spreadsheet, usually made by Siori, which tracks individual failure rates on certain things. Like so, for instance, for Sylvanas, there was a tracker for how many times people fell off the ledge in the intermission phase. Yeah, that kind of thing is definitely going to be tracked on this fight. How many falls into the hole we have.
How many times did you die to arrive, Zyronic?
Arrive?
On Sylvanas, yeah, arrive. The lines. Rive.
Like never.
0. I have 0 arrive deaths.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, how many do you have, Cams?
0.
Dude, look at that. Wow, where's some cameras on the desk then? You still got it, Cams.
That's right.
Maybe we should sign back up for next tier. 10.0, dude.
I never died on Paintsmith either.
Really?
What about he didn't raid last year, Kalamazoo.
That was the bits, Zyronic. That was the bits, Zyronic.
I didn't know you weren't aware.
I sat next to him casting last year.
Oh, actually, you know what? I did die on Paintsmith. I was went into a normal run the first week of Friends Guild, so I'm sorry I lied to everybody.
It's all right. It's okay.
Well, you didn't die on Mythic, so you're still 0.
There you go.
Yep.
Important distinction.
Yeah.
Has this race revitalized your interest in WoW, Cams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. It's like I just need to find a place for me where I don't have to do the grind, and then I also don't get sucked into a ascribed grind. Because I'll just keep adding alts. I'll just keep adding, an alt raid. Oh, I need to get a Keydon on this guy. Oh, I want to try that class. Throw another one in the rotation, and then all of a sudden you're doing 8 characters and being like, maybe I should just raid more again.
Dude, that's the hole you fall into as a world first raider. I've seen it happen to so many players. You try to take a break and then you come back and you're like, yeah, I'll just play my main character and I'll have fun. And then you're like, no, but I really want to play this character again. It's like,
that guy looks OP. Maybe I'll try Survival Hunter. Oh, I need to get him 4-piece, so I'll go do that. Yeah.
Yeah. What time zone do you live in, Cams?
Mountain time.
He lives in the fake time zone.
So is that an hour behind? Is that
between
CST?
Central and Pacific?
Well, you're part of Hill Gang. Forgot about that.
So you're 2 hours behind right now from where normally are, right? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So you can raid wherever you want then, essentially. You can raid in the West Coast Guild or an East Coast Guild.
I can raid wherever I want.
Wow.
Anyways.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm not getting you a spot in my guild anymore, Cam. Forget it. Forget it. You can come join us on Pantheon wipes if you want tonight.
All right.
Well, no.
On my 226 Demon Hunter or something.
You make a Warlock at this point, I'm sure they'll bring you in. It's all right.
Yeah, they're just not very geared.
It can't
they're
be
in
tomorrow reset.
Nathria Abyss, pretty much.
Cam's Lock. It was Cam's Lock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. You can do it, man.
Cam's Lock, Camkin.
Camkin? Oh, no.
Yeah, Camkin.
Was it just Cam's Mage?
Oh.
Yeah, it was My Free Cams, but...
that one had to be changed.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, never mind. So somebody actually jumped into the center with a bomb, which I think was a wipe. But I had no idea you could jump into the center of that.
They jumped
on
the planet?
They jumped into Azeroth, yeah. They went out of Shadowlands as fast as possible, too. They're trying to go home. Huh, interesting. I mean, they are getting more consistent. 85, 86% there, I think. They're getting further into the phase. Now it's just like, I would assume they want to try and get down the actual pool soaking to a T, and then just try and see further in the phase 2 before dinner. We have about like an hour and a half until then. It can very well be a thing. Chat like that too, Cams. That was good.
Oh, the mage's name?
Yeah, the mage's name. It's a classic.
Was that actually a thing?
Yeah, no, that was that was his mage's name. Got a question from chat. $5 from Katsuku. I had Jersey Mike's for the first time ever last week. I'm so sad there isn't one in my city. What's the casting desk's favorite sandwich?
I think just like a turkey or turkey ham, like some provolone. I love like a pickle and tomato. With the way that the tomato and the mayo and the mustard and like some salt and pepper and that all mixed together.
Oh my God, is that Tiltify in our chat right now? Tiltify themselves? I'm pretty sure I just saw them.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys?
We are indeed raising money.
For Girls Who Code.
Exactly.
We're at $21,700 out of our initial $25,000 goal.
Yeah.
Almost done.
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah.
Yeah, and 35K sandwich love. What's your favorite sandwich?
My favorite sandwich
Man.
is a French dip.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Dark
That's a good
horse.
one.
For people who don't know what a French dip is, it's just a sandwich on a hoagie roll or some sort of like French bread.
Oh, is that what?
With roast beef, horseradish and mayo. You don't have to you can get it without horseradish if you want. And then just some kind of really mild cheese, like a Provo or Swiss. And then it comes with au jus, which is just the sauce that the roast beef is warmed in, and you dip it. It's really good.
That's good. I was going to say like an Italian sub.
Yeah.
Sort of a classic. I don't know. Like I like buffalo chicken subs a lot too. Yeah. But I mean, they're sort of hard to find. Not every place has them. So like if they don't, a solid Italian.
Yeah, do you like the vinegar on it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
With the red wine vinegar with a little bit of oil on it. Oh, yeah, it's good. Get some oregano on there sometime. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah, you're going. You're going, dude.
Do you like pickles?
Okay. This is this is a weird one. I don't like eating pickles. I like the juice.
Okay.
The flavor.
The pickles do taste like the juice, if you wondered.
I know, but I don't like the texture. It's weird, dude. I don't like.
You don't like the crunch?
No, I don't.
That's understandable. No, I can see that.
Yeah, but I'll actually pour pickle juice on my sandwich.
It's actually
sometimes.
It's your au jus.
When
you just dip it in.
When I get a chicken sandwich from like Chick-fil-A, I don't like to have the pickles on it, but I won't ask for no pickles.
Take them off.
Because I'll just take them off, eat them separately, and then the juice on the sandwich behind is great.
I worked at one for 7 years. I used to do it all the time. Yeah.
Was it your pleasure?
No, everybody makes mistakes. No, not at all.
Yeah, I love like
Not
a
at
pickle
all.
on the side of a sandwich. Oh,
Pickles on the side. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
just a spear or something like that. Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, an Italian. That's a good one. Thank you, Jersey Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Mike.
Yeah.
So this boss, kind of hammering away at this phase 1 strat, trying to make sure it works, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting there. I think they're trying to just maximize the Azerite pool soaking now. And I feel like once they get that done, they're sort of like just seeing some new overlaps on like torments and chains and other like bombs and things. But I think it's pretty easy for them to see in the phase 2. Like before dinner, which is in about like an hour and a half here. I don't think there's a whole lot else. How long are they making any of these pulls, Zyro? Can you tell by chance? They're 2 minutes in there.
On average, they're about 2 minutes. Their longest pull was a 2-minute-40 pull.
Okay, so that's about 20-ish off.
They were just kind of limping to see how far they could get. But
right.
I don't think you're going to get to see phase 2 without everybody alive because you need to be plugging the holes with the bombs.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that's the push mechanism for phase 2.
Mm-hmm. Well, we will see. I would assume this is also going to be one of those fights where, like, it sort of almost reminds me of N'Zoth, because it's, like, not really health-based. It's, like, just duration-based. And, I mean, they might see phase 2 and maybe even, like, phase 3 at a certain point, down the line. But the boss has a lot of health. So, like, there might be some change that need to be made, DPS-wise.
We're kind of talking about the mechanics in a, you sort of should know it by watching sort of way, but let's go over really quickly the different types of things that the boss will be doing on this mythic difficulty. So a lot of the mechanics are very similar to heroic, just amped up a little bit. So for instance, the Rune of Domination that goes on 3 players in heroic goes on 6 players in mythic, and of course the way to resolve the Rune of Domination mechanic is that you have to jump into the hole right before it expires. And what that will do is it'll pull a pillar down from the ceiling and fill that and plug that hole. If you fail to go into that hole, you'll blow up and essentially kill the raid.
Yep.
So it's just a very pass-fail mechanic, and you have to have a certain way of assigning 6 people to each hole, and they'll go around the room for all of phase 1 and try to plug all the holes with that rune. At the same time, on Mythic, the Mythic's added mechanic is this Blood of Azeroth. Located around the room, there are several pools on the ground. We believe there's 7, but not 100% confirmed on that. Essentially, you have to soak these pools. And if you chain the pool to the Heart of Azeroth in the middle, it'll heal Azeroth. And presumably you want to have Azeroth as healed as possible to live in the final phase as much as possible. If you don't soak all the pools, it gives the jailer a massive shield going into phase 2, so it's, again, a pass-fail mechanic of making sure you can actually deal with the fight properly. Everything else that happens in Heroic also happens in Mythic. The main distinction is those lines that go out after you soak for Torment. If you get hit by 2 of the lines, you get mind controlled. So you can only get hit by your own line or 1 line total.
Yep.
Those are the major differences from Heroic to Mythic. Everything else just kind of does more damage.
Yeah, it's the same like spread torment kind of mechanics. There's the chain as well, which pulls you in, just gateway out of it, and like you said, the bombs, the LOS. It's similar to Heroic, like you mentioned. In Phase 3, which is a bit later on, which you see here, there's a large Defile pool, sort of similar to Lich King, which now slowly expands over time, which we are assuming it's going to be like the pseudo Enrage on this fight. There's one on Heroic. We're not sure if there's more than one on Mythic, but we'll find that at a certain point. And at Phase 2, I guess the start of Phase 2, like he referenced briefly here, if there are any remaining Blood of Azeroth pools on the ground, the jailer will consume them, gaining a 6 million shield per stack, which is like per pool, I would assume. It's a lot. So basically those pools have to be soaked up and like funneled into Azeroth before the phase pushes, because they last for 180 seconds, and I think it's like a 180 push, like 3 minutes both ways, from Phase 1 to Phase 2. So that's why they're moving around the room, also to drop the bombs in the holes and plug those. It's sort of like there's a lot of micromanagement going on with tank mechanics and bombs and LOS, but they're getting it down. They're getting a bit further.
Let's also talk about what kind of min-maxy things could be done once they're more familiar with the phase as well, because those Blood of Azeroth, I'm pretty sure, are going to be a huge key in order to progressing far onto this fight. So the important distinction is when you soak those Bloods of Azeroth, you and everybody the buff chains through gets a stacking damage and healing amp. It's 3% per stack. And this buff lasts 30 seconds, and you can't extend it past 3.
Yeah.
So, presumably at some point, you're going to want to figure out a way to keep that buff on everybody for all of Phase 1. Which means you'll have a 21 stack by the end of the phase, which means you'll be doing 63% increased damage and healing going into Phase 2 for 30 seconds. That's a lot of damage and healing.
It is. You also take more damage based on how many stacks you have, I believe, like for arcane damage. So, if they can manage a 21 stack, then that's awesome. That's a huge damage increase, right?
Right.
But if they can't, they got to find that exact threshold of what they can and can't manage.
Sure. Now,
but yeah,
the thing is, right, like, it might be a thing where you can only really keep that many stacks on a few players. Probably not on the entire raid.
Yeah, the tankier players like Warlocks, for example, some of the range, right? Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know. That's tough. I mean, you have to soak 7 pools. We assume 7 pools, right? If it's half a minute duration, that's... Yeah, like if... Well, they have 2 groups assigned to soaking them too, right?
Yeah.
So they go like 2, 2, 2.
Yeah, I'm assuming that that's not going to be the final way of doing it.
Okay. So if they go 2, 2, 2, that gives them plenty of time to like micromanage the buff. But there's that one final pool, which could be used to extend the buff a bit more, or like stack it up a bit more on a few players. It depends. I'm sure that's going to be the biggest thing in Phase 1. Once they get the torments down, the chains, the bomb clears, is trying to get as much value out of the debuff as possible. Right?
Yeah, presumably right now they're not too worried about that. They're worried about executing the main mechanics of the phase and cleanly getting to Phase 2 with no Blood of the Azeroths left on the ground. That's the main plan right now, it seems, for these guys. And they're spending a lot of time in between polls talking about conventions and ways of dealing with things. Now, I noticed last poll, they had just made a weak aura, which assigns people to go to different holes to drop off their bombs. And there was something wrong with the weak aura that last poll. 2 people went to the same poll.
Oh, interesting.
So they're probably waiting on a weak aura update right now, if I
That
had
makes
to
sense.
guess.
That makes sense.
Progressing with a weak aura that doesn't work properly isn't going to help you at all.
Especially on a mechanic like that, which is a raid one-shot, essentially, right? 2 players going in the same... It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Does it just kill one of them, or do you just get one less pillar?
You can both go into the same hole. The problem is, remember, you have to, we believe, plug all the holes. So if you miss a hole on one side of debuffs, you're just going to always have that one extra hole left over, which means you won't progress into Phase 2. We think. We don't know. We think.
We're not sure. A few things that we're not totally clear on, because we haven't really seen this fight very much in Mythic either, but for the most part, it does seem like they're getting the phase down. They've gotten some of the overlaps. There might be 1 or 2 more nasty ones, like with bombs and torment circles, but yeah, the biggest thing I think is just min-maxing that debuff now, the Azerite one, and trying to get as much stacks out of it. Going into Phase 2 with Azeroth healed as much as possible, because Phase 3, Phase 2 and 3, there are more mechanics that the jailer will do, which will assault Azeroth even more. So going in sub whatever like the highest percent is just, I would assume, probably not even going to be possible. Like similar to how Anduin's energy was when you're trying to go for a kill. You're going to want to have max health in Azeroth.
Yeah, and someone's asking, are the phases percent based? I don't believe so.
No.
I think if you could just be immune and stand there, you would just watch the whole fight play out.
Yeah, they're completely and entirely mechanics based, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's inspired by Final Fantasy. That's how all their fights are. If you didn't know, Kalamazi.
I didn't. I haven't
They
played.
all just no damage checks. Very rarely are there ads you need to kill or something like that, but it's a different way of doing it.
I feel like we've had a mix of both, like just duration checks and I guess duration checks, mechanics checks, whatever you want to call it, and also like percentages too, over the history of WoW. We've seen a bit of both this raid tier actually, like a Halandris, Phase 1, Phase 2 with the Reclaim Shields. This being pure duration based, I feel like I prefer duration based fights. I feel like more often than not, they end up just being the cooler fights, the ones that like are more memorable. Because I feel like you're squeezing out more damage, trying to allocate more DPS to certain parts of the fight. I guess it goes both ways, but I feel like these fights are the ones I enjoy a little more.
Yeah, and they put some sort of damage check in. Like, I mean, there's always the enrage. That's the total damage check.
So here we go. Let's see, this is how they're dealing with these pools. You can see when they soak that pool, it chains and pulses 3 times. It chains through all the players who have lined up to direct that chain of the blood of the Azeroth directly into Azeroth in the middle. And you can see at the very top middle of the UI here, we have on fired up screen, it increases Azeroth's health, who, by the way, on Mythic starts at like 1 HP. So
yeah.
1 mechanic on Azeroth in the final phase, if you don't heal at all, is going to kill you. So we're through the first set of pools, first set of bombs. Not bad so far. You can see they're completely relocating their entire raid to deal with the next set of 6 bombs. And they're getting to a situation where they're going to use this triangle of holes you see on the screen right here.
Back center right here,
there
jump again. 1, 2, 3, 4, go down. Yep, we're good to go
triangle.
there.
We're also going to get a mechanic here where we have to line of sight, and then after the line of sight, I believe, is when they start worrying about soaking the blood of Azeroth again.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, they're going now.
Okay, look at the chaining. Yep, through melee almost essentially right there. See, look at that weak aura there, group 2. That's not actually like the chain group weak aura. That's the tank soak weak aura for group 1 and group 2. I thought it was initially the chain group, but it's not. They probably have them pre-assigned somewhere. But chaining through melee seemed pretty simple.
They're missing a bomb here.
Yeah, I believe it might just be because somebody went down. I can't totally tell.
I'm not sure. It might have been 2 going into the same hole. But see, this is the problem. That hole that you're right next to, that maybe is right next to, is going to be empty for the rest of the fight. That's what we think. And yeah, you can see there was no pillar that came down into it.
Yeah.
But with their strategy is going to move on to the next triangle.
Well, it would have, but yeah, exactly. It looked like they just shifted into that pool the moment they tried to move there. It's like soak and heal Azeroth a bit as well.
They had exactly 3 more sets of bombs to deal with before they got through at the phase there.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting there, sort of.
They're getting there slowly. They're probably going to have to figure out exactly where they want to put certain cooldowns in order to live through the mechanics.
Yeah.
But that's going to be a very progressive sort of deal. And as long as they just keep chain pulling and figuring out where they want to put things, it should be not too bad to get through.
Yeah, I think the bombs are the biggest thing to work. I mean, like we said, the Azerite pools need to be soaked. But if you are double soaking them like they're doing, at least they were initially, they have 2 groups assigned, which I don't think they did there. I couldn't tell. What I'm getting at is 3 minutes in the pools, 3 minutes in the phase. If they double soak, basically whenever that debuff falls, it gives them plenty of time to have some wiggle room, right? But the bombs they have to get right almost every single time. So it's the main focus should probably be on the bombs here and just seeing phase 2. But also, hey, yeah, if we can work on some Azerite soaking as well, you might as well. So there's sort of like a couple things they're working on here. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what's killing people too, because the line of sight's not making it easy. You can't just see watch that guy run into the thing. Right? It just seems like there's so much damage when they're spreading out with the circles, and it's hard to find your spot because you have to deal with running around all these holes.
Yeah, no, very much so.
Holes or pillars. I like how he's got his when he whips the world, his axe goes on a chain.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Jet's not a big fan of the mace, actually. He didn't like it. He said it looked like a clown mace. I think it looks good. I don't know. I like it.
What makes it clown mace?
I don't know. He's melee meat gang, dude. If it's not like chains and blood and coming off it, he doesn't like it. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool looking.
I like this chain pool mechanic thing.
It's really cool.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Yeah, it's sort of we haven't really seen that. How do you even word that? We haven't seen a mechanic like that in the past, really.
Yeah, I guess Zyronic brought up earlier, Hagara is as close as to something like that, but
I have no idea what Hagara is. So
you just imagine if those were lightning rods, and you just got next to him, and you had to light up all the rods, so you lined your whole raid up, and it's
yeah. So you literally had to make a big daisy chain of your entire raid and chain lightning around the room to phase the boss.
Okay.
It was neat.
Ooh, was somebody gonna miss a bomb here? No, we're good.
Everyone's in.
All 6. There we go. So that
all
is
6 bombs.
Second bomb set done. I believe they should have. They might have been third. I couldn't actually tell there. Boss approaching 88%, give or take, just below that.
God, look at the damage on the raid from
wild.
that chain.
That
Did
was
they try
insane.
and extend it? Or
No,
was
that was
just-
only a 3-stack.
Oh my.
Yeah, it was wild. I mean,
Okay.
that's that arcane vulnerability buff too, stacking, right? It's a lot of damage if you chain that thing and the rates on tops off. It's a lot of damage. Dakota running into the hole. I believe they missed 1 or 2 there, but they are essentially wiping.
Yeah.
So, and that's the thing. They're going to have to find that middle ground of, all right, we can get this many stacks, but not this. Like, it might be one of those things you have to just call on the fly. Like, all right, hold off. All right, go now. Based on raid health, right? And you don't want to chain that buff, essentially, when the raid's taking damage from, like, a Torment or a Chain coming out, or even LOS. Because LOS makes it hard to heal, too, which I think happened there. There's some LOS going out with that chain. They just couldn't heal everybody, right? I believe it's what happened. Somebody podded behind a pillar, which I would assume was an LOS issue, right? It's interesting. A lot of nasty overlaps we got to see here, but I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this guy looks like the Lich King at all? Like he just looks like him.
I mean, he made his armor, right?
The armor
That's what
looks the
chat
same,
told
right?
me.
Sort of, yeah, I guess.
But then the armor just melts away. Spoilers.
What?
Cams. They haven't killed the boss yet. What are you doing?
Dude.
They haven't killed the boss yet.
We just probably should wrap this up here. I mean, there's nothing else to see. Cam just ruined it for
Maybe
everybody.
we just send Cams home.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm turning my mic off.
No, I don't want to go.
Okay, well, I mean, Cams, you're doing great. You just spoiled it for 20,000 people, but you're doing great.
But his armor melts away?
Yeah. Why does it melt away, Cams?
I have no idea. Because it's going to fix the sky.
It's hot out? Is that the hidden phase? He's just running around with no clothes on? Is that phase 3, Cams? Is that phase 4?
I don't know what you guys do in Florida when it's hot, but...
Well, I just told you. I mean,
we just go swimming.
You can't swim in the lakes in Florida very easily. There's a lot of gators and amoebas and
mind-eating amoeba.
Yeah, amoebas. Yeah, you don't play them games.
Brain-eating amoebas in Florida, for sure.
Yeah, you don't go into standing bodies of water in Florida usually. There's many things that can get you. Some you can't even see, but you'll know at a certain point.
And by that point, it's too late. GG.
Gators.
There's some weird Florida message in there, or meme. Yeah, it's already too late, but I don't know where. If you've chosen to live in Florida, it's probably already too late for you, but you can't win them all. So
Yeah, some of like that chain, they were healthy. Like nothing even happened.
yeah, that first, I think that's disc priest ramp there. Looking at the
Okay,
meters,
yep.
I mean, Nick's sitting at 35k roughly on that first chain, right? So that's just the big torment. Probably like shielding there, going into the chain. Everybody gates out, just big disc priest healing, and you're good to go. But it gets a bit dicier later on, like when we have LOS coming in here with bombs and torments coming right afterwards too, right?
Okay, so they do this, they get the beams. Now they're probably going to go soak because it's falling off.
Most likely.
Oh, bombs first.
They might not want to chain the buff to a 6-stack here. It sort of depends. So, like, the buff has mostly fallen from everybody else. There's a pool in the back, which you might see chained here with a melee POV now.
Here we go. You can see Nori getting into it.
Yeah.
2-stack.
Yep.
3. Okay.
Did it chain to Azeroth there? It got super close to the player to THD. I don't know if it chained in.
Maybe it did.
Yeah, I wasn't watching.
It was really close.
We're not
though.
too worried about that right
Nope,
now, though.
not
We just
really.
want to see phase 2 clean.
Mhm.
So we are halfway through this first phase now. 3 more sets of runes we have to get through. By the way, if you want to keep an eye on that, you can look at just the holes near the center.
Yep.
Because each of those is the tip of a triangle that they have to go through. That is the 4th set of runes that just went out. Everyone's still alive, doing pretty good. We're going to have to soak some Heart of Azeroth in a little
LOS
bit.
coming
So here
here.
we go, letting the debuff fall off. Probably going to do it right after this LOS. People are spreading out. Here we go.
Yeah,
Wait
watch
for the lines, and then we will go. There's a tank combo here, too.
Oh, that's tank combo with Torment Soaker. That's tough.
That is a rough lineup.
Look at the chain in the back. There we go. So they did indeed chain in there the last 4.
I believe the ranged one chained into the melee one there, which is what caused some of our deaths here.
Ooh, interesting.
Still enough people alive to get a good phase push here.
Yeah, we can. The boss should be phasing in.
Actually, they lost a bunch of bombs, so it's not going to be a push. Dang. Even though that's not our best percentage, that's still one of our higher progression pulls. That was a 2.5 minute long pull, so we got to see a lot of the fight there.
Yeah, I mean, and we're pretty close too as well. 83.2, but
that was the 5th set of bombs, I believe, that just came out.
Yeah, it was. There's 2 more like little yellow.
Oh no, it was the 4th set then.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh wait, 6.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Got it. 6 parts of the room. 7 Azerite soaks.
All right,
it
this
clicks
is
2 hours in.
It's giving me like this tier hasn't had a lot of overlaps. I feel like that where it's all these they have like 5 different mechanics and then they just switch up the order they come in as you get through each like step.
Yeah, it's had some like nasty overlaps like on Lords of Dread, but that's more or less just been rinse and repeat the same overlaps, right?
Yeah.
Albeit them empowering like the necrotic swarms and things. Ragolon had some, but it was staged. It was the same thing every time, right?
That's kind of a wild mechanic overlap right there. The Torment spread into the tank soak into beams.
Yeah.
I wonder if do you think you can tank immune that one? Just bubble it?
No, I believe that mechanic does like a huge debuff on the raid if it doesn't soak. It doesn't like deal X damage to people. I can check.
Okay.
I believe there's some weird caveat to it like that though, which is why they have like the Guardian and Guardian the first one's like soak groups assigned to it, right?
Okay.
I can double check though.
And this is a fight that's kind of showing how WoW's evolved. It's much more like APM. There's a lot of like your actions per minute. They're all running and spreading and jumping into holes and then like going to do the chain, then do the tank. So it's all so quick.
Yeah,
the game is sped up a lot.
That mechanic is called Misery. Basically, it inflicts 500K.
Oh, he's showing it on screen for us right now.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
If less than 5 players hit the ground, explodes, dealing 400k damage to the entire raid. Okay.
Yeah. And on Mythic, the damage you take from Misery for a minute after taking it is increased by 10,000%. So that's why you have those alternating groups of soaks, right? So it is like Guardian the first one, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can immune it. You might live, but nobody else is going to live. So... yeah, just throw a random Agrimar tank soak in the middle of this fight. Why not? You don't have enough going on in the first place. It works out. 1 billion% at a certain... yeah, noted, chat. Noted. 1 billion%. Well, once we get past the 1,000 mark, it doesn't matter. You can think... chat, if you want to be a billion, that's fine. It's a billion. It can even be a trillion.
Well, actually, they're going to start running into overflow errors there, so it might actually heal you.
I guess that could be a thing, maybe.
That has been a thing in this game before. I don't know.
I don't know.
You didn't play in Mists of Pandaria, right?
Not really. No.
So the original iteration of Raw Den, the way that fight worked is in the last phase. So you played Nyalotha Raw Den, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So you know how the boss has this bit where the orbs come in, and if the orb hits him, it buffs him. So the final phase of Raw Den in Throne of Thunder, there were 2 sets of orbs. There was one orb that increased his damage taken, and there was one orb that increased his maximum HP.
Okay.
I think it was if 6 max HP orbs reached the boss, his health would actually overflow. And he became unkillable.
That's cool. In a bad way.
In a bad way. Yeah, it was not good.
Huh. Was that intended sort of, or just not really and never fixed?
Definitely not intended.
Was it ever fixed, or just like, I mean, I guess at that point it's probably over anyways, right? But, that's wild. Speaking of wild, look at these lines here from these torments. Holy cow. Like, the whole room is covered there. But hey, nobody got double cleave, right?
Can you line aside those?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's so many points you could even line aside those. Because I believe they spawn from the pillars when they expire, or right around there, duration-wise. I don't think you can LOS them, no.
Man, some of these players are getting demolished. I think it might be the people doing the chain that aren't in the barrier.
Yeah, it probably is the one standing out a bit further. I mean, I'd assume you put more tankier classes out there, like your warlocks, maybe like a hunter with turtle, but then again, hunters and turtle, they're not really tanky. You got to allocate some damage somewhere, right? We did indeed see the barrier committed there for that second tank smash, with both being on the melee and like the soakers as well. LOS coming in here. After this, we should see the tank combo coming up, and then Tyranny, followed by bombs, and then probably an Azerite. So here comes the actual lines here. Bombs coming up right... oh, this is the one. Tank soak with bombs.
2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead.
Goodness.
Bombs coming out.
Oh.
Yeah, there's just... This is going to be the next major pain point for them. They're going to have to figure out how to deal with this healing, because not only is all that damage coming out right there, but they also really want to position for Heart of Azeroth soaking directly after that.
They have chains there, too. Look at the chains coming out.
And then the chains are coming out, too.
That's
wow,
wild.
that is a tough overlap of abilities. But usually what happens is once this big overlap happens, it's kind of beach vacation for a little while
you sort
afterwards.
of chill. You have a bomb set coming in, but I don't see anything else there. You just sort of chill, right? You know? We've seen that even more so, like on Rygolon, for example, like this raid, right? There's that big, massive bang build-up, and like he's casting for half a minute, and you're just chilling, right?
All right, so do you guys know what James is chewing on? Is that just a pen? Is that a piece of chalk? Like, what is that?
I think it's like a chapstick thing. I don't know.
Long. Let me try and look at another angle.
Yeah, that's too long for chapstick.
Or maybe a marker?
A marker? Did he just bring that marker with him? I don't understand. What's the marker for?
JF's. It's not a straw. I don't think it's a straw. So it could be a big pen, maybe a straw, maybe some crab. I don't think it's crab legs. It's his chew.
He's kind of going to work on it though.
Human robots,
just like he's going to work on this boss, being a number 4 on the meters.
That's true. That was good. That was almost like a Cam's impersonation right there. That was not bad. But look, it's number 1. A Demo lock, followed by a boomkin. What is this top 3? Demo lock, even top 4. There's a boomkin in there. It's expected. Demo lock, boomkin, and Hant Shaman, sub rogue.
Is it expected on single target?
On a boomkin? Well, no, but I mean, like, you got to throw them in there somewhere, right? I don't know. Not really. I mean, I assume it's up there just from people dying early on and him living a bit longer, but yeah. So I actually saw a pretty funny WeakAura that a lot of the boomkins are using about Barkskin this tier. I don't know what... There's some talent they have that reduces the cooldown of Barkskin, I believe. Like sub 1 minute, I think?
That talent is called Holy Priests.
Okay, sure. Well, there you go. I walked past a leaf goop, and it's just in the middle of a screen, just like, use Barkskin, you idiot, or whatever, like every minute.
Oh, there's a couple of other expletives in there that I decided to leave out.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember, but it might have been.
Yeah, they were...
I remember I talked to Tags about this. When they went up to 4 Holy Priests, they said something silly like their Moonkins have like 40% uptime on Barkskin in the fight.
Well, there's that.
Yeah, they had, like, on Rygalon, they had, like, a WeakAura that was just, like, when to use all your personals, because then the priest would... I don't know what the ability is called, but it reduces the cooldown of a personal cooldown, like a defensive.
I don't actually either. Like I know Benevolent Fairy, but that's not. It's like an offensive cooldown,
is it
right?
Sanctuary that does that?
I'm not sure. I mean, chat's saying it's both the Barkskin Conduit and Barkskin Legendary. I don't know if it's a Legendary for it, but I mean, there might be a Conduit.
Is it him?
I don't. Symbol of Hope, not Hymn of Hope.
Who
symbol.
knows? It's just they're all symbols and hymns and Sanctuary and Fortitude.
Priest, just name Hope.
I don't
Enlightenment.
care.
You're hitting an ability there.
Just
like
top me up,
Just yell me. Just PI me, fairy me, and I don't want to hear it. It's a very simple process. PI me, fairy me, and shut up. That's all I want, right?
Jesus, okay.
It's a very simple process, all right, Zyra?
I'd be curious to know why Nori Shift and not the Nori Priest, because they seem to, like, Priest seems to just pump healing, and then you get the PI.
Probably just to see if it's good.
Yeah.
You know? Although, very clearly, looking at the meters, it doesn't appear to be that insane, but maybe it's fine.
I believe Dryden just had his Ashen come down a few moments ago. We've seen it committed pretty early on. We know Nick, I believe, is also like just big shielding the first chain set, and they all just gate out of it. So it could just be like they're a little inflated based on what they're doing. But then again, like both Sari and Davi aren't doing that poorly either. Actually taking over Dryden in person on the healing meters here.
Potted, but he's alive still.
Yeah, Pod is not an actual death. Torment coming out here. Look at the spread though, man.
This is that knockup. This is that lineup of abilities.
Tank smash. No, dude.
Oh man, that was not enough people being in.
Yeah, that was rough. The whole rig got blasted there. Those Torment lines in Melee are wild, too. Look at that enemy ring coming down there, too, from mind control.
Is the only way to get mind controlled the lines?
Yes.
In phase 1.
You have to be cleaved twice, though. Like, you and somebody else, right? So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, how excited are you to see your pets get line of sighted on this guy?
I'm not. Line of sight's not a good mechanic to have in a boss fight. It's not a good way to build a fight. It's not a good mechanic to build a fight around, if you can even call it a mechanic. I don't think... it didn't really have a very good reception last time on Ashara, and... Yeah, listen, did he just die? Jumping on the hole? I believe I'm a little behind. Maybe he did. Either way, it didn't have a good reception on the initial Ashara prog, and they chose to bring it back this fight, albeit not as like long as like hardcore Ashara LOS, but we'll see how it goes. I have a feeling THE is going to have a very hot take on it this fight.
I can't wait for the THT tweet.
I know.
The boss would have been dead if this one tyrant didn't get line of sighted.
This tyrant only casted 4 times because it was trying to run around a pillar the entire time.
Yep.
Yeah, I've already seen a clip.
It's like a hedge maze with the tyrant. It's rough, man. I mean, you can probably like line that up to where you're not having that if you push it back a bit, but I mean, the fight seems wild because you're also soaking beams and dropping bombs and spreading for torment and spreading for other line-based effects. What are they called again? The
lines.
The lines.
Yeah,
sure.
we call those the lines.
The lines. Sure. I'm going to leave it at that because I didn't write it down. But yeah, there's a lot going on in this fight.
See, here's the thing that I think is if we actually call it by their ability name, chat's not going to know what they are.
That's true.
So
there's a middle ground there, right? The tank soak, I'm not calling it whatever it is. The line, sure.
Yeah,
spread for lines. Tank soak, spread for lines.
Tank soak,
sure.
lines,
Line of
bombs.
Yeah. Bombs.
So that works.
Bang.
Yeah.
Bang.
Can you imagine if you had to like actually like a test? You have to learn all these abilities before they let you raid.
So when I was still in the guild and they were talking about prep for this tier, I heard that they were considering bringing in analysts whose specialty was actually coming up with little like Google spreadsheet tests so that you would have to do before PTR testing so that you wouldn't just int PTR testing. Apparently they never followed through on that, but I actually don't mind that idea. Because there's always a different like level of preparedness people have for PTR testing.
But like Fired Up and Shakib would just troll that test. They would not care.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
they wouldn't take that serious. Although those would be fun to go read after the fact. What did they put their answers as?
Well, this fight wasn't even tested on PTR though.
No.
So there's that too, right?
That too. Yeah. I mean, so far it seems bug-free.
I mean, barring THG being on top of the pillar with the soul shape. But I mean, yeah, it does. Like the final 3 bosses, at least Regolon and Lords of Dread, they really weren't like riddled with bugs. Maybe a few little ones, like the pod tender thing on Lords of Dread, the random super bugs bug. Besides that, though, they seem like they were in a pretty good state. Surprisingly enough, I mean, you can call it surprisingly, but Halandras was the fight that probably needed a bit more tuning compared to all the other ones so far, right? Was that a health thing? Probably just a health thing. Maybe mechanically could have been changed a bit without like bombs dying to light shatter beams and stuff. But yeah, the last 3 have actually been like pretty solid. I feel like so far. If there were bugs early in the jailer, you probably would have heard it from Echo in the first few hours of them getting there, and we haven't seen any.
I feel like the only like bugs, and it's not really bugs, was just that like the spell queuing could get a little weird. But those all like the problem that like was because they were dealing with everything being so tight. So like 1 to 2 seconds on different abilities is like game over. Whereas for most people they wouldn't even notice.
You mean on Regolon, or what are you referring to?
Yeah, like on the big, like if he really, I didn't look at the kill time, but if he like did the big bang 2 seconds early, that only matters for like a couple guilds.
Oh yeah, the high end guilds. Next week, I mean, like the big debate was Echo 4-healed the boss, which is why they went offline, did some offline stuff last night, and they 4-healed it, right? Liquid came in, I'm sorry, with their quad holy priest, 1 holy pally with multiple power infusions, multiple fairies, and 5-healed it, right? But they knew they had the damage, so it wasn't like, oh, we have to 4-heal it now. They have the damage, partially due to the PIs and the fairies and all that kind of stuff. But on the 0.4% pull we saw like a few pulls before the kill, the boss cast Massive Bang a good bit earlier than he usually did. We even heard it on Max's stream. And the kill, he shrouded the raid and like just chilled for like 8 seconds and shrouded like 10, or then cast Bang like 10 seconds later. The boss just fell over.
You know what's funny is this just triggered so many Final Fantasy players. There's this dreaded talk of something called a fast instance. So back in E4S, which was Titan Savage, back in the first raid tier of the last expansion.
I actually do know.
Cams knows because he had a long talk with Sia about this. They had, so the boss was originally supposed to be something like a 12-minute, 30-second enrage, but TPS, or the group that was going to become TPS, had a fast instance, which meant the boss enraged to like 12:18. And they were stuck with that instance. They had a boss that had a 12-second shorter enrage timer.
You mean instance as in like a weekly lockout?
Yes.
So it happened every time?
Every time they loaded into an instance.
We referenced spaghetti code, but that sounds like spaghetti code. Is that like a thing nowadays still, or like?
I don't know.
That's odd. Well, I mean...
So they lost World First because of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that... Well, I don't play, so I can't say anything here. Cams, do you have any comments?
That was a fun boss. There's legitimately awesome bosses in that game. Yeah, I don't know. It's a commitment to get in there, but I had a ton of fun. I don't know, but I also had like the most ideal environment for my brain, which was going in with a bunch of people with minimum item level, not looking anything up, and just puzzling through. And
really? Because I kind of heard there was this really good YouTube video that said that you guys knew everything and you just cheated the entire time.
If we knew everything, that's like we're the most insane actors of all time. To have
are pretty good.
And to just like fail over and over and try and figure things that that would be like the hugest brain. Also the dumbest thing we could have done.
You were just like harvesting, ad revenue, right? Basically. You knew what was going on, but you wouldn't need the ad revenue. That
it's
makes
just
sense.
content farm. Yeah,
Dude,
true.
Trust me, I've been there. All right, back to the dummy for 3 hours tonight, boys.
That's not the dummy. That is the jailer. Which, yeah, I think they're just trying to think of ways to get through that overlap because, like, they're pretty smooth up to that, and then they just explode. It's so much damage.
Yeah, it's just a really nasty overlap. I mean, I'm sure it took a brief break there, a couple minutes. I would assume we're talking through what's going on. You know, we have about an hour until dinner here, maybe a little less. I would personally really like to see phase 2 before dinner. I assume they would as well. I mean, they're about half a minute off, 2 bomb sets off of it. But I mean, once again, it's duration based. It's not health based. So I mean, as long as they can last the 3 minutes, they can get there.
Yeah, it's gonna all come down to that really tough overlap that we're seeing, I believe, on the 4th bomb set. Right, right after the 4th bomb set, it is Torment spread into tank soak, into lines, and then bombs like directly, or it's chains directly after.
I think it's
then bombs. So it's a bunch of stuff all at once.
I think the Torments might overlap before the tank soak. Maybe. It's really close, though. And it
might be at the same time.
It might actually be, yeah, which is really awkward because like you can't like cross the line. You can't stand someone else's line or you're getting mind controlled, right? But you have to have 5 players in that tank soak we just saw there or the entire raid dies. And those 5 players, at least 5, cannot be the same 5 as last time because you get a massive debuff on you, which just basically says, hey, you can't soak for a minute again, right? So it's pretty nasty.
When you jump in with the bomb, can you knock yourself off the ledge of the platform?
Yeah, so you get knocked in the direction your back is facing. Okay. So if you're facing the edge of the platform or another hole, you can get knocked into either another hole or off the edge.
No way he got hit by 2 of those.
Might have.
He might have.
He was kind of sandwiched between 2, and they clipped him.
So that's the mind control mechanic going off for you.
Yep, you can see some of the enemy nameplates coming up here. Last poll we saw an enemy Ring of Peace come down in melee, which was great to see. And yeah, this will unfortunately spell disaster for them and probably be a wipe pretty soon here. Hey, 82.8?
Yeah. They're riding that line right now.
I mean, you can see the damage coming up between poles, which is not really where they want to be. It doesn't really matter a whole lot right now, but you can indeed see the damage coming up between poles, right? Whether it's better as right management or better just a better understanding of the fight, right? Mechanics need to get used to it. It is there.
Yeah, I can run to this spot every single pole now, and this is my spot, and I can plant there in DPS. And everybody kind of finds their own little place.
Yeah, seeing some of the LOS overlaps and all that stuff, right? There's a lot you can do to micromanage in this fight and get a bit of a better DPS output. So, yeah, US reset is in about, about what time? It's 11 a.m., right, Zyro?
Yeah, it's 11 a.m., so a little over
16 hours, like that, yeah.
Yeah, about that. I mean, essentially the reset ends for them when they're done raiding tonight, though. So.
Yeah, which we assume is probably going to be in about, 6:30, probably about 12, good lord. About 6 to 7 hours if they plan on going late tonight. So do you think tonight's one of those nights to go late? With reset looming, actually? That's a good question.
Unless they're right on the cusp of another phase, and they're just let's just do a couple more polls and get it. But other than that, I don't think so.
Yeah, if they're just in the middle of a phase, slogging through, not really getting that much progression, I think you actually end early tonight.
Yeah.
Get a very clear head for tomorrow. Get quick resets in. Do your 5 splits that you need to do total for gear, and get in there and bang.
Yeah, very much so.
Darn, Kalamazoo just found my alt Twitch account.
Damn.
Are you going to put something unsavory in the chat?
No.
What are you doing?
Not doing anything. Nothing.
You can't talk to them right now.
I got to make sure I'm getting the name right.
Jesus.
All right. Trying to type Totoro?
What's that? Sorry, I was distracted, Cam. What's going on?
I'm looking for your message.
There was no message.
There's no message.
Here, let me see this. Are you in the chat right now?
He is, yeah.
Okay.
I've got eyes.
You know who else is in the chat?
5, 4,
Who?
3, 2.
Dolores.
Hey, Dolores, there it is.
Loves anime.
There it is.
All right.
Camps has no idea what's going on.
Oh, thanks, Kalamazoo. Exclamation point points.
Oh,
check it out. Liquid Plus.
Oh, dude, I'm a champion. Look at that, man.
Yeah, thanks for the plug. You guys check it out. Get your points. You get them just for watching people. You can buy some apparel. in-game items, some carries, right?
Yeah, heroic jailer carries, 15 clears. I believe they actually added a log analysis to it, which is pretty cool also. That's something that a lot of people look for and really don't have like good ways of getting access to, which is really cool.
I wonder who's going to do that in the guild.
I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things people are a bit scared to do at times, but like it's also hard to find people who will analyze your logs for you, right?
Yeah.
Because like it's a lot of work, and reading logs is sort of a, I don't want to say an acquired trait, but I mean like it's something that you have to like know a decent bit about, right?
Yeah. And sometimes it can be easy. Like there's like clear, like, oh, this is like your uptime on this dot or whatever is like 50%. But then there's other like, I'd imagine people who, I mean, I haven't done any log reviews, but I tell myself I imagine people asking for it probably have clear, like points you can easily see that like need to be fixed. But
yeah,
have you done much of it, Zyro?
I used to do coaching sessions back in the day, and I stopped doing them because there's something that's kind of nerve-wracking to do, because I feel like when you sell somebody a coaching session, they're expecting a lot from you.
Yeah.
And I would get more worked up about it than I should have gotten. But when I did do coaching sessions, I had a very strict, like hourly payment thing, and then I'd prorate that however much time it would take after that. So what I would personally do in a coaching session is I would first focus on helping the person with their UI, because almost everybody has a terrible UI.
Yeah.
Straight up. And setting up a good UI is very important to maximizing your gameplay. Then what I would do is I'd go over rotational stuff with them.
Right.
I'd fix rotational errors they did, and then I'd go into them with LFR. I would log the LFR, and we'd analyze the logs afterwards.
That's cool.
And it was interesting because that kind of thing really kind of sets up a lot of... It shows if they have bad habits.
Right.
It shows like the way that they're playing the game, because you can look at cast sequences.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good way to do it. So you've seen my UI. Is it bad?
So yours isn't the worst.
Okay.
So you have a good foundation of a UI. You have weak cores in the middle, which means that your sightlines are correct. You have your health bars in the middle, which means you're not really looking too far out of the middle of your screen. Everything is nicely centered. If I were going to fix something about your UI, it'd be your nameplates.
Oh, we talked about this, right?
Your nameplates are not consistent. And the worst part of your nameplates is you don't have a very good tell for when you're targeting something.
Yeah.
So what I like to do with nameplates is I like to use a contrasting color whenever you're clicking a nameplate.
I feel like
it glows around the name.
Right.
So mine, for example, I have red nameplates, but it glows green when I'm targeting something, so that I know exactly what I'm targeting. Because I think some people have problems with the targeting.
No, I mean, it's a good idea for sure, honestly. Like
I was just saying, what do you feel about this UI here?
Well, I was going to bring up, so the nameplates here are ones that Zyronic wouldn't like either, because the name's not in the bar.
I don't like THG's UI.
No, this is default elf. I don't know how he manages to play like this, but hey, you practice enough with it, I guess.
I think any UI where your eyes are forced to do more work is bad for you, because with a UI like this, your eyes are constantly shifting between timers, down to cooldowns, to your buffs, and then back to the middle of the screen, and that's a lot of extra work.
Right. One of the biggest things I realized, like, I think I looked at Zyro's UI and other people's when I sort of like made mine a few years ago, was like how central everything is, like he mentioned. Like I like you just said, I don't want to be looking towards the top of the screen for like talents or like, you know, health bars, and like the bottom left for cooldowns and bottom right. I want it all centralized, right? I can glance maybe a little bit up at timers, but I'm still having my eyes in the center of my screen where my character is. And I feel like that's more often than not what I encounter, like seeing UIs like this probably should change, or at least what I feel it should change, right?
Do you guys look at timers much?
I think it optimize things a bit more.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. I almost never do.
So I do two things. I use timers as a crutch to learn a fight, and then once I've kind of learned the fight, they're like kind of like they're a precision tool. Like I know something's about to happen in the next 10 seconds. I'll look at the timer to make sure I know exactly when it happens.
Yeah, I'll do it for like on Ellie Shaman for Ice Fury or something. It's like, can I use this one? Nah, I'm going to wait for this movement thing. But like other than that, I kind of ignore them. I've just never wired my brain to think of the fights that way. I don't know.
That's fair.
I wish I did. I think it would help a lot if I could like redo that part. But you know, once you get used to doing something for so long.
No, that's fair. That was sort of a problem that I had for a while too. I mean, I actually just made it like I made the timers more of an emphasis. Like I made the bars bigger, more centralized, and it made it easier. I mean, obviously, you can add sound cues to things and stuff, right? But I feel like certain mechanics, like a kick weak warrior, for example, like it'll like a phone will ring when it's my kick, like number 5 in the order, but then something else will like squeak when the cast is being cast. I can just like, all right, focus kick this thing easy, not have to look at it and stare at it all the time, right?
Yeah, that's what I do with for like my big wigs. It's basically all sounds. Like that's I don't look at the timers. I'll emphasize something and have the countdown, and then just very specific sounds for each thing.
Yeah, I like that.
So yeah, that's the thing. That's the place where I think my UI could use work, and I'm never going to improve it because I hate using sounds.
Oh, you don't use sounds?
I do not like sounds. I hate sounds. But the convention that I like a lot, that I've heard a lot of top MDI teams will use, is they'll use specific sounds for specific styles of abilities. So, like for instance, if they need to interrupt something in particular, they'll have an exact sound for that.
Right.
If there's a frontal mechanic on a mob, they'll have a different specific sound for all frontals in every
That's
dungeon.
cool.
Yeah.
So if you hear sound, you know what type of mechanic is coming.
Yeah, that makes sense, honestly.
That's really interesting.
Do you not even have bigwig sounds on at all?
Nope.
Oh my word! It's kind of like that. I haven't actually gone to like check, but I feel like if it's a like run out of the raid, it's always kind of the same sound, and like a transition's always
like that, right?
A certain kind of ping.
I don't really do much besides like kick weak auras. Typically, I'll do like an air horn. If it's like this is bad, pay attention, but it's not consistent every pull, like a random debuff, like breaking the seeds on Pantheon, for example. That would be like an air horn. Hey, you actually got one, but I mean.
So review Mavy's UI, chat is telling me. Mavy actually has a totally fine UI. A lot of his UI is pretty optimized. He's not covering too much space with it. I mean, there are like...
Look above the jailer's health bar. What's going on?
There's space. So having the debuffs hover like that is fine because it means he's not blocking out too much space.
No, I just mean like just having the debuffs there.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I mean, everything's centralized, so he doesn't have to drift his vision too much. Now, it's not too fair to completely cover his UI because Max has his UI set up in a specific way because Max sometimes likes watching Mavy. So all of the externals and raid cooldowns are going to be on the left there. But, no, I like Mavy's UI. The only thing I don't like about it is the
black bar?
No, the way that his raid frames scale with health. I hate that they go into like this yellow.
I don't like that.
Color.
It makes it hard to actually see people who are alive and dead too at times. I've never liked that. But is there a reason why people do that, or just like personal preference, or
I don't know. It must have been something he set up a long time ago. Got used to it, and he knows the emotion to feel for each kind of color.
Yeah, I like the colored ones, like you see on the right hand side of the screen here, like in our overlay. Like I think it's exactly the same, if not better. Like, but hey,
Yeah, I like class color, black background.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So,
what do you think about Atrocity's UI, Zyro?
AUI is really good.
Okay.
My only gripe with Atrocity's UI is that the convention he has for setting up his weak auras. So, can we actually go to Atrocity's UI production? Yeah. So, his entire style of his UI is great. The only problem that I have with his UI is the way that he has those center weak auras set up is he has an offensive line on the top and a defensive line on the bottom. And for some classes, that offensive line keeps extending out further and further and further.
Oh, interesting.
And that can be kind of weird. Like, so for instance, Windwalker Monk, the top bar is like 4 or 5 more icons wide.
Yeah.
And he actually has it set up dynamically so that the health bar and the target bar also extend out too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, the best part about his UI, I mean, not to just plug, you can get this UI subbing to him. He just sets up like every spec in the game, and it's all like every talent. It's all dynamic. The things glow that you want to glow. The things track that you want to see. It's got all the covenants. You can see the soul shape in the bottom left under his health. It's just like it's a lot of work, I assume.
Yeah, it's really cool. He has one. I think now might have one as well for like a universal UI you can use. It's super cool. I've never really been one to like have LVUI or any kind of like, hey, just plug and play. This does everything kind of UI. I've always had like Bartender and Shadow Unit Frames and like just a mix of like multiple different add-ons. But I am also at this point, like, even though over the past few weeks I've really thought about it a lot, where it's like, I might just look to shift to getting one of these. Because it's a bit of a pain updating 10 different add-ons, and one doesn't work for 2 weeks, and like, these are typically always maintained pretty well. You use LVUI, right, Zyro? Or do you?
What's that?
You use LVUI?
Yeah, of course.
Do you like it? I mean,
I think LVUI is an incredible tool for customizing your UI. I think if you just install LVUI and use it default, you're not really getting the maximum use out of it. And keep in mind, my critiques are just like very minimal critiques. Like there's nothing wrong with them specifically. It's just personal gripes that I have with them.
Right.
Like obviously they work really well for the Raiders.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean it can't be improved.
Right, we're not critiquing the Raiders based on like their actual we're not saying this is good, this is bad. This is just more personal preference and stuff, right?
Yeah,
but
my brain it's just been wired a certain way. Like I like to see my keybinds on all my guys, if that makes sense, and they're all laid out kind of like the keyboard is. Yeah. So it's like Q, E, or there's like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then like Q, E, R, T. Like keeps going in a line, Z, X, C, V, and that just helps like learn different classes. And so when I set things up, I have like the button, like other than him having the weak auras in the middle like this, I have like the buttons instead. But then that leads to the problem where like some of the stuff is on like my mouse with all like 12 buttons on the side, and that stuff's hidden, but I still need to see it because a lot of that's cooldown, so I have to put the icons in places. I don't know, it gets a little like ugly, and it's also hard to try and make a UI that is like this UI that's not just this UI.
Yeah, so I will say this, and this is just completely shameless plug for Atrocity here. If you do like this style of UI and, you're one of the people that subscribes to people on Twitch for a UI, this guy's UI is the one to get. He has put a ton of work into developing and optimizing this UI for people to use for every single class in the game. And I think he's probably done the best work of anyone on Twitch getting it set up. He still updates it like monthly.
Dude, his Discord, they have like patch notes that come out for his UI.
Yep. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Like bug fixes and and then I think there's like tools that make it easy to just like import it in. You don't have to.
He has an import tool. You don't even have to set it up yourself.
Yeah.
It's actually wild.
I love how there's like these little kind of niche, like almost jobs that pop up within like a game like this.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, typically things that like, how do I word this? I mean, like having something like that in game is a huge service to a large portion of the player base, right? Because like setting up UIs, I mean, I think we should probably change subjects here at a certain point here. We've harped on UIs for a while, but getting a good UI layout's a bit of a pain for someone who's not totally familiar with things that do work a little better. So having a plug-and-play, all-in-one kind of tool that just does this from a high-end Raider perspective is like super solid to have. An awesome tool for the community,
Yep, very good. Let's focus back in because this is that pain point. This is that Torment spread into the tank smash ability that's been really cutting them up here. Actually, it might be a little bit earlier than that. It's chains first. Is this just a spell queuing thing?
This might be it might be a queuing thing, like we said. They might have actually just seen the actual smash. I couldn't really tell there. It's like they had the actual LOS come up, and typically it goes like Torment, Tank Bomb, and then chains a bit afterwards. That's the best pull, though.
That is the longest pull.
Very close, yeah.
Yeah,
82.6.
2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, and then you can see the polar opposite here. Pretty much default UI with some meters.
I mean,
sorry to bring it back to the UI.
No, you're good. The default UI is not terrible either. I think it gets a bad rap. The actual raid frames that Blizzard uses that gives you are pretty good.
I think if you could move the debuffs and whitelist and blacklist debuffs, that'd be like the hugest thing.
Yeah.
And
I
buffs
agree.
as well.
I agree.
Setting up customized buff and debuff bars like.
But see, the thing is,
weak auras.
Even a default UI like James's, he has very specific weak auras set up to help him track the really important cooldowns and buffs in the very center of his screen that appear right around his middle bar. So it's not like he is constantly looking down at his bars for things. He still has that central idea set up.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And at the same time, you see a lot of people who have typically played arenas previously using the stock default Blizzard UI, because up until, you might know more about this, Zyro, I'm not sure, but up until recently, they didn't allow a lot of add-ons in AWC and things until, I think it was like Shadowlands, right? So players
they allow them now?
I believe they allow
specific
some.
ones.
Okay.
Yeah, but players just use the stock default UI, which once again isn't that bad. It gets a bad rap, but it really isn't terrible.
So part of the reason it's like that is because AWC for a long time was its own thing, right? It was a very specific esport at WoW, and there really wasn't anything else to compete with it or build off of. But when they made the MDI, which is the Mythic Dungeon Invitational, the players were worried that the same rules would apply to lands for that. And it's like, well,
Right.
doing PvE without add-ons sounds very, very bad. So what they did is they just said, you know what? Just submit your UI to us, and we'll remove anything that we think is unacceptable. And it really came down to add-ons that played the game for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you had something that specifically like played the game for you, that was disallowed. Everything else was allowed. And because of that, specifically because of the MDI, they decided to loosen the rules a bit for the AWC. So there are a specific few amount of add-ons that are allowed for AWC play now.
Yeah. Alrighty, we do see the boss sitting at about 92% health here, and for the most part, they've been getting through this pretty easily. We have bombs coming up here right after this tank soak, and a bit of a Relentless Domination LOS after these bombs go down from the pillars that spawn from here, but they've been getting through this part pretty consistently, maybe losing one player. We do indeed see somebody go down there, but a Battle Res is committed quickly. The big overlap we're looking for here is coming in about, like, where's the boss held at? About 7-8-ish%, give or take, about a minute or so from here, when you have this overlap here, but with a tank smash. So those lines with tank smash, with bombs, with LOS coming up.
Well, Driny dead, so we're down a healer.
We are. It's gonna be a little tough. They already committed the battle res too a bit earlier.
So that was the third set of bombs. I believe this is the overlap. If it goes Torment here, then it is.
We should have tank combo coming now with bombs. Yep, there's tank smash right there.
This is the third set of bombs coming out.
Bombs into Torment after this. We should have LOS, I believe, after these Torment. Yeah, so we're going to have bombs, spawning pillars, Torment, lines, then LOS right after this. Oh, no, Torment spread, and then LOS.
If they get that far.
Yeah, if they get that far. Then Relentless Domination.
Dude, it feels like the first 2 minutes of this fight are ridiculous lineups and all the abilities, and then after like the fourth set of bombs, it really opens up.
Yeah, it's unforgiving. I mean, it makes sense, right?
I mean, this is the reason Echo hasn't really made much progress in the past couple of hours.
Yeah.
Also, it's kind of midnight over there now, so.
Man, a wild phase one.
Yeah,
we were buckling up for what, a 200 pull boss? I'm not saying it's not going to be, but like, wow. Because it's not really like a DPS check they're wiping to here. This is just pure mechanics, which is not like, oh yeah, a reset and double legendaries will make this infinitely easier. Like, it'll help, but, I mean...
Yeah, I feel like a boss
just nasty overlaps
with a phase one that was really difficult was Blackhand, but that was because the DPS check was like so insane.
That was like multiple aspect of the Fox stacking phase one, like all that DPS and movement. Yeah, flashback to better times. Wanted to buy aspect of the Fox. For those that don't know, aspect of the Fox was, what was it, a 10-second buff that a hunter could put out? What was it?
Somewhere around there, 8
something
seconds
along
maybe?
there that allowed like basically just casting on the move, which is why they stacked hunters for the Blackhand kills, because the DPS check was so tight. You had to move a lot in phase one, even like phase two and things, right?
Yeah,
like Fox
it was a
just
lot
so
for
strong.
phase one, and phase three. But like, well, you think stack hunter, but if you go watch the kills, I think you could get away with just 3. So it's like it wasn't even that like egregious stacking.
Hunters were just good in general back then, anyways, right? So.
Yeah, I was a Demo Warlock.
So I had a question specifically about the whole play the game for you. I think I expanded upon earlier. I want to expand it a little bit more. So that would include thing like the aura that does the maze for you in the MDI. Well, the thing to remember about the MDI is that the Mist's maze is set on competition weekends, so they don't need that aura. Anyways,
I just know the whole route whenever we get in. I just track it myself. I don't need any weak auras for that. I'm too good. There's a reason I don't compete in the MDI.
Yeah.
You're trying to make it fair?
Exactly. I'm just too good.
Good man.
So there's a reason. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. Sure. Yeah. We'll go with that, Cams.
Is he just going to cloak this? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a thing PvPers do too. He's got like 2 abilities on his bars, like the kick and the kick above it.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
I don't like it. It's just rogue UIs though. They're
is
like
that just like to focus and to
see his cooldowns more easily?
Oh, well, they've got different labels on them.
Yeah, so like for instance, his 5 ability there, even though it has the show tooltip for kick, that's just his filler ability.
Okay.
It is C ability, even though that's his healing potion thing. That's his backstab.
Oh, even the 5C and 3C for slice and dice, right? Like at the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. I that would drive me crazy.
Hey, I mean, he's owning, so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a better player than I am.
Yeah.
He's here and he's down there and I'm up here.
I mean, that's basically at the end of the day with UIs, as long as you can perform, then it doesn't matter.
You know,
if you're used to it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good take, I think.
I've been reading chat this entire time, Cams, and you know what I just was reminded of in chat? There's a question. Is there a Race to World First experience in the Team Liquid Plus app?
There is.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, you can watch the Raiders. You can go to, just by signing up and linking your Twitch account, you can just hang out and chat like you're already doing. Probably this channel as well. You earn points, use those points to buy apparel and some other, like, there's even like League and Dota items on there.
Yeah, it's not just WoW. It's the whole Liquid Gaming umbrella, which is really cool to see. TL.gg/MMO.
I don't think you can actually get an umbrella with your points, but
actually, that's a good question.
Is there a Liquid branded umbrella?
There probably will be soon enough. So there's a lot of cool things though, right? Like we talked about earlier, log analysis, heroic jailer kills,
AOTC
15s.
carry, heroic sepulcher, the first ones.
How much does that cost?
200,000 points. I already have over 50,000, so
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's not bad at all. That's a lot of gold.
Your character must be Horde US.
Well, I mean, until
they add in cross factions.
Until 9.25, which is going to be pretty soon, right? So, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, pretty cool. I mean, let me look. There's the quests you do to get points. Let's see what's on here right now. Like you can watch the Welcome Aya Nagura video.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, which is a super cool video.
Mm-hmm. Very exciting.
Uh-huh.
No umbrella for Liquid.
Oh, yeah, this is to like link to the different streams.
I haven't seen that.
Do you know who that is? The guy who said that?
Yeah, it's Cia Steve.
Do you know who that is?
No. Probably should. Who is it?
That's the producer for the NDI.
Well, there we go. Yet. So there we go.
That's one of my bosses. Hi, Matt.
Your boss.
Yeah, hello. How are you? Why you can make us awkward, Zyro?
Hello.
It's Steve. Yeah, it's Steve. Come on, we're on a first name basis. Come on, dude.
His name's Matt.
Well, yeah, okay. To you, not to me. Nah, this is awkward. Please LOL in chat so I don't feel bad.
Oh, what's this? Jersey Mike's point redemption?
Whoa.
Each month we're taking your Jersey Mike receipts and converting them into Liquid Plus points.
That's two birds, one stone, dude.
That is.
I like it.
2 purchases a month, 1,000 points each.
That's solid.
So how many subs to get a carry?
I'll defer to Zyro, the mathematician here.
Wait, what'd you say? Sorry.
1,000 points. What was it? 200,000.
Uh-huh.
For the carry.
Is that how much it is?
And you get 1,000 per Jersey Mike sub. 2,000 max a month though, so you can't go too crazy.
You know what that sounds like? Oh, you can only get 2,000 a month from that.
Yes.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
because that makes it sound like you could buy 200 Jersey Mike subs and get a.
Whoa,
I mean,
that sounds a little RMT to me, bud.
Get out of here, Mike. We're not talking about anything. Is he Jersey Mike?
I can imagine somebody. Oh, what is that? Do you have to buy 200 subs for that? But you can only get 2 a month. So yeah, 8 years from now, somebody's going to be like,
that heroic jailer kill, dude.
I got 2 subs a month for the past 8 years. Where's my carry?
Where's my jailer? No, but yeah, they get points from all sorts of different angles. So
yeah, they do. I mean, if you're in chat right now, it's literally free points. You might as well just grab the Liquid Plus app and start farming some points like Cams has here.
Yeah, you got a couple weeks left of this race to.
Oh my gosh, Cams.
Yeah.
Don't even start. We might sound like we're miserable here in a meme kind of way, but the race has been fun.
Yes.
Like I have to say, like I've enjoyed all the races.
Mm-hmm.
This race has been good, and it hasn't felt like it's been 14 days either. At least to me. I feel like I'm typically like day 5, 6 of a race. I'm about this tired. We're on day 14.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Cyber's face.
Yeah, so it's funny. I've seen messages in chat whenever they have the player cams on stream, and I see people in chat like, "Why do they look so tired?" It's like, guys, they've been here since February.
Yeah, they've been here for like 23 days or so. The players got here before Heroic Week began. It's like 24 days for them, actually, I think, because they were here before the patch even dropped.
They've been spending 12 to 14 hours plus a day grinding the game to try to get world first, and they're still here, coming in every day.
They can't even sleep in their own beds, see their dogs.
Yeah, but there is indeed an end in sight, and that is the jailer, which is standing in front of them right now.
And all they have...
Did they make a comp swap?
Nope.
Or just a stone?
I don't believe so.
Lip
might have been
was Lip in?
Might have been a covenant swap.
Okay.
Or something like that.
It might have been.
Might have been a release.
Okay. Getting baited by the summon.
Do you have any hard releasers in your guild, Zyro, that just release all the time for no reason?
Not really.
We've got one. Every other pull. Summon time release.
Do they have the weak aura?
Yes, we made them get it. And it still happens.
7 of those.
Sorry,
weak auras?
Dream. I last night name a better pair than Dream in the release button.
There's literally an add-on you can get that will make you.
That's probably next.
Wait 5 seconds to release.
That's probably next.
It's like an "Are you sure you want to release" add-on.
Summon Stone. You know what I should do? I should just start Soulstoning him instead.
Hey,
are they a healer?
They are.
Why aren't you Soulstoning them? You're kind of griefing.
Well, because there's 2. I've always done the Paladin, right? The new Warlock can do whatever he wants. It's fine. He's not really new, but he's the newer one, so.
I always gave my Soulstone to Nori.
Really?
I tried to. Sometimes there's some cross Soulstoning, but.
Right. Sometimes tanks get Soulstones. Right?
Yeah. But like just the default walking in a raid, just throw it on Nori. I had a add-on that says Soulstone.
You know, I was going to give it to the priest that gave me Power Infusion, but nobody did, so I gave it to a Paladin. Now you have a new priest, and now you have assigned Power Infusions, and I am the one that gets the assigned Power Infusion, so I don't have to give it to them. But they are a nice person, so yeah.
Yeah, Soulstone for Power Infusion's not quite a fair trade.
Yeah, you're forcing them to do extra work. You should not give them a Soulstone.
So let me ask you a question. Okay. If, let's say, somebody was like, hey, I'll give you 200,000 gold a week to Power Infuse me during Prague. It's not RMT or anything weird, right? It's not against TOS? It's not RMT, it's against TOS, right?
Gold.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been in raids where people were paying for Power Infusion.
Yeah, I mean, I offer...
Paying gold.
I offered...
Could you pay money for Power Infusion, or is that actually...
Well, I mean, theoretically you can by buying WoW tokens with money. But I mean, like...
No, but like if you were like PayPaling someone $20 a boss
that's
for
RMT.
Power Infusion?
That's
but for
RMT.
Power Infusion?
Yeah, hardcore. I just know a shot. But I mean, because Blizzard's the one receiving the money from the WoW token, right? So I mean... Yeah, I'm in the clear, right?
Guys, just play the best class for Power Infusion and you'll get Power Infusion.
Exactly. Speaking of in the clear, we're getting to that nasty overlap point, aren't we, Zyro? Right
here we are. Yeah. Let's see how this goes for them. It's been a big pain point. They've gotten through it a couple times. Never with everybody alive, though.
Yeah, this could be a good one here. Torments come out. We should indeed see, I believe, yep, here comes the LOS mechanic. And we should have the tank coming up pretty soon here with the actual Torment overlap. Rallying Cry expiring now.
Move to a clear spot of the room. Here's the lines.
Torment, yep,
there's the tank.
Here's the soak.
Everybody in.
They made it through.
No deaths. Everyone's through.
Here come bombs.
Bomb set number 4. Make sure everyone gets to the right location. Looks like we're good. Everybody's in.
Bomb's good. So we should. Stage 2
goes down. Have a battle res. Here we go. Torments again. Spread out. Just non-stop back-to-back mechanics. James goes down, pulling from the chains. It'll be a new bomb set again in like 5 seconds, I believe.
Nasty overlap. Holy cow.
But once these bombs come out, that's kind of the end of the onslaught of mechanics, and they get a little bit of a break here. Actually, it's
they're breathing now too, right? Like, rally. Yeah, there's bombs here, but that's 10 seconds
here
of
we go.
Going on, right?
Bomb set number 5. This is the furthest we've been into the fight, by the way. We're nearing that 2:30 mark. Only 3 deaths, I believe, right now. So here we go. That's bomb set number 5 into a tank combo. This is group 2, as you can see.
Okay, they made it through.
Okay.
All right. We have stage 2 in 20-ish seconds. They're pulling the boss around the room here. So the Azerite pools. There's one in the back, one here too. They have to soak these pools.
They have to soak these pools, yeah. When are they going to do it, though? And they didn't have everyone left for the bombs.
Yeah, I think they just opted to ignore the pools and see further. There it is.
It's a progress pull.
79.6. That 80% threshold indeed now broken. So
wait, we're seeing.
Oh, wait.
We're seeing phase 2.
Is he pushing?
Yep, stage 2.
This is push.
Okay.
Look for timers here.
Twisted.
Look,
can't still kill this.
Here. He's still going.
Let's see.
Okay, more holes.
Pylons.
So here we go. There's the same thing as in Heroic. Looks like there were 3 of those pylons.
There's your area of denial.
There's the World Cracker. Look at how much health that did to the boss. And there's new pools.
Yep,
There's new pools.
One. I just see one right now. Just one Azerite pool, I believe.
Okay. But that's where the other one was, right?
He's Zen medding to break the pylon. Let's see how much more we can see Twisted kite it out. Oh, well, that is a big progress pull.
So I don't know if those are new pools or old pools.
Those are new.
Are you sure? Because I saw 2.
Yeah, those were new.
Okay.
Those are for sure new.
So, like, theoretically, they can push into that phase with pools on the ground. I didn't really clarify, but each pool on the ground will give him a 6 million shield.
Did you see how much health that World Cracker did to Azeroth?
I did not, actually.
Can we?
Is there a way we can get a replay on that?
Can we get a replay of the last 1
chance?
minute of that pulse so we can break that down just a little bit and see exactly what happened?
You called it out. I missed it.
Yeah, he casted a World Cracker and it chunked Azeroth's health. So new pools almost seems like a necessity. in order to keep Azeroth healed.
78.77%. Within 2% of Echo's best pull here as well. We're getting there. Dude, they were so healthy coming out of that overlap, too. They got the tank smash down. They were good. And there was even another one before the phase. They got it down easy, and that was it.
Yeah, there was just like no time to deal with those pools, though. That part, the mechanics just kept coming.
I mean, there wasn't, but also like after that big like Torment tank smash combo, there was like 10 seconds of free time. They were just chilling. Then they have bombs again, which, I mean, if you're barring getting the bomb yourself, you're sort of just chilling.
Let's go to that
too,
replay,
right?
though, really quick
Yeah,
while we're
let's take
talking
a look.
about this, because we want to really break this down. Let's see exactly what we can see out of this. So, important to look at this phase again here. I believe this is the exact phase time, too. So, here we go. Stage 2 on the timer. Look at Azeroth's health right now. It's about 65-ish%. Let's key in on exactly where that world cracker happened here.
Phase 2 push right here.
So there's the attunement. That's the 3 pylons going out around the room. And look at this world cracker. It just chunked Azeroth for like 25% of his HP.
Wild. Wow, because there are multiple mechanics in this phase that will chunk it even more, too.
And you can see, look at the top right, there's another pool up there. There's a pool right there on the bottom left. I'm assuming there's probably one near the top left as well. So 3 more pools in this to deal with, if I had to guess.
We also see the interesting area of denial, like the little triangle at the bottom of the screen here, that needs to be broken by the tank debuff on the corrupted pylons, correct?
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of information into that pool. I wouldn't be surprised if they are having a long conversation about that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably going to be an actual add-on push update here, I would assume. We saw a handful of timers there. And now they made it to that phase, so consistency is big. But they had 2 Azerite pools, I believe. I believe there are still 2 Azerite pools, so they have to find a way to soak all those. Because once again, any pool being left up means a 6 million shield in the boss. Which, I mean, at this point, doesn't matter a crazy amount because we're not going for a kill, but they have to be picked up at a certain point. Because any shield probably just means a wipe. 6 million is a lot to burn through, even with the damage amp on the boss.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's solid, man.
They probably want to try and figure out when they can soak those pools during all those lineups.
Yeah.
And then, just kind of just like they did phase 1, just systematically go from mechanic to mechanic. It looks like you're just going to work your way around the room again. Like using the pools to chain to heal Azeroth. That's kind of like your... Like setting the pace of the fight.
A very funny tweet. I'm sorry to
is it THD?
Interrupt the conversation here.
Who is it?
Mix tweeted, good news is, if this goes to week 4, I can come back. For those of you who don't know, Mix is going to be leaving us tomorrow. She has to go cast the EU regionals for the TFT finals.
Yeah.
So
yeah, very cool.
Kind of sucks if she has to miss out on the finals for this, but that's also a cool opportunity. So I don't envy her spot. That's for sure.
She want to come back.
I would want to come back too.
Yeah.
I don't envy having to leave this though.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
It kind of sucks coming out for an event like this and then not being able to see it through to the end.
Yeah. But really we're so close. This is the final ball. We're right there.
Yeah. I hope there's just a super cut of us all laughing at week 4 and then like cuts to week 4.
3 week cuts to week 4. Yeah.
It's now day 87 of the Race to World First.
The 3rd secret jailer phase.
Alondra's spawned again. We're back to the 7th boss of the instance.
So yeah, back into Mythic pulls here. Again, for people who are just showing up, let's go over the differences on Heroic and Mythic just one more time, because we still are in those initial pulls, and people are probably just now getting home and seeing, wow, both guilds have killed Rygalon, and we're on the final boss. So what are the major differences on Mythic Kalamazoo?
I mean, the main thing are the actual Azerite pools on the ground that spawn. We believe that 7 spawn in the first phase, basically on pull, and they have 180 seconds, so 3 minutes, to be absorbed by the raid. Now, when you absorb them, it chains an actual damage effect amongst the players that it chains to. But if you can chain it in a row into Azeroth in the middle of the room, it will heal Azeroth. And each stack you chain also gives you a stacking damage buff. You can see it actually on THGGY in his debuff section right now. He has a 3 stack. It's 3% damage and healing per stack.
They just blew up a bomb on the raid.
They did indeed. That's going to dispel disaster pretty quickly. So that's like the main change is if any of these pools, you can see it right there, right in front of that pillar, the little like swirly Azerite pool, flashback to BFA, shout out. If any of those are left on the ground when the boss phases into phase 2, he will shield for 6 million per pool. It says per stack, but I assume that means per pool.
I would imagine
in the dungeon journal. Yeah, but a 6 million shield is going to be disastrous either way. So all those pools have to be soaked up before the boss pushes, but you want that anyways to heal Azeroth more. So the big thing is micromanaging the Azerite buff, chaining into Azeroth, while also getting, the bombs, the tank bombs, the actual frontals, the torments, the soaks, the chains, all in quick succession, back and forth every time. But they're getting there. They got the phase 2 on that pull, which is solid progress.
Yeah, for sure. This fight's reminded me a lot of Ashara, actually. Not just because of the line of sight, but the way it looks, having to, like, do something with the environment. Like, and it's also, like, a resource that they're managing with, like, the environmental stuff.
So a question in chat, can you create a giant chain through each player in the raid? So that's essentially what they're doing. If you look at their setup, they have 2 chains set up. They have a very specific range setup, which chains one of the pools into the middle. And then they have this kind of like melee setup where they have 1 or 2 players to chain the debuff all the way through melee in this giant clump. And then on the other side of the clump, they have 2 or 3 more range/healers to chain it into the middle. So pretty sure the way it chains is it just goes to the closest player that either doesn't have a debuff or hasn't been hit by the chain yet. So it should hit everybody in the clump, then go to the middle.
Yeah.
So everybody should be getting hit by this chain and getting their 9% damage and healing buff from it.
Question from chat. 2 chains? Multiple chains. Multiple chains. And so, like, the big thing here as well is that there is ample time to soak all the Azerite pools as long as you're doing them, consistently. But the question is, the actual damage and healing buff does stack. You can go past 3 stacks per pool. You can chain multiple pools into each other if you want. But the question is, can they actually manage that for the extra stacking damage and healing? That's the question, and we haven't really seen them experiment much with it yet. But that might happen later on in the night. We'll see.
We will see. For now, we're just trying to get more Phase 2 progress to see more timers in the fight, and that's pretty much going to be all the game plan is for today, is to see as much of the fight as possible, to see damage profiles of the characters that they have in the raid right now, to see what is going to be good going into next week so they can highly optimize their comp for what essentially should be kill pools next reset.
Yeah, I feel like if they can get those bad overlaps dealt with in a consistent way, then we might see, like, maybe Phase 2's got some surprises up its sleeve, but we might see, like, all the way to the end of P2.
We already saw one. It just chunked Azeroth with that World Cracker. Like, goodness, dude.
Yeah. And, of course, we didn't talk specifically about this debuff, but, yes, there are downsides to having those damage increase, healing increase stacks. They increase your arcane damage taken.
Yes, arcane vulnerability. Right.
Some of the abilities in the fight do arcane damage, and you really don't want to have this buff active.
Right there in melee. You see, that's the one of the chains we're talking about there. Yeah. Going through melee right there.
Yeah. You don't want to have that active while you're taking the increased arcane damage.
Does the chain... This is a question maybe you know, Zyra. I'm not sure. Is the chain affected by pillar LOS? Can it go through a pillar?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure, because it looked awkward there with that pillar being around melee. I don't know if it changed the boss or not, actually. I didn't catch that.
When they're...
Uh-oh. Okay, he's good.
That was close.
He jumped.
When they're chaining, it looks like they're kind of zigzagging around the pillars.
Yeah, a little bit. It could just be that they're just getting it down and I'm not seeing it because of all the movement, but it's possible. So coming up here is one of the nasty overlaps we've been having trouble with. Here come the actual torment lines. So they have to get through this and the tank soak, which they do. We see bear, boom, bam. Okay, well, does go down, and so does half the raid. That's the actual overlap I'm having issues with, is that torment lines into the actual tank soak there. And after this, we see bombs, circles coming out here, have to clear the actual bombs and the pylons, and then LOS, but most of the raid is unfortunately dead. This is the point they need to get more consistent at. They've gotten through it, but the consistency point is now that overlap, and then getting into Phase 2.
Yeah, every time they're losing about half the raid there. It's pretty nasty.
It's just a tank soak, right? Yeah. If there's not, I believe, 5 players or more in it, it's like 500k to the raid, which I don't know. There might have just been 5 in there, but they were too low because we lost like most of melee. It looked like I believe that was probably a tank soak group that died, and then it just changed because you don't have enough bombs and enough clears and enough chains.
Dude, I'm kind of sad that our shift is over in like 10 or 15 minutes.
I know.
I want to see more of the fight.
I know.
Yeah.
I have
to go raid.
I got keys to do. I
gotta do a key.
I got
Dude, I'll just be out here chilling.
What's for dinner tonight? What's our
I don't know. Yeah.
Let me go look. Do we have like the sushi bar tonight?
Sushi. So pizza. Nice. I don't like sushi.
You don't like sushi?
No, I know Chad's going to hate me for it.
Nice light on your stomach right now?
I need like a pizza.
Let's see. Let me scroll up in our...
I wish I liked sushi. It actually looks good, but it makes me just sick whenever I eat it. Yeah. Hot wings for dinner. You know, we can actually order hot wings from the restaurant on site, and they are pretty good from what I've heard, but I am going to stay far away from those for a very long time.
Just get some barbecue ones.
The PDF is titled Week 4 TeamLiquid.pdf.
Oh, no.
Monday night, we have a teriyaki sushi bar. Okay, cool.
You get some teriyaki.
Maybe I'm going to get a... what is it? A crab roll? Was it a lobster roll again?
You're gonna get a lobster roll again?
I might. I can't do sushi, man. I just don't like it.
I gotta get a good bowl of clam chowder up here before I leave.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true. Also, Baylorus and I are going to go to the steakhouse with Cams. So.
Are we?
Yeah.
When?
I don't know. We said we go at some point.
Okay.
Zyro, you can go if you want to.
I might have to tag along with you guys.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
See, the problem that I made is I decided that I was going to raid this tier too. So every time I cast, after I'm done casting, so what time is it right now? It's 7:20. When we're done with this shift at 7:45, I raid from 8 until 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Raiding ew.
I didn't really leave time to go hang out or do anything. I feel kind of bad.
That's been my problem every race too. Is I also have raided every single tier, but I've also been like, yeah, if you don't need me, you can sit me. But then it always pans out where I'm not in for 4 bosses. So I said, no, keep me in.
Well, that doesn't really work too well for me in $100 because I'm the mage.
Yeah, well, I was the warlock. We had multiples last time. Now we have 2. So it's I told them, keep me in. I will be here. I put in the work this time. It's been a lot more work than the last few races.
Yeah.
But I've enjoyed it. It's a good tier, right? So,
it is a good tier.
Yeah.
Working on that Pantheon.
We are. We are very close to a Pantheon kill. Probably, Double Legendary is probably going to nuke that boss into,
Yeah, people are going to have fun next week.
Well, fun is a way to put it, but
tomorrow.
So, yeah, I guess tomorrow, technically.
Yeah, these guys are rapidly approaching their dinner break. Usually they take dinner break at 7:30, so it's about 10 minutes from now. Maybe 2 good polls from now. Could be after this poll, too, if it's a good one, so the analysts want to really take a look at. But that's going to come down to what's about to happen right now. This is that big overlap we're talking about. It's going to be bombs into a bunch of stuff all at the same time. So let's see how they deal with it. Here's the initial Torment stack. Got to spread out with that.
LOS coming up here behind the pillars.
coming up, yep. Then it's LOS. Then it is Tank Smash going off at the same time as those lines that they have to make sure they only soak 1 of.
Yep, that's the nasty overlap. Getting 2 debuffs there will permanently mind control you. Here comes the actual lines in the tank soak. Lines go
not enough
too
people
well.
in there.
Yep.
GG.
You can see so you can tell if the entire raid blows up there, that's not having 5 people in the soak. If 6 die, it's probably they were in there, but they were just too low. So they need to find a way to maybe potentially just. It's hard. It's not even really a CD allocation there. If the whole raid dies, just something happened. There wasn't a whole group in there, right? So they have to figure out what's going on exactly there and get through that. But the good thing is they already got through it one time. They had a phase 2 poll, and it was before dinner, like we said. So, and gathering that data for phase 2 before dinner is super solid. Because that means you can look at week auras, add-ons, change timings while you're on dinner break and discuss things too, right? But hey, a couple more deep polls wouldn't be that bad either.
Yeah.
Cams, what do you think tonight, percentage-wise? When we go to bed, don't say 0. Don't take the easy way out.
Before bed.
Wait, what was the question? Sorry.
What percent tonight when they go to bed? When they end raid?
60.
Like phase 3 or phase 2? Okay. We theoretically don't even know when phase 3 is. Theoretically, right?
No.
So.
Well, phase 3 starts whenever the pillars hit the middle in phase 2.
Okay.
Which can be very long on heroic. That phase can last something like 2.5 or 3 minutes.
All right.
So,
is it 60 cams?
Yeah, around 60, I think.
I'm gonna say I like 60.
Unless this overlaps actually near undoable, because we still haven't seen one clean one.
We saw one mostly clean one. I would assume with the percentage being close enough to Echo, they probably got through it a few times as well. They are now, as we know, I believe in bed or getting ready to end their raid. I'm not sure. Maybe check and fill us in there if they're still doing raid or not. But double legendaries, it's weird because double legendaries will change things damage profile wise. But once again, this is not like a raw threshold we're looking to beat like a reclaim shield. This is just straight up, hey, you have to live here. And yeah, you might have a bit more health, but you're taking 500k damage. It doesn't make a difference, right? So it's going to be a wild ride tomorrow with Echo pulling this boss for their final day and Liquid in the middle of reclear. So a lot of it also relies on how fast can the reclear actually be.
I think whoever has put the casters in chat really dropped the ball. They said that it's Zyronic casting with Spicy Kalamazi and Spicy Cams. Why didn't they put Creamy Zyronic? I did take a whipped cream pie to the face for charity too.
That's true. That's true.
They're really dropping the ball, man. Whoever writes those notes in chat.
Hey, why isn't it Giga Chad?
It should be Giga Chad.
And Cams, right?
That's right.
We could throw Zyro in there, I guess. It's fine.
Oh, I'm not a Giga Chad. I didn't need the spicy wings.
There is no chance they extend tomorrow. There is 0. I hate to break it to you, but there is 0 chance any extension comes tomorrow.
And one thing actually interesting about this boss, since the double legendaries are on everyone's mind, is because the how am I going to say this? The biggest gain that the double legendaries give is basically DPS. Yeah, the healers heal a little more, the tanks can survive a little more, but the biggest thing is DPS.
Mm-hmm.
And this boss doesn't have any DPS checks other than Enrage.
Yet.
So it's not like... yet.
Yeah.
So it's not like Echo can't make too much progress tomorrow, because the double legendaries won't help like an insane amount to get further through the fight. It's helpful. It's helpful for sure. I mean, item level and everything, but it's not like there's a DPS check that they can't push to get into P2 that becomes way easier.
It's duration based, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like Zyro said earlier, both guilds will have to reclear, barring one extending, which I mean I don't think happens. Extension is not really a question here. You extend if you're at like 3% tomorrow, and the boss is like, you know everything that's happening, and like you just need more damage. You extend, you come in with legendaries and a vault and kill the boss in one pull, like Sylvanas, for example, if they just walk in and one-shot it, albeit they recleared. But this is just more of a mechanics check, right? But like Zyro said earlier, what it comes down to is both guilds will reclear. US gets 1 extra day of legendary progression if they both die at the same time, roughly, right? So we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, this boss looks hard enough that basically, by the time World First happens, I believe you'll be deep enough in the week that you couldn't really, like, throw it up to, like, oh, well, they got the whatever hour advantage, that kind of stuff.
The question goes, the debate goes both ways, right? I mean, I don't want to get too far into it because there's actually a really good poll coming up here, by the way.
Yeah, let's focus more on the poll here.
Yeah.
78% already on the boss here. We're in stage 2, it seems. Yes, we are. We're in stage 2.
Mind control.
There's the mind control. Went out on THD. It's just a big shield that they have to break through. Once they get through that, they have to start dealing with the other mechanics in this phase. So, notably, the Torment in phase 2 starts putting a
you can't ring
swirls on the ground.
Yeah.
Were they just unable to ring a piece of him there?
They couldn't ring him either. He walked through. Okay, I think.
Well, they're all out.
Yeah, we're good. We're okay.
That's good. Now, let's see what else happens in phase 2. Is it just more of the same, to be honest?
Oh, what is that? That knockback. What is that?
What just happened?
It said knockback.
What was that?
Wait, World Cracker 3-2? Azeroth's getting pounded. Was that an Azeroth explosion? What was that? We have to get a replay on that production whenever it's over. We have to. So we have 3 charms coming out there. That was actually wild. Like, I was expecting to knock back near the boss.
Hold on. Was that the World Cracker, the knockback getting baited on top of the Heart of Azeroth? Is that what it was?
I couldn't tell. That's why I want to see a replay. I couldn't actually tell there. That was wild. What was that?
Let's see. So let's see.
Mind control broken.
See the Heart of Azeroth pool on the ground here. Was that just the...
Azeroth's health, too.
It was the knockback getting baited on top of the pool.
Was it?
No. It was Kingfly walking into it.
What? He walked into the pool?
Kingfly walked into the pool to try to
Oh, the pools do different things.
Can we see it one more time?
So the pools just do different things in phase 2. So look, watch Kingfly. Here, they're gonna break THD and Donkey. One of the other warriors.
THD's emptied here. Yeah. Okay. If things broken.
And then watch Kingfly. He's gonna walk into the pool. It's gonna chain, and for every person it chains to, it looks like it does. What is that? Let's watch slowly. Every tick. You spawn AoE things from you.
Oh
my god.
Let's
go.
If that's actually what happened, that's not in the journal. I did not see that anywhere in the journal. So that's wild.
Well, that is a great poll to take a break on.
Yeah.
It looks like the Raiders have gone on break.
Yeah, probably going to dinner. They have a lot to talk
Visually,
about.
that was insane. That was so cool, dude.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that's why there's less pools in P2. It's because you have to deal with them in a completely different way.
Well, he had a shield on him. The jailer had a shield. I saw it in his health bar. It was like a faded little sliver, but he had a shield. So that's crazy.
Maybe they just didn't deal with the pools in phase 1 perfectly. That's all.
Yeah, but those are phase 2 pools, right? So you're saying you have to just deal with those that way?
Maybe it requires
no, the shield on the boss was because they had pools.
Right, but I'm saying those pools, that's how you deal with those, right? You have to just spread out more?
Probably.
Yeah, that's wild. That's so crazy.
Yeah, I wonder if you can, you can, it's a big room.
Now that you know, you can deal with it. But, that was not expected.
Yeah, that was a fun moment. I wasn't expecting anything like that.
Nobody was. Yeah.
So that was really cool. So what are your thoughts before we leave you for the night, Kalamazi?
I wish I was casting this evening shift.
Yeah?
This boss looks cool.
Yeah, this one looks cool. What about you, Zyronic?
Man, I want to see more of the fight.
Yeah.
But, double legendaries will probably make that mechanic pretty trivial. So,
more health. A couple more thousand health. You'll survive that easy. No problem.
You'll survive
come on,
no problem.
Put on your pride ass. We're good to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
so.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you still saying? So actually, do we know what best poll that was percentage-wise? Was that sub 76? I saw 77.2, I think, but it might have been lower. 76.8. So Echo was 76.6. So we are literally neck and neck right now between both Echo and Liquid. Echo going to bed, I believe, right around now, maybe a couple hours ago. They're neck and neck. This is close, man. This is really heating up.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting week and weekend, I guess.
You have to just kill my exciting week. Thanks, Cams. A week. Thanks, Cams.
That's just how I talk.
It's dies tonight, right?
Oh, yeah. It's dying tonight.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, we can ask somebody who may say it's dying tonight. Maybe.
No.
Is it dying tonight?
No, I don't think so.
No. I was kidding for what it's worth, chat. Okay.
The DPS check on it's a little bit high, but we're working through the first phase pretty well now.
What a cool pull to end the break on, though.
Oh yeah, Max's wonderful call of let's soak this all as a raid.
So what do you think just happened?
Well, it's like the prideful mechanic in phase 2, where whenever you soak the blood, it like shoots out prideful. But if you soak one of those little Azerite things, the little prideful Azerites, you just blow up, and everyone blows up.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's just bullet hell.
It's prideful, but if you touch a prideful, you wipe the raid.
That's great. Cool.
Yeah.
Visually, that was insane, though. That looks so cool.
I mean, the second I heard the call, I knew it was just going to be like a visual clutter and everyone was going to die. So.
No, here we go.
Oh, did you guys know something was coming? Like that mechanic was there?
Yeah, Max just forgot that prideful existed in that phase, so it was a bit of a disappointment for.
That's cool.
The pull ended rather abruptly, but it's fine.
Interesting. I'm really interested to see how that mechanic is resolved, because it looks like it's something that you kind of want to have it on everybody in the raid for progression, right?
Yeah, the buff that you get from soaking it seems rather good, because it's like a few % extra damage and healing. Damage will obviously help out a lot. Healing that phase kind of, at least from what we've seen, doesn't really matter. So, maximizing how many people you can soak with that while not getting bullet held down.
Yeah. And do you guys think you can like extend some of the P1 to like get a 4, 5, or 6 stack, or is that just impossible?
We were talking about it for like farm parse strats. Fired Up was a big fan of that. But I think it's a little bit sketchy just because of how much damage you would take if you were to like extend a 3 stack into a like 4 stack, 5 stack. Because every time it's 100% increased damage taken, so it gets pretty rough.
Yeah, we were theorizing up here, but you guys didn't even try it, so we're like, it must be kind of hard.
Yeah, 3 stacks is already just about our entire health. So 4 stacks. there are a few pulls where we connected the lines together and made a big U. That didn't go so well. So definitely not a full raid thing.
Yeah.
Did you just say extend?
Yeah.
Chat has been talking about extending the raid lockout all day.
I'll ask. Maybe. That'll be my question. Maybe. So how do you feel about extending tomorrow now that we've seen 78% of the boss for 12 pulls?
Yeah, it's a great idea. For sure.
So you're confirming extension tomorrow then?
Confirmed.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I'm the one who makes the final call. It's
Right.
extend 100%.
All right, you guys heard
You
it
guys
here.
heard it
We don't
first.
need to gear.
Can we
Heard
get a
it
command in
first on
chat
the
for
hot seat.
exclamation point extend?
Oh, God.
And just pull up that clip.
Yeah, 100% extension. Well, there you go.
Well, Jailer's not the only boss today. What are your thoughts on Ragalon now that it's over?
Yeah, I really liked the mechanic that healers had in that fight, which was heal. And heal, and heal. So it was a pretty good fight.
Don't forget the part in the intermission where you had to heal.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was a
right.
good one.
What about PI?
Oh, yeah, PI, yeah. Kingfly demanded it the whole time. And then at the very end, I gave 1 Fey Guardian to James.
Wow.
Yeah, it gave him an extra cooldown at the end.
And this was in between your heals?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where did you find the time for that?
It was
between the
rough.
heals.
It was really rough.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, did you guys actually discuss 4 healing Ragalon by chance? We saw Echo pull out the 4 heal strat
We discussed
earlier.
it last night, and we were like, for consistency, it seemed really, really bad.
Right.
But we knew we had the DPS at the end of last night, so coming in today, we saw they 4 healed it, and we were like, well, we could do that. It would take a lot of relearning.
That's what we were saying.
Might as well just 5 heal it. We know we have the DPS, just need everything to line up well and have good pushes, and then when we have a good push, make sure the rest of the fight is clean, and then we'll kill the boss. So almost all of our like phase 2 wipes, where we had good pushes, we just ended up dying, and then when we had bad pushes, we ended up getting to the end and then wiped it 1%. So
it's dead now. That's all that matters. Right?
Oh yeah,
a kill's a kill. So.
And double legendaries will make that re-clear nice. And oh wait, we're extending. Never mind.
Come on. Yeah.
Any more questions from you guys?
How many polls in the jailer? Right now, rip it.
I want to be home on Thursday. Less than 200, please.
Less than 200. All right. Okay. Yeah.
Would you like a flower? Oh, these are kind of hard to get out.
They're kind of hard to get out.
All right, never mind. We'll split them up later.
I appreciate the offer.
Nice white priest.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've postponed Mavy's break long enough. So
Any
we'll let you go get some food.
You don't
have to do shoutouts if you don't want to.
No,
you don't have
any shoutouts.
I just say ye most of the time.
No.
Ye. Or like
I'm
Buff
good.
Warlock. I'm like, I don't know.
Nah.
Buff Disc. Yeah. Thank you, Mavy.
Well, thanks for joining us, Mavy.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and if you guys want thanks in the form of points, sign up for Liquid Plus.
Yeah,
Does that
that's
make
good.
sense?
Yeah, it is on the
Okay.
App Store or Liquid Plus. I believe liquidplus.com is the link. I believe to get it as well. Yeah, multiple ways you can do it. If you're in chat by just hanging out for the sake of things, you might as well grab it because you can harvest points there as well for things like log review, apparel, in-game carries, raid carries, Mythic Plus. It's a great feature to have. You might as well grab it.
Get in the ground floor, support the teams. It's
Don't
a good
forget,
thing.
also, pre-order our shirt.
Oh, yes, the
they
shirt.
They can see it. We don't have to pick it up.
It has that guy on it.
They can see it.
They see it?
They can see it. It's on.
All right,
you can see what they can see. It's right there.
Okay, there it is.
It has the guy from the raid, a couple of the guys from the raid.
Pre-orders go away 7 days once the jailer dies, so get it now or never.
Yeah, and if you buy it with your Coinbase wallet, 10% rebate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Coinbase wallet, you link it to Liquid Plus, you then are entered into the giveaway to get the disc plate, which is a very fancy printed image of the, like on the shirt. Goes on a nice metal plate. Yeah, the Raiders are signing the legendary one. So sign up for that, tl.gg/MMO.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anything else? Sponsors?
Yeah, just sponsors. Thank you. Coinbase Wallet, Jersey Mike's, Secret Lab, Honda, Twitch, and Alienware. All right. Have a good night. Let's go get some dinner. Keep watching, though.
Keep
watching.
Oh, well, it's still worth a free new Samsung Galaxy S22.
What job will Phil help you discover? Find out at ZipRecruiter.com.
Master Chief recovered something.
Sacred ring. Halo.
When I touched the object, it felt different.
What does one do with a superhuman you're not sure you can trust?
Find the Halo. Win the war.
Wow, it really turned out great.
Yeah, and with the money we saved with Navy Federal Credit Union, it was practically free.
You know, I can't imagine where we'd be without them.
Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Before he was a champion, Sidney Crosby was an 18-year-old phenom. In this original audio documentary event from Audible, Sidney tells the story of his debut NHL season in his own words.
There was definitely a lot of pressure. Can't be just okay. I gotta go there and be ready.
Sidney Crosby gets the last lap! Listen now to Sidney Crosby, the rookie year, only from Audible.
I was wondering if you could help me find my way out. I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
I regret to inform you that this next test is impossible.
Righto. So first, let's try something easier. Like saving money by switching to Geico.
Oh, you want it easy? You're in the wrong place.
Okay, robotic overlord lady. It was fun and all, but I'm out of here. Well, this is awkward. A little help. Yeah?
Put your insurance on easy mode. Switch and save with Geico.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Nigura, and I'm here with Megs and Jet.
Close enough.
That guy was weird. I don't know what was wrong with him.
You didn't like him? I thought he was nice.
He tied me up and stuffed me in the locker.
Oh,
before
really?
My shift, yeah.
Well, they didn't tell us that.
Yeah, that's a bit mean, honestly.
Yeah.
We saw the guys were hugging it out earlier.
Oh,
really cute.
Getting ready for the jailer?
Yeah, I mean...
Long week ahead.
That's so
anyone
cute.
know how that came to be?
Yeah, I don't know. It says...
Thinking of you.
It says the jailer.
Yeah.
Maybe we got some flowers.
With like a heart.
Is the jailer trying to bribe us so we don't kill him?
Yeah.
Sorry, jailer, but that's not going to work with us.
Motives are strange with this guy anyway, so like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But yeah, finally, jailer. I'm excited.
Yeah. The guy does a lot of damage.
I saw, yeah. That's some damage.
Watched a couple of polls, and they were like, oh, yeah, I'm going to hit the tank once and then go and do a ton of damage to the whole raid right off the bat. It was so funny to watch. Like, I saw like Ashen get dropped like 2 seconds into the fight.
Yeah.
What a way to start the boss.
Yeah, that's just crazy. And I mean, there's just so many things going on too. I haven't done the boss on normal or heroic yet because of the vault situation. And I just saw, like there's lines flying everywhere and pillars coming out.
Yeah,
and there's a ton of damage on everyone. It's a bit crazy.
It's a bit hectic, and I feel like in general ranges do maybe a little bit better on that fight, at least from what I know from heroic. Because as a melee player, it's like you're in the tank soak, and then you're gonna go away from the boss, and then you come back, and then you go away again at line of sight, and then you get a bomb, and like
you jump in the hole, and
you barely ever have any uptime. It's just so crazy.
And it also seems the mythic mechanic where you have to soak the puddles and kind of like chain it to the middle. That's also like a ranged thing, because as a melee, you wouldn't want to have the boss there because otherwise it chains to the other melee, right? So it seems a bit weird. It seems very ranged heavy, which is something I personally like.
That, Blizzard.
We already had a melee boss this year, okay? It's fine.
What does that mean? We can't have more?
Nah.
True, yeah. We could have more.
One is good enough, honestly.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I mean, this tier actually has been one of the most melee-heavy tiers in like a long time, I think.
Yeah.
Like, not only Lords of Dread, right? It was also other bosses where you managed to get a lot of melee in, which sometimes hasn't been the case in the past, where it's like, oh, maybe we can have 4 melee. 5 is stretching it a bit,
What do you mean? Hello? Yeah, that's really rude.
I'm just saying that's how they design bosses sometimes. Not that melee would be bad, because generally speaking, the damage that melee do has always been kind of good, but then sometimes the boss just doesn't allow you to bring a lot of melee, and then it's just, what are you going to do?
Change the bosses?
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, they could do that.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I don't know, I don't think anything we see today is going to be indicative of a comp to actually kill the boss.
Probably not, yeah.
Though I do think there are more range specs that might get more out of Moonkins, for example, double legendary.
True.
So you might see even more range. You might see DK come in, because it seems like grip and things like that are going to be very useful.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder. That's actually an interesting question about the double legendaries, because I obviously know, how much damage a Moonkin gets, but I'm not really sure about all of the other specs that are currently played in the race. Do you think the comps are going to change a lot because of the legendaries, or do you think it's going to be staying somewhat similar?
I was thinking it's going to say, I think outside of Moonkin, I don't know if it's going to change too much. I don't know if they were running double enhance. I don't know if you got a chance to see. I'm pretty sure enhance gets a decent amount.
Okay, they're already pretty good,
but
right?
If they're already pretty good and they're already running 2, then I don't see them potentially changing the comp. I do know that there's more CDR if the Holy Priest play Knife A.
Oh,
so
yeah, true.
They get even more cooldown reduction. I think it just doubles the effect, right? So I think right now they get 20 seconds off or something like that, and now it's gonna be 40 seconds off their cooldown. So that could maybe make some classes that you didn't expect to be that strong on this fight pretty good.
but it entirely depends. I do know that, like, you know, right now it seems like the big like damage check in P2, for example, or the MCs. So you might want a lot more cleave damage. Like Binding Shot was going to be really useful. So you might see Hunter too. Like I said, they're probably going to bring the DK in. But I think for the most part, like, I don't know if many things will change.
Demon Hunter will be really good, especially on single target.
That is true. They do get to run the totally different build.
Get pretty stonks, yeah. Okay. So you go on Venthyr right now. I think like most of the Demon Hunters, for most of the fights anyway, are playing Night Fae, and they will go on Venthyr.
Okay.
And the Venthyr Legendary is something that you played in single target before, and now we get to like put it together with another Legendary that just gives us more damage. So it's going to be pretty good in like single target situations, and maybe even in cleave situations, depending on the timing where you need them.
Yeah, I wonder how important this whole mind control thing is going to be, because of course getting them out quicker from the mind control is, you know, the better. And you know, maybe Frosty case, or just run through with like a dragon or whatever. Just get
run
them out.
through with a dragon. I just like thought, you know, like of a kid with a kite. That's the image in my head, just like a kid with a dragon kite, like whee.
That would be a cool animation. I'd like that.
Can we get that as like a glyph?
That's
like what the DKs look like. They're just running around with a kite through the raid. The dragon's like vomiting stuff out of the kite.
Fair.
I do love that. But then, on the other hand, hunters can also do a lot of burst AoE, right? So I guess whatever class or whatever combination of classes you can bring that does the most burst while not losing a lot of single target damage, because overall the fight seems very single target heavy outside of those situations, right?
Yeah, there's also those ads on Heroic, at least, that apparently, I think like Echo did a poll where, so people that don't know, in P2 you can actually like not do the mechanics of the fight and just sit there, wait for the timer to go, and he'll go to P3 like right away.
Okay.
So from what I can tell, when Echo did that, they didn't live very long in P3, but they managed to live long enough to where like you got to see the P3 mechanic of the circles, you know, where they spawn an ad, and apparently those have a lot of health.
Yeah, I don't know how that one works. How does it work in Heroic?
So go ahead.
So it's a mechanic that happens throughout the entire fight, and you just like, some people get a circle. I'm not sure if on Mythic everybody gets
everyone,
it.
Right? Just
everyone.
Like
so on Mythic everyone gets it, and you just have to spread. And in P1 and P2 it's just like damage that comes in where you are, so you can't cleave with other people. But then in P3 it leaves an echo, and out of that echo spawns like an ed. So
that's a Moonkin fight.
You get like a lot of very spread out eds. You can CC them, you can grip them. You need to like interrupt them.
Okay.
So there's like a lot going on with these ads, but they're not really in like a good melee situation. I feel like you were saying DK could be coming in, but like you would need either like so many slappy hands for all of these spread mechanics, or like, I don't know, 2 blood DKs.
Yeah,
or
blood
something.
DKs. That I guess that would be the play. If you can grip them, surely it's a play to just all stack them up.
Yeah.
Right, on Mythic, that makes a lot of sense. And then again, just like have the dragon kite.
Seeing her druid chances go.
I always hate that.
Well, they have a lot of health though, so I don't know like how easily. That was my point, was that like those ads have a lot of health.
Yeah.
So it might still be like a Moonkin angle, you know, have a lot of like cleave that can at least last long enough through like a Wild Spirits, right? So yeah, I don't know. The damage profile of the fight changes drastically in the last phase. So it might come down to having a very balanced comp.
Yeah.
And we don't know if there is in the secret phase.
True. I
just want to throw that.
At this point, we're so far, because if you would have asked me like a couple of days ago, do you want a secret phase on Jail, I probably was like, no. I mean, this year's already so long.
What do you mean? You would have said no.
But at this point, we're so far into this, you know, at this point, it's just like, just give me the secret phase, you know? Just let this boss die in like a week. I'm good. Just
like, I mean,
bring
to
it
be
on.
fair, if this drags on to week 4, I'm coming back. Like, you can't stop me.
You should come back. I'll get you from the airport.
If this boss isn't dead on Monday. I'd love that. I don't think it'll happen though.
Probably
We're just joking. Gotta say it before chat takes me out. Yeah.
All right, so it looks like they're all back from their break, right? The Raiders, they're discussing some things, maybe figuring out some comp changes, who knows. I do think we're going to see a lot of comp changes throughout this whole encounter. Of course, tomorrow as well with the second legendaries. Well, after they do all of their splits, which is going to take 2 days probably, maybe, I don't know.
I don't know how many splits they might do this week. It depends.
Yeah, because they have a lot of gear already, right? And the only thing that they can gain from splits is heroic item level. And if they already have like really high item level, or most of the players already have heroic gear, which they should have because they're 270 on average, right? So I think there's not even that many splits they can really do anymore, which is good for us.
Like they will probably still target certain items. Like for example, the Jailer heroic weapon.
Yeah, for
Not sure how many people have it on heroic now, but that's really good on like warriors, even DKs. They definitely need that.
Yeah, that's true. You'll probably see that, the sigil trinket from Prototype. I think a lot of people have heroic tier, so they might be set on that. You might see a few splits. I actually think what'll happen is they'll do their mythic clear, they'll work on Jailer a little bit. When they start feeling like they need to get a little bit more stuff, then you'll see them do a few splits here and there.
So like the old school style?
Yeah.
That's how,
makes a lot of sense.
back in my day, that's how splits were done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they also... I guess they still have the rest of the day, right? But I don't think they'll get so far into the fight that they know exactly what they need. Because as you said, maybe in the last phase they have to change things around again, and maybe classes that are really good for a phase 1 progression are not so good in the last phase. So they probably want to figure out a little bit more before they change comps. And then, especially because of the second legendaries, they want to see what happens with the second legendaries, right? Because maybe classes are going to be completely different in their strength and weaknesses, so they'll want to figure that out as well. So hopefully we don't see splits for a while.
Hopefully.
I mean... Yeah, that's kind of what I always think when the reset comes closer.
Yeah,
but
we always have all of this hopium.
Telegon had other plans, so I'm going to be careful.
At least Misery's not here anymore, because Misery is
is the split king.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's true.
If he's not here, they can't do splits.
Kind of true.
Yeah, but wouldn't be the first time someone on the desk said that we're done with splits or we're not going to see splits anymore, and then...
Do you know how like Misery on Tuesday, or no, it wasn't Tuesday, he said it I think on Wednesday or Thursday. He was like, okay, that's it for the splits, we're done. Splits were done. Thank you all for coming, for participating. We managed it to get through after these 2 crazy weeks. And then we saw splits happening on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Like,
yeah. He lied to us.
You were kind of trolling us.
Yep. I won't forgive you, Misery.
Yeah.
But yeah, how likely is a mythic phase, like a mythic only phase?
Well,
I think it's pretty likely.
Okay.
I actually am worried that it'll be like N'Zoth, where it's like a minor change instead of something like Archimond, right, where it's like a whole different phase. That's the one. I'm more of a fan of the latter than I am of what we saw in Nyalotha, where it didn't really change much. So I'm hoping it's a little bit more exciting this time around.
Yeah, someone was suggesting that maybe you go like inside Azeroth and like help heal her or whatever.
And it sounded like N'Zoth.
Yeah.
To be honest, I hated the idea.
I mean, anything could happen, right? Just like being inside Azeroth or whatever doesn't mean that there's like
I just
a bad
instantly
thing
think like Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah, that is true.
Like I hear Magni's voice booming when I think of that.
True.
Champion! You know, like it all comes back. It's maybe not ideal, but I do feel like it could have something to do with Azeroth in general. Maybe like not us going into Azeroth. Isn't that like also pretty weird, like lore-wise?
Yeah.
But like Azeroth defending herself, right?
It's weird that she's like a weird like little globe.
Yeah,
she's supposed to be a whole planet.
Ball. Yeah,
yeah, like a disco ball. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's where we're from, right? So if we go inside Azeroth, it's like, where are we fighting? Are we just going to stand in like Akramar or something? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, maybe that's a bit weird.
My zero lore brain showing.
Unless there's something, because usually there would be like, for example, inside Earth, there's like a core, and there could be something different, right?
Oh,
technically, yeah.
Yeah, there could be there's this one movie like The Rock goes into the center of the earth and there's like a whole jungle in there. The Rock is inside Azeroth just waiting to fight.
Wait, what? What is the movie?
It's like Journey to the Center of the Earth or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's an old movie with The Rock.
That sounds like a great movie.
Yeah,
I
mean, The Rock only puts out bangers, so
maybe I'll like if that's on that. Maybe that's the play for the flight.
I love that. Top of Ice Crown. I mean, maybe. Oh, what about this whole? You know when the cinematic was when you like kind of saw what happened underneath Ice Crown Citadel. Like, what is this? Like this?
The Forge of Souls.
Forge of Souls. Yeah, maybe you go into the Forge of Souls.
Oh yeah, I read someone say that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
A lot of people are saying the Primus has something to do with the secret phase.
Okay.
Because he's the original villain after all. I don't know what they have against like that old little man, but like. That's something I heard a lot. Like, ooh, the Primus gonna come and he'll do something bad and we'll fight him because he's been the original villain after all.
Yeah, honestly, don't think anything with the lore will change because they're just afraid to do lore things that are mythic only, right? So that's why I think they're not gonna do that. But in the cinematic, we also saw like the other, like, what is it called? Like the first. No, it wasn't really the first ones, but it was, or was it? I don't know. I don't know anything about the lore.
See, the thing is, I watched the cinematic, but it's been like 2 weeks, so I forgot about it.
Yeah, it was just like the Winter Queen was talking to a jailer and the Primus and whatever. So they could be like maybe they come up and
like
they
the
help
leaders
you.
of the Covenant.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe the leaders of the Covenant like show up and they help you, give you buffs or whatever.
They are weirdly missing from this fight.
Yeah.
I don't know where they went.
Prototype.
No, but that's not them, right? That's like their prototypes.
Yeah, but like I think I had enough of them after that. I don't think I want them back unless they're fighting on our side.
Can you imagine that everyone? Oh my god, that would be so cool. Just imagine that you get into the last phase. And then you get all of the Covenant's like leaders, and depending on which Covenant leader you go to, you get that Covenant ability, like additionally to what you already have.
Oh,
as like an extra action button.
Special action button. Yeah,
that'd be cool. So you just get Convoke if you're Venthyr or Moonkin or whatever.
Oh, I thought you meant like
that sounds demonic.
I thought you meant like Flicker or Flashcraft.
No.
You
like
mean the actual class ability?
Yeah,
that would be crazy.
Or
could you like imagine them coming together and giving you like a really crazy new ability?
Yeah,
that's
that would be more
like
balanced.
Production's
probably
gonna bring the hopium back.
If they give you some like specific ability, that would be more balanced. But it would be more fun if it was your class ability.
Yeah,
I think you just choose which one you want. So
yeah, fair.
That'd be cool.
So yeah, lots of theories. I would love to know what chat is thinking. I mean, there could still be the fact that there might be no secret phase and it's just like heroic and we play it down. But to be fair, there are some indicators for why that might not be true. While they aren't like 100% foolproof, there's like a bunch of data mine spells that have been like tuned and stuff that we don't know what they do. We only know like the ID. We don't know what the ability is, and they've been changed. So maybe they come up and do something. Yeah,
it's also weird though because I heard when they changed Rygalon had a lot of like bugs. So when they fixed those bugs, they wanted to fix the Dark Eclipse because it was doing all kinds of weird things. And then they had changed some IDs, spell IDs that were not part of the actual fight, and people were speculating that it was so like spaghetti code that they had to change things that are not part of the fight to make it work.
Oh.
So maybe it's just that. But I don't know. Or they had changed things about the jailer and people thought it was for Rygalon.
So the thing is, what sometimes will happen, and that's like a fact, if you have really old raid Wikaras, then sometimes they show up in newer fights because like encounter IDs get reused or like aren't like the areas get reused and it's triggering somehow. So sometimes if you have like really old raid Wikara packs, they will show up in other raids as well because some of the triggers are the same. So maybe Rygalon had like overlaps with Alagon. Was that his name?
Maybe. Algalon,
Like Algalon, exactly. I was like, Aladdin? That's not it.
Algernon.
Yeah. So I feel like that could also have been an issue.
I have no idea. But we did, like, our guild killed the Mythic Pantheon tonight. And we had so many issues.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We had so many issues with the people getting the wrong markers on the Night Hunter. And we still don't know why, but we assume that people had maybe like old Weakoras or whatever from the Nathrius.
Yeah.
And then people got
yeah.
the same marker, and it was really weird. Even though only, like, we removed assists from everyone and only the leader had it, but it still happened, so it was all kinds of confusing.
Yeah. I bet they even copy-pasted that Lords of Dread mechanic with the Plaguefall boss. I bet it's the same spell.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, very likely.
Yeah. Most likely. So, you know, like, sometimes these things happen, and I don't want to say that's a bad thing necessarily, because they were like good abilities, and if they reuse them, that's not bad, because they're getting used in a new contest. I kind of want to put this out there because I've seen a lot of hot takes on the Bird app where people go like, oh, they totally reused this animation, and it's like,
so what?
Yeah, of course. They made it. Do you think they just do it once and then they come up with it? How would that be efficient? But so I feel like that's a good thing that we're seeing some old abilities. Personally, like seeing the Night Hunters and the Nathrius again, to me was really great, even though I hated that fight. So yeah, I mean, could be that, could be secret phase. But if it is a secret phase, do we expect it? So we've seen the kind of skip into third phase by Echo's try, right?
Yeah.
So where would it come up? After third phase?
I would think if there's a secret phase, you get the boss to like a certain HP, and then he like phases again, like kind of like Garrosh. Kind of did the same
I have no
thing,
idea
right?
how Garrosh worked.
Garrosh didn't phase when he hit 0, but like very low.
Okay, so like 5%.
Archimond was another example. I think it was like 30% or 40%, right?
40 something.
True,
I think.
that was very
and
low.
then he went into his own phase.
I love that phase.
So yeah, it could be something like
possible.
that.
Maybe it's something like Archimond's secret phase.
It could be something like, you know, the jailer, he reaches like 1% HP, and then he like heals himself to full, and then mythic phase. You know?
That'd be maybe a little bit too
heal
much.
himself to full. That would be really cool.
Yeah, just full heal. Just lay on hands.
25-minute fight. That's fine. Yeah.
I mean,
someone get me off this desk. I'm scared.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But how long is the jailer fight? Like on heroic, approximately.
Like 10 minutes-ish.
Okay, so it's really long already on heroic.
Yeah. I know some people are like, THD does something I didn't know that he did, was like he like looks at the fight music. Because apparently every phase, like for even Nazab was like this, had like
That's
their
such
own
a
music.
THD thing to do.
And he was saying that like the fight music for the jailer is 15 minutes long.
Oh, really?
So he's like, it's probably going to be a 15-minute fight.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that is pretty cool.
THD packs.
Wow, that is 5 head.
Yeah.
Actually,
I love that. Okay. 15 minutes fight. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like 15 minutes, maybe like a little bit too much. I prefer it to be around 12 or 13. That's for me is kind of the comfy area of an end boss fight. 15 minutes with Sylvanas was like, oh.
Yeah, 15 minutes is probably with a 2 minutes unskippable cutscene in between, though, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that wouldn't affect the music, so probably not.
True. I think
maybe it's not a cutscene, but it's like an RP. You know, like the jailer just talks, and then the people come and they talk.
Yeah.
I can't like every time I now think about people talking in a jailer fight, I hear Magni's voice.
Yeah.
I can't help myself.
Heal the wounds.
Yeah.
Champion.
I don't want to hear that guy again.
I love Magni. He's great.
Let's get Khadgar back.
Yes.
To be fair, weren't we talking about that when we talked about lore the other day? That there's like so many NPCs that keep coming back, like Jaina. And whatever happened to Khadgar? Because he was very big back then.
He got depressed at the end of Legion when the Horde and the Alliance started to fight each other, and he's like, I'm going to go figure out a way to heal the planet. And then he buzzed off to his tower.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what he did?
He didn't do a very good job healing
Yeah, he's probably still looking. He's probably trying to figure out how to get that sword out.
Yeah.
I actually, I didn't know that's where he went. I was like,
also
this guy had been here for like all of Warlords of Draenor and Legion, and suddenly he's like gone. I was like, yeah, okay, I guess that checks out. And he wasn't in the mood for us anymore.
Like, hopefully people just forget about this guy.
No, I want him back. Yeah, I'm a big Khadgar fan.
Yeah, what happened to that guy? I keep forgetting the name, but the one that was like really important in BFA.
And Arthas.
No, like doing the boat where he did the emissions, and he was standing there. He had, like the red eyes and whatever.
Oh, you mean like Sylvanas' little...
Yeah, that guy.
Didn't he get killed by
he died?
Well, we killed him before Shadowlands.
Yeah.
So I feel like he's
You
somewhere
didn't watch
out
the cutscene,
Oh,
Nagura?
what's his name?
Nathanos.
we killed that guy.
Blightcaller.
We killed him?
Yeah, we killed him.
Yeah,
He's
it's
dead.
like a
So he should
Shadowlands.
be in the Shadowlands, no?
Yeah, he should be in the
where's he?
Shadowlands. I don't know where he went.
Yeah,
So
pretty
he's
much.
just gone too. Interesting. Maybe he met up with Khadgar.
Maybe.
Well, Khadgar didn't die, so
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah.
Might be. Might be he's there. So
Khadgar's in Kara.
I mean, we didn't die. We're in the
Kara.
Shadowlands, so.
That is true.
Yeah.
Anything could happen.
Yeah.
There are really no rules in this game. There are none whatsoever.
I don't know if I like it or hate it, to be honest. Because
Yeah.
I don't like rules, but I kind of wish there were some.
Like one or two.
You know, if you can make it
Some
fun,
things that
breaking
make
rules is
sense.
sometimes pretty fun.
Yeah,
True,
exactly.
true.
Like I want rules, so then we can break them. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yep.
I mean, we kind of did that because like we're in the Shadowlands, and that's only for like the souls of the dead. We're not dead, so we kind of did that.
Yeah. Are we technically dead now because we're here?
No,
Or no?
I think
Isn't
we
that-
broke rules to get into the
Okay.
Shadowlands, so now we're.
Isn't that like kind of the meme that was going around when Shadowlands started with like, oh, you know what happens when you die once you're in the Shadowlands? Where's your soul gonna go? Like,
What?
people kept saying that.
Yeah, because what happens when you actually die in the Shadowlands?
Yeah.
You already
Oh,
are in the
yeah.
Shadowlands, right?
That's true.
Weird.
You
Very
double
strange.
die.
Yes.
You're double dead.
Yeah,
Double
double
dead.
dead.
You're so
Always two
dead
times more than.
that
Yeah.
you're dead.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, sorry that you guys have to listen to us talk about lore.
Yeah, we're not very good at
But
lore.
they're still discussing things. So they haven't pulled the boss. I can look at their screens, and they haven't pulled the boss at all. They're just, figuring things out.
Have you killed the jailer?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Heroic.
Mhm.
How did you like the fight?
It was okay. I actually didn't think it was bad.
What class are you on?
Warrior.
You didn't think it was bad?
No, I don't think it was that bad.
I hate this class.
Okay, so the
Why
one
not?
thing, okay, I haven't played the boss, right?
Yeah.
But the one thing that I realized from watching it is that there's pillars and it creates line of sight, and I'm just so thankful that I'm not a healer.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
why would they do this to them again?
Yeah.
Like Ashara happened, and after the race
I
was
kind of
over,
loved
the healers
Ashara
were
as
like,
a healer, to be honest.
Really?
Like, 3 healing Ashara as a disc priest was maybe the best boss fight I ever
That is
healed.
very odd.
I
I had
think
so
it
much
was
fun.
different when you had a strategy to go in, though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because then
exactly.
you obviously made
For
the
us, it wasn't
strategy
the
to
race,
not
but
be
like-
a line of sight, right?
Yeah.
But for progression, I'm sure it was very frustrating when you were trying to figure things out and you tried to heal this person and it doesn't work, and then you walk
Yeah.
around and it still doesn't work, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, I feel like there should be something at this point, like for healers to be able to tell, like on their frames, that
Yes.
someone's out of line
Yeah.
of sight. Yeah.
I think that would make so much sense.
Yeah.
To just have them be grayed out or whatever, as if they're out of range or.
I mean, out of range exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should
So-
just do the same thing
Yeah.
with
Line of
of
sight.
sight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Yeah, that
sure.
would make a lot of sense.
I bet it's a
Or,
spaghetti code thing.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not
Maybe.
sure if that's codable, but I don't think anyone would mind if they would make these line of sight mechanics not also line of sight heals.
Mhm.
So you can heal through pillars, but you can't DPS through it or something.
That would
I
be
feel
crazy
like
for
that
Arena.
would be
Yeah.
so
no, well,
hard.
they wouldn't make it for arena,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah.
only
That
for
would
like
be
these
so
fights.
difficult to code, though. Because, like,
Is it?
I'm pretty
don't
sure.
know.
Because, like, the way it works is, like, that's a line of sight and nothing gets through.
Yeah, just code
And-
something different.
With
Yeah.
Jailer, for example, he has such a big hitbox. If you get him really close to a pillar and he does like the mind control spell where you have to line of sight, you can like attack him through the pillar because
Yeah.
like his hitbox is so big.
Yeah.
So like
Just do something like that.
the line of sight things are pretty scuffed already for a lot of times. So I feel like if we added heals going through, it might make things work. worse.
I believe in, honestly, like the Bliss staffs, they can figure it out. Just do it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, just figure it out.
I'm sure they
What
just
are you
have to
guys doing?
rewrite like 1 or 2 words.
Yeah,
you know,
sure.
Put, like
That's
some
how coding
parentheses or
works.
something. Like,
Yeah, like code, like line of sight work now.
Just hack it. Like,
I have a really good idea. We should donate to Girls Who Code so they can then fix it.
Oh,
that is such a great idea.
That's
Thanks
really
for the
good,
segue.
yeah.
We are supporting
Wow.
Girls Who Code, of course. We've already reached a lot of goals. So if you guys want to donate, go to tl.gd/.
Oh, we actually did a couple. Did get a
RWF
couple.
donate?
Yeah,
That's the
I
word,
just
right?
always
Yeah.
say
We have
exclamation
one-
point.
exclamation point
and-
charity in the chat. You can see the
I
link
had
there.
it though.
Yeah, you had
Yeah,
it.
you had it. So we have a couple of ones, and I'm not sure if these have been read out before, but I just refreshed, and these are here. So, it says, Xtina, $20. Please rate Raiders mocks from bestest to lestest as like a task.
Do we have like a?
Do we have like a list
Yeah.
of their transmogs? I don't think so.
Oh.
I'm a
Maybe
good
we
judge
could
of mog.
come up with one, like for the next days.
Yeah,
Like,
that
could
be nice.
be something
If production
we can
could
put
just
on
give us
our
a
to-do
picture of-
list.
Yeah, that would be awesome. We
That
can
would
do
be.
that.
Yeah.
Thanks for the donation, Tina. Appreciate that.
Yeah. And then we have $20 from Anonymous. No message.
Nice. Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
All right. If you guys want to donate, make sure you add a message, and
Make
Makes
us
will read
laugh.
it out once in a while. Could be dad jokes. I know Jed loves them.
Yeah.
Could be riddles. Could be whatever you want us to know.
Questions.
Trivia.
To the desk.
That was the thing
Trivia.
that me and
Things you wanna
whenever I was on the
do.
desk with Prehi, we were saying do trivia.
Oh, trivia
I'm
questions.
really
Yeah.
I
bad
like
at
that.
trivia, but like
But that
I'm
would be
here for
funny,
it.
though.
Not
Yeah.
like
Right?
not like questions, but like stuff we might not know. You know,
I see.
like facts, little fun facts,
Ooh.
factoids.
Mhm.
They
I
call
like
them.
that.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had somebody donate and say we need to dab on the desk, so we did that.
Oh, is
And-
that why you guys dab?
Yeah, and I specifically asked like
Which
in what
direction?
direction we're dabbing, and I was like in this one, and she was like okay, and then she did it. in the other one. I'm still
Instructions
not sure
unclear.
if that was like if that was on purpose, if she was like actually trolling,
I have
or
no
or
idea.
if that was an oopsie. So I think she was actually trolling, but yeah,
Maybe.
because I didn't see it when we did it.
Yeah, I didn't
But
see it
yeah.
either. I just saw the picture afterwards.
Exactly.
Ooh, the
Actually-
watermelon's over, it looks like.
Ooh, perfect. So if you are in this boss arena for the first time, you can actually like get on a mount and exactly jump from side to side over these holes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's very
you
fun.
tested it out?
Yeah, see, the thing is, when people in my raid talk, I need something to do. So I just like jump around. And I got on my like big dino long boy and I like jumped from side to side. That was fun.
So one thing that I did earlier, and I'm pretty sure I just completely wasted my time, but you know how this room is obviously like perfectly symmetrical,
Yeah.
geometrical, and it also has like the holes like in a perfect order. And then I was thinking, what if, because you get this mechanic where the pillars that are mind controlled will shoot a missile or like a projectile to a random person in the room.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, because you also have these lines on the floor, maybe there's positions where you can position yourself so they always go into like no matter which one you get fixated by, that there's always like safe spots.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
know, you know, depending.
Yeah, that
I
probably
think
works.
there definitely could be.
I like the idea.
Also,
Nagura.
fancy WeCore you have on the
yeah,
top.
like that. That is actually pretty nice.
Tells you like which part of the
No,
triangle
Eric.
they're going. Oh, you jumped in
Goodbye.
a little too. Was that
Early.
early? Yeah.
So the one thing I wanted to ask you guys, I'm not sure if you guys know, but obviously the mythic mechanic, I'll explain it real quick. You see these circles on the floor that looks like, it literally is Azeroth, right? So they spawn in each phase, or in the first and the second phase at least. And you have to clear them, because otherwise when he transitions into the next phase, he will shield himself depending on how many petals there are left. And the way you clear them is by walking into them, and you get 3 stacks. You can actually see Dryny has 3 stacks, and it will increase the damage taken of the puddles, and it will also give you more damage done, and it will heal Azeroth. You can see Azeroth's health there at the very top of Dryny's interface. So you have to do this to heal, and at the same time also not have the boss shield himself. But then I was thinking, because it gives you a damage increase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of chaining it like a chain lightning towards the middle.
Yeah.
Why don't they just give this debuff to more people?
So my understanding is you have to have them chained to Azeroth in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the mechanic. But then the other thing is that I think you take more damage the more links you have.
Oh, okay.
Which is why they have two separate, like they do 2 puddles at a time.
Okay.
And so they have one line from the puddle to the middle, and then another line from the puddle to the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And it has to link up with Azeroth, I think, to heal her.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I think you can get more stacks if you did have like I feel like you could have someone stand in the middle of both of those lines and then it chains onto that person, but they take more stacks. But I feel like it might be too much damage. But also, it could be something you cooldown through.
Yeah, maybe.
That could be something.
And then the other thing I understand as well is that when you take the puddles, you will have a debuff afterwards that you can't take them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
For a while until it runs out. And they're on a timer, like they need to get rid of all the puddles before we face this.
Yeah.
And then I saw like they had a pool where they were a bit too late. And then they just said, you know what, let's just leave it because it doesn't matter if the jailer shields.
Yeah.
So it's really kind of tight on the timer. Like they have to be in position as soon as their debuff runs out. So I was thinking maybe that's the problem. That's why there aren't more people that take the debuffs, because they need... Like the ones that didn't take the first debuff need to get the second one or something? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, when you actually do this fight, I feel like you want to have the whole raid get buffs from each of the sets of puddles.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be the best way to at least, like, meet the damage check of the overall fight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. But I wonder if the way they're doing it currently is the, like, quote-unquote best way. I feel like maybe you could have somebody link in the middle. I wonder if that works like that. Like if you have somebody link in the middle between the two lines, as long as the original lines are hitting Azeroth.
Yeah.
Like if it will still heal her or not.
Yeah, I think that would make sense technically. Then I guess the question would be if you have 2 people take it from their perspective, their respective puddles, and then you have one person in the middle. Then I guess the problem is that you would have to chain it from that person into Azeroth, and then maybe it's only 1 instead of 2. And it's really hard to split it from this middle person.
Yeah.
Because it might only go to 1 instead of going to 2, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder... See, I was thinking it would be like more of like the letter H,
Yeah.
So that person's like in the middle, but then there's still people that are within range to get connected to, and that'll split it on its own. I don't know if it goes from like one person to the next, to the next, to the next, or if it just hits everyone that's within range of the person in the chain.
I think it's only 1.
Okay.
But like I think it's only 1, but I might be wrong.
Yeah,
like, you guys got me completely lost in that I'm very sorry. I'm trying to I was looking if I can have like an empty cue card to scribble what I think you're saying, but I'm lost.
You'll see them do the line here soon, and you'll
but
understand
like
it.
an H.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out ideas of like what they could do, but you're gonna see them do lines.
So there's the puddle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know this. It looks like Azerite, right? It probably is Azerite, and that is only there in Mythic.
Yeah. So
right now they're playing the bombs, which you can line of sight or jump down and create pillars here, and I think ideally
they're doing it
you
right now. You see it?
Oh yeah,
the
see.
back.
Yeah, so they stand in a line. One stands in the puddle.
Yeah, to trigger it.
They create a line towards Azeroth's house.
And it chains. It looks like it chains only to one person.
The closest.
Because it must be the closest.
Yeah.
Because I think one of those chains went right through the boss, and if it went through everyone, it would have hit all those people in melee.
But is there a maximum of players that it can hit?
As far as I'm aware, there isn't.
Yeah.
At least it doesn't say so in the gender journal.
It doesn't seem like there is a maximum number. That's why I was saying that I think if you want to do it right, you would have your whole raid take the debuff.
Yeah. And then you saying they should stand like an H is probably more like an N, a sideways N, right? Where it just, or like a Z, where it goes like from one person to the next. Because why would an H be the correct?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I think
Jed was just saying that you could have one person take stacks from 2 puddles.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's what I was wondering if that's something you could do.
Okay, yeah. I see how that works.
And yeah, the issue that I was thinking could happen if you give one person 2 puddles is that at that point it's like 6 stacks on a singular person, and then they will move from that person to probably also one more person, or directly into the middle, and then maybe Azeroth only considers it 1 heal instead of 2. You know, and then that might be a problem, but I'm not sure if the heal is according to the amount of stacks, because if it would be according to stacks, then it's fine.
Yeah.
But if it's according to like how many beams it hits, then it's not fine. So I don't know how that works.
So the thing is, it says it repeatedly arcs to the nearest player within 13 yards. So like standing in like a formation to make a jump would definitely work.
Yeah.
But it also gets like the debuff on you, which is increased arcane damage by 100% for 30 seconds, which is stackable.
Yeah.
So if you get it on every person for every pool, can you, like, will it work with the timings to clear the next pool when you have to? Or do you want to split the raid in more like 2 groups? Because there are pools all around the arena. So you probably just want to be like tag team A and tag team B.
So let me read. I'm reading what you have up here. I think. Okay, so the arcane vulnerability and the Azerite radiation are 2 different things. I think the arcane vulnerability only happens at the start of the fight. You'll see on the pole here where he smashes Azeroth and the whole raid takes a ton of damage. I think that exists. It's 500%, right? I think that exists so you can't do the pulls right away on the opener. It lasts 15 seconds. And you can see that debuff on the top left, that weak aura.
Yeah.
That'll run out soon here, and now like they can start doing the puddles. And the puddles is a separate debuff. That's the stacking debuff, and it's only 100% arcane damage taken. So I guess you take Azerite radiation when how do the stacks work here? Let's see.
So I already took 1 paddle, right?
Yeah.
The way that it works is if you stand in the pool, it repeatedly jumps over until the thing is gone.
Okay, so the pools have 3 stacks worth.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So that'll stack up.
And how many paddles are they? I already took 1.
Yeah, they do 2 at a time.
Oh, so
there's 6 total, I think.
2. 1, 2, 3.
Or actually,
is there always like 2 next to each other? Because it seems like here's 1, but then there's 2 on the next.
You see how they're like the triangle of pillars? I think there's 2 puddles in each of those triangle of pillars, and I know there's 6 triangles in this whole room.
Okay.
So they're gonna do 6 sets of puddles. That's what it looks like.
But are they really doing 2? Because they just did the one between the pillars, and then they did the next one.
Oh,
that was not the same players, because maybe has the debuff up there, and he was not going into the next one.
So I know, like from what I saw, at least on the start of the poll, they had 5 people and do one, and 5 people do the other. So maybe they're just doing like half and half. So they'll do the other half right after.
Yeah, because the thing is as well, the paddles only last 180 seconds. That's 3 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And then you have minus 15 seconds from not being able to take them at the start because of the debuff.
Yeah.
And then I guess if the whole raid would take them, I assume you don't have time.
Yeah.
No, because so I think it's what I'm saying. Whereas you want different groups of people doing it, because the debuff, there's 2 debuffs that increase arcane damage, and you kind of need to be wary of them.
How long does the radiation last?
15. No, the radiation is 30 seconds, and the vulnerability is 15. And the radiation, obviously, because it stacks, it goes up to 300%, and the vulnerability is 500%.
So I think the vulnerability only happens at the start of every phase, right? The World Crusher specifically.
Yeah,
does
that's only then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he does the World Crusher at the start of every phase.
Okay.
Which is why you want to heal Azeroth, because if you don't heal Azeroth,
he hurts her. Okay.
Yeah, he will completely kill her.
He does that at the start of the phase. We wait for our debuffs to get cleared, and then we start dealing with the puddles. And we think there's 6. We're gonna look once we start pulling here. But then like you want several players to stand in them because it heals, and
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense
having the same
that,
team go into the same, like if there's one team that's the first, because maybe his debuff was still up. He had the debuff for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was like on 15 seconds when the next pull was being played. So 2 teams make sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, technically speaking, of course, it would be the best if everyone always takes all of them.
Yeah.
Because it's the most damage. But surely, like, I assume you just don't have enough time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like there's a lot more than 6. It
1,
looks like
2, 3, maybe 9.
Well, 6 sets, so it'd be 12 total.
Oh, yeah, 12 total. I
Okay,
think it might be something like that, yeah.
Too many numbers for me.
Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
So, right now we're seeing the rune of the first phase, which is this bomb here. And somebody was asking if more than one player can jump into the same hole. And the answer is, well, you can do that, but you'll die. Because every player that jumps into the hole explodes. And that is the reason why you want to jump into the hole, that the raid doesn't get that damage. And if 2 players jump into the same hole, then they both get each other's explosion damage, and that will kill you.
And
so you need to like either line of sight the whole raid group or jump into the hole.
The runes also explode at like very slightly different durations, which is how like you can hit each other, and it would be pretty bad.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, and then I guess let's just explain some other mechanics here that are also just non-mythic mechanics, because I'm sure a lot of players that are watching didn't really do this boss yet. So this is phase 1 still. The main mechanic is kind of Azeroth's health. You can see at the very top. If that reaches 10%, you wipe. So you don't want to have that. You can see like a tiny little like line on the health, and that's the point you don't necessarily want to go under, unless you want to wipe. I don't know. Maybe that's your thing. But then you also have these kind of debuffs. They're called, well, in their big wigs, they're called bombs, but I'm pretty sure they have a different name, actually. They will be applied to 5 random players, and they will, very similar to Maiden and Tomb of Sargeras. Actually, it's also very similar to the boss in Ardenweald, in the other side, where you have a bomb and you have to jump in, you have to move into that trap that puts you into the air.
Yeah.
So you explode at the top because it's like a...
No, you explode in the hole.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Ardenweald boss.
Dealer
Sex.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the same thing like Dealer Sex, except you jump down and then you explode inside the hole, and then no one else will get hit, and then you will get... you basically get flung into the air. But you have to time it perfectly. If you jump too early, you will die before the debuff goes off. And if you jump too late, you will, of course, kill everyone on the platform. So it's really crucial that you jump at the correct time. And then after you've done that, a pillar will spawn out of the hole that you just jumped into.
Yeah, and if you're a demon hunter, I'm just going to tell you now, do not glide. Regardless what you're doing, jump in the hole backwards. Do not use glide. You'll get bucked on the pillar and you're going to have a bad time. You can also direct in which direction you're going to get knocked, because it's always like where your back is turned to. So similar to Remnant, the D-spell, you'll always get knocked as if somebody would have kicked you into the stomach. And that is how you want to jump in, so you get back to your raid and not get knocked off the platform or something. So that's definitely a good tip for anybody that wants to play this boss. And yeah, the bombs are like different runes. I always get confused with which rune is which, because they're like domination, damnation.
Yeah, I never look at the names. I actually, this is just like a Rygalon where I don't know the names of any of the mechanics.
Yeah. It's fair, but like for anybody that's getting confused when they look at their big wigs and it says like runes of damnation, and you're like, what is that ability?
Yeah.
So they come in each phase, and phase 1 is what Nagura just explained with the bombs. Those are the runes of damnation. And then in the second phase, it's the rune of compulsion, where you need to actually like go as close to the middle as possible where your raid is, and you will get mind controlled and walk towards the edge, similar to how it was with Zul and Uldir, or like the Beacon of Ashara, even though that didn't make you walk off the edge, but like towards a location where you would get bubble stunned. And you just need your team to damage you to break off a shield, and then you're free from the mind control.
Yep.
And then the last rune, that's in phase number 3, is called Rune of Domination. And you'll get a circle around you that players have to soak. And then all of the players that soaked it, including you, will have a healing absorb that needs to be healed off, or, well, you're in trouble. I think you get mind controlled or you die or something.
Yeah, you get mind controlled.
Yeah, well, a lot of controlling in this fight. Who would have thought?
Domination magic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
it's damnation, compulsion, domination.
Yeah.
The 3, I don't know, stages of the jailer runes.
Yeah. But I didn't realize that we added the 4th Moonkin in here.
Ooh.
So we have 4 Moonkins.
Nagura, how does that make you
The
feel?
Boom Bam is healing.
Oh, right. 3. It's I forgot there's 6 healing this boss. To try to live through everything.
Oh, no, wait. Nori is not in there. So it's Baboom Bam instead of Nori?
Oh, Nori actually isn't in.
Maybe they're
Nori
letting
had
him
to go
flex.
do something, or
Maybe.
Maybe they're rotating people out so they
For
can do all their
splits?
weekly stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might actually just be it.
Trying to see if anyone back here is doing something that's not. Yeah, I see Atrocity's not in. He would definitely be in. I think they're rotating people out to do their weekly stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense for the vault, because of course this is the last day before NA reset tomorrow. So it makes sense that they got their vaults done, their in pluses or whatever they have to do, PvP, who knows. PvP probably not, I don't think that's going to be worth it for them anymore.
Probably not.
But M plus for sure. And maybe also their reputation things, maybe their world quests or whatever, because tomorrow is going to be second legendaries. So maybe if they're close to getting their reputation, it would make sense for them to actually get the campaign quests done or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I hate this Wikara so much.
But yeah, then we
it's the
also
worst.
have this cast Relentless Domination, and that will be a very important spell that the jailer casts. If you are in line of sight when he casts that spell, he will mind control you, which is really bad. So you have to hide behind the pillars. But the problem is he will also kind of hit the pillars with the spell as well. So all of the pillars that he hits with that kind of cast, he will spawn a kind of a projectile, a missile at that location of the pillar, and that one will shoot a random player in the raid, and that's where all of these lines are coming from. Because eventually there's going to be so many pillars that he kind of mind controlled in a sense with that cast. There will so many lines that go through the raid, and if you get hit by 2 of them, you will be mind controlled. So it's very important that you don't get hit by 2.
Exactly. I'm not sure how you guys. I mean, I think Nagura, we had this conversation before. But Jet, how do you feel about Wikaras like Drinies that just are very annoying?
I definitely don't use the rubber ducky sound, but I'm a big sound gamer. I play with a lot of sound Wikaras.
Really?
Yeah.
Like these ones, like a
no, like I said,
ducky?
I don't use a ducky sound, but I use air horn, the boxing gong. That's a classic.
Yeah.
The ding ding ding. The I use the clap sound for frontals.
Okay.
It's really cool. I really like when you have the same sound for similar mechanics.
Yeah.
Like if it's a frontal, you have this sound, because there's so many abilities that are just frontals, They all have different names, but in the end, they all do the same thing.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to have a similar sound, because your brain will immediately recognize it as that. And sometimes if you just have the weaker as an icon or as an ability name, then sometimes your brain takes a millisecond longer to recognize, oh, it's the frontal and not something else, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. If I was very motivated, I might copy that. But I feel like going over all of the bosses and adding that, I'm not sure I want to do that. I do like.
That's why you have someone in your guild do it for you. And then
that's fair. We have someone in our guild that for every raid does progress timers where it's just spread and then there's a bar ticking down. Mm-hmm. So even if you don't know what abilities are coming, you know what to do. Yeah. Which I think is good for people like me. I also like to know the abilities, but yeah, it's nice to
Scott got hit for 300k.
From what?
Probably he got the debuff and then the taunt swap was late. He got hit for 300,000.
Oh no.
Okay, I'm going to have to call someone out, but I just wanted to say that I personally like understanding the names of abilities usually, because sometimes a boss fight has 2 ability names that have the similar name, and then you kind of, by knowing that, you know that they're like related or they
like
happen
the
at the same
runes.
time, stuff like that.
Yeah,
so I
for
try
sure.
to do that if I can, but there are very many players who don't understand a lot of mechanics of fights even after they've killed them. And I had a very good example of this happening just yesterday, I think. One of our main raiders, a Moonkin player,
of course.
he was tanking heroic Sylvanas because we were trying to get the trinket for one of our warriors, and we wiped in the last phase because Sylvanas was casting the AoE, and he just ran through all of the puddles and picked them all up. And we were like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I don't know how this works. And it's like, dude, you killed Mythic Sylvanas. Like, well, I don't have anything to do with this mechanic. I don't know. I just see tanks picking them up. So I'm a tank now. I figured I picked them up.
Oh my god.
So yeah, we did wipe.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
That
not
is terrible.
Oh my god. Well, to be fair, like this boss has a lot of very funny failure potential.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say who, but we killed this fight on heroic, I think yesterday, just to try and get the weapon off of it. And yesterday, I think we started Thursday after prototype, and then we finished it yesterday. So on Thursday, we had a player in phase 2, the first time we reached it, or the second time, just the rune appear over their head. And our raid lead was calling out, like, get to the camp, get to the middle, stack up for the mind control. And it was a paladin, and he was on his little horsey and went, like, directly into the hole.
Oh.
Even though it was a mind control rune. So, yeah, this fight is pretty evil when you don't know what's going on.
I also saw they got into phase 2 earlier, and they got the mind control, and then Baboom Babam, as he was mind controlled, immediately like switched into bear form and like ran down, fired up.
Yeah.
He was just chasing her around.
Yeah, that's it. He did like a cat convoke or something like that. Like it was. The MCs on this fight they're like stupid, I think.
Yeah.
Oh.
You often use your flicker as well.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll be in mind control and suddenly you just like flicker away. Like, sorry?
Yeah.
Can I not do that? Or our druid, of course it was a druid, went into... So he wanted to vortex the mind control players. So he put down vortex, but then he got mind control.
Yeah.
And he vortexed all of us.
Yeah, that's
because he was mind controlled. And he also like war stomped a bunch of people before we had to get out of the boss range. So yeah, the mind control is very evil.
Yeah, it used to be a lot less
sacrificial?
No, it was basically just that in the past, I think the mind controlled like AIs or whatever you call them only casted like 1 or 2 abilities. They did use your major cooldowns all the time. They kind of stopped them from doing that mostly because I remember there was a boss in Heart of Fear, the first boss, and he would use stuff like my Heart of the Wild, which is a 5-minute cooldown.
Yeah.
And it would use immunities like Ice Block and stuff from the mages. And I think they tried to remove that a little bit so they don't do that as much anymore, but it still uses some stuff.
Yeah.
And then when they removed those, I think the Druid AI would only cast like Entangling Roots. Just like target a person, entangling roots. Target
just
next,
like
entangling roots.
spells.
Yeah.
That?
It's like, ooh.
Phase 2?
Yeah, no. So when you step in the puddles in phase 2, you send out these like Beyblades.
So I think that is actually from soaking the puddles.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. So whenever it
azurite.
jumps to a person, I'm not sure if it's when it jumps or when the debuff.
I think it's when
every
the debuff
time it
applies.
jumps over.
Okay.
Each arc of surging azurite causes energy to erupt from the target in 4 directions that explode on contact, inflicting 50k arcane damage to all players within 20 yards, which is actually like a big range.
Oh man, they look huge.
Yeah, don't get hit.
Yeah, I think
Just
the
dodge.
way
Pipette.
you have to deal with that is that you have to change your positioning, right? Because in phase 1, they can be really close to each other when you send the arc to the middle. But I assume that on phase 2, you actually have to spread out like the full 13 yards and then make sure you're far enough away so you can dodge. Which is still very difficult. I assume they have to figure out exactly how, in which direction they go. Because if the pedals come out of the first person and the second person tries to dodge, maybe they walk too far and then the arc doesn't go anymore, right? So I'm sure they have to find some sort of formation that will always make you safe, so you don't have to move. But yeah, I don't know.
We will be on this boss for a while. I think.
So slow.
For sure. I am very, very curious as to how long this boss will take. Do we have our predictions available?
So here's the thing, because it's a mostly timer based, you can at least guess a minimum time.
I meant in pulls.
The what?
How many pulls will take on the boss?
How many pulls? Yeah, I put 210. I don't think that's...
Yeah. Oh, you have the same number as me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be way more.
Do you want to explain to us why you went with 243?
You mean because why it's such a specific number?
Yeah, it's such a
that's just a
number.
thing that you have to do if you want to win those kind of votes. Because people always do rounded up numbers, right? So if you want to win, you have to do not rounded up numbers. I mean, that's the only reason.
All right. Remind me of your average again. Well, it's pretty low.
I'm really low because I lowballed all the bosses. But let's be honest here. I mean, who would have thought?
It's funny because when I did my predictions, I had similar numbers to yours, and I was like, nah, I think because double legendaries come out in week 3, and I think I put 20 or 40 pulls on every boss, because I was like, they're probably tuned harder. Just give it 20 more pulls.
Yeah,
that makes sense, right?
I lowballed everything after Lehuvim.
Oh yeah, same. Yeah, Lehuvim lowball, and also Anduin, Rygalon, Lords of Dread. I think I only had I had less than 100 pulls for all of them, I think.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be a 9 or 10 day tier.
Yeah, I thought so as well.
And we're on day 14 or something like that, right?
Yep, something like that.
So, having seen the bosses that we just talked about and looking at your predictions, do you feel like this is going to come close, or would you like to change your number if you could?
Good question. How many wives do we have? 30 something? 40?
I think around 40. Not sure.
I think I want to keep it.
Okay. So 200 more?
It might actually be lower even.
Interesting.
I think so. We have second legendaries.
It is a long fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be. I don't know. I feel like it might be around 200 pulls. Yeah, I'll probably keep my number 2.
Okay. I'm just looking at what the other bosses were. Sorry. So we had 247 for Rygalon.
Wow, that's a lot.
And
of pulls.
you want to keep these numbers for the jailer? Because double legendaries come in.
It's double legendary.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I'd go up to 270.
Okay.
Just get a little higher than Rygalon.
So one thing I'm wondering about, why do they last on pull and use all cooldowns when right afterwards they'll use the damage increase?
That is a good question.
Is it just a timing thing?
I'm not sure. They might even just be doing it for healing at the start because of the way the boss works.
Yeah, maybe.
Because there's no HP % pushes on this boss. It's all timer based. So I don't know if it matters that much.
Yeah, and I mean, what is it? It's a 9%
right
damage
now.
increase, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's kind of big.
Yeah, I think maybe later on they'll change it, but
yeah, maybe.
Because on heroic also it's the same thing. I think you lost in the last phase when you have that damage buff.
Yeah.
So I imagine that's how you'd want to do it in reality.
Wait, they both jumped into the same hole, no?
I actually didn't see it.
Wait, they actually did that. You see, there's only 4 pillars, and they didn't die.
Didn't one person line of sight?
Maybe use a cooldown, and you can just live the damage.
I did not see it. I was looking at dungeon journal.
I guess it's not that important to even think about that, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't care that much if there's a lot of pillars.
So much damage.
Yeah, because he'll eventually go through them all anyway.
Yeah.
At least that's how it is on heroics. So the only reason you'd want to be in separate holes is to make sure the bombs don't blow up on the raid, or you die from the other guy's bomb.
Yeah.
But maybe those two people they just go down through it and they just live through it.
Yeah. For sure. So many runes. Boom.
That is a nice weak aura.
Yeah, I really like the weak aura. It's insane. I can already see myself like, because the weak aura, of course, doesn't change depending on how you look.
Mm-hmm.
So I can already see myself like reposition myself. Like, where am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. What do we have up there? Like, is that the rotation for the soaks? It says like Liv Warrior, Trill, JPC, Birch, Droiny, and then Ben, Donkey Geary, Bloomin' Scree, Sarah, and Nick.
Maybe, yeah.
That might be it.
We've seen Mavie Soak a couple of times, so he's not in there. Which makes me think, what is it?
No idea.
Maybe it's the soak for the tank.
Oh,
mechanic?
that's probably it, yeah. Yeah, how are they soaking that? Just normally? Or is there like some sort of immunities or something being used?
You need at least 5 people to get hit by it, or the raid will get one shot.
Oh.
Yeah. Big damage, ouchie.
Yeah. I don't know if it's different on Mythic.
I don't think so.
Because on Heroic, you can just have the whole raid soak it if you wanted. And it wouldn't do anything.
Mm-hmm. But on Mythic, I think you need double soaks, right? Like you need to have
you
raid.
do. So you take 1,000% damage from the tank soak.
Yeah. So
for
I guess that
1
makes
minute.
sense.
So yeah, you have to have different groups do it.
I'm thinking about if I want to see, like, do we have JPC's POV? Thank you. Because I want to see, like, what they're doing. And he's in one of the first groups. So, like, if it's just, like, 4 people that step in with the tank, or if they actually have a rotation for whatever's going on. And since he's in there as third person, he is probably, see, because for him, it's 5 people, and then the next group, it's 6 people.
Mm-hmm.
So those are pretty sure the tank soaks.
Yeah. All right, and then there are 5 healing now, but it still does seem pretty scary with the amount of damage that's incoming on this whole fight. And yeah, when it comes to the actual damage output, I think it's really hard to tell. And I also think they don't necessarily care that much about the damage output right now, because you said earlier that the phases are not boss HP related, right? It's just time-based.
Yeah.
So to progress further, they don't necessarily need to try and do as much damage as possible to the boss. So they can just kind of like focus on the mechanics and make sure they do the Azeroth thing properly with the healing and with everything else, and then they'll see eventually.
Yeah, I think the only damage check before you get to the last phase is like the MCs that run to the middle or to the edge of the room. Mm-hmm. I think they have like 300k HP or something like that per shield.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I really like that they have like a shield and not dependent on the class. Because that's always weird. Like, for example, when a druid gets mind controlled, then they have more armor.
Yeah.
So the melees do less damage and stuff.
Yeah,
like, that's really bad.
Such a druid thing to do.
And it would also be weird if, because I saw earlier Baboomabam like switch into bear form.
Yeah.
And it's good that that doesn't affect it either, because that would also be really bad, right? So, just having the absorb shield makes sense.
That you shouldn't vortex before you get mind controlled.
Yeah.
I think you'll be good then.
The spread circles were huge too on Mythic.
Yeah. So out of this area, you just want to like go out. Don't stand in it, it'll hurt ya. And then the tank combo is going to come in 3 seconds. We see JPC is in the line here to soak the Azerite. Now he's going to soak the Martyrdom. And he's back behind the boss. We got the runes.
And they are using big cooldowns. Like, Drani bopped himself. I'm not sure what JPC used. Cloak?
Did you see what Sarah did? Sarah just gripped someone out of the hole.
Oh, yeah.
That was really cool.
Apparently the holes are like not really LOS.
Oh, so they can do that.
Yeah.
That's nice.
And so you can like grip them through the floor.
That's really nice. I guess that's because they need to be healable downstairs. Like, that would be weird. So they have the technology.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just use it on the pillars, Blizzard.
I wonder if you can also DPS when you're downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like you
I
can
assume
DPS through the pillar because you see how big the hitbox is.
Yeah,
and if
but
he
I'm
stands
saying,
like right next to it, that works. So maybe it works like when you fall down right next to him, you can probably still DPS.
Yeah, but I'm wondering even if you're far away, you know?
Oh, if you can like shoot them.
Yeah.
Well, we need like a very brave ranged moonkin to try. Nagura.
Yeah, or a hunter. Is Eric playing ranged? Yeah, it's BM. Oh, I guess that wouldn't really be.
So there's
interesting
Martyrdom again, but I think we were too late here. Or did we get in time? Because the first circle exploded. And it's always 2.
The tank mechanic is actually pretty interesting because there's like a bunch of different mechanics after another, right?
Yeah, he like roots the tank in place, and then he does the first hit, which is like the debuff that they have to swap for afterwards. The like second hit, I think, is the dot on the whole raid, and then the third hit is the soak.
Yeah.
Which is like, I guess it's kind of interesting, but it's kind of like, it's very simple. It's just debuff on tank and then you swap, and then you have to soak a split. So I don't know why they made him do like 4 attacks or something all.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Rude. I just want to say thank you, chat. They're so cute. So, because it's been going on for a while, today's my last cast, and I'm very, very sad about that. I sadly have to leave because I'm working at another event. I'm not going to say what's going on because that is not the place to talk about it, but I cannot stay here due to work. And yeah, hopefully it's not the last time, but I appreciate you, chat.
Yeah, we'll get Makes back, right?
Yeah, next week.
Yeah, I mean.
For the next reset.
And the next race.
Week
and the race
number 4,
after
here I
that.
come. Aww.
You're already booked.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm making these decisions, but.
For sure. Aw. That's cute. So, I think people in general, when we're already on the topic, we're asking like, what's going on. I know you're back to work as well, chat.
Yeah,
So
I live right by here, so I can go. I'm back to work, and then after I get out of work, I head straight
You work
here.
some more.
Yeah, work some more.
Yeah,
sounds like fun.
I'm broke, and I need some money, so I'm working 2 jobs now.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And then Crazy Puck already left.
Yeah.
As I said, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Production is like decimating by each day, it feels like. Salil, who was part of our Hot Wings challenge, he left today.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just slowly but surely
Skeleton
people have
crew.
to get back to their real life. I saw a tweet by one of the Method Raiders today saying like that's it for him. He has to get back to real life. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think like the race dragging on as long as it did is slowly but surely showing kind of the consequences of what that means for a production as big as this.
Yeah. It's turning into a war of attrition.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
Who has the least responsibilities outside of rating? They win.
Aww.
I'm just kidding.
No, like there are some casters that'll stay around. I know, Nagura, you'll be around until it's over for sure. So
I don't have anything to do.
You'll catch all of us with your work, and I think Aya, even though she has the AWC going on, she'll be around for all of it. So like very impressive.
There is going to be MDI at some point, so.
Oh yeah, if the tier lasts long enough, you might run into some problems.
Which is actually very interesting, not only for me, but also for all the players, because there's a lot of players that are in Race the World First Guilds that are also participating in the MDI.
Yeah.
That would probably to practice.
Yeah, practice, I guess. Like, they probably haven't even seen the new FX properly yet, the new 15 dungeons.
Except for their weeklies, yeah. Exactly. So
and there's going to be, I assume, like a qualification, like time trials again, right?
And there's 2 new dungeons. So unless you practice a lot on the PTR, I mean, Tazavesh got kind of like hard-nerved after that first week.
Thankfully.
So it's a little bit nicer now to go in there. If you haven't been back since your first time in the first week, you might want to try again. It's gotten a lot more pleasurable, but so they need to get back to practice. MDI starts in April. So yeah, it's not that far away.
I had a Tazavesh dungeon bug out yesterday.
Streets or Gambit?
Gambit, where one of our guys was running back from dying in like one of the packs before the last boss, and then the portal didn't work at all.
Okay.
There was just no way to get back.
Oh no.
That's really strange.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Do you guys remember Temple of Sethralis?
Yeah. Oh no, when the orbs fell into the floor.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was bad.
Maybe that happens to Gambit too.
Oh yeah, Gambit might be in trouble. Yeah, I even like didn't believe him, so I just went and died to a pack, and then like went back with them. I was like, "You're definitely not going to the right place," and then I was like, "Oh, never mind. It actually doesn't work." And now there's 2 people locked behind.
I love how you're like so stubbornly disbelieving that you died on purpose, came back to show him like this is where you need to go, and then like fell flat on your face.
I love that.
Yeah, then it bricked the key. So
yeah. Ooh, first MDI time trial is in 8 days. Is that
It's
when
in
it
8
opens?
days?
Wow.
Or is that the deadline? I think it's probably when it opens, no?
It's probably when it starts, like the actual time trials.
Yeah, so they have like the weekend.
Jeez.
Well, yeah. I think you do have a few days. But I think it's kind of short. Like, they always make it as short as possible because people always complain the longer it goes, the more they're quote-unquote forced to play. Because, of course, you know, people who really want to win, if there's 5 days of time trials, they will practice for 4 days straight and then do the keys on the 5th day. And a lot of people don't have time to do that, so they prefer if it's shorter. So the people don't get to practice that much because not everyone has as much time. So they usually try to make it shorter, but I'm not sure how long it is at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, neither do I, but we have some more donations that came in. So I'm just going to read them out. There's a couple of them. There's one from Anonymous for $5, which says, "What do you think the highest donation will be?" Why don't you surprise us? No, there is one donation that is currently the highest, which is for $1,500 by Diver Scuba 23. So that is currently the reigning champion of donations.
Yeah.
Then we have a donation from, I hope I pronounced that right, Asia, for $5, saying, let's get to that 35K so we can get the sandwich song.
Yes.
My 6-month-old daughter enjoys hearing it on breaks and when I sing it to her. Dad joke. I once had a turtle as teacher. He tore toys well.
He tortoise well.
Oh, he tore. Oh, I didn't get that one, you see?
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what does that mean? He taught us well.
That's kind of cute. I love that.
There's a donation from Rob for $20 saying, can the casters explain how the program works? Where's our money going and where are the clubs? If I have a daughter, how do I get her into the program? I can tell you, because I donated to Girls Who Code a couple of times already. And I'm not sure how it works over at Tiltify, but you should be notified of all the programs that they're running and what they're doing with your money. Normally they update you in like a month cycle, I think. And as for where are the clubs and how do you get her into the program, I would refer you to the official page from Girls Who Code, which I'm sure the mods will put into chat to have more information. We don't work for Girls Who Code. We're just fundraising for them. Yeah. So hopefully that can help you a little bit more. Then we have another donation from Amachius and Burdeth of Emerald Dream. Cool name. $20 saying, thanks Liquid. We've We've loved watching the last 2 weeks. In the words of DBM, good luck, have fun. Question for the casters. What is your favorite quest or chain? We like defending against the Scorch and Lakeshire's last stand, and welcome to the Machine and Hillsbrat when you become the quest giver. That's a good question.
What is my favorite quest?
What is your favorite quest? Why are you laughing?
I'm just laughing and I'm pretty sure I don't have a favorite quest.
Yeah,
You don't like questing.
Yeah, I really
I don't know if I have a favorite quest.
I like the puzzles in Serath Mortis. I like puzzles in general. So.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like
puzzles
they're too
are
easy,
cool.
though.
My favorite puzzle was in Nazjatar. The one where you had
The
to...
ley
like,
lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love the ley lines, but they brought them back in Serath Mortis, but they're so easy. Like, you just have, like, 5 lines or whatever.
Okay.
And it's just,
Some
you
of,
just
some of
move
us
one.
are not good at puzzles.
Nice.
Do you remember the thing with it's not Bejeweled, it's Candy Crush
Yeah.
puzzle, where it was so difficult at the start of Nazjatar with you needed like 5 of the same color.
Yeah, and you only
In
had
one-
so many tries, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
I
insane.
loved that. It was so nice.
Yeah.
I
and
also
then they
loved-
they nerfed it so much.
I loved when in Nazjatar, the ones where you have to get like the triangles out, when they're like really clustered. I always feel like, oh, this one's hard. And then when I solve it, I'm like so proud of myself that I solved this children's puzzle. So it's really nice.
It's funny when there's world quests who are like actually kind of difficult, and then there's like a million people trying to get it done. Like, for example, do you guys remember in Legion, you had some of these puzzles that were kind of, it felt kind of like Mario, where you had to get through certain, like you have to jump over things, and then you can fly for a bit, and then there's lines you have to get through, and you have to wait. There were a bunch of them.
Oh, like the Kirin Tor quests.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
exactly.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah, they were pretty cool. They like caught me off guard because I think they added them in like a later patch. Like they didn't come out right away, and then I started seeing them like, what are these quests? They're like so weird.
I think my favorite quest is probably also the only quest I did like voluntarily, which is the Kuafon quest line. So I'm not sure if you're familiar, but in BFA you could loot an egg. I didn't even know where I got it from. Like somebody shared the quest with me, I think. Not sure that was allowed, but never mind that detail. You had to like go up to a hill in BFA every day. So like it was like a daily quest. You didn't have to do it continuously every day, but that's how I did it. And you had to do like different things, like find food for the little dinosaur birdie, or like fly or walk with him. Like there were so many quests to train him to be a mount.
Okay.
And then at the end you got him as a mount.
Okay, that's
And that was really, really cute. That was probably my favorite quest, just because it's so adorable.
Yeah.
So if you haven't done that, you should look out for Kuafon. I'm not sure how you can get it nowadays, if you need to get lucky with that egg. But yeah. One more donation that we got from Erlaya, I hope I pronounced that right, $20, saying, roses are red, violets are blue. When it comes to casting, I want you. Your insides are good. For a second, I thought like your inside. But your insides are good. Your demeanor's enthusiastic. Left to your own devices, you're just so fantastic. Blizzard needs to hurry and release another race because Oliver's chatters can't wait to see your face.
Oh,
Aww.
how nice.
Cute.
That's actually cute.
Yeah.
I love that.
That was very nice.
That was very nice. Oh,
But
we
who
got some
specifically
more.
did they mean?
Well, all of us.
You sure?
Of course. We have 2 more from Taz Lathrop, $20, saying, let's get more EQ in a deaf world. For sure. Emotional. What's EQ? I don't know.
Equality.
Equality.
Yeah.
I thought it was like emotional intelligence, and I was like, Q does not mean E. So, yeah.
I didn't know that either.
And then we have another one for $10 by our lovely, lovely mod, I hope, Liquid by Happenstance in the chat, for $10, saying, thank you from a Liquid staffer who started learning WoW when I learned the limit and PvP players were joining. Now I'm an item level 251 Disc Priest, leveling Holy Pally, and it's been a lot of fun. Thank you to all the talent, production, players, and all involved. No matter what happens, here's to the next. Aww. We love that. I love when people start playing WoW because of the race.
Yeah, that
It's
is
my favorite
amazing.
thing.
But I do think we wanted to throw to a listen in real quick because I'm very interested to what the raiders are talking about here because I'm still very confused about some of the mechanics on this mythic fight here. So let's throw to a Jersey mic'd.
Okay, line gang. So James only got a 1 sec there. Good. Line of sight here. Good. Get spread, watch lines.
My spot, Donkey. Yeah, I like it. I like it when you're there.
We have a nice salve. We get new bombs here. And we're doing Blood of Azurite after these bombs are done. Okay. And line
3,
gang
2,
now.
1.
You grip me here, Nick, when I jump in?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, spread. Good, that's all personals as well right there. Beautiful, though. And you guys are going to line of sight right now, and then ranged are staying. Everyone else is getting roared in front. Okay. And this is going to be Ben's rally. And do not get MC'd.
Just saying.
And line gang. Line gang.
I got MC'd. A little far, so it might not catch people on the right.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Just like single target but boom bam and do bombs. Single target but boom bam. Just kill him. Spread out. Spread out. Personal again.
Gate.
And we're getting gated here.
Just ignore the thing.
Gate. Do not touch any more bloods with him dead. Res scree, res scree, res scree.
He's bare from watch it.
How is he not dead? Holy fuck, he has so much health.
These are broken, man.
Oh, yeah, okay. New bombs. They just go right here. Ignore all bloods for the rest of the phase.
Yes, Nick. Kill Sevi again.
Okay, Martyr here. Nice. And new bombs, new bombs. Move the boss and just do the bombs in the new spot. It's a new triangle, new triangle. Okay, keep going. And line of sight, line of sight, line of sight, everything.
Dude, he's still alive.
Ba-boom.
Did we kill him? He's coming back.
Dude, he fucking pod.
You're gonna die, bud.
Dude, he went bare again. He's fucking up Scott.
He barked. Dude, he fucking stunned me.
Boss.
He fucking mighty bashed.
Scott, let's fuck him up.
Can we see if fucking
Kill Sevi?
Dude,
is
he actually gonna win?
No shot.
He's winning.
Oh,
can we try some tick if he gets MC'd again? I guess try not
Scott, can you try the facing thing?
Good grip.
I love seeing Birch run off. Look at this owl.
Dude, when Zevi gets in,
he's coming to kill the
he's
imps.
actually a fucking menace, dude.
And he fucking seed reses.
I'm really not sure how to not get them seed there. Like my spot, there was like 6 different lines going on.
I
Do you have a POV?
They shouldn't be moving.
I'll have fired up is literally right next to him. I can see it.
Okay.
I can clip it. I shadow played it.
It's gonna happen until people stop moving around a lot.
Yeah, if you guys are trying to fix your spot with a line, you do not wiggle left and right. You move with your line front and backwards.
Like I even was in between the lines at the end on my clip, but I guess it's just a bit wider.
So a couple things. Number one, you don't need to be that far up. You can, like, line gang is after this. You could do it back here and then just disengage into your spot. That too, but I mean, yeah, your spot in particular is actually insanely fucking cursed if you think about it, because of where the pillars are coming from and where the lines are going.
Yeah, if you're on an edge, it's like
look
really
to the
rough
left
too.
of you right now, Max. Like this, like there could be so many more range over there.
Yeah, I think this is where I want like Birch and them, and I think they're doing that, and then Birch is just Venthering in for the soak.
Yeah, I getting knocked during the soak, and I think that's messing up the line.
What's up?
Is the soak happening during the knock? Or is it supposed to be after?
No, the tyranny happens, and then you have about a second and a half to get into the zone.
Look at this timing, Birch. I'll let you see the lines go away. Ready? Lines are gone now, and there's still 1.8 seconds left on this tank soak.
You have to cast Dora Shadows while those lines are still out. Because it's 2.5 second cast, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, isn't it way shorter than that?
1.5.
It's 1.5 second cast.
You can literally let the lines go off and then just cast Door of Shadows and you'll make it. But I mean, yeah, you want to probably cast it like, literally just cast Door of Shadows right now from where you're standing and then you'll always make it.
I mean, I made the soak, I just got knocked. I think I messed up the line. So, I don't know, the timing will be different.
I guess I could go like behind King Fly and fire it up.
I'll try just dooring like at the absolute like perfect time.
Should I try and do it before the knock?
Dude, I think you like fucking line gang like right now. And as long as Hans and THD, which are they're stacked on each other there because they don't want to be in the frontal, but like Hans just, I'm pretty sure it'll chain, man.
Yeah, I ripped it pretty fast there, but
yeah, we weren't grouped since we weren't grouped yet for that timing.
No, yeah, I think the knock has to happen and then you send it.
But then these bombs are not.
No, it's fine. I think, like their group is already good.
The problem is after the knock, like you have to wait 2 more seconds at least for the line to actually be a thing again, and then it's already runs out.
Is there a way we can get into the line before the lines go off, if that makes sense? Like, is there a way for us to send it?
No fucking shot.
You definitely could.
What do you mean? Just like,
as
like
long
right
as,
now?
As long as nobody ever went past those
it's not going to hit the whole raid, right?
I think that sounds like MC.com, right?
There's no way it hits the whole raid.
Actually, wait, is that?
It should be fine.
That should be insanely fine, right? Because like,
I think it should be.
Your lines don't go through you; they end at you, right?
Yeah.
It should be fine.
Dude, I do think you send it during the lines.
That's
you
the
guys
only time.
Yeah, I think you do it, and then they just go after.
The only issue is, like, the lines kind of hit hard.
There's also, like, almost no time after lines before next bomb, so, like, we have to send them quick.
Yeah, but that's fine.
Did you self-hear this pull, maybe?
Well, specifically the range
I
one, because we're still assigned to
early
the left
because I got
one, so, like,
scared.
if we're doing the ranged line there, and then someone gets back left.
He did the full health salve again.
I think that's for Ashton.
Yeah, I don't think you can get back left on that set because the priorities. Well, Eric was saying if you're doing that,
We're
they should be
prioritized to back
swapped.
left.
GG.
No.
Never mind.
On that set,
I think
flipped, right?
during dinner they swapped them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So on that set in specific, the ranged line people are prioritized on the right side.
Roger that.
Is there a timer we can do after these bombs?
Wait, no, there's no pull timer. What's up, Nick?
I
don't think so. Like, look, you have like, first of all, you need to be on cooldown for later. But like, look, you get this, you get bombs, and then you get torment, and then you get pull chains right after torment is over.
Yeah.
I think you do it during lines for sure.
Let's try doing it during lines this pull.
So the only people that should be in front of the boss is the people that are soaking that thing, and they need to form the line with their torment, or not with torment.
Are we gonna lock gate into that one? Like just straight send it? Or maybe it's still on cooldown.
I don't think you need to do that.
So if we're doing it during the line, should I spread a melee or should I just not do it? Or should I just not do it?
You should get a melee because there's no way we're gonna have you not get a DPS buff.
It's all the people. It's was it Twisted? Is the thing there or Scott?
Scott.
So it's
Should be
Scott, Lip, Trill, JPC, Birch, and Driney, and whoever does lines.
Also, I feel like super dead every time I try and soak a thing.
Where would I fit on that?
You would be fucking
what? A tank soak?
You feel super dead every
I feel like you're only dead on the fourth one.
damage.
Yeah, I mean, because there's actually damage.
Can we
going
just
on.
like CD you? Just like
Yeah, I mean, I could just like paint set myself there.
Yeah,
but
I think you just do that.
I just think like later in the fight it might be bad.
We don't have a lot of better options.
I'm gonna start ashing in the third set, but
okay.
I don't know what we have on the fourth.
I mean, after that, the fight looks easy.
Yeah, the fight it gets a lot easier after that. All right, let's go. Remember what we're doing. We're sending line gang during lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get there. Fast.
It is very important that you
We're
don't
not
get
doing ours, that's only the raid.
No.
That's not you all. You all can wait whenever you want.
If you're not part of that line gang, you need to be nowhere near them.
After our line shoot, maybe like a second or two after is when we send ours. I already told.
Yeah.
Dude, he actually just slaps Azeroth. Holy fuck.
Just see what he does to me, man.
Amen.
The hell? Are you getting turned into pasta?
If pasta's fucking yeah.
Line gang.
If the Nath Priest was double dick Donny, this guy's fucking sixth Lama Sammy or something.
Line of sight, line of sight.
Jersey Mike's is listening.
Ben, did you go all the way in, or was that
No,
me in metaform? Oh, okay.
I did not go in at
Okay.
all.
I was
Spread
wondering
out,
if
spread
metaform
out.
did something.
Fucking six. Holy fuck, do these bombs.
HCN News.
You grip me here, sir?
I'm jumping.
Oh, Nick?
Yeah.
I'm turning Nick
Okay,
up.
and line gang.
Line gang.
Okay.
Is personal, right?
Yep. All personals in your lining. Then Ranger staying here, and then after this, you guys are just fucking sending it, right? You'll get a roar as well.
Just
Just go. Go. Ben rally.
Should have been the action.
Do not get MC'd.
Oh, it...
Should have already
Nice.
sent.
Kill maybe? Did you get him?
Yeah, kill maybe.
Yeah,
Two bombs.
We don't have
I
like
got
our fear bombs.
It's all good.
Watch them.
Resnick,
Resnick instead. Resnick, spread out. Personal this again if you have it.
I'm in the air.
I mean,
Like I didn't even make my bomb civvy. So I literally
did
don't think
sending
we
it
can wait
early
any
like that
longer.
work, by the way?
Yeah, we
I
can't
don't
wait
know,
to
did it?
heavy. I think you just have to go to the cursed spot.
How did Mythic get
We
there?
lived, but
There was Nick and myself had overlapping lines, and I moved a little bit too late. And there was another ranged past Nick,
Yeah, that was me in the
I also
back.
think
and they also
you can't do that.
overlapped.
Yeah, you can't be anywhere near there.
Maybe you and Fired could swap spots because he can like just get into position faster than you can, right?
But it's not the problem. I mean, it's not a problem that I can get into position. I don't want to be on that spot for the MCs to begin with, so I went like way further back to not get MC'd by the lines, and then I didn't make it back in time for when you popped it.
Yeah,
Just
but what I'm saying
so
is
should
I
I
have no
Stand on
time
top
to-
of fired up.
So should I go like a lot farther
That
left,
works.
like towards where Moon is on that spread?
Yeah, just go far
Instead of,
to the
like-
left. Yep.
Try that.
I'm watching it right now. I'm just gonna like watch our position here, and then we can look at it on Warcraft logs too. So here it's over. We're chilling. You are sending it now. Okay, that works. You guys didn't chain all three. I need to see Warcraft
'Cause
log position.
I went way further back to not get MC'd.
Yeah, just stand on fired up.
Hans, I think you need to stand in that tank soak before it goes off.
Yeah, probably.
Yep, it's easy though. You have literally a full second and a half to move after it. Move out of it after the chain is over.
Boom, 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 boom. You should have room just in your spot always. Because they're going to be
Also-
more central.
Tags. That's not entirely true though. You can't always dodge along your line. Like there, it was literally 3 stacked lines, and I had to go diagonal to dodge.
All right.
Yo,
Because like otherwise I'd have to like go past them,
Yeah,
and
but,
then their lines would
like,
still be overlapping. And they'd just get
It's,
MC'd.
I think it's still a fair thing to say though. Like if most people use that convention, except if you're like just you literally can't, then it'll make it easier for the people in your situation that are the literally can't people.
All right, let's look at the replay for that. So
range group, follow me. Come to the right. We need to have a meeting.
I think it's mostly up to the people in the back to like help you with the land situation as well. Like that pull, like James would have MC'd me, but like he moved to the left and it like saved me last second.
So I'm gonna
Like,
0.5
definitely
speed
for the
it.
people behind you.
Thanks, man.
I'm gonna 0.5
Hey, man.
speed it. Here's what our group looked like there after the roar. Okay.
you can start running early too before the MC, as long as you're still aligned.
So far this looks fine.
This is not. There's at least 2 people that have passed that point they shouldn't have.
Where?
I believe Birch is in there. He's in the soak.
Well, Scree's gonna get hit by the line though, because
Birch should be on the other side of the soak.
Scree should be.
Yeah, no, I need to go hard, like across.
Just
I went kind of
south.
back.
No,
I went backwards.
Definitely south.
So sorry, down
hard
here.
South.
To the right.
Yeah.
Right of that.
Right. Okay.
A little more to the right.
Either that, or he needs to go with Birch up to where that Demo
Well,
Warlock
there's gonna be
is.
too many lines if he goes up there.
You should not cross the halfway point unless you're a part of that line. So that's the same for Donkey
Well, the
as
only people who are
Super
not
Twisted.
part of the line are Esta, King.
No, it's also everyone that can't soak that frontal.
I'm pretty sure I'm down there too with the Moonkiss. So should have.
Yeah.
I think the buff up time doesn't matter as much, right? Like.
So I just go
we
straight
skip
south,
through this?
like to the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck buff up time. We need to not get MC'd.
Yeah, right here, all of our lines, basically the line that me, Nick, and Scree are making, all those lines were coming from like the far side.
You just need to be on the right side of that hole.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. That's what I tried to adjust
No,
to.
not you.
Where do you want me to be, Ben?
Yeah.
Somewhere to
And
the
then
right of the
you won't even have
halfway
to
line.
dodge lines, and you'll just be super safe.
So
to the right
going
of, like,
forward,
that
just like
middle
right
thing?
here.
Yeah.
You need to be over here.
Last time I
Scree
did
and
that, I
Birch,
got cleaved
right?
by the range thing.
I mean, do we need Birch in the melee or not?
I think Birch can just Venthyr in for his port. He doesn't need shit ever. He can Venthyr into the soak every time.
Because if we don't need him for the line, he can stay back in this line in the way.
Yeah. I don't think we'd necessarily need him for the line.
Yep. Let's go again.
So then both of them just go back there.
I mean, I don't even know if I'm needed for the line. If the tanks position it well.
Hold up.
Like,
I need some nuts.
If it
Over here, Lip, on the left.
Is there an off tank there that like can just take my spot for that soak, and I can just fuck off as well? Like, I don't know who's tanking at that point.
Scott's tanking at that point.
Twisted, where are you standing at that point?
Take your soak.
Yeah. So like if you pull up the diagram again next, I'm literally right next to Nick. So like I'm in between the Azurite pool and the boss. It's like within melee range of the boss. And I'm just there to connect it to the tank.
Correct.
So anyone could take my part in the line.
This
Any melee
honestly
could.
looks fine, except Birch is passed maybe for no reason. That's the only problem.
Well, what I'm saying is we could eliminate another line by removing me from it because I don't gain anything from it, and we just put the tank in there.
No, I mean, there is an early one where I do like stand right next to you.
I mean specifically for that one, just this one.
I mean, we can take you
It
out.
would have
That's
to be
fine.
twisted.
Do you just want to be out of the line?
I'm usually.
No, I'm not saying I
usually
want to
on
be
the
out of the line.
opposite
I'm saying to make this even cleaner, it's a possibility that I can be removed from that line.
I think sending you without the Moonkins is fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think with the Moonkins will be okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go. May Jesus be with you, Lip.
Amen. On a Monday.
Merry Christmas.
HCN News.
Why Felguard? Someone's Felguard got smacked.
Mine's good. Might have taken a hit though. He's low health.
No, that's the rally.
One gang.
Change through the Reddit thing.
Yeah, too early on that
Little
one.
4 gang.
Hey,
Scree
that's
was
more
too close
damn.
to us, I think.
No,
More
I
damn.
didn't.
I think got sent early on ours.
You guys got
I mean, we
zapped
have
over
four.
there by
You guys have 4 stacks.
you guys chained off me because it was like too early and
Well,
someone was
the raid just
traveling.
took damage, right?
The
Yeah,
red
we got
one
hit.
was for-
It's fine, dude.
Line of
Big
sight.
damn.
Johnny wants us to take more damn.
Okay, so
No,
out
not
here.
right now.
Oh, I don't know.
Don't have cooldowns.
No. Resim.
No MCs though. Better than that.
Someone was too late. Who was that Moonkin in the
Oh,
back middle?
no, I did the bad thing.
You hit the whole rate. You were late.
Okay.
One gang.
Pop.
One gang.
Yeah. Soap gang.
Extra stack.
Lots of gangs in here. Gang shit.
Okay. Ready to jump in? Did we just get hit again? We're live.
yeah.
We should have personal
It's
it.
fine,
Yo,
we
we
can
have
just
people
tank
for
every ball.
sure jumping in too fucking late, like every single time.
We got
Get
an
by here.
acid
You
dude
guys
just
get
hit
out
through
early.
it.
and send the line gang. Go.
We're good to go. In that middle we go.
Fired up, you don't go there.
Birch, you need to go.
Do we?
Sorry.
Yeah, that was fine. Fired up was just in melee. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay, go bombs, go bombs.
Who was that?
There's just no way I can make it to back right.
Just back center.
Not I had back center too.
You went back left, Goob.
What?
Yeah, back right is this one on the right.
I had back center.
It's some wild shit
You just went to the wrong place.
Do we want to try?
I did go to the wrong place.
Do we want to try and do the soak gang lines with the MC lines?
That timing's real good though, MC gang.
That's what we've been doing.
That's the whole
Just
purpose of what we're doing, yeah.
Seems difficult.
It is difficult, but the other options are probably worse.
Range gang like that timing?
Okay, we need to talk about something. It needs to get handled now. You all jumping into the hole later is fucking killing everyone. Please stop it. And you think you're doing the right thing because your pillar is spawning, but it's actually just shitting on the whole raid. So let me show you what it looks like.
We have a week or two and just glows red when I jump.
When the
like right here. Jump back left. Jump back left. See it's red. You go in. You're Gucci. You're good to jump in. Sub 2.
Yeah, I think I went in out just 1 second late.
Yeah, do not do that. Do not ever do that.
Yeah, on that door soak, I definitely went too far left.
Yep.
Let's look at the line. Let's look at line gang because fired up joined line gang this.
Oh, I did it bad stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, fired
Range gang.
Range gang.
I'll show you what it looks like.
Also, Nick, for that last, or that one with the lines.
Yeah.
Where's the puddle at exactly?
The puddle?
It's like right here, right? That's right. Blood.
Also,
it's way more to the right.
Me and Dryny both got.
Is it star?
It's star. Which is why if you're not part of line gang,
right
you cannot cross that waypoint.
Yeah, it's right here, right?
Yeah.
Can you soak it from here instead of from here?
Yeah, I can. I mean,
because I'm trying to hug this, and you have a line that cuts directly across.
The problem
this.
is Birch was just with us that time, so I was trying not to hit it to him.
Yeah, I see where I should go now. I'm gonna stand.
You just come behind this right thing, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the line of this right thing.
Okay, and everyone else, here's what line gang should look like. Now, ignore what Fired Up does here. I actually like that he did it because it gives a good POV, but it was definitely some cracked out shit. I have no idea why he's never done this before. But so Fired Up goes with line gang here. So this is like, you're sending this right now, like as lines are coming out. You're sending this like now, right?
As soon as I get there,
yes.
Wait, what is this? What is that?
Yeah, you shouldn't be past the point.
Who is that?
I read before.
Yeah, okay, but besides that, like, and then this line just goes into the boss, and then lines are over, and then it's tank soak.
Yep.
Amen. And again, I have no idea why Fired Up is he's supposed to be.
We
up
have
here.
bigger problems.
What's that?
Me and Dryny both got back center.
Weak aura check. Check your versions.
Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Update.
1.0.5.
Is this a horse update?
1.0.5.
Uh-oh.
1.0.5.
Dryny on Fired Up Weak Aura, THD got back center, and Dryny got front.
1.0.
Well, mine isn't updated.
3.
Uh-oh.
Someone didn't rip a reload when they were supposed to.
Man, I'm just used to doing it when it gets sent. I don't have to like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you had no
we
one.
have to do it like manually now.
Oh, it's a
I don't think one got sent on this one. It was because we were on break.
Why you fucking got to reload me?
Wait, the reload sender's not synced anymore. Everyone doesn't get the same. That's kind of bad.
It should be.
All right, I have 1.0.5.
You got the BlizzCon shack?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a cow.
Yeah, you're bugged.
I've never seen
You
the
probably-
cows.
Oh,
We probably added new images and you
No,
Maybe it's because you're in Grizzly Hills.
I get the cow a lot, so I think it's just because I'm out of the raid.
Yo,
Yeah, I
Tex,
think
what are you
just
doing?
get cows.
He's journeying
He's currently in Grizzly Hills.
Yeah, I'm a log.
Are we good to go? Let's send it.
Nuts.
Dude, I love that early
the left.
send, Nick. I think that looks so clean.
Yeah.
I think I'm turning Nick up. If you don't listen to Nick with his CDs, you'll just like, come on.
Do you think we still rally that spot? It's a little scary.
For sure.
Mate.
Yeah.
SDD.
How does that guy pull? Like, what?
Dude, I can't wait to see Nick with double Legos. Oh my god.
Line gang.
Range gang.
Range gang.
Rune gang. Never mind, didn't get it.
Thank you. That's exactly what that should look like. Do not cut it too close. Line of sight, line of sight, line of sight. Into spreads right out of this. Spreads and lines, spreads and lines.
Birch didn't cut it close at all.
Okay, lines are going out. Lines are over. Okay, bombs now. Look at your marks.
Peace.
Okay, and then there's line gang soon. Line gang soon. Scree, get in line gang.
3, 2, 1.
Sorry.
Good. All right. Next one is going to be bombs, and then this is like hard personal on the spread here, and personal if you have a bomb. Okay, everyone personal now.
Ooh, I like that. I like that indicator. The hexagon.
Hellpot maybe.
Scott.
Good. Okay, and then line of sight again. This is you guys full sending the line gang, and then ranged back here. The ranged line gang waits. Ben, you rally like right now.
Oh god,
Did
he's
not get
rapturing.
Someone else has a proc.
We did not send the line.
Yeah, I'm MC'd.
Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Just do bombs. Do bombs.
Oh,
good. I got it.
I went back right. That's my fault.
Yeah, I guess that just won't happen, right? Because MCs are banned.
Yeah, MCs are banned. Just die.
Why did our team got only 2 stacks? Can you check the
Right there,
log?
I think the line gang went too slow, so I ended up getting hit by the range gang.
Did it break on range gang?
Oh, yeah.
Did you only get 2, Sevi?
I only got 2, yeah.
Did you get 3 fired up?
Cliff, you're gonna get smoked, man.
check how much I got.
Would you gotta find out where the line broke? Oh, I for
Yeah, I'm
sure went
checking.
through that line at one point.
Yeah, I got blasted by line too.
Yeah, I just shoot too far and got clipped by the MC.
That's the third one, right?
Yeah.
Got turning you up. It's like,
hey man.
Yeah, I only got 2
And to
stacks.
you, man.
Fired up got all of them though. It jumped from Eric to someone. I don't know who, because Goop didn't get. Goop only has 2 stacks too.
Can you look at the VOD mix?
Yeah. What do you want to see?
It's just the range
The
gang.
third line,
or the
the
third
range
one.
And I can tell you who it is right now. It's Nick.
All right, we're back. And from what I've gathered, what I figured out is that they have a lot of gangs.
Yeah. It's like the gangs of New York.
Yeah.
It's all sorts of gangs.
There are a lot of words that get thrown in when we go into Jersey Mike's. I think that we might not need to repeat. Chat knows what we're talking about. But yeah, I mean...
I honestly like it in a way because it's
really?
probably more because it's it's like a fun thing they do, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you have some echo spies who are watching their progression, they won't understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's like
True.
code words.
Yeah, it's like exactly. Yeah. It's like secret phrases and things like that. Like, what is
what is a watermelon?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Pineapple,
Yeah.
But Max was actually making a really valid point here when he got like a little bit angry maybe, where players were stepping into the hole just a little second too late, so the explosion would still hit some of the raid. And so they really need to get that timing right to make sure not enough people are getting, or like no one except for themselves gets that damage. Because obviously there's so much damage in that fight. We talked about that earlier, especially like the tank combo. We have the Azerite, we have the vulnerability, we have the big circles with the spread. That will get a lot worse later on.
Yeah.
So you really want to minimize damage as much as you can. And since that mechanic is very easy to play in theory, and very easy to avoid damage, they should definitely make the most out of it.
Yeah, but that didn't get banned yet because he did say he's banning the mind control, and that is when you get hit by 2 lines, right? So that is now banned. No one is allowed to do that anymore.
Oh, okay. So before that was okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's only not allowed anymore when it's banned officially
fair.
by Max.
Okay.
Just so we're all clear.
So
eventually something happens we're past the point where things should happen anymore.
Yeah.
Like the MCs.
That's what he means.
That's why
right?
it's banned. Yeah.
It's now banned.
Yeah.
So what happens if somebody messes up now?
I think they get thrown off a cliff.
Dun, 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 dun. No, maybe.
Yeah, maybe they have like a jar and they have to put like $1 in it.
$1.
Or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the band jar.
Yeah.
Dude, that's another
Or maybe
$1.
they have to put flowers into a jar, and this is what we get.
Oh.
Oh.
Then
people
if
have
that is the case, they can like get a few more of these, I think.
Probably.
I think they're very pretty flowers.
Yeah, I agree. What are those though? Are these like? It looks like it's fruit or something.
What?
It looks like it turns
no,
into
they're
tomatoes.
just not open yet. You don't know them? I actually
don't know them,
like
no.
they.
Oh, they become these flowers?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I thought it's tomatoes.
They
You
look
never
like
know.
They look like tomatoes to you?
Well, before they're
before they're
grown.
ripe.
this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they.
Oh, okay.
I see.
That's what flowers.
What do you think,
That's
Chad?
the sound flowers make.
Do you think these are flowers or tomatoes? Because I'm,
Yeah.
I'm on the tomato side. What do you think, guys?
Nagura, have you seen tomatoes before?
Yes.
Are you sure?
They could be
you wanna
flowers
tell
or they
us what
could
color
be
they have?
tomatoes
Well, they're
or
green
carrots.
before they turn red.
Yeah, that is true, but
Yeah,
they
there we
don't
go.
grow like on a stick.
Well, I mean, things
but-
generally
yeah.
don't grow out of water like that.
Yeah, but
so-
like the way these look, they're like straight up, and then the tomato, or like
True,
what
but
you
maybe
think
they
the
just
tomato
put that, and maybe they're actually like down. But
no,
then
but
they
like
plucked
the way
them and put
tomatoes
them-
normally are is like a Schraube, where it's like
Yeah.
it's a stick and then it goes like this.
But speaking of Schraube, do you know the German?
Speaking of Schraube, things I didn't think I'd hear on a cast. Okay.
Do you know the German word of the jailer?
What?
Kackermeister?
Yes. How funny is that?
Oh yeah, you were talking about this like last week.
About like German.
Yeah, Germans using like the literal
terrible.
translations. Yeah.
Terrible.
Kackermeister.
Don't do that.
I love that.
If you're not a native English speaker, just play the game in English. Honestly, do us all the favor. It's so cringe. Like Kackermeister. I cannot. The Keckmeister. Yeah, that's true.
Is he really the Keckmeister?
Kackermeister.
Does he farm the most keks? He's the master of keks.
Well, like Kaka in German is dungeon. So
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like the dungeon master.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, that's essentially what a jailer is.
So I see, though. I feel like we can figure out the mythic only phase through this. Okay, so it's a
okay.
dungeon master. Yeah,
that's where we're
I can
going.
see the
need
wheels
in dungeon.
turning.
Okay.
You need keystones in dungeons.
She's
So
putting
it's
her finger on
practice
her
for
forehead.
NDI.
She's really thinking.
She is really thinking. She's doing the Nagura thinking pose.
Yeah, we're gonna figure this out. Maybe we
Okay.
should also look for the other language translations of the jailer and see what they actually mean, so we
Ooh,
can
yeah.
figure out what the secret phase is gonna be. We need more languages. What is the jailer called in Spanish, guys? Anyone knows?
I can find out.
You guys fired up. He probably knows. He's very fluent in Spanish.
Hablo español también. The jailer. This
El
laptop
jailer?
is really low.
Yeah, that's what
Slow.
that's what Fire Up would say is El
I
Jailer.
have it. Why can I not put this wow hat to Spanish?
Carcelero. That sounds good.
Carcelero.
That sounds correct to me.
Yeah, I believe that.
Right? Yeah. I see that.
Oh, that is actually true.
Yeah, there we go.
Carcelero.
That makes sense.
El carcelero.
I love that.
It's funny because, like,
I think I'm gonna go with Keckmeister.
I'm looking at the Wowpedia, and it has like this little blurb of information, and it's like gender and race and where he's from, and it says like occupation, so ocupación, and then it just says like carcelero de Torgast, which sounds so fun. Like his job is to be the jailer of Torgast.
Yeah.
I mean, fair, but like it sounds like he's clocking in the morning. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny considering he's like such an important guy, even amongst like the Eternals or whatever they're called. But he gets this like weird title. He's just the jailer. Though he was originally the arbiter. So
oh yeah, he had a better
he got a
title
demotion.
before that.
Yeah, he had a cushy job as the arbiter. The big boss, honestly. Because he gets to decide where everyone goes.
I just made a big mistake because you know how on Halandris there was like this little blurb of the lore of Halandris, and I thought it was really interesting, so I read it out on stream, and then I figured, you know what, I'm gonna look for the jailer lore as well, and all I got is like Reddit threads of why it's bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well.
To be fair, like.
How do you say sailor in German? Like someone who sails like on a boat.
I don't think we have a word for that, though.
To be
You
fair,
guys don't have boats in Germany?
Well, we do, but like, I don't think there's like a specific word for like manning a sailboat.
Or just
like,
any boat in general, someone who pilots a boat?
Fischkapitän.
Well, Kapitän would be like captain, like a captain of a boat normally.
Captain.
But you don't have
also
any...
like Matrose, maybe?
Yeah, that's a good word. I like that.
Yeah, like...
That's usually for... Yeah.
Like people who go to sea, yeah.
Okay.
I think sailor would probably be Matrose.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or Seaman.
Seaman?
Yeah. Seaman also works. I think Seaman is probably the most...
That is actually Ocean Man.
Take me by the hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Why are you asking?
Because I used to intentionally call the jailer the sailor.
Oh.
So I was wondering if German had a nice word for that.
That rhymes with Keckmeister?
Or something as ridiculous as Keckmeister.
Yeah, no. Sadly, no. So I'm just looking at the Wowpedia blurb, and it's really long, so I'm not going to read all of it.
Okay.
But, like, maybe I can find a nice tidbit of information. Oh, there we go. The Maw Walkers, that's us, pursued him and, after freeing Anduin, which we did, and building up a resistance to his domination magic, managed to confront and destroy Zoval, that's the jailer, before he could complete his plan to harness Azeroth's life force to unmake existence. That's the lore that we're working on right now.
That's what we're trying to do.
Thanks, chat.
So the sailor is a guy that believes the world's a simulation and he wants to break free.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see.
Can't blame him.
Yeah.
Mall walkers.
So I kind of like the animation, like the light animation that comes out of the holes. It looks kind of nice, right?
Yeah, it's a cool looking room for sure.
I like it.
Yeah.
The disco ball might be a bit too much, honestly, but...
Yeah, to be fair, I think one thing that I really like about this room, that you can see most mechanics really well.
Yeah, that's true.
Because often we have this kind of tone situation. Like, think Jaina, for example.
Sylvanas.
Sylvanas, yeah. Like, there are so many fights where it's only one kind of color scheme. And here, at least, I feel like you can see most of the stuff really well. So
yeah,
the soaks are pretty whitish. Then we have the puddles from Azeroth. They're obviously like azurite. Then we have the big beams, which are like a bluish tone. The only thing that I don't really like is that in the second phase, you have the knockback that he casts like onto a ranged player's position. And from him to that position will be a beam. And if he's standing close to one of these holes, you actually can't really see the beam.
Yeah.
So it's like a little bit hard to see. So just make sure you know when he does that, don't stand between him and the knockback.
Yeah, I feel like, you know how sometimes when I watch Max's stream, he will listen to very interesting like music. Like when he was doing Anduin, he was listening to like church music.
Yeah.
Really?
Because Anduin is a priest.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, to be fair, like, isn't Max one of these people who's like, ever since the DMCA thing, just listens to whatever is non-DMCA?
No, I think he listens to DMCA music.
Does he now? Because like for the longest time he didn't.
He has like a main playlist I hear him go through a lot, which is like non-DMCA music, and then he does actually like that kind of music because he used to sing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe for the next charity goal, we can get him to sing.
He's done that, I think, on his stream before. Pretty sure.
Really? I didn't know.
So he's like he studied music. I think he's like a professionally trained singer. So yeah, he's into that kind of stuff for real. But he was also in that church going mood with Anduin for sure. Yeah.
My point was he should be listening to disco now for the jailer, right?
Yeah,
Fair.
That would be good, actually.
Or like the sound of honeybees. Because it looks like honeybees.
Honeycombs?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's stick with the disco music instead of the buzzing sounds.
Kind of would
for some reason, it's
think
just
that's cool.
Somehow, like I have this thought of like hearing disco music in the background while them fighting the jailer, and then like the jailer does these moves or whatever, like starts dancing.
It ends like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Wasn't there like a lot of clips where he went kind of really
Oh, no.
crazy and like kicked people in the face really fast? Like there was some clips of him bugging out and moving really quickly.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, someone in chat, I think Gamer, was saying that the German name for Sepulcher of the first ones
Oh god.
is actually Mausoleum der Ersten.
Well, that's probably
actually
even
not
better
bad.
than the English
I
one.
think it's a cute
Yeah,
name
it's
because
actually
like
better than the English one. Yeah, I think it is.
Every time I hear the word mausoleum, I think of like a little mouse, and it has
Yes.
nothing to do with a sepulcher to me.
Yeah, maybe.
So
I don't
it's
even.
really strange.
Yeah, it is. It is a weird word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think mausoleum makes me think of like the Egyptian like pharaoh mausoleums that they used to keep mummies in.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
This isn't that much of a mausoleum, though.
I was
like,
gonna say, isn't that like basically what a sepulcher is? Like, where's
yeah,
the
that
difference?
is what a sepulcher is.
So
I guess
why do you
it
have
is
two
because
words
of
for that?
the
English is so
robots
inefficient.
or something. I don't know. I guess that where the dead quote unquote
There's a
like
mouse.
things go. What are they called? Like the prototypes?
Yeah.
I guess that's why it's called that.
It's a
I don't know.
mausoleum for the prototypes.
Maybe I don't know.
So that's
Yeah.
the lore behind this place.
Maybe.
That's why this place is called the Sepulcher.
Ah, okay. I guess that makes sense.
That reminds me of this. Like I was playing Lost Ark for quite a while, and then at some point I had to watch a cutscene because it was unskippable. I didn't do quests or lore or whatever, and then it said, "You found the Ark," and I was like, "Oh, now it all makes sense. There's an Ark that is lost, and we're
Yeah.
looking for it." And it was all like a week into the game, and people are just like, "Oh,
Yeah. I often don't know what I'm doing, but that's not only in the game, so you know, it do be like that sometimes. But what I
Indeed.
really like, just aesthetic-wise, I don't really like the disco kugel in the middle of the honeycomb. I don't know about that, but
yeah, it's a bit weird."
walking up to this area is like a really long, beautiful, like up and down bridge that looks almost like you're walking on a flying carpet. I feel like that's really beautiful. So if you ever get summed to this place like me, because I don't walk there, then turn around and look at the way there. It
Yeah, and
looks really
apparently,
pretty.
because I've never walked to this boss room because I haven't done this boss.
Well, I have it, but like walking, ew.
And apparently, it has a very similar style to the Forge of Souls. Like
Yeah.
it makes sense. You know, they made it similar looking because of that reason, which is kind of cool.
We're actually on a good track, to be honest. Like 2 people dead, but close
We're
to
about
our
to
best
phase.
try.
Yeah.
Second
We're
phase.
phasing.
Here we go. The holes will open and close, so don't stand on them when we phase into number 2. And yeah, here we go. New best try coming in a few seconds, hopefully.
Okay, there's gonna be big damage now.
what
We're
is it?
FPS lagging out a little bit. It seems like.
I think it's only us, though.
Maybe it's only us.
Is it only us?
I don't know. I see that the gamer screens are still moving. So
Ooh.
we're
So
definitely
we get the
on a new
controls
best.
here. They're trying to break the shield
Boomba
before
Man
they
running for his
jump.
life.
Oh, they got him. They got him.
They got
Oh,
him.
just
Jumped into
barely.
the hole.
Oh, someone walked into the
there
pool.
we go. Pools.
Somebody walked into the pool. It exploded.
That was a
Oh,
bad
no.
idea.
It linked to like a bunch of people. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That
was
is an
fun.
insane mechanic.
That is kind of
That-
insane, yeah.
But it looks fun. I want to step into it. Like,
Yeah.
every time somebody calls a wipe, I'll just run to the next pool and like, you know. But yeah, we just overtook Echo.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Echo is asleep. We got number 1.
Yes.
Hello,
1%
wake up
ahead.
again. Woo. To be fair, we can just quickly talk about it, right? Because I've seen someone on Twitter say that earlier. So Echo has 1 more day to progress this boss, but Liquid tomorrow gets double legendary.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do you think it'll matter? Because we'll go into re-clears, but they're going to go into re-clears one day later, so...
With another day of jailer pulls, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. That's a really tough call, and I feel like it's like a case-by-case thing. I feel like last raid, the reset almost mattered a lot, actually. But this time around, I don't know. It like really depends. I don't think double legendaries makes you survive more, and that's like kind of the major problem with this boss right now is like staying alive. So I don't know if that will like suddenly make them deal with the fight better. I mean, they will obviously do better at any kind of damage check. Like the MCs, for example, they'll have a better time at that.
Yeah.
But I don't know about like actually living, which is something that comes more with just being better at the fight. The gear overall from the reset helps a little bit less so than the double legendaries in that regard.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Because like some people don't necessarily understand. Because obviously doing a lot more damage is really good.
Yeah.
But then there are actually some fights where doing more damage doesn't necessarily help you progressing further into the fight.
Right.
Right? For example, Halandris. There were some damage checks with the shields. And of course, you would face a bit quicker. But other than that, you still had to do the mechanics, right? Like if the bomb exploded, it exploded and you died. And then this boss, similar to also Anduin, I would say, the boss's HP doesn't necessarily help you. Like if you face into the phase 2 and the boss is already on 50%, that won't make a difference at all. Like it doesn't matter if the boss is on 80, on 50 or 60 or 30 or whatever. As long as you, I mean, obviously when you kill the boss, it will matter. But before you kill the boss, the extra damage on the boss won't really help you. It's more about the survivability, as Jet mentioned, with all the more item level that you gain, rather than the second legendary, because the second legendary, in fact, will probably give you less survivability if you don't have the reputation to upgrade it, because then you're going to run around with a lower item level belt than you have otherwise, probably.
But Nagura and Jet, what about healers? Don't they heal more?
That also really depends. I think like a holy priest that plays the Night Fae Covenant, they're not really healing more. They're kind of giving more cooldown reduction.
Yeah. That's
more damage. Holy Paladins, they're probably they're playing the Ashen Legendary, so that is more healing. Like they'll have a shorter cooldown Ashen. I believe that's how that works. That'll be nice. I mean, it's definitely good. Don't get me wrong. I just think that like it's one of those things where it's like you have to look at the type of fight that they're dealing with. With the way this fight is, I see it being helpful later on. Like if they had made a lot of their progression on Jailer already, and then they got double legendaries, then I think it would be a way bigger deal. I think it would matter a lot. But because they have so much work to do on this boss, both guilds really.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I would be very surprised if this boss dies on a Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen. And I mean, don't call me Dobby, okay? But Anduin also got fixed. And both of these guilds killed Anduin with the Empowered Wicked Stars not properly working in the last phase. So that'll be really interesting because Liquid got a good portion of their progress with the stars working in. And Echo had a lot of their progress with them not working and them intentionally not playing them.
I think Echo just straight up didn't do any P3 pulls, like trying to dodge the stars, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that will be really relevant when the re-clears come. And I think both of these guilds, maybe Echo even more than Liquid, will have to deal with this boss. They won't be able to just like one-shot it because it phases HP related. So you can like chuck a little bit off it in the intermission. But yeah, will be fun.
Yeah. I think if this was any other situation, again, like the reset thing matters depending on the tier. Last tier, I think it was really, really close to being extremely controversial.
Yes.
But this tier, I don't think it matters as much. I think any tier where the end boss, you either get to it late or it's so hard that it doesn't get killed until deep into the second week, I don't think it matters as much.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because sometimes it's even like it can be a slight advantage to have more time on the previous reset.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that's necessarily going to be the case this time around, but sometimes because they will get more information on the jailer before the reset, very likely, in comparison to Liquid. And then they might actually get more info about phase 3, for example, which might actually give them some very important information that maybe Liquid doesn't get, and then they could cater their comms around that. Like for example, let's just say, okay, this is completely made up, and it's not going to be true, but let's just assume for whatever reason, a Feral Druid would be like OP in the last phase.
Yeah.
It's obviously not going to be true, but let's just assume that.
Of course
okay?
not. Never in a million years.
But they would maybe figured out that information before the reset because they have more time. Just reset, and then on Wednesday on their reclear, they know that, and they're like, oh, ferals are really good, so we're gonna give some items from the reclear to the ferals, and we're gonna gear up the ferals. And maybe Liquid doesn't know that, and so they've already done all of the reclears and everything before they figured out that information for themselves. And then they're not gonna have such an easy time gearing those ferals. But yeah, I mean, it's very unlikely that it happens.
Yeah, I agree.
It could happen that Echo gets the boss really low tomorrow, and Liquid gets a lot of information from that too. Then it's quicker to gear those turrets. So it could go either way.
Yeah.
I think
they keep it a secret.
Yeah.
You know, because obviously we're streaming. So if Echo decides to not stream their phase 3 progression or whatever, then it would be the case. Otherwise, no.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think there's also something to be said of being able to practice a fight. Like that's how you get good at a fight, right? Is by doing more and more pulls. And so like even if you have double legendaries, it depending on the fight, again, like I said, like it totally depends on how the last boss is. Depending on the fight, like getting double legendaries doesn't really equate to like the amount of practice you can get from being able to pull the boss over and over and over again. So yeah, it depends. I think in this one it might not matter as much. This boss looks pretty hard.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's going to be a lot of strat and a lot of practice that's going to end up making the difference here less so than double legendaries. And I think this boss will live long enough that
I can come back. Good.
Yeah. I think both guilds will get a good shot with double Lego on Jailer.
Agree.
I like how chat has just been like noted. Nagura's at feral OP for like the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is what I said. There you have it.
Yeah, they've been just sitting on
so
the
if somebody
the
flames you on
OP.
Twitter, Nagura, now you know.
Yep. I did also just see something very interesting because they had reached phase 2 again. And in case you guys don't know what happens in phase 2 is we have this mythic mechanic where you have these puddles on the floor and they need to basically, it's like a chain lightning effect if someone steps into it, and it kind of want to reach the middle to heal Azeroth, right? And in phase 2, there's an addition to that mechanic that every time it jumps over to a player, then the player will spawn like 4 kind of swirlies out of their characters. And I just saw, because we got a really good view of THD doing that it looks like it's directly in front of the character, depending on where he's looking, directly behind, and then straight to the right and to the left.
Oh.
So that means they can just make a diagonal line.
Yeah.
And then they will not be hit ever, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool.
That is tricky.
Yeah.
So then you have two line gangs, right? They have to be they have to be diagonal, and then the other line has to also be diagonal, pointing the same direction.
So
right?
like this kind of.
Yeah.
So like 2 axes. On top of each other.
Yeah.
So they don't cleave on each other.
Yeah. Tricky.
I like how we're making sense of this. That's good. I hope chat also understood what we're saying. Probably not, but it's
triangulate the diagonal. Noted.
It's also going to be very difficult if you want to buff multiple players, because if you only do it with like 4 players or 3, then it's going to be less swirlies and it's going to be easier for the rest of the raid to dodge them. But if you want to maximize your DPS, which I'm sure they have to do eventually, then you want to have the buff on multiple players, so maybe you have to bounce it between 6 and 6 or 8 and 8, and then you get so many more swirlies, which you need like a perfect like lineup, which you probably can do, because if it is scripted as I said, then surely you can find a position where everyone is going to be safe without having to move. But I'm going to have to figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like P2 is very strat heavy. I feel like
so as well. Yeah.
I like how, I'm not sure if they updated it, but the weak aura for the bombs actually tells them where they need to go.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So if you see THD getting a bomb, it'll say like bomb left or something, and he knows where he needs to go then.
Did you see the whole like picture?
Yeah, they had a little picture with the hexagons, and then
I did not
whichever
see the
one they get
picture.
assigned to, it gets like filled in green.
Oh, so they did like what Echo did on Anduin, but for this.
Exactly, something like that.
I like it. I just asked our analyst something.
See there in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. So it's like from the outside, yeah?
Yeah, from the outside looking in, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I like it. I just asked our analyst how many of these raiders actually get high item level legendary, because I was like, okay, might as well ask. It's going to be public tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
And he's at like 15 or 17.
Okay.
We'll probably get it. So it means like a couple people maybe slacked it a little bit and not expecting it to be relevant for this race, maybe.
Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't think it would go to week 3.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair,
and
that's like a valid point, but also...
I think some people have also been in the raid full time.
Yeah.
So there's not much time to do other stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
But
like the tanks and some of the healers, right?
Yeah.
Like for the tanks and healers, for example, you don't even know what class you're playing,
exactly.
right?
Yeah. So it's really difficult.
But to be fair, you can just do it on one main, and it'll be available on your alts. So it should be fine, I guess. But yeah, some people will not have it. They'll have to run the belt, which is for sure a little bit HP loss, I'd say.
Yeah. It's probably not a big deal, but yeah, for sure.
It might cause some problems with like where to put your main legendary.
Oh yeah, because
with
some
tier, right? I think some people will need like they need like all 5 tier pieces, so there might be some. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw some like Rygalon Lords of Dread at the heroic at the beginning of the day, just to like be able to let people wear their sets with their double legendaries.
Yeah. Also, one pretty funny but also sad thing is, the strategy that both Echo and Liquid have been playing on Lehuvim is that
Why do you say it like that? You say it
like that.
You're straight from the Alps running down with a chug of milk. Like, why does it sound like that?
That is how it sounds. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Anyway, so in that boss, they played a strategy where the Moonkins play Night Fae, and they convoke the intermission ads with pulsar procs.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, so when you get a second legendary, your convoke will be like a shorter cooldown, but it will be weaker. So it's possible that they have to like unequip the legendary.
Oh, that's weird.
Unless they have enough damage anyway, so they don't need to do that anymore, which is more likely. But I just think it would be really funny if they have to just unequip their second legendary because it's worse for a fight.
Yeah, that sounds funny.
That would be really bad.
That's so weird.
Bad.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't like that legendary.
Only a Moonkin thing.
It's because it is obviously better to equip it on like a consistent damage fight, but if you specifically need your convoke to do a lot of damage, then it's worse because your convoke, like one single convoke, is worse with the legendary than without.
Yeah.
So it's a bit awkward for sure for those situations.
So yeah, that will happen. I'm very excited for that. Very excited if we'll see any setup changes, any new splits to gear some characters,
feral gear,
any more demon hunters coming in. Because like even though demon hunter is a little bit bugged on this fight with like the pillars and everything, I think it's a good class to have because you're really mobile and quick.
Yeah.
And like they have stuns, they have a really good defensive with blur, like they can just go in, they have darkness which they bring.
Yeah.
You can fell rush out when you do the ads, so you're really quick out of that range. They have big range when we're doing the LOS and like outstep with I-beam, like maybe throw a glaive.
Yeah. A little throw glaive action.
I like it.
I think we got to wait back for Lords.
True.
Could be that he comes back on his demon hunter for
might be a bit
jailer.
mad then.
Yeah.
I would be mad, but like to be fair, like he saved them on Lords. So
true, yeah. That's another class, by the way. They're going to be even better.
Yeah.
Survival Hunter?
Yeah, because they get antlers.
What does it do?
The antlers makes it so they're blue, they're wild spirits. It does like double damage on like less than 4 targets.
Oh, okay.
That's actually
that seems really OP.
all Night Fae Hunters for the other specs actually use that as their main legendary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Except if you
that.
have 4 set as marks, I think then you run something else. But yeah, it's really good. And survival, I really needs that actually because their single target's pretty lacking.
Yeah.
And that's what Antlers is really good for.
But it's not
also
as good as
thinking-
Demon Hunter single target.
Well, actually, your offer is Demon Hunters. My offer is
Feral?
Druids.
Oh, yeah. I knew it.
So Druids get 2 legendaries, right? And there's one legendary, the Kyrian one, that actually buffs another player and gives them stats, secondary stats.
Is that
And you can
actually good
empower
on
it.
double legendary though? Because
It's really good.
We got
Really?
a couple
Yeah.
saleswomen here
Well, it's not actually
trying to sell their specs to everybody
like,
here.
I'm not saying for Moonkin, but like for
other
Resident Druid and Guardian.
Oh.
For Moonkin, you can also play it, but it's not like because they
do you
nerfed
think
it a
we'll
lot.
run a Guardian tank?
Well, if it gives you more damage.
We need the monk and we need the blood decay for mass grip. So like you're kind of out on your.
Do you need mass grip if you have 4 set on a Guardian Druid? Like they'll just die instantly.
Yeah, that is a
How
that's
will
like a big
See,
AoE.
Nigra,
It's
there's
like-
a difference between ads dying to damage and ads getting gripped in, and we need the latter.
Well, you can have a blood decay and a Guardian Druid.
So we don't need monk buff.
We just bring a Windwalker.
Oh yeah.
That's
Can you
the one.
imagine being a feral druid getting their 4 set nerfed and then Guardian Druid just has
Yes.
whatever this is on live servers right now?
And it's so funny. Like it's so OP, right? In case you don't know, like the Guardian Force that is really, really OP on a lot of targets.
Yeah.
Like I get out DPS by Guardian Druids as a Moonkin like all the time in MMP
Yeah.
Plus.
It's so
very
bad in
normal.
Mythic Plus.
It's
like,
really OP.
I will have my Artificer Trinket, which applies a debuff on AoE situations if I like I-beam into them. And like I will use the trinket, I-beam, Death Sweep, meta I-beam, with like everything, Hunt. I'll slam everything into like big ad packs like Sanguine Depth, Gauntlet, whatever. And then there's a Guardian Druid just like, and he out DPSs me.
Yeah.
the
I'm
thing is
so offended by
Yeah,
this
it's-
class.
It's really good. And the funny thing is it also scales with haste. So you can give them like PI and
Disgusting.
like Bloodlust and it will just do even more damage. And it's only target capped at like 20 targets.
Oh,
so it's
only
like
20,
Really,
okay.
Yeah, only 20, you know.
Okay.
So
Valid
unfortunately, if there's more
target
than
cap.
20, then it's not going to be that good
Yeah, you
anymore.
can't do the
Sure.
whole Ardenweald
Yeah.
section of
Yeah.
DOS.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate.
That's so sad.
I mean, imagine being capped at 20.
Yeah. And then they can also play, when they're Kyrian, they can play the Kyrian Legendary, which gives someone else damage too. And they can play the Thrash Legendary as well, which, you know, gives them the Absorb thing. Or the Barskin Legendary, which reduces your Barskin cooldowns, so you have cooldowns more often. Like,
So what you're saying, Nagura, is in MDI we'll see a lot of Guardian Druid.
oh, yes.
It's a rise
But
of the Guardian
You know what
Druid.
happened? Because they actually changed. There was a hotfix with the Guardian Force set, and I like looked at the hotfix. I was like, oh, they nerfed it.
Yeah,
Well, that took them a
they
while.
didn't nerf it.
And then I opened it up, and then it was just like some hotfix with like visual.
Oh, great.
I was like,
Okay.
oh,
Devs
yeah.
were like
Yeah, we
debated.
got some priorities set.
To be
Oh,
fair,
It's sad being a feral druid.
JJ is in chat saying time to reroll Guardian, and if you do, hit me up. We have some keys to play. Honestly,
You know, I mean, feral and guardian used to be one spec before, so
True.
those are telling you to give up on the cat life.
And all the Guardian Druid players that have Force set now, they just become like unbearable in dungeons because
unbearable. Did you really just say that?
I did
Did
say
you
that.
come onto this desk and call a Guardian Druid unbearable?
That is exactly what
oh
I
my
said.
goodness.
Anyway, they become unbearable, and they will just start pulling everything when they have Incarn.
Yeah.
And it's just like they pull the whole goddamn room, and then everyone dies except them, and they look around like, what happened?
They're like that John Travolta
Yeah.
gif of
Yeah.
him looking around.
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a big ego now that they're the top
yes.
dog in the dungeons.
Mhm.
It's so bad too, because it's like we keep going, and you're like, no, I have nothing, and you think you'll wipe, and like Guardian Druid is in there, not losing any HP, just killing everything on their own. You're like, you never needed me after all, did you?
Yep. That's the Guardian life. I wish I had
Hurtful.
Force set. I don't have it. I do those big pulls even without Force set.
Oh, yeah.
And then you die to them.
Oh no, everyone else dies.
Fair.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
seems balanced.
So yeah,
not
just don't
really
play
balanced.
Feral Druid, guys.
No, it's not balanced druid, it's guardian.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we got to move on.
I have to change the subject. We have a donation
Let's get outta here.
from Chustro, $10, and because it's reset tomorrow, this is a very valid reason to
Ooh,
donate because this donation could bless your vaults. And Chustro is saying, "Bless down my vault, please, and thanks."
Yeah, if you want to donate to
It's
Bless Your
officially
Vault, it
blessed.
works.
Yeah.
It works.
It works. That's how we do it in this house. We had somebody last week saying that they did this and got like tier piece in their vault.
Oh. Well, there it is.
We did that.
Confirmed. Sample size of 1.
Yeah, that's enough.
Sorry?
That's enough.
It
That
worked.
If
is what I said.
If it worked for someone, I'm with it.
Yeah. Proven 100% success chance.
Exactly. More people need to do it. I mean,
Yeah,
how
one
are
for
we
one.
supposed to do a study on this if not enough people do it? Worst case scenario, you donate to a charity. Win-win.
Exactly.
I like how you're thinking.
So if you guys want to donate and get your 4 set from the vault tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, depending on where you're from, then you should be typing !charity into the chat right now and click the link and donate something. And then additionally, you can type a message and Makes will read it to us.
I can
read.
read.
So it needs to be a very smart message though. And we only take serious messages. No jokes.
We do take jokes.
No.
As long as they're
No jokes.
funny and nice.
No
We
jokes.
like nice jokes.
Yeah, we've already had some horrible puns so far. So
Exactly.
we can handle some horrible jokes.
Someone said that the closed captions for the Bless Your Vault got like badly mistranslated. So
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm like a bit scared to read things now. But yeah, Makes can read. I can actually read. Yeah.
Wow.
I learned that.
Yeah.
I was like 5 or something.
All right, so it looks like they are discussing some things. They're not pulling, no secret pulls, guys. I promise.
Is
they're
it watermelon or they're just talking?
I'm not sure. Probably watermelon.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just fixing some wheatgrass,
Watermelon. What's the song?
jumping around.
Do you know the
Sandwich
song?
Love.
No, we have a watermelon song.
Yeah, I
too.
sang that song, but I didn't know that because it was basically the same melody as like a song that is known apparently in America.
Ah, well,
And I
it's the
haven't-
same with Sandwich Love.
No, I do know the Sandwich Love song. I just didn't
Okay.
know the watermelon song.
Oh.
And then they wanted me to sing it, and then I had like no idea how the melody was, so it was like completely wrong. That's why they turned me so like low. You can't even hear my voice.
Oh.
They probably just
Yeah,
turned me all the
'cause-
way
oh,
down
fair.
because I was really like.
Can we hear the watermelon
tune.
song? Just like a part of it?
That'd be nice.
I'm always looking up when I talk to production because they're like gods. They're up there.
Production, please.
It's like, production, can I hear this? I don't know why. Like, they're back there.
That is
But
weird.
somehow I always like, because they're in my head, you know? Like, something is.
So you think
I'm a
the
melee
voices
player.
in your head are interesting?
Yeah, I don't know why I do that. But like every time I ask production something on camera, I like look up. It's not even on purpose. It's very, very, very strange.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Down by the pond, where the watermelons grow. Back to my home,
Do you notice that?
I dare not go.
Hey.
For if I do, my maximum will say. Did you ever see a boss taking some HP loss? Down by the pond,
Sounds radical.
grow. Back to my home. I dare
I like this song. It's nice.
For if I do, my maximum will say. Did you ever see a crab looking at a drab down by the pond?
Drab mean? What's the drab mean?
Ask Jet. He's a native.
Back to my home. I dare not go. For if I do, my maximum will say.
Okay.
Did you ever see an elf grabbing here off the shelf down by the cone, where the watermelons grow?
Such a bop, man.
To my earth,
Yeah.
I dare not go.
I'm just gonna listen to this and repeat now.
For if I do,
Can we make a remix out of this with like a disco remix? So it's fitting to the jailer?
Did you ever see Chat trying to go to that bat down by the car?
You're good.
Well done.
You know You know what this sounds like whenever you're playing like Fallout, and you go into like a town that's been completely wasted.
And then
you hear,
there's
like,
a radio somewhere.
a weird radio. That, like this is the song you would hear on that radio. It'd be like
This
weird
is
and
the new
creepy.
Coca-Cola radio station
Yeah.
70.2.
I've never played Fallout.
Be very
so-
cursed. It sounded a little cursed. Actually, it got better. It got better as it went.
It did get better. Like people were kind of vibing with it at one point.
It started off very like ghastly, and then it got better. It got better. I think people got into it.
Yeah, like they were vibing at one point. You know, like sometimes you just have to sing it a little bit to get the jam.
I don't know what song that's supposed to be copying the melody of though.
I think it's a children's song.
I do see a secret poll, guys.
Uh-oh. I think we're testing a Wikara.
I assume so as well. You think it's like a very... Ooh, do you think they have like a really cool Wikara? Like a super Wikara? They don't want to...
The super Wikara. Down by the bay. Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Maybe that one's too old even for me.
Are you old?
How old are you?
I'm 30.
I today realized that I'm like the youngest of the casters.
Yeah, you are.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Oh. Man, we have some old casters.
Oh, we do. That's why we're casting.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought Kalamazoo was younger than me.
Oh, he does have like... He is very young looking.
And
he
he's
looks like a
Looks
kid.
very young.
Yeah, and he's like 5 years older than me.
Yeah, he's my age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So I did
How
not
old is
expect
Cams?
that.
I think
Cam-
Cams is also...
Okay,
like
I think Cams might be older
30-ish.
than me.
32?
He's also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dolores.
Got a lot of old timers.
Dolores is not that old, actually. Dolores is like 26, I think.
What?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dolores totally has like dad energy.
He does have that.
100%.
We should get him like the, do you know those shoes with the N on the side? What are they called? The new something?
Dolores has like family
Should get them that.
vacation, like cargo shorts, RV trip.
He also does care for everybody here.
Yeah, he
So, like,
does. Yeah.
a shout out to Valores. I give him a lot of flack when we're casting for the fun of it, but he like goes around and cares so much for people. Like he'll clean up people's places and he'll grab stuff, and he does like a lot of CVS and Walmart and whatever not runs
Yeah,
and
he
gets us
brought me some
boba
things.
and coffee and like he is very, very caring.
Dude, it's funny
for
that
all of
chat's
us.
saying New Balance because I'm actually wearing New Balances right now.
He is, but not the dad New Balance.
Yeah, they're
Like,
not- they're
there's a very specific type of New Balance
Yeah.
that somehow you unlock when you turn like 40 and you wear them with panda socks and like
Yeah.
short shorts that are worn over your t-shirt,
Mhm.
and then you comb your hair back, and that's a
And
dad
I think,
style.
what is it called? Like, what is it called? Like this purse that you have around
Yeah,
you?
like the
belt purse?
waist purse.
Yeah, what is it
belt
called?
purse. What do you call these in English? Like a purse
fanny
that's
packs.
like,
Fanny
yeah, like a
packs.
fanny
Yeah,
pack.
fanny packs, yeah.
Exactly.
And then the glasses with the
Yeah.
sunglasses that you can put up.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
With the little clip-on
Yeah.
sunglasses.
But like,
yeah.
to be fair, when you see a bunch of men with that outfit trying to sort something out, you know it will get fixed.
Oh,
like,
yes.
Yeah, and you
the,
hear
the dad energy is strong
Yeah,
with
you hear
them.
the Home Depot music play whenever you see them congregate like that.
It's so funny because when I flew here, I had a layover in Frankfurt. Frankfurt is a very big airport for anybody that's unfamiliar with it. And I decided to have a coffee while I was waiting, and there was this location with like a big glass window just looking out on the rolling field with all the planes, and you could see them like putting gas in the planes and like rearranging stuff and getting like all this. It was very nice to watch that. And like next to me, left and right, and then also there was like a little standing area. There were so many dads just like checking if everything's going correctly.
Yeah.
It was
I love that.
major dad energy. It was really nice.
Oh man.
Yeah, I love that.
It's funny when they will start looking at like you'll be driving somewhere and then they see like something that you wouldn't see at all, but then the dads are like, "Oh my god, have you seen like this construction site? Like this crane is like really like tall or whatever." It's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
totally.
Yep. Looks good. Looks good. Great crane. marvelous technology right there.
I'm not joking. So I actually went to Munich.
Yeah.
And my dad drove me, and it's like a 3-4 hour drive. So he brought a friend of his.
Yeah.
So he doesn't
and
have to
they
be
just
alone
looked
with me,
at like
you know?
construction, like this is going great. What a good crane.
And then I had my appointment, and then it only took like 10-15 minutes, and then I was done. So I called them, so hey, I'm done. And then they came up, and I was like, oh, so what did you guys do? I was like, oh, so they actually saw like a big crane there on this construction site. So we walked all the way over there, and it was so big. And on their drive home, like an hour later, the friend of my dad said, oh my God, I completely forgot to take a picture.
Oh, no.
He was so excited, I forgot to take a picture.
I love that. But to be fair, my dad got a new car this month, and it's like, I would say more of a car for a senior person. Like, it's a little bit higher. My dad's over 60, and like it's a nice and cozy, comfortable car.
Okay.
And he got it at the seller where he got his old car too, and they're like good friends because his wife has a car there and all of that. And I was calling him before I came here, and he was like, yeah, so I got this car and I wanted to like drive away, and then the guy, and he said his name, was like, yeah, but I have to take a picture of you before you drive away because it's such a nice car, and my boss will get angry at me if I don't do it. And so my dad sent me this really adorable picture of like his new car in the sales room with him next to it, just like standing there like but like smiling really wide because he's so happy that he has his new car. It made me so happy. It was very, very adorable. Yeah.
It also reminds me of all of these stories of dads not wanting pets. And then they bring a dog or a cat, and they will be like loving them and like cuddle with them and whatever. Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah. It's like my dad was against us getting a cat. This is him after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And it'll be like the dad in a typical dad pose on like an armchair, sleeping like this with the glasses half down. And then the kitten will be in the lap, like knocked out. Always.
All right. Yeah, so sorry about all of our like dad stories.
If you have
actually,
dad
I'm not
stories,
sorry.
you
They're
can
great
share them
stories,
with
okay?
us.
Yeah, I'm not sorry at all. I take that back. They're great stories.
Actually, we do have things to share.
Nice.
You guys share it with us for a good cause. We have $20 from Smoit. I hope I said that right. I kind of want to say moist, but okay. Donating for the cause, and Nagura's puns tuck my heartstrings the most. Was it the unbearable? I believe it was that one. We have $20 from Buff Paladins. When my daughter grows up, I hope she loves me as much as Nagura loves druids.
Yeah.
That's a good goal. Maybe not reachable, but a good
would
goal.
love you a lot.
Oh,
man.
Nagura really loves druids.
Yeah. That is very true.
And then we have $5 from Katsuku saying, English can be understood through tough, thorough thought, though.
Oh, you
that
read
was
that
a
all
mean
in
one,
go.
and I got it.
Yeah, you read that in one go.
Yeah, you would
That's pretty
think
good.
when you just hear it, you would think that all of the words would be written very
Spelled
differently.
different? Yeah, no, they're
But
the
no,
same.
they're
There's just one letter different. But
Yeah.
Thank you so much for donating, guys. And if you guys want to donate, I skipped over it too. Oh my goodness. There was an anonymous donation of $25 for Bless My Vault, Please. So it is hereby blessed. And then we have another anonymous donation for $20 saying, last week I donated 10 and got Mythic tier lags on one character.
Oh.
There you
Need
go.
2 characters blessed this week. Thank you.
Or
Consider
maybe one
yourself
character
blessed.
doubly blessed.
There we go.
Yeah, so okay, we're not aware actually what they're doing, but yeah, they are pulling the bus. We were just assuming that they're testing some wheatgrass possibly.
Looks like that,
right?
maybe.
So I think they also like watermelons, so that means that their comes are muted, and they're just testing out some stuff with wheatgrass, which makes a lot of sense because it is the end of today. They only have like a couple of hours left, and it's the reset tomorrow, so they won't be getting to Jailer for like a while. Until they have re-cleared everything tomorrow. And no, they will not extend their ID. And then that makes sense for them to, if they have a really cool weak aura or something that will really help them out and they think that maybe Echo doesn't know about it or whatever, then it makes sense for them to just test it for, like however long they want to test it, and then turn it off for the rest of the day even.
Yeah.
You know, just to see if it works, and then they can just like disable it and then test the boss some more, you know, with stream on, and then afterwards they'll just gonna do whatever is left to do for them, and then tomorrow they will re-clear and not give that information away.
Exactly. So they're definitely testing something right now. We don't know if it's a weaker or a strat they don't want to show. But since it's their last day before the reset and Echo having another day of progress on this boss, it does make kind of sense for them to keep things a little bit secret, maybe. I'm assuming we're going to go back to like showing some stuff after they figured out what you said, whether or not it works.
Yeah.
But for now, you'll just have to deal with us. Oh, no.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things, honestly, that you can test just to get the information, and then you don't have to continuously like show it afterwards, right? Like, for example, in phase 2, I talked about those swirlies coming out in those directions. So maybe they have a formation that they want to try.
Do we have an empty cue card? I do want to draw it, just so everybody understands what we mean.
Actually, none of these are empty.
Oh. Okay, we're going to get one, and you'll get a Makes Original for you to understand what's going on.
I'm excited.
And while we wait for that, we did get 2 more donations. One by Anonymous for $20 saying, "Hey casters, last race, I mainly watched Max's stream, but you have all been absolutely wonderful. Keep being awesome, and I hope to see you all next race."
Aww.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have another $25 from Calf, I hope I said that right, saying, "Donating because you perfectly described me as a dad." Was it the crane thing? You can be honest. It probably was the crane thing.
There are some huge cranes out there, honestly. If you have megalophobia, which is the fear of huge things.
Wait, I have that a little.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't believe you know the name of that.
what that is?
There are some cranes. There are some cranes that are so big they pick up like cargo barges, right? And they're huge.
Yeah, that's a thing. And I didn't know that's a thing until I went to, like, on a holiday. I think it was in Croatia somewhere. And it was at the, what is it called? Like where there's ships and stuff.
Like a
shipyard?
Cargo bay?
Shipyard, yeah. And there's a cafe really, really close to the water. And then there's this, like, huge, like, it's not a boat, like the bigger word for it when it's bigger. It's like a ship.
Like a cargo boat?
No. It's just like this huge boat or ship or whatever, where you have there's even planes that can land on it and stuff.
Like a platform.
No, it has like it's a ship.
I'm blanking. I know what you're talking about.
Tanker,
a
barge.
I thought of a different word.
I would have said like a cargo ship, but like liner, cruise, container ship. A container
whatever
ship?
You know what I mean. Like one of those aircraft carrier. Yeah, it was this huge like thing, and you know how they have like they're like thin at the bottom and then they go like apart like this.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there and I was so scared it's gonna like fall onto me.
Yeah.
So I had to leave. Like I couldn't sit there. Like I was so scared of this.
That's funny.
And then I was also going to like a park and there's like roller coasters or whatever, and then we entered that park and there were people standing on these like wooden things that you stand on, the clowns or whatever.
Yeah, the stilts,
yeah. And they had like really, really tall ones, and they actually like they were a bit creepy, honestly. Like they were these like big, and then they had the like their pants were going over them, over the stilts.
Yeah, that's weird.
And I was just like, I was a bit scared, honestly.
Nigger, do you want me to like tell you why that is? That you're so afraid of tall things?
Why?
It's because you're tiny.
I am not tiny.
You are. Do you want to swap pens with me? This one isn't working, but yours is probably.
I don't want the broken one.
You can have it. Like you're taking
First you call me tiny, then you give me a broken pen. I don't know about this.
I don't know, man.
She's mean.
I'm not mean. So, you said into the direction that I'm looking at, right?
Yes.
So, one goes in that, and that, and in that, and then here, and then this is the azurite, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have...
I'm not that small. I'm like
she
164.
Is very tiny.
Okay, I mean, don't know how much that is in freedom units.
Aya is even smaller, but like you're tiny.
164.
That's small.
That's not that small.
I hope you're enjoying my drawing skills, chat. I can see you staring. So, Not sure if you can see that, but there's like the dark dot is a player, and then there's arrows coming out of that into the view direction and then left, right, and behind them. And in the middle, like here, is the Azeroth, down here. And yeah, there we go. This is the arc that's jumping over, and every time it jumps over, it will create these waves going into this X formation. And because you can't cleave onto your fellow friends that are doing the arc with you, you have to kind of stand like this. Is that what we meant?
I think I meant that slightly differently because...
Oh, so you can draw it too.
Yeah, just because I don't think they can walk
you
into it.
You need the functioning pen.
Oh, true. So what I thought is that they do this. So there's Azeroth, and then you have the puddle here.
The Gora's picture's going to be a lot prettier than mine.
And then they will just like be 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you meant it because like diagonally. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because then it does this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I mean, both work.
And then
I think I like yours maybe a little bit better, but I wasn't smart enough to think of that one.
So they just stand diagonally between Azeroth and the puddle.
It's like prideful,
It's just, exactly.
Yeah, like prideful. Exactly.
So the lions don't kill anyone, and then they could do it twice because they want to.
There we go.
Yeah, this one.
So describe it to them again, because we saw it, but they didn't see you point at stuff.
Yeah. So basically, these things are players. These 3, and this one is the Azeroth like puddle on the. The floor that they need to soak, and this is like the middle, right? And they have to connect it, and it will jump from this to this person to this person, and each time it jumps, the person will spawn 4 swirlies going out directly in front of them, directly behind, and directly to left and right. And if you make a diagonal line like this, then it will mean that you don't hit each other, and then they can make the same formation on like the other side of the room or something. And I'm sure there's like, I'm not sure if they can also do it like this or whatever. I'm sure there's multiple ways on how they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
They just have to somehow figure out, this is like way too
Can I
simple,
read something in chat?
Yeah.
Someone saying Nagurant makes both druids the same thing, just at different angles.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
well, technically, yes. It's just that it is
way
the
you
same
stand.
thing.
Yeah,
because the problem with this is that you would have to walk into the puddle like in like a 45-degree angle, which you can do, but it's a bit more complicated, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Wait, why?
Well, because it shoots out in front of you, right? So you have to look this direction, and this is the puddle.
I drew
Or
where
this
they're looking
direction.
at. It's the little beak.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that-
So
that.
they
Mhm.
looked in this direction, but the puddle is here, so they
Yeah.
have to walk like backwards
Oh,
into it while looking
yeah, but like,
a
where are
45-degree
your
angle.
players looking? Like, just
It doesn't. Well, in this direction, or
because like,
it doesn't
it'll
matter.
matter in what direction you look, regardless whether or not you're standing like 45 or 90 or like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that argument doesn't make any sense.
It's just easier to walk into it like this, like to like a 90-degree angle. So you look here and you strafe into it, rather than I look here, and then weirdly walk into it while still looking 45 degrees. You know what I mean? It's just
Maybe.
easier to strafe directly to the right or directly to the left, or walk straight into it. That's the only difference. Otherwise, it's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Making a note. Angles.
Noted.
I can't write with this.
Yeah, that pen is still broken. Not sure where you tried that, but
ink.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah. Exactly.
Again, we need a Geodreieck.
Yeah, Geodreieck would
The
be
what?
so good here. You wouldn't get it.
Yeah,
It's a smart
so-
person's thing.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's like a triangle ruler that also shows you angles. It's a very German object that like every German school child will have. And
A protractor?
well, not really. A protractor is like half circly, and a
It's
Geodreieck
similar.
is like this.
It's basically the same thing, except it's a triangle.
It has like this
Oh,
is
it
a
just
90-degree angle, so it's really good too, because it's a triangle. We're back with
You can
it.
just use the corner of a sheet of paper for the 90-degree angle.
Yeah, but the Geodreieck is transparent, so you can put it on and like this is, by the way, also a 90-degree angle.
Yeah.
It's just a
The
work
rest of
of
that-
beauty. That thing saved my math career. Well, kind of. what was left of it anyway.
Carpenter's
What
Triangle.
career?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Rude, Nagura, but also true. True.
Don't worry. I also don't have a math career. So we're all good.
You studied it. So
Well, for a year or something.
that's longer than I did math for. So.
Yeah, not to flex. I have an engineering degree, so
Oh,
I know a thing or two about angles.
But you didn't know the Geodreieck, so...
You didn't know the
So how much
Geodreieck.
do you really know about
How much
Well,
do
when
you
when
really
call,
know?
When you call something in a different language,
Yeah, well, what would
I
you
don't know what
call
you're talking
it?
about. Carpenter's Triangle.
You said use this. How is that the same
Oh,
thing?
that's actually has a
For the-
word?
Carpenter's triangle?
Oh, really? Look, so it does have a word.
I'm going to Google this, and if it's not exactly the same thing, I'll be mad.
I love that. It's probably the one that has like a hole in the middle.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one with the hole.
Yeah, it does have a hole.
It doesn't have the angles. Why won't you believe me that our triangle is the best triangle? Do you know, like...
Yeah, engineer math is not...
If you put
Engineer math
like
is
this
close enough math. That's what it is.
Yeah,
if you
that's
put
If it's
this
close enough, you're
on
good.
a
I believe
line, and then you'll get the angle. It's very...
We don't care about the exact number, stuff like that. If it works, it's fine.
True, that's weird.
Just-
In
so-
engineering, you just do kind of...
If it
You just
works,
look at it.
close
If
and
you
enough.
ever go to Germany, go buy a Geodreieck.
That you'll never ever... You know what's funny? That I actually... So when I moved into my apartment, I bought all of these things for the apartment. And then I was like walking around, so what else do I need? And I was like, oh my God. Like, and I walked through this aisle where they had, pens and whatever. So, oh yeah, I need pens and like paper and whatnot. I was like, oh, a Geodreieck. So I bought the triangle. And I have never used it once. Like, obviously, what would I do with this? But I have
don't
one. So.
Buying plane tickets, you better.
I need it for the jailer apparently. So
Yeah.
I feel like I should like buy German Geodreiecke and then sell them off to the Americans that I've now fixated on the object.
Yeah.
It'd be a smart business
this is
move.
They're never going to use it.
Probably not.
They probably will. But yeah, we have 2 more donations coming in here. One from Laurian. I hope one of these was correct. $20 saying, could the casters talk a bit more about which classes benefit the most from double legendaries? Also, great job casting the race.
Thank you.
And I mean, I'm kind of saying Demon Hunter's getting really good on single target.
True.
That is definitely a thing. I think DK, for example, doesn't really benefit all that much from it, which is a little bit sad.
Warrior gets like a decent amount, nothing insane anymore.
Yeah.
If it was going to be really big, but then they nerfed it.
Mhm.
The Necrolord legendary effect.
What about warlocks?
Nothing.
No.
Okay.
Mages, nothing really.
Just a little, but
Moonkin-
like mages get like, so if warlocks get like nothing, mages get like a little bit.
I think mages get a little less than warlocks.
Really?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought it was the
Okay.
other way around.
I
but
think.
you're probably correct on that. I don't play
I
range.
do know that I think like the other specs of like Frost, I think gets something pretty decent, but it's like a very niche build.
Okay, yeah. So that might be what I'm
I
thinking
think
of.
Moonkin gets a lot, right?
Mookin gets a lot, yes, and Enhancement Shaman also gets a
Yeah.
decent amount, right?
Then both shaman specs, Elian and
Oh,
Ness.
true.
Yeah, they
And
both get a lot.
Hunter will be good. Mages
Yeah,
get less than
Hunter.
tanks. Also
Surround
on
Hunters.
Frost. Rito is in chat. He'll know. So Hunter will be good again.
But yeah, I
Also?
mean, like, you always have to think about it how it is currently and then add it on to that, right? Because obviously, if a class gets like 10% of damage, but they're already doing 20% less than everyone else, then it's going to be irrelevant, right? So I think the most important thing is what we mentioned. Enhancement Shaman does already like a lot of consistent single target damage. So them getting a lot more from it is really valuable, especially for something like the Jailer that does seem like a very consistent single target damage fight. But it has a lot of downtime, and Enhancement Shamans I do think suffer from downtime. So we'll see how that works out for them. And then
So what she's saying, buff Moonkin. Thank you, Riedel, for
that is
shortening that up.
exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you.
That's always
all
what she's saying, though.
That's all I had to say. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know about healers, to be honest. Like you were saying, for Holy Priest, it's mostly just like cooldown reduction.
Yeah, I think for Holy Paladins, Venthyr, I think they get a lot. For
Yeah.
the Ashen Legendary.
They should be gaining a lot.
I don't know what Disc Priests get because they already play Carrion. They already play their Legendary, and I don't know. I have no idea what.
I think Resto Druid actually gains a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Nagura, you would probably know more about that.
I am.
Oh no, they probably don't because they
think
already
so.
play it. was the other way
they
around.
played a
So they
Convoke
already
legendary.
played their Covenant thing, so
Yeah.
they got like something else.
The only thing I can think of is that they would play Kyrian, so they have the Kyrian legendary that gives other people stats, and then they run another legendary. But I honestly don't know how good any of their normal legendaries are. The non-Covenant ones. I honestly don't know.
All right. So yeah.
Whenever I play Rasta Druid, I play with Sinful Hysteria, which
Yeah,
is the
that's
Moonkin
good.
legendary.
Very good. Very good.
Very good.
Just do the damage 5 hat.
Exactly.
We have another donation, a really big one from. Oh, that name is a little bit difficult. I hope I don't mess it up. Glerica. I hope one of these was correct, man. I'm really trying here. Saying thanks for the solid casting. Try to get Growl next time. And I love Growl. Growl is so funny. It's a BDGG.
You mean Growl?
Growl. I say
Yeah.
Growl.
His name is Growl.
Oh.
No, it's
Is that
Growl,
how it's
right?
pronounced?
Yeah.
Oh. I like Growl better.
You can also call him Yummy.
Yummy. Yeah, exactly. That's him. So, yeah, he's very, very funny. Sorry for messing that up. And it's for $250. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. All right, so it looks like we are into M+. Let's go. All right.
Sweet.
Finally, we have some M+ content.
You can practice for the upcoming season.
Yes. All right.
So what's going on here?
So it looks like they did kill the boss, and they're onto the trash. If you look at the percentage, they have enough percentage to actually just get the 100% that they need without having to go back and reroute, which would be very awkward. And now they're pulling out the trash. It looks like they're actually doing a big pull. So they're pulling the relics with the Gargants and also the inside trash. So they're just killing as well. So that's the CDR one. Makes a lot of sense. CDR is, I think most people actually kill CDR.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's the haste one is okay. But the CDR one just seems so good for most classes.
There's like very few situations where Wo is actually good.
Yeah,
Like, how do you call
stealth
it in
one.
English? Wo?
Well,
Whoa,
that
yeah.
Demo Warlock damage.
I always say
Yeah.
Wo. But yeah, for the most part, I think cooldown reduction is fun. And I think it was Psy on Twitter saying the other day that you should always kill that one because if you have like a silly Billy in your group that's missing your interrupts with the cooldown reduction, you'll at least get all of them on your own.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's a good call.
CDR is really good for Demo Warlock too. They get a lot of dogs. They keep bringing
Big
out their
dogs.
dogs.
Yeah. I just realized that in German, "wo" is literally the word for where.
Yeah.
The W-O.
Exactly.
Oh.
And that could be... You could have so many puns.
We do make the
It's
puns.
like, kill where?
Yeah.
You know? Like, where? What do you mean? Where?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah. We probably
is
have
where?
better puns for
I have
it,
to
but
play,
okay,
I have to play with
Nagura.
German people now.
Oh man.
You tried. I appreciate that.
I really tried my best to laugh at that.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I think I like how they named all of them, to be honest.
I hate it.
Like Ur
Really?
is because in German they make sense. So Ur in German is like Uhr, which is
Clock.
watch.
Watch, yeah.
And like it's
Wait, how does
turning
that make-
time back because you get
Okay.
cooldown reduction.
True. I never
And then
thought about that.
This is a
Vol
stretch.
is where, which means like where are you? Because you're hiding. You're going to be invisible.
Oh, no.
And then
Vi
is just like
that means nothing.
you know, why are we killing this one?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, I like it. I like it.
This is a real stretch.
It's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
name it CDR, Shroud, and Don't. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I was playing with Plater for a while because I tried to get used to it. Because Plater's all of these. It's kind of like Wheatgrass versus like Tell Me When. Or whatever.
Yeah.
And I tried to get used to it, and I immediately renamed all of these relics to what they do
Yeah.
on Plater. But then at some point, I really couldn't get used to Plater, so I switched back to KUI nameplates.
Terrible.
It's just like I had this weird thing, and I didn't know how to fix it. That the nameplates were, in my opinion, too far up the map.
You can change that. Do you
I
know?
think you can change that.
No, I tried everything.
It's
And
the
it
anchor. You
wasn't,
just have to move it down. You can actually
no,
like
you-
put it at their feet too.
No, you can either put it at their feet or at the top, but you can't put it closer.
You can. Do you want me to help you set up Plater, Nagura?
No, you actually can't put it anywhere you want.
You can. You can move it around on the X and the Y. What do you call these, like lines? You can move them around.
But not... Well, you can move them around, but within the clickable area. You can't move the clickable area, like, literally like in the middle of the map or something. It has to be either on top of the map or on their feet.
Axis.
And it cannot be moved as far down as I wanted it to. I mean, if you know how it works, I'm glad if you can figure it out for me. But
yeah,
I put it as close as I could, and it wasn't close enough for me because I was so used to not having it that close, or to having it that close. And then I just switched back to KY, and then I saw the relic names again, and I was like, oh no. I don't know what any of them are. So I always got the wrong ones. Actually, I just AoE and let the other people
to be
kill
fair,
it.
of course.
I have my relics like color coded. Like, I love color coding because it's, again, I'm a visual person, so everything I have is like color coded. I do this on bosses and everywhere, and I think it's a great feature and more people should use it. So for me, the relics just have different colors. And Ur, for example, is like a deep blue. And then Wo is like pink, like neon pink. And Vi is just yellow, because for me, yellow is haste. Because of the cluster. Like the gems that we got, they're like yellow.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't actually like color coding my nameplates. Mine are all just red. Or yellow if they're neutral.
If you're red,
well,
you're
I
dead.
also have like color coding for neutral and stuff. But yeah.
What is that?
I don't
Two
like
chests?
Ooh, oh my god.
Gaming. The
That's
plus
so
15
good.
haul. So fast. Ooh.
Huge.
That's what you get when you run with Donkey Gary.
Yeah, I mean, Demon Hunter stonks.
Man,
It's despawning.
Demon
Actually-
Warlock does a lot of damage in keys now.
So yeah, someone in chat was asking if Demon Hunters are not running Venthyr right now already, and the answer is in very niche cases. But for the most part, as long as we're not on double legendary, you're going to be on Night Fae in the raid, just because the hunt is really good and a lot of AOE fights.
Love hunting.
Color coding is for threat. Well, I also have it for threat.
I don't even have it for threat. I don't like it.
Really?
I only like
Wait,
for
so how do
threat.
you know
I
you-
have like
A threat
the
bar?
highlighted border kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
But I don't like it when the whole color of the health bar changes. I don't know. I just don't like it.
I have a threat color code change, and I actually some of mine are like different colors for special mobs that like I need to pick out. That's not very common, but like explosives. I have explosives of different colors.
Yeah, they're yellow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If your
Yeah.
explosives are not yellow, we cannot be friends. But someone in chat was saying Plater just pushed an update doing exactly what I have for my relics, and they're now renamed. And I'm a little bit offended at that. I thought I was so smart when I did it. Now just everybody's going to have it. Actually, we do have a question from Rob for $5 coming in for the casters. What are your mains and why? And I'll start that off by guessing what Nagura plays, chat. I think you can actually
I don't think that's a very hard guess.
I think you can actually, like, for both of us, guess really easily what we play, and you're not as biased about your own class as we are.
I've played many different.
Yeah, you're like a fodder reroller, right?
Yeah.
So do you have one real main?
Like probably my DH or Warrior. That's
Okay.
the one I've played in the past like 4 years the most. I played DH more often than Warrior, but Warrior I've been playing a lot as of like BFA.
Mm-hmm. And why?
I don't know. It's fun, especially in Shadowlands. Shadowlands Warrior is really fun. I feel like there are a lot of things you can do, like non-damaging button presses, like spell reflect and like intervene, parry, taunt, stuff like that. AoE taunt with parry in dungeons. You don't really see it that much in raid, but intervene in raid is pretty cool for like mobility and things like that. Like whenever like the jailer, for example, when he does his line of sight thing, I'll intervene someone who's like right about to go next to a pillar.
Yeah,
Stuff
that
like
makes
that. It's
sense.
like it's very fun. I think it's really fun. I like anything with like a lot of mobility. So Demon Hunter was the other one.
Yeah.
And DH I've been playing pretty much nonstop since Legion. That's been my thing. Before that, the ancient days, I was a Warlock only player.
Oh,
really?
Warlock and Shadow Priest. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a big change though.
Yeah. After Tomb, I stopped playing both of those characters for the most part. I tried to. Shadow Priest was my main in Castle Nathria, but I wasn't very into it.
Yeah.
I didn't really like it.
Shadow Priest kind of not stonks right now.
Yeah.
Especially right now.
I feel like Shadow Priest has... I remember talking about this literally in... I think it was at the start of Legion, where I basically... Because I never really played Shadow Priest, but at the start of Legion, it really started to become pretty obvious that cooldowns are really good.
Yeah.
And a lot more classes got cooldowns. And I was... Like, we were doing Gworm, and it was like this Enrage fight. And I was, it was so funny how Shadow Priests were, like, at the bottom of the damage meters when everyone else was, like, popping off because they had cooldowns. And then eventually Shadow Priests would rise up with their Surrender to Madness thing.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
And then it was totally fine and not OP at all. And
no, I just liked the idea. Do you know, not necessarily how strong it was, but I thought it was really cool as a spell.
I generally like the idea, but
it's hard to tune.
It's... Basically, it cannot exist in a game where other classes don't have the same thing, right? Because I understand it's high risk, high reward, but if other classes can't choose to go with the high risk, high reward, then it's a flaw in balancing, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. But anyways, I was talking how Shadow Priests don't have any cooldowns, and I was saying, they should fix that because everyone has cooldowns and they don't, so they will always be bad whenever there's trinket stuff or... damage amp faces or bloodlust or whatever. And I remember my whole Twitch chat was like, no, Negra, not everyone needs cooldowns. You know, Shadow Priests have their own thing. And look at where we're now, huh?
Yeah.
Guess who wants cooldowns?
You know what's funny? They actually have a cooldown now, and they have a pretty good cooldown.
True, yeah.
But they're just bad. Yeah. Yeah, they did really well in Castle Nathria Farm, and Blizzard was like, we don't need them to be good anymore.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Maybe next year.
How dare you do so much damage on a farm kill of a boss?
Maybe they'll come back at some point.
We're going to keep nerfing you guys.
Look, they're killing the Jailer world first.
Yeah, don't confuse chat, because they were already like, new best poggers. This is a split or something like that. Not mythic progression. And yeah, coming back to our question, Chat answered that one. Nagara, obviously you played Druid as your main class. Druid, yep. Do you want to explain to us why? Like, how'd that happen?
All right, so I actually played Holy Paladin from Classic till Wrath of the Lich King. And then we did Yoxaron Zero Lights, and they needed a Moonkin. So... I just randomly, leveled up a Druid and played Moonkin. And I was like, you're kind of good at Moonkin. And then I played Resto Druid anyway, though, because I was a healer main. So I played Resto Druid because I really liked Resto Druid just seemed more fun than Holy Paladin back then.
Just like the HOTS, or?
Yeah. I felt like it was stronger and it was more fun. And yeah, ever since then, I just played Druid.
When did you switch to a Moonkin?
I always played both, kind of. Like, I mained Rester for a long time, and then when there was a boss where you needed Moonkin, I played Moonkin. And then I think I switched to Moonkin in Worlds of Draenor, when it was so good in, like, Blackrock Foundry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I just stayed Moonkin, because healers don't get loot, and I don't like that.
True, that's very true.
Also, playing healers is really boring in farm.
Yeah, it is.
Like, incredibly boring.
Yeah.
And I hated that. And
I
already hate farm as it is.
Yeah.
But as a damage dealer, you can at least, try to do a bit more damage or whatever.
Yeah, you can try parsing, and then if you're parsing as a healer, it's just like...
Oh, yeah, that's not a thing.
I mean, it is, but it's like a terrible bad thing.
Yes.
So, yeah. I agree.
Really bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now my main is probably the Demon Hunter, because that's like the second tier I'm playing it. But if I could choose, it wouldn't be, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I would probably be on DK if I could. And before that, for the longest time, it was just like priest as healer. So like Disc or Holy. And I still really, really love that class and both of the specs. I think they're amazing, and I definitely go back for Mythic Plus, but never in Raid again. Like healing in Raid is terrible.
I really do like healing progression. I think it's very challenging. It's actually I still think that healing on some fights is like the hardest role out of all roles. I think so
too. Yeah, I think in world first rating especially.
Yeah.
Like really cutting edge rating, healing I think is like by far the hardest.
I think so as well. It's just so difficult.